Shadow Servant. What do you make of all this? A collection of rudimentary knowledge, orbs though. I appear to be a garbage heap? David reproached the floating shadow servant beside him. The servant's face flushed crimson as it endeavored to demonstrate its diligent efforts in service. An endless expanse of starry sky, divine attendance, the clash of civilizations, invincible warships, terrifying insectoid species, extraordinary life forms, and humble mortals. Heralding a new era. Chapter 1. Rebirth. On the morning of December 23rd, 20412 in the stellar calendar, the planet Rock, characterized by half-gray land and half-blue ocean, basked under the radiance of the Kia star, its atmosphere morphing through a spectrum of colors. Even from the void of space, one could discern the ravaged terrain below, a testament to years of conflict that marred its surface. Greenery was a rare sight, with most of the land shrouded in desolation and grayness. Only the sight of the azure ocean attested to this planet's possession of the most fundamental resource for life: water. Though the shifting hues of rock appeared dreamlike from a distance, in truth, it was merely a low-quality administrative planet within the Interstellar Federation. Such low-quality planets constituted the bare minimum for human habitation, providing essential conditions for survival: oxygen, fresh water, and food. Yet the harsh environment rendered survival outdoors exceedingly challenging. In the skies above Rock, a tranquil, windless day was abruptly shattered by a piercing sonic boom. Bright points of light emerged in the sky, drawing closer. Several spacecraft engaged in pursuit. Leading the chase was a silver personal shuttle, closely followed by 4 interceptor drones from the planet's defense net. Within the single-person shuttle, Albert grimly piloted the craft, the controls his hands jerking left and right, as sharp maneuvers pushed the limits of the shuttle's capabilities. That he felt that if he continued with such drastic changes in direction, the shuttle, designed for space travel, might collapse without even being struck by the interceptors. Yet he dared not hesitate. Maintaining acceleration and evasive maneuvers, he sought to evade the relentless pursuit of the interceptor drones, but they clung to his shuttle as if glued, refusing to let him escape. Damn it! I shouldn't have brought this piece of junk here, Albert cursed under his breath. Albert was an interstellar mercenary, affiliated with the notorious Sirius Mercenary Corps, and a wanted criminal in the Interstellar Federation, bearing charges of multiple murders, assaults, and robbery. The number of civilians who perished at his hands was not fewer than dozens. During his last mission, the Sirius Corps had successfully raided an interstellar cruise ship, earning a handsome reward, after which the mercenaries sought their own pleasures. Albert had also amassed a considerable amount of credits, using forged credentials to relax on Rock. He had assumed that in this remote locale, trouble would be scarce, so he had not brought any weaponry, merely piloting his shuttle in stealth. Such infiltration was a common tactic among interstellar fugitives. However, even the most sophisticated identity wristbands could not withstand thorough checkpoint scrutiny, as these forgeries only supported basic credit transactions. What he had not anticipated was that he would be detected by the interceptors upon entering the planet. Why are these drones not focusing on the insectoids and chasing me instead? Albert continued to curse at the interceptor drones displayed on the control screen. These interceptors were part of the planet's defense net, primarily designed to detect and engage airborne insectoid threats, not intruders. Had they flagged a formidable insectoid presence, they would report to the net for monitoring. If only weaker specimens were detected, they would initiate direct attacks. Unfortunately for Albert, he had encountered a task force of interceptors, and they had set their sights on him. Had he been armed, he would have dismissed the interceptors as inconsequential, but piloting a personal shuttle made escape exceedingly difficult. Warning: cease flight immediately and submit to inspection. Warning: cease flight immediately and submit to inspection. Came the urgent directive from the personnel monitoring the interceptor drones via the net. While the interceptors were unmanned, a team of operators kept a vigilant eye on them from afar. That moment, Albert's plight had been reported, and an attack could commence at any moment. Fortunately, the interceptors were programmed to target insectoids. Otherwise, they would have launched an immediate attack without warning. Albert chose to disregard the drones' warnings, having encountered them numerous times and possessing a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities. Though he could not shake the interceptors' pursuit at present, they typically only forced down unauthorized craft rather than engaging in outright attacks. Commands to attack humans could only be issued by individuals with the requisite authority. This was a strict rule, established as a resolution to countless previous failures of artificial intelligence. Noticing the map adjacent to the shuttle's controls, Albert spotted that just ahead lay Pelin City. His heart lifted once he reached the city. The interceptors would be unable to pursue him, as their primary directive mandated the protection of civilian lives. Accelerating toward Pelin City, he was pursued by the 4 interceptors, which continued to issue warnings while activating high-powered scanners to scrutinize the personal shuttle. "David, did you skip breakfast? Hurry up." Jessica, with her short brown hair, urged the lagging David. Though not exceptionally beautiful, her 17 years lent her an unmistakable youthful exuberance. From her tone, David sensed that she was not particularly enthusiastic about having him accompany her. Jessica understood well that had it not been for the dearth of companions on this winter morning, she would not have invited someone as socially withdrawn as David along. "All right," David responded tersely. As he uttered the word, "all right," he felt an inexplicable sensation within, for while he instinctively employed this language, it also felt profoundly foreign to him. This dissonance stemmed from his arrival in this world only yesterday. He had yet to assimilate the memories of this body, though he had inexplicably grasped its language and script. In his previous life, he had been known as Lee David, a successful IT engineer, though the term successful was in quotation marks, as he was merely an IT elite in a 4th-tier city. A mere shadow of his counterparts in 1st and 2nd-tier cities, that he had met his end on a downhill stretch known as Fangong Bridge, neither driving his small displacement vehicle nor riding a depleted electric bike, but rather walking. When a heavy truck careened toward him, he was alongside several pedestrians on the sidewalk. Rather than targeting the heavier concrete mixer in the road, the truck had barreled toward the more vulnerable crowd. David did not wish to entertain the worst intentions regarding the truck driver's thoughts. Yet in retrospect, he harbored considerable suspicion. Faced with the out-of-control truck, flanked by pedestrians, especially a few students just released from school, had no time to ponder. With no way to evade, he acted in a manner he could scarcely fathom now. He forcefully pushed a passerby aside. Then came the heavy impact. He could not ascertain how many lives were lost, but he vividly recalled successfully pushing several students to safety. Upon David's awakening, he found himself within the confines of a remarkably eerie basement, having assumed possession of this unfamiliar body. The scene was adorned with a shattered altar, charred remnants of unknown flesh, ancient tomes inscribed with cryptic scripts, and his own naked form, all reminiscent of a sinister ritual. Had it not been for the bright illumination cascading from the ceiling and the advanced exercise equipment scattered throughout the basement, coupled with the metallic walls encasing the space, he might have believed himself transported to a realm steeped in ignorance and savagery. It took David nearly an hour to gradually come to terms with the bewildering transformation from an Asian individual to a tall, youthful Caucasian. Another hour was devoted to discovering an escape from the basement, a seemingly simple palm verification. Yet for one devoid of any memories of this new existence, every action required experimentation. However, upon emerging from the basement, he was relieved to find that the strangeness of his surroundings was no longer a concern. For awaiting him just outside the basement was the residence's intelligent steward, a humanoid domestic robot, ready to assist him. Chapter 2. History. Due to the unforeseen incidents he encountered, David spent the night tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Just as he finally drifted into a hazy slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the identity bracelet on his wrist. At that moment, the intelligent assistant entered to remind him that Jessica was waiting for him at the door. Only then did David recall their arrangement to attend the book signing event for the renowned author Burgess's new release, War and Love. Initially, he had intended to decline this engagement with Jessica, but upon hearing that the destination was a physical bookstore, he promptly resolved to attend. The allure of the unknown world and the memories lost within this body ignited a fervent desire for information. Yet he had no understanding of how to seek it in this world. Thus, a bookstore became his most appealing option. As they walked together, David discerned that Jessica's demeanor towards him was not that of a close friend. Her attitude grew increasingly dismissive in response to his silence. After acknowledging her with a brief reply, he hastened a few steps to join her, his gaze wandering over everything around them. The cars gliding just above the ground were obscured by a shroud of stone, and the entire city appeared to be encased in a fortress-like rigidity, devoid of windows, evoking an unsettling sense of insecurity within him. The bookstore was not far, and they chose to walk the 3 kilometers to the corner of David Street, where a throng of people stood outside the store. Feeling a twinge of unease, David glanced back, finding nothing but emptiness behind him. However, unbeknownst to him, a peculiar translucent shadow lurked just out of sight. He had first noticed this shadow upon awakening in the basement, nearly frightening himself to death. After numerous experiments, he discovered that this strange entity was solely attuned to him, capable of moving at his command. Although its only apparent ability was invisibility, it alleviated his sense of isolation in this unfamiliar world. David had tested Jessica's inability to perceive the shadow, yet with nearly 100 people ahead, he harbored concerns about its exposure. "We're late. It seems we'll have to wait in a long line." Jessica expressed her frustration. She had risen at 7 for this signing event, and now, before 8, she lamented the inconvenience, particularly during her holiday when she usually slept until 9. David offered a smile but remained silent, his indifference towards the signing overshadowed by his eagerness to explore the bookstore. "Please do not crowd. The signing event will not commence for another hour, and Mr. Burgess will arrive shortly," a bookstore employee called out, striving to maintain order. "Jessica, I'll head inside to browse," David informed her. "Go ahead." She waved him off, having spotted a few acquaintances and no longer requiring his company. Though these individuals were not true friends, they were preferable to the dullness of David's presence. David sensed that Jessica regarded him as a mere backup, suggesting that his former self must have been an admirer of hers, explaining her current attitude. Nevertheless, such matters were irrelevant to him now as he slipped past the disordered queue into the bookstore. Despite the convenience of ebooks, the popularity of physical books remained evident in the bookstore's vastness. The staff glanced at him, recognizing he was not attempting to cut in line, and thus paid him no mind. Inside, large electronic posters adorned the walls, most of which promoted war and love. The bookstore's glass walls effectively muffled the sounds from the crowd outside, creating a tranquil atmosphere ideal for reading. As David wandered past the shelves categorized into philosophy, politics, law, military, economics, culture, education, sports, linguistics, art, history, geography, and more, he arrived at the history section, where he discovered a book titled History of the Galactic Federation. Taking the book, he settled into a nearby seat and began to read. Aside from him, the bookstore was devoid of other patrons, as everyone present was there solely for the signing event outside, contributing to the serene ambience. He opened History of the Galactic Federation and was met with a striking phrase on the title page: "To be or not to be, the world teeters on the brink." Grand Marshal Denton. In the year 10116 of the stellar calendar, a violent spatial disturbance occurred on the outer side of the 16th spiral arm of the Galactic Federation. This disturbance triggered an unknown spatial shift, causing 2 corners of the universe to overlap, specifically the Galactic Federation and the Divine Realm. The overlapping point, the 82nd planet of the 16th spiral arm, was previously an unremarkable resource planet, inhospitable to human life. However, following the overlap of the 2 universes, the planet underwent remarkable transformations, with changes in atmospheric oxygen levels and other gases rendering it habitable. Additionally, vast deposits of krypton crystals were discovered beneath the surface. These crystals served as the primary energy source for the Galactic Federation, facilitating its cosmic voyages and dominion over the Galactic Federation universe. Yet, krypton crystals were equally vital for the Divine Realm, and when the 2 universes overlapped, both parties preparing for negotiations became aware of the planet's riches. From 10116 to 10,200, an extensive conflict unfolded on the 82nd planet, crucial for the survival of both races. The battle was merely summarized in History of the Galactic Federation, yet during that century, the planet was renamed War Star, a testament to the brutality of the conflict. In the autumn of 10,200, the unstable space above War Star became the landing ground for colossal insects emerging from the void, followed by countless humanoid-sized creatures erupting from their massive forms, viciously attacking all in sight. The tide of battle shifted irrevocably in 10200. As neither the Galactic Federation nor the Divine Realm could withstand the might of these formidable insects, they soon discovered that the insects thrived by consuming various materials, human corpses, wreckage of starships, and any structures within their reach were all fair game, particularly the krypton crystals, which provoked explosive population surges whenever they claimed a mine. In 10,202, the Galactic Federation and the Divine Realm formalized an alliance, establishing a joint defense line on War Star against the insect onslaught. These creatures, known as the insectoid race, were a non-communicative species characterized by their predation and aggression. Over the ensuing millennia, War Star became a formidable bastion, where countless soldiers from both the Galactic Federation and the Divine Realm fought valiantly. Undoubtedly, the Zerg relentlessly assault the nearby planets of the two great universes. And although the two realms endeavor to intercept them, a portion of the Zerg still manages to breach their defenses and infiltrate these celestial bodies. The Zerg's inability to invade on a large scale prevents them from truly establishing a numerical advantage. Furthermore, due to the concentrated efforts of the Interstellar Federation and the Divine Realm to eradicate the threat, these nearby planets have not succumbed to a massive infestation of Zerg creatures. However, this does not imply that the menace of the Zerg has dissipated from these worlds. Their larvae are exceedingly difficult to detect, capable of concealing themselves deep underground, eluding the scanning devices. At opportune moments, these larvae can adapt to their surroundings, maturing into various forms to launch assaults on the life present on the planets. This unending conflict has become a significant source of concern for the Interstellar Federation, prompting the construction of more starships and the establishment of enhanced defenses throughout the cosmos to ensure that more distant planets remain unaffected by the Zerg threat. Chapter 3. Explosion. As David quietly immersed himself in the annals of history within the book, an abrupt wave of palpitations surged through him. He turned his gaze towards the ethereal, translucent shadow beside him, realizing that this sensation emanated from it, a warning of imminent peril, an overwhelming threat. This feeling echoed a past experience, reminiscent of the despair and helplessness he felt upon witnessing a runaway truck, a primal fear of life being ruthlessly snatched away. At that moment, every hair on David's body stood on end. Meanwhile, Albert piloted his personal shuttle at breakneck speed, having pushed it to its maximum velocity. Although this shuttle was designed for short-distance travel in space, it could not achieve such extraordinary speeds within the atmosphere. However, he did not need a map. The shuttle's scanning device allowed him to discern the bustling city of Pelin below. Quickly, identify the location with the highest concentration of people in Pelin, Albert commanded urgently. The shuttle's auxiliary intelligence swiftly pinpointed an outdoor area teeming with individuals. Adjusting the shuttle's course slightly, Albert's face broke into a victorious smile upon spotting the crowd of nearly 100 gathered near a specific building. Before Major Biffam lay Albert's intelligence report, accompanied by a heap of wanted notices, one of which bore a staggering bounty. Capturing or eliminating Albert would yield immense accolades and likely elevate him beyond the rank most officers could attain, potentially making him a lieutenant and bestowing upon him the wealth that came with the bounty. Naturally, he would only receive a fraction of the total reward, yet it was enough to ignite his excitement. Execute the elimination. Major Biffam steadied his emotions and issued the command. In response to the order, four interceptor drones activated their rapid-fire cannons and set off in pursuit of Albert's shuttle. "Sir, there are numerous civilians below," a monitoring staff member shouted, his frustration palpable. Though he had observed the city and the increasingly conspicuous crowd, he felt powerless to rescind Major Biffam's order. His only recourse was to inform the Major of the situation. Just as Major Biffam looked up, the small cannons of the four interceptor drones struck Albert's personal shuttle. Being merely a civilian aircraft devoid of any weaponry or defense, the shuttle was rendered hopelessly vulnerable under the assault. Albert, until his last breath, could not fathom that the drones would disregard the multitude of civilians and attack him nonetheless. In a state of parallel concern, Major Biffam bellowed, "Cease fire, immediately cease fire." Yet, by then, it was too late. Had he not been distracted by the intelligence report and the fantasies of glory swirling in his mind, this tragedy might have been averted. Certainly, if Albert had not dived recklessly downwards but instead utilized the shuttle's speed to maneuver in the air as he had before, he might have endured longer. But now, it was all too late. In an agonizing moment of refusal, Albert's shuttle was struck by multiple projectiles. As a mercenary and fugitive accustomed to a life of luxury, he possessed commendable combat skills. Yet under these circumstances, he was rendered incapable of resistance and was ultimately shot down. The shuttle's wings and horizontal stabilizers were obliterated, and the fuselage sustained several gaping holes, two of which were at the cockpit where Albert sat. With only 20 meters to the ground, Albert suffered grievous injuries. His right leg was completely severed, and a massive penetrating wound appeared in his abdomen, a wound that promised certain death. Had he possessed a semblance of conscience, with his driving prowess, he could have attempted to control the shuttle and mitigate the damage to the throng below. Instead, in a final act of madness, he directed the shuttle towards the densest cluster of people, revealing a cruel smile in his last moments. Simultaneously, on the other side of the Skynet, Major Biffam watched in horror as the shuttle crashed into the crowd, engulfed in a blinding inferno that consumed the area. "It's over," he thought, collapsing into his chair, his mind filled solely with that grim realization. The overwhelming sense of danger transmitted from the shadow sent chills down David's spine. Instinctively, he glanced towards the glass wall of the entrance, and though he discerned nothing amiss, he succumbed to the panic within him, seeking shelter. He refrained from shouting, for he could not ascertain the authenticity of the threat. All he could do was find a relatively safe haven. Soon, he spotted the restroom nearby, its metallic door seemingly a testament to the establishment's unique fortitude. David hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Just as he closed the door behind him, a violent crash and a subsequent, more intense explosion erupted outside the bookstore. He witnessed the metal door being forcefully propelled towards him, hurling his body across the restroom. At the instant the door was flung outward, David pressed against it, instinctively cradling his head to shield it from harm. He had no desire to perish again before fully understanding this new world he had entered. His robust musculature played a pivotal role as the metal door shoved him forward. When it collided with the restroom's partition, his muscles absorbed much of the impact. Although the wooden partition shattered under the force, remarkably, he sustained only minor injuries, merely a scrape on his back, while his hands, feet, and head remained unscathed. The fiery shockwave from the explosion was mitigated by the metal door in front of him. The worst of it was a slight burn on his uncovered hand where it pressed against the hot surface. Having prepared himself in advance, David managed to close his breath just in time, sparing his lungs from the scorching flames, though his hair and body hair suffered considerable singeing. At that moment, David paid no heed to the discomfort of the searing door. He dared not release his grip, as the sound of debris striking metal persisted. Fortunately, being in the restroom, the recent impact had ruptured several water pipes, creating a mist that alleviated the oppressive heat in the air, quickly cooling the door's temperature. David's instinctual decision proved fortuitous. Aside from the blast shockwave damaging the metal door and part of the walls, the restroom remained largely intact, a fact that contributed to his relatively minor injuries. The personal shuttle was a short-range spacecraft powered by kryptonite crystals, an incredibly stable and potent energy source. The impact had not triggered an explosion of the kryptonite. Rather, the blast stemmed from a small quantity of auxiliary energy aboard the shuttle. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, with the ample energy from the freshly replaced kryptonite crystals in Albert's shuttle, an explosion would have annihilated all life within a kilometer radius. After a while, the sense of danger dissipated entirely. Shaking his dizzy head, David pushed aside the metal door that had pinned him down. In that moment, he discovered the strength of his new body exceeded his expectations. The metal door, weighing at least 100 kilograms, felt surprisingly light in his grasp. However, he lacked the time to study his own body as the translucent shadow, which had been imperceptibly present to him, actively departed from his side, soaring towards the outside. Chapter 4. The calamity. The recent explosion had left the translucent shadow entirely unscathed. All debris and shrapnel passed through it, as if it were nothing. Unbeknownst to him, the translucent shadow lingered 10 meters away, the maximum distance it could maintain from him. This very spot coincided with the location of the bookstore's vanished entrance, where invisible voids were drawn toward the translucent shadow, merging with its essence. If one were to count, they would find that the number of these voids precisely matched the number of the deceased. David sensed an intensifying connection with the translucent shadow. What once felt like a sluggish 2G network now resembled a swift 3G connection. He was uncertain of what transpired, but recognized that the translucent shadow appeared to gain something rather than suffer any detriment. Ultimately, he had spent too little time with it to grasp its true capabilities. He attempted to rise, feeling a twinge of pain from his back injury. Yet it was not debilitating. He proceeded toward the restroom, now devoid of its metallic door, cautiously navigating the puddles on the ground. He stepped over the remnants of the explosion scattered about. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze drawn to a metallic cylindrical object, which was comfortably graspable by a hand. Approximately 20 centimeters in length, its hollow interior sealed at both ends by smooth, glass-like black surfaces. Amidst the chaos, this metallic cylinder stood in stark contrast, remarkably pristine, compelling him to fixate on it. Even with his ignorance of this world, David recognized that this was no ordinary item. He bent down and picked it up, not out of a desire to possess it, but rather out of curiosity. He could not simply leave it behind. After stowing the metallic cylinder in his pocket, he exited the restroom, only to find the devastation in the bookstore's main hall far greater. The air was thick with acrid smoke, and the once transparent glass walls and entrance had vanished. Pools of crimson blood and both intact and dismembered bodies lay strewn about both inside and outside the store. The personal flying shuttles had collided with the crowd, moving at such high speeds that the people could not evade them in the ensuing chaos. Eventually, the shuttles disintegrated, their backup energy sources exploding, leaving little in terms of survivors in the area. A wave of nausea washed over David. He knew that nearly 100 people had gathered outside the bookstore, yet only a handful of intact corpses remained. The ground was littered with metallic debris and mangled flesh. His mind was blank until he was jolted back to reality by the sound of anguished groans. Just as he contemplated rushing to assist those struggling on the ground, he heard the wailing of sirens overhead, followed by the approach of 2 blue and white police patrol flying vehicles. He instinctively paused, realizing that those injured would be better served by professionals. With the arrival of help, he felt no need to intervene. The blue and white patrol ships hovered above the road in front of the bookstore, from which descended several uniformed officers. The sight before them left the officers stunned, but they soon sprang into action amidst shouts and commands. David, the only one standing intact, drew their particular attention as an officer approached him. "Are you all right?" inquired a middle-aged officer as he scanned David's identity bracelet with his device. David merely shook his head, unable to voice his thoughts as he noticed Jessica's lifeless body. The girl he had walked with that morning now lay in a pool of blood, a shard of a personal flying shuttle embedded in her heart. "I am Officer Bob. Medical personnel will arrive shortly. They will attend to your injuries." The officer, recognizing David as a student from his device, offered a reassuring pat on David's shoulder upon seeing his expression of shock. David possessed no memories of Jessica, yet he understood that she and his former self had at least been friends, which explained their shared visit to the bookstore. He could not articulate his feelings regarding her demise. Sorrow and grief eluded him. Instead, overwhelming fear consumed him, an acute, paralyzing fear. Had he not sensed the danger from the translucent shadow, he too might have been among the fallen. Numbly, he nodded at Officer Bob, his gaze fixed on Jessica's body. The second wave of responders arrived in white medical flying vehicles, and David was astonished by the rapid emergency response of the city. Just 3 minutes had elapsed since the explosion, and already the police and medical teams were on the scene. This did not bring him comfort. Rather, it underscored the perilous nature of this place, where such frequent dangers necessitated swift reactions from law enforcement and medical staff. He thought of the windowless buildings and the city he'd witnessed, where aesthetics took a back seat to sturdiness. One of the medical personnel treated his back wound and applied ointment to the burns on his hand. After being assured by the medics that he was physically unharmed, David declined to board the medical vehicle for a hospital visit. With the knowledge that he was not gravely injured, he did not wish to experience further horror. After leaving his contact details with Officer Bob for future communication, he exited the bookstore. As he departed, he sensed the translucent shadow trailing closely behind him, unnoticed by the officers. Upon entering his home, he slammed the door shut, leaning heavily against it. Although he had faced death once before, the day's dangers had shaken him profoundly. He sank to the floor, overwhelmed by the stark contrast between the peaceful world he had known and the perilous reality he now faced. The novelty of this new world had been shattered by the sudden threat, especially with Jessica's tragic demise haunting his thoughts, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life. In his heart, he yearned for comfort, yet with his fragmented memories, he had no idea whom to seek solace from. The secret of his transmigration weighed heavily on him, a truth he could not share. His thoughts drifted to the translucent shadow. As if responding to his yearning, the translucent shadow emerged from its concealment, sitting beside him. Gazing at it, a wave of reassurance washed over him. In his darkest hour, the translucent shadow had saved him. Reflecting on the previous night, he recalled his initial fear upon seeing the shadow, followed by the realization that it posed no threat. He had come to regard it as a golden key to his new life, devising absurd methods to activate its powers. Now, however, gratitude filled his heart. He reached out and gently patted the translucent shadow, treating it as a dear friend. Chapter 5. Memory. As David's hand made contact with the translucent shadow's shoulder, a peculiar energy coursed through his hand and into his body. He felt as if he were submerged in warm water, his entire being gradually relaxing as he succumbed to the remnants of fear and drifted into slumber. David fell asleep on the floor of the living room, fortunate that the only other occupant of the residence was the intelligent housekeeper, Emma, who would not intrude upon her master's actions. In his dream, David found himself revisiting the memories of his childhood spent with his mother, from elementary school through high school. In this dreamscape, he was rather introverted, with few friends aside from his mother. His father's figure rarely appeared until the day his parents separated, shortly before his mother took her own life after arranging everything. David awoke, hunger stirring him from his dreams. As he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed a stark difference in his surroundings. The colors around him were vibrant, as if he had transitioned from viewing the world through a standard television resolution to experiencing it in stunning 4K clarity. Uncertain of the cause, he recognized it was the energy imparted by the translucent shadow. He glanced at the identity wristband adorning his arm, resembling a watch, and noted it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, meaning he had slept through an entire day on the floor. The previous owner of this body also bore the name David, leaving him uncertain whether this was a coincidence or a choice of transmigration. David Kerr, aged 17, was a senior in high school, currently on winter break. He resided alone in this building, not as an orphan but as the sole inheritor of his late mother, Kathy's estate, following his biological father's remarriage and establishment of a new family. At this moment, David found it challenging to articulate the conflicting emotions he felt towards his biological father, feelings of respect, resentment, and resistance, all intertwined. His father, Hans Kerr, was a hero in this city, possessing the esteemed title of national hero, which conferred upon him a unique status beyond the confines of this city. The title of national hero was the highest accolade among combat heroes, a testament to David's respect for Hans. Hans had sacrificed much to earn his title, including his separation from David's mother, who succumbed to depression and ultimately took her own life. He bore the physical scars of war, having lost his left arm and leg, relying on prosthetics for mobility. Despite undergoing gene therapy, he remained in a state of frailty, compounded by David's inability to forgive him. David's predecessor had been haunted by his mother's death, and Hans's remarriage and subsequent child further fueled their estrangement. Legally, Hans was still his guardian. David learned that he resided on a planet known as Rock Planet, situated 2 small star systems away from the battlefield of the insectoid race, within their sphere of influence, yet classified as one of the least affected warzone planets. Though Rock Planet was deemed safe, it was not without peril. Uncontrollable insect larvae were scattered throughout, occasionally maturing into first-tier insects, with hidden threats potentially evolving into second-tier insects. While ordinary thermal weapons could deal with larvae, first-tier insects posed a grave danger, requiring specialized exoskeletal armor and weaponry crafted from their teeth and claws, along with various synthesized metals to breach their defenses. However, confronting a first-tier insect necessitated a formidable assembly of warriors clad in exoskeletal armor, armed with first-tier weaponry. The prerequisite for donning such armor was certification as a combatant. Over the millennia of conflict with the insectoid race, the Interstellar Federation had employed advanced war machines to combat them, while simultaneously utilizing the insectoids to bolster their own military might. The remains of these creatures were invaluable resources, as their sharp teeth and claws served as prime materials for crafting superior weaponry. David understood why his predecessor resorted to sacrificial means. It was a desperate attempt to gain admission to Canaan University, a goal unachievable under his current circumstances. Canaan City, the largest metropolis on Rock Planet, stood as the epicenter of its economic and cultural life, fortified by a powerful military presence, rendering the surrounding 100 kilometers a haven for human habitation. For someone like David's predecessor, who lived in Pelin City, the allure of Canaan City was immense. Outside Pelin City lay countless dangers, and even within its confines, the threat of insectoids loomed. Though the likelihood of encountering them within the city was minimal, it bred a chronic sense of insecurity for David's predecessor. While Canaan City was indeed a desirable destination, gaining access was no simple feat. One required the appropriate permissions. Within the Interstellar Federation, those without sufficient clearance could not freely traverse to other cities. As a minor, David's predecessor had no such privileges. His guardian, Hans, could traverse any city or planet at will due to his status as a national hero. Yet, David's predecessor harbored a deep-seated resistance towards Hans, yearning to escape Pellin's city and the painful memories tethered to it. The sole route he envisioned to liberate himself from Hans was through academic achievement. He was unwilling to settle for a mundane university. He aspired to avoid a life confined to the same ordinary existence as the city's workforce, where even a simple journey required prior approval. Only Canaan University on Rock Planet beckoned as his ideal institution. Graduates from Canaan University were coveted talents, ensuring stable, high-paying positions and elevated social standing, making residency in Canaan City almost inevitable. The city welcomed graduates with open arms, readily approving their requests to remain. However, David's predecessor's academic abilities were average, with grades that barely surpassed the median at Rock High School, making admission to Canaan University, let alone any second-rate institution, a distant dream. Thus, he resolved to leverage his combat potential to gain entry into Canaan University. The institution not only trained numerous civilian professionals, but also stood as the premier combat school on Rock Planet. Despite the modest living standards of David's predecessor, he benefited from a daily supply of enhanced meat from insect larvae, rendering his physique significantly stronger than that of an average student. Nevertheless, the competition for Canaan University was fierce, with many candidates possessing far superior qualifications. In reality, with his current strength of 600 kilograms, he ranked only within the top 30 of his peers at Pellin High School. Chapter 6. Discovery in Pursuit of Admission to the Esteemed Non-University. David's predecessor enrolled in a preparatory class and dedicated himself to rigorous physical training. However, the fundamental requirement for enrollment at non-university was a strength of 800 kilograms, coupled with speed requirements, criteria that he could not meet, not to mention the additional examination components. Just as he found himself in a quandary, he stumbled upon a remarkable tome in the possession of Trainer Jeremy at the preparatory class, a book originating from the Divine Realm, known for its collaboration with the Interstellar Federation against the insectoid menace. Trainer Jeremy kept this book as a collectible in a display cabinet and casually mentioned to David's predecessor that it was a manual for sacrifices from the Divine Realm. At that moment, David's predecessor, who was desperately seeking a means to enhance his strength, perceived a glimmer of hope within the pages of this sacrificial manual. To the inhabitants of the Interstellar Federation, the Divine Realm was shrouded in mystery and power. During ground confrontations with the insectoid invaders, the Federation relied on sheer numbers, deploying countless armored soldiers to combat the lesser insectoids. For more formidable foes, the Federation resorted to deploying superior weaponry and battleships. In stark contrast, the warriors of the Divine Realm possessed terrifying combat capabilities, capable of single-handedly confronting even the second- and third-tier insectoids, with some of the mightiest among them possessing the strength to challenge fourth-tier insectoids. The concept of a fourth-tier insectoid was one that necessitated the cooperation of multiple starships to combat, each capable of effortlessly obliterating a city upon its emergence. Consequently, all information pertaining to the Divine Realm was heavily censored by the Interstellar Federation. Yet, amidst this veil of secrecy, whispers and rumors circulated through various channels. The existence of a sacrificial manual from the Divine Realm could potentially bestow upon David's predecessor immense hope. Hence, he procured this manual at the cost of 50,000 credit points, the very tome he had encountered upon his arrival in this world, hidden in the basement. Upon acquiring the sacrificial manual, David's predecessor embarked on the arduous task of translating its contents, transforming the Divine Realm script into the Federation's language. To facilitate this endeavor, he leveraged Hans's national scholar privileges to access relevant texts. It is worth noting that all materials associated with the Divine Realm were not readily available to a student of David's predecessor's standing. However, with Hans's esteemed status as a national scholar, he held substantial authority and privileges. If not for Hans's lack of formidable abilities, his national scholar status could have propelled him to significant political heights. Rather than relegating him to a secondary role as the deputy director of the Legal Affairs Bureau in Pelin City, where he remained in a state of languor, wielding little power. After many days of translation, David's predecessor grew increasingly confident, for the manual depicted a method of summoning the shadow servants, divine emissaries that could serve as his most formidable combat allies. The abilities of the shadow servants, as described within the manual, promised to provide robust armor for defense and synergize with their master in offensive maneuvers, making them the most reliable of companions. Moreover, the sacrificial process would also enhance David's predecessor's physical form, an advantage he greatly yearned for. Although the prospect of the shadow servants was enticing, their utility would only manifest in the future, rendering them irrelevant to his immediate goal of gaining admission to non-university. Yet, the prospect of enhancement, particularly one derived from the divine realm, suggested formidable efficacy, prompting David's predecessor to fervently acquire materials related to the sacrificial rites. First and foremost, the consequences of the sacrifice weighed heavily on his mind. David inhabited this body due to the unforeseen demise of its previous occupant. From the circumstances surrounding the underground gym, the cause of death was evident. It stemmed from a failed sacrifice, a fact trainer Jeremy had entirely omitted. If the manual truly guaranteed success, why would trainer Jeremy treat such a powerful tome as a mere collectible? Furthermore, the timing of the manual's emergence was suspect. Trainer Jeremy was acutely aware of David's predecessor's dire situation, and it appeared the manual materialized precisely when desperation peaked. From David's current perspective, it was evident that trainer Jeremy was attempting to sell the sacrificial manual to his predecessor. As a high school senior, David's predecessor was oblivious to the inherent dangers of the divine realm's sacrificial manual. But did trainer Jeremy truly remain ignorant? A chill crept into David's heart. It seemed increasingly plausible that his predecessor's death was not a mere accident, but rather a calculated act. Yet, he could not ascertain whether trainer Jeremy's motives were driven by greed or a more sinister intent regarding his life. Notably, a substantial portion of the nearly 300,000 credit points was funneled through trainer Jeremy to procure the necessary materials, many of which David's predecessor had never encountered, let alone known where to acquire. Most troubling of all was the heart of a first-tier insectoid, a vital component for initiating the sacrifice and the very catalyst for his predecessor's demise. The more David contemplated, the greater his fear grew. Despite possessing a formidable strength of 600 kilograms, trainer Jeremy's prowess far surpassed his own. David even began to suspect whether trainer Jeremy was a legitimate warrior. Memories of their training sessions revealed trainer Jeremy effortlessly countering his strength, demonstrating an alarming ease. Panic surged through David, leading him to contemplate alerting authorities. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Lacking tangible evidence, how could he report that trainer Jeremy had attempted to harm him with a book? In truth, David was alive and well, making such an explanation untenable. Moreover, the sacrificial method derived from the manual of the divine realm posed significant risks, given the Interstellar Federation's stringent censorship. Engaging in such practices could lead to severe repercussions, potentially without impacting trainer Jeremy at all. Taking a moment to collect himself, David began to assess the situation. Given trainer Jeremy's cunning, it was likely he would not resort to overt aggression. If the previous sacrificial attempt had succeeded, it could easily be framed as a tragic accident resulting from a naive youth's reckless engagement with a forbidden altar. Should David perish, the origins of his sacrificial materials would remain obscured. According to trainer Jeremy's modus operandi, as long as David refrained from providing opportunities for compromise, his safety would likely remain intact. Reflecting on his residence, he reassured himself of its robust security measures. Any unauthorized entry would trigger an automatic alert from the intelligent assistant, Emma. This neighborhood was affluent, and the police response time was rapid, arriving within a minute. The residence itself boasted fortress-like defenses, making forcible entry a daunting task. With nearly a month until the commencement of classes, as long as he remained vigilant, his safety would be assured. With this thought in mind, he let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 7. Abilities. David contemplated the powers of the Shadow Servant as described in the sacrificial manual. He glanced at the Shadow Servant beside him, who certainly did not appear to be combat-ready. Rising to his feet, he followed the suggestion of his intelligent assistant, Emma, and after dining, he led the Shadow Servant to the underground gym. By now, the disarray of the gym had been meticulously tidied by Emma, leaving only the sacrificial manual laid out on the floor, while all other shattered debris had been discarded. He picked up the manual and sought the passage concerning the Shadow Servant. The Shadow Servant was a divine attendant, bestowed with formidable strength and lightning speed by the gods, capable of flight. As David read the relevant content, his confusion deepened. Shadow Servant, retrieve that barbell, he commanded, pointing to a 100-kilogram barbell on the ground. The Shadow Servant glided toward it, but its speed did not match the descriptions in the book. Upon reaching the barbell, it extended its indistinct arm. attempting to grasp the weight, only for its arm to pass through it, causing a slight tremor without shifting the barbell at all. Unable to move even 100 kilograms, where then lay this supposed immense strength. Frustrated, David slapped the manual against his palm, muttering to himself. From what he had just witnessed, the shadow servant possessed no combat capability. Its speed and strength were lacking, and it could not venture more than 10 meters from him. How could it pose a threat to an adversary? He surveyed the gym equipment. That barbell was already the lightest available, and any lighter equipment would be of no use to him, hence its absence. Shadow servant, take this book, he said, tossing the sacrificial manual toward it. The shadow servant obediently reached for the manual, but once again, it passed through. This time, however, David noticed a slight pause as the manual hovered momentarily. It seemed the shadow servant was not entirely devoid of strength. The previous objects had merely been too heavy. Plucking a hair from his head, he beckoned the shadow servant closer, who floated beside him. He handed the hair to the shadow servant, which successfully grasped it without the usual phasing through occurrence. David's hypothesis appeared to be correct. He now needed to ascertain the maximum weight the shadow servant could support. After several experiments, he deduced that the maximum weight it could hold was a mere 100 grams. This revelation left David disheartened. 100 grams equated to wielding a needle, hardly sufficient to pierce an opponent's skin, let alone inflict harm. Yet, he observed a peculiar phenomenon when he placed a needle in the shadow servant's hand. Its visibility diminished alongside the servant's own disappearance. He instructed the shadow servant to completely conceal the needle with its hand, and it vanished into thin air. The underlying principle eluded David, possibly linked to the divine or to a unique ability of the shadow servant. Regardless, his shadow servant was entirely different from those depicted in the manual. The original had no capacity for invisibility, while his possessed it, and the original was expected to have formidable combat prowess, which his lacked. Furthermore, the enhancement that should have manifested during the sacrificial process had not appeared in his body, leaving him uncertain if it was due to the previous hostess' demise. He was certain that his strength remained unchanged, and while he had not tested his speed, he could sense no difference in his agility. Beyond these observations, he also recognized a formidable adversary in Jeremy the trainer, a foe far superior to him. Now, in addition to the memories of his past life, he had the shadow servant by his side. However, these memories bore little relevance in the context of the Galactic Federation. This world's technology had long surpassed the planetary confines, advancing into the cosmic age, far beyond the capabilities of his former existence. Once more, he reached out to the shadow servant, curious to see if any benefits would emerge. Upon contact, intricate patterns adorned the shadow servant's semi-transparent form, shimmering with blue light. These luminous patterns transformed into twinkling stars, dissipating from the shadow servant's body into David's own. This unforeseen occurrence startled David. Though he felt no peculiarities within his body, the sole difference was the deepening connection with the shadow servant, allowing him to perceive his own body through the servant's eyes. This surreal experience imbued him with dual perspectives, one from his human form and the other from the shadow servant's vantage point. It felt as though he possessed two bodies, an unsettling sensation that rendered him slightly off balance, making even ordinary movements challenging. Cautiously, he controlled his body to sit down, while the shadow servant remained suspended in the air, requiring no such effort. Once seated, David finally had the mental space to explore further. He discovered that within the shadow servant's form resided several luminous orbs. Since the shadow servant's body felt akin to his own, he could distinctly sense the properties of these orbs. Most were red, with one being orange. Among them, he identified 5 red orbs associated with literary aptitude, a subject included in several essential school examinations. He also discerned 4 red orbs representing mathematics, 2 for comprehensive studies, 2 for physical techniques, and 1 for mastery of the heavy axe, with the majority of red orbs linked to cultural learning. Physical techniques were a method promoted by the Galactic Federation among ordinary citizens, consisting of 18 movements. Since this practice bore no side effects and required minimal resources, merely adequate nutrition to ensure effectiveness, it became the predominant means of physical training for most citizens of the Federation. To access training methods exceeding those of physical techniques, only select institutions such as universities or the military had the means to provide them. Mastery of the heavy axe was a foundational combat skill taught in schools, as the primary adversaries of the Galactic Federation were the insectoid species. making heavy weaponry the preferred choice. High schools instructed students in basic combat techniques to establish a solid foundation for those aspiring to become soldiers, with proficiency in these skills serving as a significant advantage in admissions. The lone orange orb, however, indicated proficiency in sniping. David was intrigued by the origins of these orbs. Yet he found the Shadow Servant's chaotic display somewhat unsatisfactory. The arrangement was far too disorderly. As he pondered this, he noticed changes within the orbs, each now displaying a set of characters atop them. Literary, 35 beginner. Literary, 28 beginner. Literary, 44 beginner. Literary, 19 beginner. Literary, 66 beginner. Mathematics, 12 beginner. Mathematics, 18 beginner. Mathematics, 22 beginner. Mathematics, 99 beginner. Comprehensive, 40 beginner. Comprehensive, 29 beginner. Physical techniques, 70 beginner. Physical techniques, 20 beginner. Mastery of the heavy axe, 33 beginner. Sniping, 20 proficient. It was then that he comprehended the significance of the colored orbs. Red represented the beginner level, orange denoted proficiency, and the shades indicated the mastery within the same tier. The Shadow Servant was a recent acquisition. Having only experienced the explosion at the bookstore, David surmised that these orbs, representing various abilities, were derived from that incident. From the attributes represented by these luminous orbs, it appears that they are abilities drawn from those who perished at the explosion site. David recalled the moment of the blast when he was thrown back and sensed the brief loss of control of the Shadow Attendant. It seems that it was during that time that the Shadow Attendant surged forth to absorb these powers. Chapter 8. Enhancement. Since the Shadow Servant could display these luminous orbs in a manner comprehensible to David, could it similarly showcase the abilities that David himself possessed? After all, he was a senior in high school, equipped with at least a foundational understanding of literature, mathematics, and comprehensive knowledge. Shadow Servant, can you present my situation in a data-driven format like this? David inquired, acting on a sudden impulse. The Shadow Servant's eyes sparkled momentarily, and before David's eyes appeared a set of data. This technology bore some resemblance to the projection imaging of the Galactic Federation. However, through the Shadow Servant's eyes, David did not perceive any data displayed before his physical form. Not being a scientist, David pondered the underlying principles of this display, but ultimately found himself unable to grasp them, so he focused on the data presented. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 2. 5. 1. Agility, 1. 7. 1. Constitution, 2. 1. Spirit, 2. 8. 1. Literature, beginner. Mathematics, beginner. History, beginner. Martial arts, 10 beginner. Longsword mastery, 5 beginner. David's strength was recorded as 2. 5, with a reference standard being an ordinary person's strength of 200 kilograms, signified as data 1. Each increment of strength represented a doubling of the previous level. Having been raised without significant hardship, particularly in terms of nutrition, David's diet had consistently included protein-rich foods. This had resulted in his strength being threefold that of an average individual, culminating in an impressive 600 kilograms, a feat that would have made him the undisputed champion in his previous life. It is worth noting that professional weightlifters in his past could only lift a maximum of 250 kilograms, highlighting the substantial disparity in strength. His agility was recorded at 1. 7. If memory served him well, his most recent sprint test yielded a time of 9.2 seconds for the 100 meters. In his previous life, Usain Bolt, the Jamaican sprinter, had clocked a time of 9.58 seconds, a record achieved after generations of effort. Yet in this life, this ordinary high school senior had surpassed the world record holder's speed. Of course, both strength and agility required a robust constitution as their foundation. And possessing a constitution twice that of an ordinary person was not unusual. However, he found the concept of spirit somewhat elusive. His spiritual power surpassed that of the average individual, making it the strongest of his 4 fundamental attributes. Though intangible, upon awakening from sleep, he perceived the world with greater clarity than before, which likely indicated an enhancement in his spirit. Unbeknownst to David, the reason the Shadow Servant had been unable to manifest such capabilities earlier was primarily due to his weakened spirit. During his predecessor's sacrificial ritual, a significant portion of his soul's energy had been expended, and the residual, faint essence, along with memories, had been absorbed by the summoned Shadow Servant. The summoning was particularly unique. The sacrificial process required invocation to a specified deity, yet David's predecessor had little knowledge of the deities from the divine realm, and trainer Jeremy, who provided the sacrificial manual, was unlikely to divulge such information. Thus, the deity involved in this sacrificial act remained an enigma. The sacrificial methods documented in the manual from the divine realm were not simple means of enhancing one's power. Even in that realm, few dared to attempt such sacrifices. Each sacrificial participant underwent extensive training over time, supplemented by rare soul-enhancing elixirs, and possessed the requisite talents. Only under these conditions could one engage in such rituals within a temple. Even then, the success rates were exceedingly low. Yet David's predecessor, ignorant of these complexities, embarked on a perilous sacrifice devoid of temple protection, lacking any inherent talent in the realm of souls, without appropriate resources, and without training. The consequences of such reckless actions were foreseeable. It was during the sacrificial act, influenced by unknown forces, that David's soul seamlessly integrated into this new body. However, the effects of the transition, coupled with the toll of the sacrifice, had rendered David's soul power remarkably frail, preventing his spirit from even reaching the ordinary level, let alone activating the shadow servant's unique abilities. Following the explosion at the bookstore, the loss of nearly 100 lives resulted in an equal number of souls, each varying in strength. Although a portion of the absorbed souls had fortified the shadow servant itself, many of the transformed soul energies were passed on to David. Upon viewing the data below that indicated his acquired abilities, David felt a flush of embarrassment. He inherited the memories of his predecessor and thus felt shame for himself. The results displayed indicated that in the core cultural subjects of literature, mathematics, and comprehensive studies, he had yet to reach even the beginner level. His once prided martial arts skill was merely at the 10th threshold of entry-level proficiency, while his mastery of the longsword stood at a mere 5. These results reflected his true capabilities, revealing him to be a lackluster student with dreams of attending Nanan University, a notion bordering on delusional. Yet David was perhaps being overly critical of himself. Achieving entry-level proficiency was already a commendable standard. Most students' performances fell below the threshold of beginner in the Shadow Servant's evaluation. The 14 crimson orbs absorbed by the Shadow Servant were derived from the souls of nearly 100 individuals, and even the most ordinary person possessed their own strengths. David commanded the Shadow Servant to transfer one of the literary crimson orbs, which had reached 19 of entry-level proficiency, into his own being. This was the application method for the crimson orbs he had surmised, having realized that the orbs within the Shadow Servant could indeed be mobilized at his command. He opted for this particular literary orb due to its abundance among the crimson spheres and the relatively minor loss it would entail should the experiment fail. Conversely, should it succeed, his aspirations of gaining admission to Nanan University would become feasible. If he could secure a place at Nanan University, then trainer Jeremy and any potential adversaries would no longer pose a threat to him. It was essential to note that Nanan City was not akin to the city of Paelon where he resided, and entry into Nanan University was not reserved for just anyone, let alone the implications of achieving such an entrance. Regarding the 6 months of safety he had, as long as he exercised caution and afforded trainer Jeremy no opportunities, he believed he could evade danger. Presently, his ability to confront threats was limited to mere defense, leaving him unable to retaliate. Perhaps the possibility of counteraction lay within the Shadow Servant itself. With resolve, David gazed at the Shadow Servant as it transferred the literary orb, 19 entry level, into his body. At the very moment the orb entered him, the data panel before him underwent a transformation. The designation of literature shifted from beginner to literature, 19 entry level, while a cascade of memories flooded his mind. These memories did not present any images of their owner, and even the few teachers that appeared were but vague silhouettes. He glanced at his identity bracelet. Merely a minute had elapsed, yet it felt as if he had traversed hundreds of days in a learning process. The knowledge bestowed by this crimson orb felt inscribed within his mind, more vividly than that acquired through his own studies. Unlike his self-learned knowledge, which would fade with the passage of time, the wisdom gleaned from the crimson orb would remain indelible. Chapter 9. Waste gazing at the data panel before him, which displayed literature at 19 proficiency, he felt an impatience that compelled him to command his Shadow Servant to infuse him with literature at 66 proficiency. This particular luminous orb of knowledge was the finest among them. If they were to be combined, he would need only 3 orbs to transcend the threshold of entry-level literature. He yearned to discover what the proficiency of skilled literature entailed beyond the entry level. As the literature orb 66 proficiency coursed into him, his eyes remained fixated on the panel, tracking the increase of his literature proficiency from 19. However, upon reaching 69, the progress ceased to rise. It became apparent that the orbs did not simply add together. David shook his head in self-reproach. He had foolishly assumed that the powers bestowed by these orbs could be cumulatively harnessed, yet the truth was far more nuanced. It was understandable. The individual whose literature proficiency stood at 66 possessed overlapping knowledge with the one at 19, and the extent of that overlap was substantial. The entry-level literature at 19 had a mere 3 of unique knowledge. David speculated that as he integrated more orbs, the overlap in knowledge would only increase. Subsequently, a torrent of memories flooded him, reminiscent of attending classes, studying, and revising. Yet this time, the owner of these memories was evidently more diligent. Upon regaining consciousness, he ordered the shadow servant to once more administer a literature orb, 28 proficiency, into his being. Yet this time, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The moment the red orb entered him, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. After what seemed an eternity, David awoke from his stupor. Glancing at the time displayed on his identity ring, he had been unconscious for half an hour. No memories had been acquired during his episode, and with a sense of trepidation, he instructed the shadow servant to activate his attribute panel. There it was, literature at 69 proficiency, unchanged. He then examined the shadow servant's core, confirming the disappearance of the red literature orb, 28 proficiency. David realized he had squandered a valuable orb, one that encapsulated 28 of entry-level literary knowledge. Were he to study it himself, it could take him an entire year, perhaps longer, to attain that level of proficiency. He understood his own limitations. Neither in his past life nor in this one was he considered a prodigy. Had his previous incarnation been a genius, with ample opportunities to consume enhancing substances, he would have merely elevated his physical strength to 600 kilograms without resorting to desperate measures of sacrifice to augment his abilities. He felt a profound pang of regret for the wasted literature orb, 28 proficiency. Fortunately, it was merely a knowledge orb in the realm of literature, not among the most precious of his collection. He resolved to master the nuances of these orbs before utilizing those in literature and mathematics. He even decided to designate these orbs as knowledge orbs. The recent incident that claimed nearly 100 lives was not a common occurrence, and in David's memory, such a tragedy rarely unfolded in Pelin City. Moreover, during such calamity, he could not have intervened to absorb souls using the shadow servant. Thus, the current knowledge orbs represented his only opportunity to acquire knowledge in the near future. He could not bring himself to resort to murder for their sake. Regardless of his capability, his conscience would not permit it. Rising to his feet, he executed the 18 forms of body technique from memory. While his previous incarnation had been exceedingly proficient, with the shadow servant even rating him at 10 proficiency, this was still his first attempt at practicing the forms. Though his movements were precise, he took over an hour to complete them. However, during this practice, David sensed a significant difference. Every muscle in his body seemed to pulsate with energy, an effect that exceeded his expectations. In contrast, his previous self had merely experienced a slight fatigue after each practice. He pondered whether his body technique had indeed improved, prompting him to command the shadow servant to activate his attribute panel. To his astonishment, he found that his body technique proficiency had risen from 10 to 20. This single practice equated to a decade of prior training. Perplexed, David marveled at this unexpected advancement, especially since he had not dared to merge the two body technique knowledge orbs. In this context, what could account for such a remarkable enhancement? His gaze drifted across the attribute panel, finally settling on his mental attribute, 2, 8, 1. It appeared that this attribute was the sole one exhibiting an unknown change, leading him to suspect that the shadow servant's absorption of the deceased souls had fortified his own mental faculties. This sudden surge in progress resembled the feats of a genius, suggesting that such brilliance might stem from an elevation in mental acuity. Of course, whether the shadow servant's soul absorption had indeed augmented his mental prowess would require further opportunities to ascertain. With his heart racing, David closed the attribute panel, only to find himself drawn to the singular orange knowledge orb within the shadow servant, one pertaining to sniping at 20 proficiency. He steadied his thoughts, aware that this orb represented his only chance to become a sniper knight. He could not afford to squander it. David pondered how, amidst a throng of starry-eyed admirers, there existed a being capable of achieving 20 proficiency in sniping. Such an individual must be a knight, and more specifically, a rare sniper night. Soon, however, another possibility struck him. The fatalities in the bookstore, coupled with the shards of flying shuttles strewn about, suggested that this sniper night was likely the cause of their demise. All those who perished in the bookstore could have been victims of this sniper night, who had nearly claimed David's life as well. Sighing in relief, David severed his connection with the shadow servant and stood up. Currently, he could not manage the shadow servant while simultaneously controlling his own body. He brushed off the dust from his clothing, a habitual gesture, even though the residence was maintained by the intelligent management system, Emma, rendering dust a non-issue. Suddenly, he paused mid-motion, having brushed against something in his pocket that he had forgotten. David retrieved a metallic cylinder, feeling a pang of regret for not having surrendered it to the police earlier. At that moment, the horrifying scene of lifeless bodies had rendered him oblivious to everything else. Now, if he were to turn in the metallic cylinder, he would face complications, for it had been obtained unlawfully, potentially jeopardizing his academic future. After all, no one had witnessed it. This secret would remain unspoken. Clutching the metallic cylinder, David resolved to keep it hidden. Yet questions lingered. What was this cylinder? He had never encountered such an object before. It resembled a diminutive monocular telescope. Holding it to his right eye, he beheld an entirely different basement. A set of data materialized on the left side of his vision. Wind speed, 0, wind direction, 0, temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, humidity, 42. As his gaze wandered to any point within the room, distance readings appeared before him. Beneath these lines, a message appeared. Primary sniper weapon not detected, exoskeleton armor not found. T3 sniper assist device non-operational. David finally grasped the name of this object, and with the knowledge of its designation, matters became considerably simpler. He activated his identity wristband and connected to the civilian satellite network. Due to cost constraints, the civilian network on Pelin Star could only access information within this planet and could not reach farther celestial bodies. However, this was sufficient for David. He entered T3 sniper assist device into the search function, and soon hundreds of relevant entries materialized. As he perused these entries, he found that most merely mentioned the T3 sniper assist device without providing substantial details. However, upon opening a page titled Sniper Enthusiasts, he discovered some practical information regarding the T3 sniper assist device. This military-grade sniper aid was not available for public sale, with price being a secondary concern. According to the writings of the enthusiasts, the T3 sniper assist device could enhance a sniper's combat effectiveness by 30%, and it was a powerful tool reserved for the most elite marksmen within the military. David felt a surge of excitement. While the T3 sniper assist device was of no use to ordinary individuals, the mere thought of the orange knowledge sphere with a 20 proficiency in sniping made him realize that the T3 sniper assist device would significantly augment his abilities. Chapter 10. Family. After toying with the T3 sniper assist device for a while, David put it away and dragged his weary body towards the bathroom. Following the explosion, he was in a disheveled state, but as the fresh water cascaded down from his head, it alleviated much of his fatigue. Once he had finished washing, he examined his injuries. The wound on his back had mostly healed within a day, and the burn on his hand had only some scabs remaining. This body was countless times stronger than that of his previous life. Such minor injuries would have taken at least a week to heal in his former existence. Yet in this world, the same injuries had healed significantly within mere hours. Emma, please prepare me a dinner, with an extra serving of enhanced meat. After changing into a clean outfit, David felt the hunger in his stomach and called out loudly to his intelligent assistant, Emma. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for having applied the voice and name of the star Emma to his assistant, spending a considerable amount of credit points to acquire the rights to use it. Perhaps this was simply the trait of a recluse. Whether in his previous life or in this one, it remained unchanged. Normally, David would only consume enhanced meat once a day, as dictated by his body's nutritional needs. However, after practicing the 18 body techniques today, he distinctly sensed that his body required a substantial amount of energy. Ordinary food would yield poor results and might even hinder his training the following day. Master, your credit point balance stands at only 1320 points, which is insufficient to order next month's enhanced meat. Emma reminded him while he was dining. It was at that moment David recalled that the previous owner had squandered all his wealth on materials required for sacrificial purchases. However, he quickly set his mind at ease, for his income was not meager. His mother, Kathy, had prepared for his future long before her tragic demise and in other cities. He owned 2 commercial properties managed by an agency, yielding him a monthly income of 20,000 credit points. Although the previous owner had neglected to concern himself with the whereabouts of these properties, the substantial income indicated their undeniable significance. 20,000 credit points was a considerable fortune, especially when most ordinary individuals earned merely 3,000 credit points monthly. Thus, he need not worry about living expenses, not to mention that, albeit reluctantly, Hans transferred 2,000 credit points monthly for his living costs. Though his current credit points were scant, they would only affect the initial days of the coming month. Once the agency transferred the rental income, his expenditures would return to normal. Ding dong. The electronic doorbell chimed. David halted Emma's movement to answer the door and internally criticized her unreliability. After all, it was late, and he was alone in the residence. Who could be so careless as to open the door? He set down his knife and fork, activated his identity wristband, and accessed the surveillance footage at the entrance. His wristband managed all the security systems of the residence. At that moment, David understood why Emma had been so quick to prepare to open the door without consulting him. As Hans was his guardian, he required no permission to enter the residence. Hans pressing the doorbell was a clear indication of his respect for David. David felt utterly unprepared to meet Hans. Yet he stood up and walked to the door to open it. Contrary to the image he had seen, upon seeing the middle-aged man before him, a flood of memories surged into his mind. These memories of his father intertwined with those of his father from another world, suppressing the previous owner's resentment towards him. Father. Nearly as soon as he saw Hans, David could not help but exclaim. Hans appeared quite taken aback, but a look of relief soon spread across his face, as David had not referred to him in such a manner for many years. Following Kathy's death, David had regarded him as an enemy. In Hans's eyes, this reaction was a reflection of David's experiences with life and death. After all, David was still just a child. David, I heard about the accident you had this morning. It was truly dangerous. Are you all right? After a brief pause, Hans recalled the purpose of his visit and expressed his concern. Although he had learned from his subordinates that David had not suffered serious harm, he was still deeply worried upon hearing the news. He had initially attempted to contact Emma and, upon learning that David was resting, refrained from visiting immediately. Only after Emma informed him that David had time did he hurry over. Father, I am fine. Please come in. David was unsure how to interact with Hans, but he stepped aside and spoke softly. His gaze fell upon the hovering vehicle parked by the roadside, with two figures, one large and one small, faintly discernible within. David, your Aunt Bertha was somewhat worried, and Eddie wanted to come along to see you, so I brought them with me. Hans explained, noticing David's focus. Bertha was David's stepmother, and Eddie was the son born from Bertha's marriage to Hans, a 3-year-old boy. Father, let aunt and little brother in as well. David felt no displeasure. He accepted the previous owner's memories, yet his feelings remained his own, and he had his own methods of dealing with family. Hans, still not yet 50, was quite young by the standards of the Galactic Federation, where the average lifespan was 200 years. David understood the hardships Hans had faced. He had been trained as a soldier, discovered for his talent, and subjected to rigorous training in the military. The disagreements between Hans and Kathy, whether right or wrong, were no longer significant to David. He simply wished to treat Hans and his family well in this life, taking the place of the previous owner. All right, I will go call them. Hans, surprised by David's attitude, was visibly excited as he turned to head towards the hovering vehicle. As David observed Hans's somewhat unsteady figure, he felt a deep sense of reflection. He knew the strength of soldiers, yet Hans had long since lost his formidable physique. Although his left arm and leg were outfitted with the finest prosthetics, they merely facilitated normal living. Once a skilled sniper, Hans had been a unique figure among soldiers, and it was only due to his lost capabilities and limited social skills that he remained in Pelin City after receiving the title of national hero. Brother. Little Eddie came bounding towards David, his short legs moving swiftly, calling out as he ran. Despite the previous owner's significant resistance to Aunt Bertha, he held great affection for his younger brother, often bringing gifts to the kindergarten to see him. From the memories, it was evident that Eddie was perhaps the one person the previous owner yearned to connect with the most, as he felt entirely at ease when interacting with little Eddie. Eddie, David laughed, opening his arms to embrace the little boy, then greeted Bertha, who was following behind. Hello, Aunt. Chapter 11. A father's love. Seated on the sofa in the living room, David cradled Edie on his lap, while Hans and Bertha wore expressions of pure joy. This family had never before experienced such a harmonious atmosphere. David, this is a bottle of level 2 enhancement potion. Take it over the next few days and train diligently for your college entrance examination," Hans declared, producing a small metallic box from his pocket and placing it before David. David was taken aback. Despite the unimposing name of the enhancement potion, it was anything but inexpensive. Such potions could only be crafted by specialized companies using precise tools. Coupled with the expertise of seasoned technicians, utilizing the reinforced flesh of the Zerg species as raw material. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to use larvae or level 1 Zerg flesh to create enhancement potions, as that would be an immense waste. The level 2 enhancement potion before David was the most affordable variant. However, it still represented a significant cost. The primary ingredient of a level 2 enhancement potion was level 2 Zerg, which, when present on Rockstar, heralded catastrophic events. To eradicate a level 2 Zerg typically required the collaborative efforts of numerous soldiers, incurring great expense. In fact, the appearance of level 2 Zerg on Rockstar often necessitated the deployment of combat ships for aerial bombardment, yielding little more than trace materials, let alone enhancement flesh. Consequently, the level 2 enhancement potion was a scarce commodity on Rockstar, and even with Hans's status as a national hero, acquiring it proved to be an arduous task. "Father, you should keep this level 2 enhancement potion for yourself. I will strive to get into a good university." David politely declined. He indeed needed the potion, but he understood that Hans had left home with nothing to his name. Although Bertha's family was wealthy, Hans's character made it impossible for him to reach out for assistance, leaving him financially constrained. Presenting this potion likely meant he had depleted his savings. "David, please accept it. My health is quite good," Hans insisted with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. However, his laughter was soon followed by a fit of harsh coughing. "Are you all right?" David asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. It's just an old ailment. Keep the enhancement potion. My body cannot utilize a level 2 enhancement potion," Hans replied, his smile unwavering despite David's worry. After halting his cough, he scanned the living room, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes, recalling how he had seldom entered this space since his relationship with David had soured. "Take care of yourself. I will accept this level 2 enhancement potion." Feeling the warmth of paternal affection, David ceased to be hesitant. Reminiscent of his past interactions with his father, he also noticed his stepmother Bertha, a graceful woman of refined upbringing, whose gaze was filled with concern and love. After a brief conversation, little Edie began to feel drowsy, occasionally dozing off in David's embrace. "Father, Aunt Bertha, please feel free to bring Edie over to visit often," David said, handing Edie into Bertha's arms with a smile. Once Hans and his family departed, David gazed at the metallic box in his hands. Carefully, he opened it to reveal a glass vial secured amidst protective foam. From this level 2 enhancement potion, he felt a profound sense of paternal love. He was not the individual he once was. In this solitary world, these relatives were all he had. Would he truly remain alone for the rest of his life? He refrained from using the level 2 enhancement potion immediately, deciding instead to elevate his physical prowess before consumption, ensuring he could better absorb its essence for a substantial enhancement. The following morning, David bypassed the opportunity to absorb the knowledge orbs and devoted himself tirelessly to practicing the 18 forms of physical technique. Each session offered him newfound insights, and he aspired to elevate his physical mastery further before merging with the knowledge orbs, thus maximizing his potential for advancement. Although a day's worth of training did not manifest visibly on his data panel, David felt the improvement within himself. Had he been at school, he would have witnessed the precise results of his progress on the force measurement device. Ultimately, while the data panel was convenient, subtle enhancements that did not trigger observable changes remained imperceptible. David intended to wait until evening to absorb the knowledge orbs, for he did not wish to squander even a single one in his possession. However, instead of waiting until nightfall, he received a communication request on his identity wristband at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "Officer Bob, good day," he greeted as he activated the wristband for a video call. Observing Officer Bob's friendly demeanor on the screen, the identity wristband allowed for both voice and video calls. Typically, such video interactions occurred among familiar acquaintances or official contacts, contingent upon mutual consent. Officer Bob had requested a video call, underscoring the formality of the conversation, which would also be recorded by the police system. "David, if you have a moment, please visit the police station. The compensation for your injuries has been finalized, and your signature is required for collection." Officer Bob smiled. "Officer Bob, the compensation has arrived so swiftly?" David queried, surprised. Hearing such news, he momentarily entertained the notion that it might be a ruse to lure him into a trap. However, given that Officer Bob had invited him to the police station, he dismissed the thought. The recent tragedy had instilled fear in Prodigal City, and he had seen news reports this morning featuring over a dozen drones patrolling the skies. Until the atmosphere of tension dissipated, Prodigal City was likely the safest place, and no one would dare cause trouble under such circumstances. The driver of the shuttle that crashed into the crowd is a wanted criminal. The bounty for this criminal will be distributed among all the victims as compensation, Officer Bob explained, maintaining his smile. Although he might not have paid much attention otherwise, he had taken a keen interest in David after reviewing his background. The deputy director of the Prodigal City Justice Department, though not a powerful official, was someone he could not afford to offend. "Thank you. I'll head there right away," David replied, then ended the call. Despite the minimal danger outside, he opted to take a vehicle for the journey, as it offered significantly greater safety and speed. Entering the garage through a side door adjacent to the living room, he was reminded of the car he had seen in his memories, yet this was the first time he beheld it in person. The vehicle was over 30 years old, yet its exterior belied its age. This was due to the car's usage in an urban environment, but more importantly, it was constructed with metal containing level 1 Zerg shell components. The car, known as the Glaston 3, was an older model from the Glaston brand, which was regarded as the finest on Rockstar. David's mother had purchased it at great expense as a second-hand vehicle. The choice to buy such a Glaston 3 stemmed from his mother's profound sense of insecurity, a feeling that ultimately drove a wedge between her and David's father, Hans. In truth, had it been a brand-new Glaston vehicle, even if David's mother were 10 times wealthier, she could not have afforded it. In his previous life, David had harbored dissatisfaction with the Glaston 3, as its style had long fallen out of fashion. Yet, at this moment, he felt immense satisfaction. For the safety of the Glaston 3 was beyond reproach. The quality of the Glaston brand was consistently reliable across generations. The exoskeleton of a Tier 1 Zerg, while inferior to its teeth and claws in terms of lethality, surpasses most metals in terms of resilience. Within a vehicle constructed from this formidable material, the driver remains largely impervious to harm, except when confronted by armored foes or heavy weaponry. Chapter 12. Pursuit. The Glaston 3 car's doors opened automatically, and David settled into the plush seat as the vehicle activated upon detecting his identity bracelet. The Glaston 3 gently lifted off the ground, maintaining an altitude of 0.3 meters, and then the garage door opened. The car smoothly exited the garage while an entire map of Prodigal City appeared before David. Being still a minor and possessing insufficient clearance, he was not authorized to drive independently. Hence, he could only engage the autopilot mode, with the city's traffic system managing the entire journey. As he reclined in the comfortable seat, savoring the vehicle's stability and serenity, it merged onto the main thoroughfare. It is worth noting the traffic regulations of Prodigal City, or indeed, the entire Rockstar and the Interstellar Federation. Despite the advanced technological capabilities of the Interstellar Federation that made flying effortlessly achievable, and the millennia of development that rendered the technology exceedingly sophisticated, a fundamental principle remained. Only citizens with the appropriate permissions were allowed to fly. Ordinary citizens, like David, could only operate vehicles at an elevation of 0.3 meters, never exceeding 1 meter. Air traffic was similarly stratified. The higher the altitude, the greater the required authorization. As David transitioned onto the main road in his Glaston 3, he sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. However, this perception was not his own, but rather that of the shadowy attendant concealed beside him. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The anticipated pursuit had finally arrived. He could not fathom what a high school senior like himself possessed that would incite such envy. The reality was, he suspected Coach Jeremy was attempting to eliminate him through the sacrificial manual. Indeed, Coach Jeremy had succeeded. David's previous incarnation had already fallen victim to sacrifice. Now, this scrutinizing gaze was likely Jeremy's way of verifying his demise, and should he discover that David yet lived, he might very well continue his assault. Nonetheless, David felt reassured by the patrol vehicles occasionally zipping through the sky, indicating that, at least today, in this atmosphere, no one would dare to act against him overtly. The Glaston 3 was on autopilot, requiring no input from David, allowing him to relax while monitoring the shadowy attendant. The attendant soared from the vehicle, traversing through the chassis and emerging outside. Through the attendant's eyes, he spotted an inconspicuous ordinary car, within which sat a burly middle-aged man. This individual was not the coach Jeremy David had anticipated. He was certain he did not recognize this man. Yet the man's gaze upon him was unmistakably one of familiarity. The attendant could maintain only a 10-meter distance from David, limiting his view to the man's features before he was compelled to follow the Glaston 3 as it continued onward. The ordinary car ignited and trailed after David's Glaston 3 once it passed, causing a pang of tension within him. However, as he observed the distance maintained by the pursuing man, he realized there was no intent to close in, which eased his concerns. With the realization that the following middle-aged man posed no threat, David chose to disregard the pursuer. He felt the Glaston 3 stabilize its speed at 70 kilometers per hour, which, while not its maximum velocity, was adequate for city travel. In truth, the Glaston 3 could reach speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. Yet such velocity was unnecessary in urban settings, compounded by David's lack of requisite high-speed clearance. The power behind the Glaston 3's speed was associated with kryptonite crystals. However, despite its impressive capabilities, the vehicle could not afford kryptonite as its energy source. The Interstellar Federation had been researching kryptonite for 20,000 years, during which time alternative energy forms had emerged. However, the convenience and substantial availability of kryptonite throughout the universe had enabled it to overshadow all other energy sources. A primary reason for this was kryptonite's ability to absorb stellar light energy for storage after its initial energy had been expended, albeit the energy retained was significantly less than that of the original kryptonite. Nevertheless, it was far more convenient, secure, and economical than other energy forms. What astonished David was the absence of nuclear energy in this world. Perhaps the existence of kryptonite diminished the urgency for scientists to seek alternative energy solutions. Or perhaps this world had simply charted the correct technological course. Of course, this did not imply that formidable weapons, comparable to nuclear arms, were absent. The antimatter cannons aboard large warships, once charged, possessed the destructive capacity to obliterate small planets. The Glaston 3's energy block, utilized in the city by someone like David, could last an entire year without requiring a replacement. David's mind wandered, marveling at the technological advancements of this world, while simultaneously reflecting on the terror of the insectoid race that had battled for millennia. It was crucial to recognize that the insectoids fought independently against the Interstellar Federation and the Divine Realms, showcasing their formidable strength. Meanwhile, the shadowy attendant, invisibly seated behind him, remained vigilant about the pursuing vehicle, which kept a considerable distance, seemingly intent on avoiding detection. At that moment, the Glaston 3 came to a halt, revealing the entrance to the police station. David exited the vehicle, which automatically navigated to the adjacent parking area. The attendant followed closely behind, and the pursuer, seemingly surprised that David had arrived at the police station, continued on without stopping. After scanning his identity bracelet at the entrance, an arrow appeared on it, indicating his designated path within the police station, a pathway he could not deviate from. While this feature ensured order, it was far from his preference. Alterations were possible, provided one held sufficient Interstellar Federation clearance, allowing unrestricted movement without scrutiny. For now, he had no choice but to follow the directive of the arrow towards his designated location. The target area was the police station's conference room, which spanned 300 square meters, a rather expansive space. At this moment, the room was filled with noise, punctuated by the sound of weeping. "My child has received a special admission letter from Yako University. You simply explain it away as an accident. But that was a wanted criminal. I've inquired, and there were 4 blocker drones in pursuit, which led to this tragedy," a furious middle-aged man shouted. Although Yako University did not rival non-university, it was still a prestigious institution on Rockstar, particularly renowned for its mathematics department, which had produced many notable figures. Receiving a special admission letter from Yako University indicated the child's exceptional aptitude, thus explaining the father's outrage. The man's words ignited the emotions of those around him. Since that morning, the families of the victims had flocked to the station, demanding accountability and a thorough investigation into the truth. "My child had hopes of becoming a soldier. Who ordered the blocker drones to attack? I demand a thorough investigation," another irate man bellowed, pointing accusatorily at the officers present. The intensity of his questioning further heightened the crowd's agitation, causing the scene to spiral into chaos. At this moment, David's thoughts stirred as he recalled the red light orb associated with mathematics, 99 entry level. Could it possibly have originated from the child of the middle-aged man? As for the man who spoke of the child's potential to become a warrior, he was likely the master of either the sphere of knowledge pertaining to physical arts, 70 proficiency, or the sphere of knowledge related to heavy axe mastery, 33 proficiency. He cast a somewhat apologetic glance at the two men, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards everyone present. He felt akin to a thief, having pilfered the belongings of those who had already lost their loved ones. Chapter 13. Officer Bob. David, you've arrived. My apologies for the disarray here. Please follow me. Officer Bob exclaimed as he squeezed through the crowd, beads of sweat adorning his brow. David trailed behind him, exiting the conference room and entering an office where Bob poured a glass of water and placed it before David. David, here is the compensation agreement. Please review it. And if everything appears satisfactory, kindly sign it, Bob said, appearing somewhat pressed for time as he handed David a pre-prepared document from the cabinet. David accepted the compensation agreement, which was a standard document succinctly outlining the situation, yet it offered a substantial recompense of 100,000 credit points. Officer Bob, is this sum derived from the bounty on the wanted criminal? David inquired, astonished by the magnitude of the compensation. It was noteworthy that many had perished in that incident, and he, having sustained only minor injuries, was to receive such a generous amount. The implications of the bounty were staggering. David, your father, Deputy Director Hans, is also part of the justice system. To be candid with you, the wanted criminal, named Albert, was responsible for the death of a member of the Decker Consortium, which has consequently placed a hefty bounty on him. This compensation is sourced from that bounty, Bob explained discreetly, glancing around as if to ensure their conversation remained private. If not for his desire to foster a cordial relationship with David, he would not have divulged such sensitive information. Officer Bob, may I request information regarding Albert? David expressed his curiosity, wanting to ascertain whether this wanted criminal possessed the sniper skills of a professional. He discerned that Bob held him, or perhaps his father, in high regard, which encouraged him to make the request. That's a trivial matter, Bob replied readily, activating his identity bracelet and subsequently transmitting a dossier to David. Thank you, Officer Bob. David responded with a smile, refraining from immediately perusing the document, opting instead to sign the compensation agreement. 100,000 credit points was no small fortune, especially as he had been experiencing severe financial constraints of late. This sum would allow him to purchase additional enhancement meat. Officer Bob, I see you're busy. I'll take my leave, David said, handing over the signed agreement. Noticing Bob's evident preoccupation, he bid farewell. As he exited, the echoes of weeping and angry shouts lingered in his ears, eliciting a sense of sympathy within him. Standing within the precinct, David hesitated, choosing not to depart immediately, but instead surveying his surroundings. The police station, inundated with the families of numerous victims, was relatively empty, save for a female officer at the reception who remained fixated on the conference room. David guided his shadowy companion through the precinct's entrance, observing from its perspective the vehicle that had been trailing him. It appeared that the pursuer had not vacated the premises but was patiently awaiting his departure. He contemplated how to report this to his employer, realizing that his oversight had allowed David to leave home unnoticed the previous morning. Yet, this oversight was somewhat excusable. As David's daily routine was consistently structured, he rarely ventured out in the mornings during holiday breaks. Thus, his employer was unaware of David's presence at the scene of such a significant incident. However, David's visit to the police station today certainly warranted further consideration. At that moment, his identity bracelet chimed, prompting him to glance at the caller ID before hastily answering. Hello, boss. Milo greeted respectfully. Milo, what's the situation? Came the immediate inquiry from the other end. Have you seen David? The voice expressed incredulity. Continue your duties, the voice commanded after a brief pause. Yes, boss, Milo replied, and once the call concluded, he muttered to himself, monitoring a child like him is quite a hassle. However, he soon felt pleased with his handling of the situation, as his employer had not detected his slacking off. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he answered the call, David's shadowy companion floated nearby, capturing every word of their exchange. In contrast to Milo, David discerned the confusion emanating from the voice on the line, interpreting it as uncertainty regarding his continued existence. Simultaneously, he found the voice eerily familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. David, why haven't you left yet? Officer Bob, having taken care of some administrative tasks, had not ventured back into the chaotic conference room, but instead stepped into the lobby for a breath of fresh air, spotting David standing there. Upon hearing the voice, David instinctively withdrew from the unusual connection with his shadowy companion, realizing that had he not been leaning against the wall, he would have struggled to maintain his balance. Relinquishing control over the shadowy figure was necessary now that Bob had addressed him. Yet, the shadowy companion remained tethered, as it could not stray beyond 10 meters from him, and thus went unnoticed. "Officer Bob, I would like to request a small favor," David said, sensing Bob's inclination to curry favor with him, or rather with his father, Hans, and saw an opportunity to leverage this. "Anything within my capacity is no trouble at all," Bob assured him, wary of any outlandish requests, and smiled readily. "Could you assist me in discovering the ownership of that vehicle?" David pointed towards the inconspicuous car parked outside the police station. "That is no problem," Bob replied, glancing at the vehicle with a smile. He directed his identity bracelet towards it, emitting a police scanning wave capable of tracing the vehicle's origins and identifying its occupants. Bob refrained from questioning David's motives for the inquiry, believing that as long as he provided the favor, that was sufficient. Although Hans held a nominal position, no one in Pelin City would underestimate a man of honor like him. "I sincerely appreciate your assistance. I will mention your help to my father." David expressed his gratitude. As the vehicle, a Glaston Type 3, departed 100 meters down the road, it too ignited and began to follow discreetly. Chapter 14. Information upon returning home. David's first action was to examine the information regarding the tracked vehicle. Opening the details sent by Officer Bob, he couldn't help but express his gratitude towards the diligent officer. The message included crucial information about the driver, such as photographs, name, address, and employment details. Although much of this information seemed unhelpful, David recognized that such personal data was likely illegal to disclose, especially to someone who was not a part of the police system and still a minor, rendering him powerless. The sharing of this private information with him was a considerable favor that David felt indebted for. Having served in the police force for 2 decades, Officer Bob was undoubtedly adept at maximizing benefits, and this was no exception. The owner of the tracked vehicle was revealed to be Amos, the head of security at the Stellar Hotel. The Stellar Hotel, David murmured to himself. This establishment was quite renowned in Pelin City, being one of the finest hotels in the area. Operating a hotel in Pelin was no trivial matter, as it required a substantial supply of ingredients, including the enhanced meats from the insectoid species and various edible parts from beastly creatures, all essential for large hotels. This necessitated strong ties with forces capable of hunting, which often included formal soldiers, and many hotels had hunters on staff, forming a crucial foundation for their operations. Therefore, few dared to underestimate hotel proprietors. David's mind raced with concern. Why would Amos, the head of security from the Stellar Hotel, be tracking him? Could it mean that someone from the hotel was involved in the threats against him? Just days prior, he had been an ordinary person, but now he found himself in a perilous world, facing unknown dangers. "I must survive in this world," he resolved, quickly suppressing his anxiety to focus on his first objective upon entering this realm. Grateful for the favorable circumstances he had inherited, David found solace in his independent villa, a decent car, a stable income, and the care of his family. Even after learning about the capabilities of the shadowy entities, his desire remained solely for self-preservation, without further ambitions. Initially, he had merely thought that trainer Jeremy intended to harm him, believing that distancing himself from Jeremy would suffice. However, the emergence of unknown enemies instilled a sense of urgency, propelling him to strengthen himself for protection. David then opened the additional dossier provided by Officer Bob concerning the mercenary Albert. The document revealed a comprehensive record of Albert's criminal activities. The serious mercenary group, to which Albert belonged, was notorious not only for undertaking mercenary missions but also for occasionally engaging in robbery. Albert was particularly infamous for his high body count. Recently, the group had raided an interstellar cruise ship, and to compel the passengers to surrender their wealth, Albert had ruthlessly killed several who resisted. Among the victims were 2 bodyguards and members of the deck consortium, which led to a hefty bounty on his head. David scrutinized the details about Albert's capabilities. He was a proficient sniper, and his brutal nature did not overshadow his expertise in marksmanship. It became evident that the sniper knowledge orbs were derived from Albert's demise. From conversations with the families of the victims at the police station, combined with Albert's dossier, David surmised that the knowledge orbs had been absorbed by the shadowy entities following the explosion that resulted in the victims' deaths. However, with numerous fatalities at the scene, the presence of only 15 knowledge orbs raised questions. Even if each deceased individual possessed one, the total would not be so limited. David remembered that the lowest quality of knowledge orbs was a faint red hue, indicating that at least an entry-level understanding was necessary to form such orbs. These were mere speculations, requiring opportunities for testing, which were elusive and demanded patience. Emma, activate all security systems. He commanded his smart assistant after reviewing Officer Bob's information. Typically, these security measures were not fully engaged, as they would hinder David's convenience. The alarms were extremely sensitive and would trigger at the slightest disturbance, causing constant interruptions. Nevertheless, David prioritized his safety over such inconveniences. Upon his command, every sensor within and around the building was activated, and Emma allocated 50% of her processing power to analyze the incoming data. David felt a wave of gratitude towards his late mother, Kathy, whose apprehensions had led to the construction of an extraordinarily secure system, far surpassing standard residential safety measures. The security system provided him with a sense of reassurance as he entered his study, seated at his desk, and activated his holographic computer. Despite his literary knowledge reaching a modest 69 proficiency, he understood that this was merely a reflection of memory and needed verification to assess his current grasp of the subject. He retrieved an unattempted literary examination from the past few years, setting a standard time limit for the test. As he began answering the questions, he found the examination to be relatively straightforward, confidently recalling the necessary knowledge. Within an hour and a half, he completed the entire exam, finishing a half-hour ahead of schedule. He submitted the test for automatic grading and soon received his score, 125 out of a possible 150. While this indicated a fair number of errors compared to his classmates, it positioned him among the top 5 in his class. Previously, his literary performance had been mediocre. Scoring 90 was considered fortunate. Evaluating his results, David speculated that if he reached 100 proficiency, he could attain one of the highest scores in his class or even the entire school. Entry-level proficiency represented the peak for most ordinary high school students, while mastery would signify a level of genius. Given the knowledge orbs he currently possessed, he believed attaining mastery in both literature and mathematics was feasible. While his comprehensive studies might only reach entry-level proficiency, he was uncertain if such knowledge would suffice for admission to non-university. However, David prioritized physical skills, particularly in heavy weaponry and marksmanship. Although he understood that assimilating all physical knowledge orbs would not necessarily lead to mastery, he recognized his unique aptitude in this area. Coupled with 2 physical knowledge orbs, he was confident in his ability to elevate his skills. The knowledge orb for heavy weapon mastery, 33 proficiency, was the optimal choice to replace his long sword mastery, 5 proficiency. He couldn't comprehend why his predecessor had forsaken heavy weaponry for the elegance of a long sword. However, David now deemed the long sword somewhat impractical, especially since his school encouraged students to focus on heavy weaponry, which would aid in their development as soldiers. Ultimately, the primary adversaries of the soldiers are often the Zerg, and it is only through the utilization of heavy weaponry that they can effectively engage in combat against this formidable foe. Chapter 15. A Renewed Ascension. What? Albert perished on Rockstar? Leader Froman of the Sirius Mercenary Corps rose abruptly, incredulity etched across his face upon receiving the news from Croc. This reaction did not stem from any profound affection for Albert, even though Albert had always been his most loyal subordinate. Within the ranks of the Sirius Mercenary Corps, Albert was notorious for his ruthlessness. He eagerly undertook all the grim tasks of killing, thereby accumulating numerous bounties on his head. This, in turn, shielded other members of the mercenary group from attracting similar attention. It is vital to understand that as mercenaries, engaging in robbery was commonplace, and typically, bounties were levied only against the most vicious and infamous individuals. Thus, despite the notorious reputation of the Sirius Mercenary Corps, only Albert found himself on the wanted list. This predicament also meant that Albert had no escape route outside the mercenary group, rendering him the most trusted member in Froman's eyes. Such mercenaries, capable of taking bullets for their leaders, are indeed rare finds. Merely invoking Albert's name was often sufficient to deter potential adversaries. Moreover, Albert wielded significant authority within the Sirius Mercenary Corps, most notably possessing the channels for disposing of stolen goods, an aspect that further solidified Froman's trust in him. When Albert departed, he took with him some of the most valuable spoils obtained from recent heists. "Leader, I have procured some intelligence," Croc stated, his expression impassive as he transmitted the information to Froman's wrist communicator. "Can we be certain that the police found no trace of T3 at the scene?" Froman inquired as he scrutinized the intelligence, quickly discerning something of note. Yes, I have verified it. Croc affirmed with conviction. T3 would not have been destroyed amidst such chaos and explosions. Clearly, someone must have taken it. Froman's expression softened slightly. He spoke in a low tone. As Albert's most trusted subordinate, he was well aware of the locations of Albert's treasures. Due to Albert's unique circumstances, all his wealth was preserved anonymously, and the proceeds from any sales were similarly transacted without identification to avoid detection by the Interstellar Federation. These riches resided in anonymous accounts, accessible only by corresponding chips. Albert, as a sniper, had stowed the chip within the T3 sniper assistance device. It was unlikely that anyone besides him, who had extensively studied the T3, could access it, let alone discover the chip within. However, if the T3 were not in the hands of the police, the situation would be vastly different. For days elapsed, and it was now 9 p.m. David had just assimilated the last 2 comprehensive knowledge orbs, and his attributes now read: Name, David Kerr. Strength, 2, 52, 1, Agility, 1, 7, 1, Constitution, 2, 1, 1, Spirit, 2, 8, 1, Literature, 3 Proficiency, Mathematics, 5 Proficiency, General Knowledge, 51 Beginner, Martial Arts, 35 Beginner, Longsword Mastery, 5 Beginner. Both literature and mathematics had reached proficiency, while martial arts had seen a remarkable surge over the initial 2 days, now standing at 35 beginner level. Though progress had noticeably slowed since, David surmised that this rapid advancement stemmed from the foundational skills he had cultivated over many years, now invigorated under the influence of a more potent spirit. Future enhancements would necessitate prolonged practice. David felt that his understanding of the 18 martial arts forms had not dissipated. Rather, the insights gained were too sparse to replicate the previous bursts of growth. Over these 4 days, David had also experienced modest gains. Strength increased by 0.02 and Constitution by 0.1. Though not substantial, these were noteworthy achievements within just a few days. Especially with the introduction of the attributes panel, he could clearly perceive his development. He believed that merging the martial arts knowledge orb would further accelerate his capabilities. However, the lurking dangers compelled him to hasten his progression. Even if he recognized that merging 2 martial arts knowledge orbs at this juncture was not optimal, yet, he felt he could not afford to wait. His recent experience with the knowledge orbs affirmed his previous convictions, though he could not afford to waste orbs on unnecessary experiments. He was confident that merging 2 orbs daily posed no risk. The compensation of 100,000 credits from the police department had alleviated David's financial situation, enabling his intelligent assistant, Emma, to procure 3 months' worth of enhanced meat. Currently, David sat in the underground gym, facing a food box containing 10 portions of enhanced meat, which he had prepared for the assimilation of the martial arts knowledge orbs. Recently, after practicing the 18 martial arts forms, he had experienced intense hunger, with his body's demands exceeding previous levels. This was anticipated. His instructors had cautioned that greater mastery of the martial arts would require increasingly more energy. This served as a barrier for many less affluent students aspiring to enhance their martial arts skills. Although the 18 forms were deemed quite safe, the energy required represented a significant burden for ordinary families. David's rapid ascent from 10 to 35 in martial arts had rendered his energy needs markedly more pronounced, consuming 3 times the amount of energy meat compared to before. Thankfully, the police compensation allowed him to meet the increased demands of his training. Shadow Servant. Transmit the martial arts, 70 beginner, knowledge orb into my body, David commanded as he placed his hand on the Shadow Servant's shoulder. This time, unlike previous assimilations of knowledge orbs, he dared not lose focus. He needed to be in optimal condition to merge the martial arts orb. Consequently, he refrained from directing the Shadow Servant, instead instructing it to complete the task. The martial arts, 70 beginner, knowledge orb, akin to a red fireball, coursed through David's arm and into his body. He scarcely had time to check his attributes before he was enveloped in the learning illusion induced by the orb. Unlike previous knowledge orbs that had guided him through a teaching process, the martial arts, 70 beginner, orb immersed him in the experience of a body executing the 18 forms. There was no instructional phase. He merely absorbed the insights offered by the martial arts. As the body within the illusion gradually grasped the nuances he had previously overlooked, the martial arts attribute surged rapidly on his attributes panel, climbing from 35 to 40, then 50, 60, and finally halting at 99. Although David had only experienced the 70 beginner martial arts form within the illusion, upon awakening, he found himself drenched in sweat, every muscle quivering involuntarily. After several deep breaths, he turned to examine his attributes panel. Upon seeing martial arts at 99 beginner, he momentarily disregarded his fatigue and leaped up, eager to test the near-complete martial arts forms. However, as he attempted the first form, his body swayed. In his current condition, he could not execute such demanding movements. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, David settled back down, opened the food box, and took a piece of enhanced meat into his mouth. As he consumed the enhanced meat, he contemplated the upcoming assimilation of the second martial arts orb, feeling confident that attaining proficiency in martial arts posed no significant challenge. After half an hour of rest, he once again instructed the shadow servant to transmit the martial arts 20 beginner knowledge orb into his body. David underwent the same process, immersing himself in the 18 forms of physical techniques. However, this time, from beginning to end, he did not experience a single novel insight, at most. He merely reinforced some of his previous understandings. Upon awakening, he promptly gazed at the attribute panel before him, and indeed, his physical technique proficiency remained at a mere 99 beginner level, showing no increase despite the amalgamation of the knowledge orb of physical techniques at 20 beginner level. Chapter 16. Crisis. A despondent David consumed 5 servings of enhanced meat, yet he was unable to complete a full practice of the 18 forms of combat on that day. Though his mind had grasped 99 of the introductory level of these techniques, he consistently faltered mid-practice due to erroneous bodily responses to certain movements, resulting in the failure of his training. The practice of the 18 forms of combat is a holistic endeavor. Any misalignment in a single action renders the entire exercise ineffective. The following morning, David rose early, neglecting breakfast to head to the underground gym, where he tirelessly practiced the 18 forms. Having progressed to the 6th form the previous night, he was eager to assess the fruits of his labor. From the 1st form to the 6th, his body and mind synchronized flawlessly, devoid of even the slightest mistake. However, as he commenced the 7th form, an unaccustomed muscle movement caused him to lag, leading to yet another failure. Nevertheless, this setback ignited a glimmer of hope within him. As he munched on the enhanced meat to replenish his strength, he contemplated his recent failure, resolute in the belief that by analyzing the reasons behind it and practicing diligently, he could achieve perfect harmony between his theoretical knowledge and physical execution. Given a few days, he was confident he could truly master the introductory level of the 18 forms. Through his absorption of the knowledge orbs related to combat techniques, he also realized that such orbs, unlike mere knowledge orbs, required more than just assimilation to be effectively utilized. While he was regaining his strength, a video call request from his identity bracelet interrupted him, and with a mere thought, the shadowy attendant before him dissipated into nothingness. Father. David initiated the video call, greeting his father, Hans. David, take care of yourself. Hans expressed concern upon seeing his son, drenched in sweat. I will be cautious. David replied with a smile, feeling the warmth of his father's care. David, there is a government New Year's Eve gala on the 31st, and I hope you will attend. Hans revealed the purpose of his call, his voice brimming with anticipation. Their relationship had long been strained, but now that it was beginning to mend, Hans felt an urgency to introduce David to new connections. David was nearing adulthood, and in most political families, children of his age were already participating in such events. The upcoming government gala was the most significant annual affair in Perlon City, attended by the mayor and high-ranking officials, serving as an excellent opportunity for the younger generation to forge relationships. Particularly, the presence of distinguished young ladies from reputable families added to the importance of this occasion for Hans, who had always been concerned about his son's romantic life. Father, I will attend. David pondered briefly before agreeing, reasoning that such a gathering would likely pose no danger. Wonderful. I will come to pick you up. And remember to wear formal attire. Hans's mood noticeably lifted as he reminded David with a smile. With a smile gracing his face, David ended the video call. This newfound familial warmth brought him a sense of comfort, and he continued to immerse himself entirely into the identity of David Kerr. From this day forth, I am David Kerr. With those words, David felt completely integrated into this world. With his spirits lifted, he once again devoted himself to practicing the 18 forms of combat. Perhaps due to his elation, he flawlessly executed the 7th form. Just as he was preparing to practice the eighth form, the lights in the underground gym flickered ominously. Emma, what is happening? He inquired through his identity bracelet to his intelligent assistant, Emma. While David utilized the underground gym, Emma refrained from intruding. His former self had ensured that no surveillance equipment was present to leave evidence of sacrifices. Communication with Emma was solely through the identity bracelet. A chilling sensation crept over him. The previous stalking incidents and the untimely death of his predecessor loomed large in his mind, and now, with Emma suddenly unresponsive, everything indicated that trouble was brewing. He immediately contacted Officer Bob via his identity bracelet. He refrained from reaching out to Hans, wishing to spare his father any distress, knowing well his father's frail health. Unable to connect to the Skynet. Please check if you are within a Skynet environment. The bracelet's alert resonated, further solidifying David's suspicion that an incident had occurred. Edna, have you breached the security system? Captain Froman inquired of the mercenary Edna, who was operating an electronic intrusion device beside him. This mission, led by Captain Froman, involved 4 experienced and reputable mercenaries infiltrating Rockstar and arriving in Prolon City. With assets worth over 3 million credit points at stake, Captain Froman deemed it necessary to oversee this operation personally, especially since the task bore no inherent danger. Upon arriving in Prolon City, the ease with which events unfolded surprised even Captain Froman. The T3 Sniper Assist device emitted brief positioning signals every hour, and it was through these signals that Captain Froman pinpointed the device's current location. Having confirmed its position during the day, he awaited the cover of night to commence their actions. The information blackout can only last for 10 minutes. Otherwise, the security system of Prolon City might detect us. Move quickly, Captain Froman urged Edna, glancing at the information blocker in use beside him. Failing a robbery in space was one thing. Evading detection in a city could lead to serious complications. Though the 5 individuals present understood that even the most secure residences would pose little challenge to them, they were not equipped with exoskeleton armor, carrying merely basic self-defense weapons. The absence of exoskeleton armor was due to the nature of this minor task, as well as the fact that in a city equipped with such armor, all monitoring systems would immediately lock onto them. In such a scenario, they would not be contending with a mere residence, but rather the entirety of Prolon City. Done, Edna declared with a satisfied smile after executing her task. Croc, you take Ed and Fisher inside. Edna and I will provide support from the outside. Speed is of the essence, Captain Froman directed. Understood, the mercenaries replied in unison. Croc, wielding a lightweight level 1 armor-piercing axe, advanced towards the entrance with the 2 mercenaries in tow. At this moment, the entire security system of the residence had been disabled, and even the intelligent assistant Emma had been forcibly shut down, leaving the entire residence vulnerable. For an ordinary individual, even without a security system, David's residence would be difficult to breach. However, Croc wielded a genuine weapon capable of penetrating level 1 insectoid shells. Such a material, when faced with the steel alloy door of the residence, posed no challenge whatsoever. The lightweight level 1 armor-piercing axe sliced through the steel alloy door with the ease of a hot knife through butter, directly targeting the locking mechanism. With a gentle push, the once impenetrable steel alloy door was breached. He signaled Ed to proceed to the 2nd floor, while he and Fisher split to search the entire structure more efficiently. Chapter 17 Encounter. A large cup of coffee was his preparation for the all-nighter, while 2 servings of fast food constituted his dinner for the day and breakfast for the next. Of course, he wouldn't completely forego sleep. As soon as it hit 1 in the morning, he could rest in his car until the alarm at 5 o'clock awakened him. For a soldier of his caliber, 4 hours of sleep would suffice to restore his vigor. However, as he approached David's residence, he was taken aback to find the front door wide open. A sense of alarm surged within him. Had David gone out again? But he quickly reasoned that if David had left, the door would not be left ajar. No, something was amiss. He noticed the distinct cut on the door and the 2 silhouettes lurking in the shadows, causing a chill to run down his spine. Wanting to avoid alarming David and drawing attention from the numerous surveillance cameras on the street, Amos remained concealed. He was no ordinary man. Despite having taken on the role of security chief at the Stir Hotel and seldom venturing out for combat, his instincts for battle remained sharp. He tread lightly. Although his orders were to monitor David, he was acutely aware of David's true identity and knew he had to act. Someone's here. Captain Froman sensed the presence of an intruder and turned his gaze towards the source of the disturbance, alerting Edna. Simultaneously, he gripped a short sword that glimmered with an ethereal light. channeling his strength into his legs, leaving a dent in the ground as he propelled himself like a flash towards Amos. Amos was startled as he reached the side of his car. Before he could react, he was already detected by the foe, indicating that this individual was formidable. Dora, activate automated combat. He commanded his car's intelligent assistant without hesitation. His vehicle was no ordinary one. Though it appeared unremarkable from the outside, it was equipped with an array of combat configurations. Having spent years in battle, he had grown accustomed to the presence of weapons. Without them, he felt an acute sense of insecurity. Thus, his car served as his sanctuary. With a rapid succession of sounds, a machine gun emerged from the top of the vehicle, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Captain Froman, caught in the onslaught, remained composed. He swept his sword in front of him, generating a barrier of light while skillfully rolling in midair to evade the attack. The shield was not merely a testament to his swordsmanship, but derived from the short sword's unique properties. It was a specialized combat blade capable of activating a defensive barrier designed to protect its wielder in critical moments. Though the shield was ineffective against Tier 1 and above insectoid threats or weaponry, it could temporarily withstand the bullets from a machine gun. Captain Froman knew he had the assistance of his comrade Edna, and his focus was solely on Amos. He did not need to worry about the automated combat system. In that instant, as the machine gun fired, Edna's slender fingers began a rapid series of operations. Her combat prowess, lacking the aid of exoskeleton armor, was not particularly remarkable, yet her forte lay in electronic warfare. Engaging the intelligent assistant within the vehicle was far simpler than breaching the security systems of David's residence. The machine gun jammed after merely 10 seconds of firing. Given half a minute more, Edna would seize control of the car that belonged to Amos and turn the machine gun against him. This was the terrifying potential of an electronic warfare specialist. Edna could exert formidable influence even without direct involvement in combat. An electronic warfare specialist, Amos exclaimed in frustration. Realizing the machine gun had jammed, he understood the gravity of the situation. Electronic warfare specialists were rare talents, seldom seen in active combat. At that moment, Amos reached the car, only to find that Edna had commandeered its control. He delivered a powerful kick to the side of the vehicle, fully aware of its vulnerabilities and weaponry. With one strike, he created a gash in the car's side and withdrew a 1.5-meter-long warhammer, its surface gleaming with the distinctive luster of high-quality metal. With his weapon in hand, he felt a surge of security. Unlike Captain Froman and his companions, who were equipped with compact weaponry for low-risk infiltration, Amos wielded a weapon he frequently employed. Although he could not unleash its full potential without exoskeleton armor, it bolstered his confidence immensely. "Ah!" he roared, every muscle in his body tensing, channeling a force of 1,200 kilograms, making the Tier 1 warhammer feel weightless in his grip. "Hurry up, we're in a bit of trouble," Captain Froman said, his brow furrowed, addressing his identity wristband. With the machine gun no longer a threat, he was unconcerned about Amos. However, the noise from the gunfire had shattered the silence of the night. And coupled with Amos's thunderous shout, it was only a matter of time before the police would arrive. Seeing Captain Froman's apparent indifference ignited fury within Amos. Although he was currently confined to the task of monitoring a child, it was a position of significance bestowed upon him by the big boss. And his status at the Stir Hotel was quite high. The advantage of weaponry fueled his bravado. Locking eyes with Captain Froman, they charged towards one another almost in unison. With a resounding crash, their weapons collided, causing Amos to stagger back 5 steps before regaining his footing. In contrast, Captain Froman wobbled slightly but cast a regretful glance at his short sword, which had sustained significant damage in the clash against the Tier 1 weapon. The technology of his close combat weapon was now compromised. Another collision would likely shatter it. Amos's eyes twitched, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. The recent clash had sapped his courage. The adversary before him was no ordinary soldier, but an exceptionally skilled veteran. In the face of an insurmountable foe, retreating was not an act of disgrace. Trying to escape? Too late. Captain Froman taunted, propelling himself forward with greater speed than Amos. Simultaneously, the machine gun on the vehicle, now under Edna's control, automatically opened fire on Amos. Upon hearing the machine gun roar back to life, Amos realized that fleeing would lead to certain demise. He pivoted, charging towards Edna, letting his Tier 1 warhammer fly towards the pursuing Captain Froman. Having once been a fugitive, Amos had been transformed by urban life. Yet in the face of life-threatening peril, his instinctual nature resurfaced. Every soldier who had endured decades of combat in the wild was no simple adversary. They were cunning, reckless, and passionate, often making the most prudent choices when confronted with death. Without a weapon, Amos, propelled by the force of throwing his war hammer and the adrenaline of the moment, found himself moving even faster than before. "Edna, watch out," Captain Froman shouted, extending his hand to catch the incoming war hammer while simultaneously warning her. Lowering her head to operate the electronic intrusion device, Edna glanced up just in time to meet Amos's piercing gaze, filled with murderous intent, a mere 5 meters away. In typical missions, she would prioritize safety, maintaining a distance for electronic warfare. Had today's task not been deemed simple and devoid of danger, she would never have ventured so close to combat, let alone without her exoskeleton armor. Edna desperately leaned backward, attempting to evade Amos's assault, yet she underestimated the desperation of a soldier. Only by eliminating her could the relentless onslaught of the machine gun be brought to a halt, compelling Amos to take her life in order to secure his own survival. Chapter 18. Battle. Amos gritted his teeth against the searing pain of bullets embedded in his back. Grateful that the ammunition he had equipped in the vehicle was of low lethality, ordinary rounds rather than the expensive enhanced ones. Although the ordinary bullets had pierced his skin and muscle under the relentless fire of the machine gun, they lacked the force to penetrate his formidable musculature and harm his vital organs. Of course, had he been struck by a greater number of bullets, his endurance would have been tested to its limits. However, the barrage from the machine gun was drawing to a close. With a swift motion, he seized Edna, whose rudimentary evasive maneuvers were futile against his grasp. In an instant, he shielded Edna behind him and dashed in another direction. If the vehicle's intelligent assistant, Dora, had been entirely under Edna's control, the machine gun would have ceased its fire, allowing Amos to use Edna as leverage to threaten Captain Froman into granting his escape. These were the most prudent decisions Amos made in that fleeting moment, yet fate had other plans. His movements were too rapid, and Edna had not fully commandeered the vehicle's intelligent assistant. She had merely forced the machine gun's automatic tracking system to target Amos. Thus, as Amos shielded Edna, the machine gun continued its relentless assault. In mere moments, dozens of kinetic projectiles struck Edna's body. Despite being a soldier herself, she was the most basic tier of combatant, and even Amos could not withstand such a concentrated onslaught of kinetic firepower. In an instant, Edna's body was nearly obliterated, and Amos felt the bullets traverse Edna's form, impacting his back. Edna. Captain Froman's eyes blazed with fury. Edna's demise drove him to the brink of madness. Talented electronic warfare specialists like Edna were rare finds, especially given that the primary adversary of soldiers was the insectoid race, relegating electronic warfare experts to a lower status among regular troops. Yet, within mercenary groups, they were invaluable assets for assault spacecraft. Without them, mercenaries would struggle to even access the target ship's hatch, let alone penetrate its myriad defensive systems. All of Froman's long efforts were undone by Amos in this singular moment. With murder in his eyes, Captain Froman unleashed his full might, hurling a specialized combat sword. The sword, propelled by approximately 2,000 kilograms of force, was nearly imperceptible as it left his hand. In the moment the sword departed Froman's grasp, Amos, attempting to flee, felt a jolt before collapsing to the ground. The specialized combat sword had pierced Amos's right knee, shattering upon striking the solid bone, leaving behind a multitude of jagged fragments. This resulted in his knee being riddled with splinters, mingling with shattered bone, amplifying the agony to an excruciating level. With a cry of despair, Amos cast aside Edna's lifeless form and clutched his injured knee. The machine gun in the vehicle had exhausted its ammunition, emitting a series of empty clicks. Captain Froman, wielding a primary war hammer, approached Amos step by step, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "You dared to kill Edna. Now pay with your life." In a fit of rage, Froman swung the war hammer down upon Amos's arm. The terrifying power of the war hammer manifested brutally in Amos, each strike reducing his arm, flesh and bone alike, to mere pulp. Terror and desperation filled Amos's eyes. Yet his pleas fell upon deaf ears as Froman continued his relentless assault, first on his arms, then on his legs. In a mere 20 seconds, Amos felt as though he were living a fate worse than death, wishing only for a swift end rather than this torment. If time permitted, Froman would have savored every moment of prolonging Amos's suffering, but he was acutely aware that law enforcement would soon arrive. Time was of the essence. Die, he bellowed, bringing the war hammer crashing down toward Amos's skull. As the hammer descended, a look of relief flickered in Amos's eyes. Croc, have you located the target? Froman turned his gaze to Edna's mangled form with a hint of regret before addressing his identity bracelet. Captain, there is no one in this building. We have searched everywhere, came Croc's calm reply. Time is running out. Retreat immediately, Froman ordered decisively, glancing at the clock. He understood that today presented no opportunity for success. With 30 minutes remaining until the next T3 sniper assistance device emitted its location signal, he had neither the time nor the patience to wait. Edna has met with an accident, Aiden exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Edna's shattered body. At that moment, a police patrol vehicle, flashing its lights, approached from the distance. The mercenaries, having no time for further discussion, swiftly hoisted Edna's remains and evacuated the scene. David, crouched in the corner of the underground gym, exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided detection by a mercenary who had been mere centimeters from him. The reason the searching mercenary had failed to find him, even with a life sensor, was due to the Shadow Servant's intervention. Upon discovering an intrusion into the resident's intelligent steward, Emma, David had promptly commanded the Shadow Servant to traverse the surface and discreetly assess the situation outside. What he observed was the complete ineffectiveness of what he had once deemed a formidable security system, as the heavily fortified steel alloy door was breached with alarming ease. This revelation opened his eyes to the terrifying reality of his world. These intruders dismissed the safety of his home with alarming confidence. Among the 5 mercenaries, 3 entered the residence while 2 remained outside, and David realized that escaping the house was now impossible. The enemy's actions, from jamming the net signals to dismantling the security system and breaching the steel door, demonstrated a level of professionalism he could not ignore. Except for the woman wielding a peculiar device, the others were armed with melee weapons, heightening his trepidation. In his understanding, those bearing firearms were not the most fearsome adversaries. Only soldiers would abandon firearms in favor of melee weaponry. This realization solidified his belief that resistance was futile. His sole option was to conceal himself. And soon the Shadow Servant's ability to render him invisible sprang to mind. He was uncertain whether the Shadow Servant could conceal his entire form, but he had no alternatives. The Shadow Servant, nearly matching David's size, required him to minimize his own physical dimensions for complete concealment. Thus, he connected with the Shadow Servant, directing it to envelop him entirely. Despite his intentions, he remained uncertain whether the Shadow Servant could adequately cloak his bulk. Under his command, the Shadow Servant ascended to envelop his body, and unexpectedly, it began to morph, its form shifting like liquid as it enveloped him. Even the part of him in contact with the ground was seamlessly covered, maintaining a comprehensive shroud. The 3 mercenaries searched with remarkable speed, likely seasoned in such endeavors. It was mere moments before they discovered the entrance to the basement. Through the Shadow Servant's perspective, David observed as one of the mercenaries scanned the underground gym with their device. Despite the gym's simplistic layout, a mere glance would suffice to reveal its contents. Yet this mercenary employed the most meticulous searching techniques. The mercenary, Croc, received readings indicating no life signs, yet just half an hour prior. The T3 sniper assistance device had been located there, and it too had vanished without a trace. Chapter 19. Evacuation. Croc activated another function of the device in his hand, emitting a penetrating light wave that would expose any hidden chambers or safes within the vicinity. David, observing through the eyes of the shadow attendant, felt a surge of anxiety as Croc directed the instrument towards the corners where the shadow attendant concealed his presence. However, he soon realized that his concerns were unfounded. Croc continued to pivot away from the direction of the shadow attendant without hesitation, indicating that the device had failed to detect its presence, or the concealed David. After a thorough examination, Croc's disappointment was palpable. The room appeared as immaculate as he had anticipated. Yet, the instincts honed from years of mercenary experience alerted him to the peculiarities of the underground gym. It was evident that someone had occupied this space not long ago. Although David was currently invisible to him, the lingering scent of perspiration from David's rigorous training permeated the sealed environment, allowing Croc to estimate the recency of the presence. This was the impetus behind his quest to uncover hidden chambers or alternate escape routes. It was implausible for the individual to have vanished without a trace. In truth, had David observed Croc directly, even the most adept concealment would have drawn Croc's attention, leading to discovery. This instinct, possessed by battle-hardened warriors, intensified in tranquil surroundings. The shadow attendant, however, was an anomaly. Its gaze remained fixed on Croc's every move without triggering any suspicion. The sudden appearance of Amos, who was surveilling David, disrupted the plans of the serious mercenary group. Upon receiving orders from Captain Froman, Croc promptly stowed away his device. As he prepared to exit the underground gym, he cast one last reluctant glance at the empty room before hastily departing. Through the shadow attendant's heightened senses, David perceived that the danger was swiftly receding, prompting a sigh of relief. In that critical moment, he discovered a new ability of the shadow attendant. Though he wished to avoid relying on such perilous methods to unveil its powers, his heart could scarcely withstand it. He refrained from moving his body, allowing the shadow attendant to soar outward, surveying the area beyond the gym for any lingering presence. Outside the underground gym lay a corridor illuminated by overhead lights, extending a mere 5 meters before transitioning into a transparent passage akin to glass, suspended in midair. Surrounding the glass corridor, and beneath it, was a sprawling vegetable cultivation facility, encompassing 5 levels and approximately 1,000 square meters. The absence of any onlookers was immediately apparent. Having confirmed this, the shadow attendant ascended through the ground to reach the surface. Through the shadow attendant's perspective, David beheld 4 mercenaries preparing to depart, one of whom carried a mangled corpse, the sole female mercenary. As the shadow attendant materialized, a spectral shadow emitted from her body, merging with the shadow attendant. Subsequently, another ethereal shadow emerged from the lifeless form of Amos on the ground, also joining with the shadow attendant. Although David had been concealed in the underground gym and was unaware of the recent events, he quickly deduced that a confrontation had transpired between Amos, who had been monitoring him, and the intruding enemies. The mutual destruction of both parties brought him a sense of satisfaction, though his primary concern lay with the 2 spectral forms absorbed by the shadow attendant. This marked the first occasion he witnessed the process of the shadow attendant drawing souls from corpses. During the previous incident at the bookstore, he had exited before the absorption was complete. As the mercenaries retreated and police patrol hovercraft approached, David realized that he was finally safe. At that moment, he spotted an object on the ground resembling a notebook, recalling it vividly as something the female mercenary had held. Uncertain of their identities, he was confident that they were not aligned with those who sought to kill him. Otherwise, there would have been no conflict with Amos. Perhaps this item could unveil the truth behind the situation, as it was the only remnant left by these individuals. Although the shadow attendant could not physically lift such a weighty object, concealing it posed no challenge. Just as it had concealed David's form, the shadow attendant enveloped the item. "Quick, alert reinforcements!" shouted a police officer upon discovering the corpses, the still-active machine gun atop the vehicle, and the chaotic remnants of battle. The officer recognized that the signs of conflict indicated the involvement of soldiers, surpassing his authority to manage the scene. Within a minute, a larger police transport arrived, from which 4 soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor descended, while the remaining officers began cordoning off the area. Through the shadow attendant's gaze, David clearly observed the most formidable soldiers from his memories. Those adorned in exoskeletal armor represented the apex of soldier capabilities. The evolution of exoskeletal armor had been the culmination of millennia of reform within the Interstellar Federation, transitioning from cumbersome mechs and fully autonomous robots to the current form controlled by soldiers, an adaptation necessitated by the emergence of the insectoid species. The designs of old had become obsolete in the face of the insectoids, and only exoskeletal armor, which amplified the innate strength of the soldiers, could dominate the battlefield. The speed and combat style of the insectoids dictated the tactics of soldiers. Only with sufficient speed could they effectively engage, and only weapons capable of breaching insectoid carapaces could inflict harm. Soldiers wielded weapons of superior quality, and the cost of ammunition capable of damaging insectoids was exorbitant, posing a financial risk to any organization. The value of the consumed ammunition far exceeded the worth of slaying insectoids. Due to their tenacious vitality, kinetic projectiles inflicted minimal wounds, making fatal outcomes elusive. Such circumstances warranted the use of higher-grade ammunition only in battles where value was disregarded. Nonetheless, exceptions existed. The sniper soldiers maximized the effectiveness of quality ammunition through precise, critical strikes, thereby conserving resources. The 4 soldiers currently present comprised a standard combat team, a shield-wielding soldier as a defender, dual sword wielders as assault soldiers, and 2 heavy axe bearers as demolition soldiers. As Officer Bob's patrol hovercraft halted, he leapt from a height of 2 meters, dashing towards David's residence. "David, thank goodness you're all right." Upon reaching the front door, he encountered David emerging from the basement, his relief palpable. "Rest assured, David, we will apprehend the culprit," Officer Bob assured him. In truth, even without his assurance, the government would prioritize this incident. Though David was merely a senior in high school, he was the son of Hans, the national hero, and an attempt on the life of the child of a figure of such stature had crossed an unacceptable line for the government. David's previous self had underestimated the influence of the national hero, a sentiment that even the current David, armed with memories of his predecessor, failed to grasp. "Officer Bob, could you refrain from notifying my father?" David whispered, wishing to spare Hans from undue distress. "David, it is impossible for Deputy Director Hans to remain uninformed about this matter. Its implications are far too significant." Officer Bob replied with a rueful shake of his head. Chapter 20. Aftermath. "David, do you know who attacked your residence?" After discussing personal matters, Officer Bob activated his identity bracelet and began his routine inquiry. "I recall that your home is equipped with a security system. Was it activated at the time?" Bob continued his questioning. "David, I will inquire further if necessary," he added, deactivating the bracelet. He proceeded to explain. "The security system failed to function. Rest assured, all your losses will be addressed by the security system provider, and I will endeavor to secure additional compensation for you. Due to the unique environment of Rockstar, the insurance industry here is underdeveloped. Most insurance companies refuse to insure properties in this area, and even those that do charge exorbitant premiums. Consequently, when incidents occur, homeowners typically cover part of the costs, with the city contributing the rest for repairs or reconstruction." The approach Officer Bob suggested relied on leveraging his authority and the influence of Hans, the national hero, to pressure the security company. The belief that the security system could not protect the loved ones of a national hero would place the security company in a precarious position, potentially jeopardizing their ability to secure significant contracts in the future. "Thank you, Officer Bob." While David did not fully grasp the underlying reasons, he understood that Officer Bob was helping him and expressed his gratitude. "Officer Bob, here are the preliminary investigation results." A young officer approached Bob and handed him a report. Bob nodded at the young officer and opened the investigation findings before David. "David, it has been confirmed that among those who attacked you, there were mercenaries and Amos. The security chief of the Sturt Hotel was found dead on the scene." As he spoke, Bob glanced at David, recalling that the intelligence about Amos surveilling David had come from him. Who could have anticipated that such a mercenary would meet his end here? Had there not been evidence of a mercenary skirmish at the scene, and if David had not employed a mercenary, one might have thought David was responsible for silencing Amos. From this preliminary report, it appears that the assailants deployed an electronic warfare unit along with multiple mercenaries. Their operational style bears the hallmarks of mercenaries. "David, can you think of anything that might have attracted these mercenaries?" Bob pressed on. "I can't think of anything that would draw them here." David pondered deeply before shaking his head. In truth, during that fleeting moment of contemplation, he recalled the T3 sniper assistance device, the only unexpected acquisition he had made recently. Without this device, the only other explanation would be related to his past. However, his previous incarnation rarely interacted with others, save for the peculiar sacrificial manual. But it was unlikely that Trainer Jeremy would resort to self-exposure, which would only bring him significant trouble. "I will request heightened attention from the Skynet regarding your home security. I will inform you of any new developments in the investigation." With the surrounding investigation wrapping up, Officer Bob concluded the conversation. During this time, the 4 mercenaries had kept their distance, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Amos's body and vehicle were taken away, and the traces of the battle on the ground were documented and subsequently restored. Some bloodstains and weapon fragments were collected. As the police departed, aside from the damaged steel gate, the scene appeared almost unchanged. Should anyone else come looking for trouble, it would not be the police responding, but rather multiple interceptor drones deploying targeted attacks, rendering unarmed mercenaries helpless against such an assault. Moreover, once targeted by the interceptor drones, an individual's identity would automatically be entered into a wanted list. David closed the damaged gate. The lock was broken, and it could only be repaired the following day. Many areas of his home had suffered damage, as these mercenaries were far from benevolent, conducting their search with great brutality. Most concerning was the unresponsive intelligent housekeeper, Emma, which left David feeling uneasy. Though Emma was merely an intelligent assistant, David regarded her as a family member, both from his previous life and his own experiences. Approaching the machine body of the intelligent housekeeper, he was uncertain how to operate it. His identity bracelet displayed a video call request, revealing his father, Hans. "Father, I apologize for alarming you," David expressed helplessly to Hans, who was driving in the video. "I will arrive shortly. Please tidy up and prepare to stay with me." Hans replied, his face weary and his voice somber. "Father, I cannot leave my home," David blurted out, the words flowing without thought, a remnant of his past life as obsessions. Previously, he had improved his relationship with Hans without triggering any such compulsions. However, the suggestion to leave his home and stay with his father and stepmother reignited that fixation. Hearing the determination in David's voice, Hans fell silent momentarily. "I have arrived." After a brief pause, he finally said, then disconnected the video call. David opened the door to find Hans descending from a hovering vehicle. "David, if you wish to stay, that is fine. I have already contacted a repair team. They are on their way to fix the damage," Hans promptly informed David upon seeing him. He respected the son who had accepted him anew while also leveraging his connections to enhance security in the area. Unless someone were to brazenly force an attack, such intrusions would not occur again. Subsequently, David had little to worry about as Hans directed the incoming repair team to address the damages to the residence. The intelligent housekeeper, Emma, who had been forcibly shut down, was also reactivated, though the security system's issues would require the intervention of the security company. "David, rest early. Do not concern yourself with the security system. I will send a formal request to them tomorrow on behalf of the legal department. They will install the best security system for you," Hans reassured him as he prepared to leave, still somewhat uneasy. In a basement of a residence, four members of the serious mercenary corps sat together. "Croc, Ed, Fisher, have you truly found nothing?" Captain Froman inquired. Glancing at the identity bracelet displaying the location of the T3 sniper assistance device, his tone filled with incredulity. It was understandable. Anyone who lost key personnel during an operation without any gain while still discovering that the target remained would naturally be bewildered. "Should we continue to stay or abandon our mission on Rockstar?" Captain Froman trusted Croc, a machine-like individual and one of the few he relied on within the mercenary group. He posed the question again. "Captain, whether we proceed or retreat. We cannot act in the short term," Ed interjected. Following the loss of the electronic warfare specialist, Edna, the task of intelligence gathering fell to Ed. Although his skills were not as proficient as Edna's, he could manage simpler tasks. He had acquired the latest intelligence from an informant, revealing that the entire city of Perlon, indeed the whole of Rockstar, was in an uproar due to their actions. Even the incident involving Albert's personal flyer crashing, resulting in nearly 100 fatalities, did not create as much impact as this. Albert's actions could be attributed to an accident, but their current operation was a targeted assault. Most significantly, their objective was the child of a national hero, triggering a chain reaction from this mission. Chapter 21. Harvest, are you saying that our target is the child of a national hero? Commander Froman inquired, a wave of dread washing over him. At that moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Had he known the target possessed such a background, he would never have initiated the attack. He even harbored doubts that the act of killing David would provoke the involvement of a cosmic warship in their pursuit. Croc nodded heavily, expressing his staunch support for this decision. Shortly after the 4 members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps departed, 8 armored soldiers surrounded the building. The intelligence possessed by the Wolf Mercenary Corps was immensely valuable, and those who trafficked in information would not overlook such a lucrative opportunity. In truth, the situation was even direr than Commander Froman had anticipated. Their group's entry into the Rockstar had been conducted through legitimate channels, making it swift for authorities to trace their identities. Previously, Albert's collision, which had injured nearly 100 individuals, was interpreted as an assault against David, the child of a national hero, disregarding the fact that Albert had piloted a non-combat personal shuttle to attack an unfamiliar high school senior. Regardless, the Wolf Mercenary Corps had been labeled as such, and every member was exposed, each tragically becoming a wanted criminal, with some even marked as top priority. David placed his hand on the shadow servant's shoulder, feeling a familiar energy flow from the servant into his body, eliciting an involuntary groan of pleasure. It was a sensation that soothed his very soul. Perhaps the energy from this encounter was not as overwhelming as the last, preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness and allowing him to fully experience the sensations it brought. Once the pleasant feeling subsided, his mind felt as though it had been cleansed by water, leaving him invigorated. "Display my attribute panel," he commanded the shadow servant. Soon, his current attribute panel materialized before him. Name: David Kerr. Strength: 2, 52, 1, Agility: 1, 7, 1, Constitution: 2, 1, 1, Spirit: 3, 0, 1, Literature: 3 Proficiency. Mathematics: 5 Proficiency. General Knowledge: 51 Beginner. Body Techniques: 99 Beginner. Longsword Mastery: 5 Beginner. His spirit had increased by 0. 2. And he was now fully convinced that the shadow servant had absorbed the souls of Amos and the female mercenary, channeling a portion of that soul energy back to him, enhancing his spirit. While he was uncertain of the exact benefits of the spirit attribute, he recognized its impact on his learning speed. Curiosity piqued, David murmured to himself, "How much knowledge energy have Amos and the female mercenary bestowed upon me?" He had long wished to conduct experiments to validate his hypotheses, but the shadow servant required the absorption of souls to acquire knowledge orbs, leaving him at a loss for where to find freshly deceased bodies. Although the day was perilous, it had brought him 2 valuable souls. At the very least, he was certain that Amos was an armored soldier, and the female mercenary, capable of becoming an interstellar mercenary, was certainly not without skill. He sensed within the shadow servant's form an orange knowledge orb and a yellow knowledge orb, causing his spirit to surge. A knowledge orb of a higher grade than orange, which represented proficiency. What could surpass that? Warhammer Mastery: 82 Proficiency. Electronic Warfare: 98 Mastery. David's eyes widened in astonishment at the presence of the 98 Mastery Electronic Warfare knowledge orb, exceeding his expectations. What a pity, he began to utter, only to chuckle at his own greed. Others might spend a lifetime to reach such a level, yet here it was, within his grasp. Why should he ask for more? He had not absorbed a knowledge orb today. It had been over a day since he last fused with the Body Techniques knowledge orb. His gaze remained fixated on the Electronic Warfare, 98 Mastery, knowledge orb, for it was pure knowledge and would not provoke any physical reactions. Initially, he had intended to fuse with the Heavy Axe Mastery, 33 Beginner, knowledge orb, but without a heavy axe, he had no means to practice even if he learned it. Naturally, the Warhammer Mastery, 82 Proficiency, knowledge orb was similarly impractical. He resolved to absorb and fuse with the Electronic Warfare, 98 Mastery, knowledge orb, relaxing his entire being. David guided the Electronic Warfare, 98 Mastery, knowledge orb into his body, observing as the attribute panel before him displayed the emergence of electronic warfare abilities, rapidly ascending in level. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he found himself before a holographic computer, his hands rhythmically striking the keys. The process of coding stretched on for quite some time, employing various programming languages and techniques. Just as he believed the illusion was about to conclude, the scene merely shifted, placing him at a control panel. In front of the control panel appeared an array of instruments, each one automatically disassembling before him, with their structures and related knowledge flooding into his mind. Some instruments were military grade, while others were civilian. Eventually, he found himself aboard a spacecraft, positioned before the control panel of the main control room, where yet another wave of knowledge surged into his brain. It was only when the final wave of knowledge had entered his mind that David staggered back from the illusion and collapsed, sleeping soundly on the ground. His earlier notion of absorbing 2 knowledge orbs daily was shattered in the face of the 98 Mastery knowledge orb. In truth, had David's spirit not reached 3.0, the sheer influx of knowledge would have rendered an ordinary person unconscious for days, preventing them from absorbing and fusing all that 98 Mastery knowledge. The electronic warfare knowledge possessed by Edna, the electronic warfare specialist, was no simple matter. The capabilities that had eluded Commander Froman of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, who had exhausted every method to acquire an electronic warfare specialist, were among the pinnacle of expertise in that field. Edna was a prodigy in electronic warfare, and with the full support of the Wolf Mercenary Corps, she had achieved such a level of mastery. The power of David's shadow servant had long surpassed the conventional understanding of a servant, becoming a mysterious entity unto itself. David, immersed in his own experience, remained unaware of this transformation. While he recognized the shadow servant's uniqueness, it was merely a belief rooted in the sacrificial manual that had accompanied his previous life's demise, lacking the credibility to earn his trust. However, upon witnessing the tangible edition of Electronic Warfare 98 Mastery on his attribute panel, he finally felt a sense of relief. Had he squandered this yellow-quality knowledge orb, he could not fathom how deeply he would regret it. Simultaneously, he discerned the nature of the item he had collected. It was the weapon of an electronic warfare specialist. The K2 military electronic warfare device, like the T3 sniper assistance device, it was military equipment not available on the market. Only the unrestrained mercenaries could acquire such gear through various channels. However, unlike the T3 sniper assistance device, the K2 military electronic warfare device was a complete electronic warfare specialist's equipment. Chapter 22. Unexpected wealth. David skillfully activated the K2 military electronic countermeasure device, and the display screen was flooded with an endless stream of data. To those lacking relevant knowledge, this equipment would be utterly incomprehensible, let alone operable. Yet, David maneuvered it effortlessly, his understanding of electronic countermeasures allowing him to discern the most likely sources of exposure to his own location. He retrieved the T3 sniper assistance device and placed it beside the K2 military electronic countermeasure device. Within 10 seconds, the K2 successfully captured the faint signals emitted by the control system of the T3. A subtle movement of his fingers disabled the hidden location signal program, a precautionary measure taken just in time. Curiously, given the mercenaries' modus operandi, they had left behind the K2 upon their departure, yet seemed to place immense importance on the T3. Although David had disabled the signal program, his mind was still rife with questions. From a value perspective, the K2 military electronic countermeasure device was an exceedingly expensive piece of equipment, although he was unaware of its exact worth. It was certainly worth hundreds of thousands of credit points, a true luxury. In contrast, the T3 sniper assistance device was merely difficult to acquire and was far inferior in value to the K2, rendering the mobilization of so many mercenaries utterly disproportionate. Did the T3 harbor some secret? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he began to examine the T3 sniper assistance device. Although it appeared simple, it was composed of numerous intricate components, rendering disassembly impossible and leaving him unable to uncover its secrets. His gaze shifted to the shadow attendant, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. The shadow attendant had the ability to penetrate objects, which meant he could potentially see the inner workings of the device. Despite the T3 not being particularly large, the shadow attendant could still manage to insert an eye into it. Through the shadow attendant's eye, David glimpsed the interior of the T3 sniper assistance device. On the sidewall, a chip the size of a fingernail was affixed. Extracting the chip from the T3 proved to be a challenge, as the device had miraculously survived a collision and explosion from the transport shuttle. Even if he wished to damage it, he couldn't breach the outer shell to retrieve the chip. He decided to investigate the chip's purpose instead. Although he couldn't remove it, David possessed the capability to activate the chip and examine its stored content. In his previous life, he would have lacked this ability. But having just acquired a 98 mastery level in electronic countermeasures, activating a chip at such close range was a trivial task. The K2 military electronic countermeasure device emitted a weak energy pulse, and with the shadow attendant's guidance, this pulse accurately connected to the chip's energy interface, initiating its activation. Subsequently, a string of data appeared on the K2, which at first glance resembled gibberish, yet was crystal clear in David's eyes, enlightening him. With swift fingers, he transferred this data from the K2 to his personal identity wristband. A projection materialized on his wristband, showcasing the emblem of the Yucca Bank. Yucca Bank was among the many financial institutions within the Federation, renowned for its high level of confidentiality and claimed to be the safest bank. Although the credit points held within Yucca Bank might not yield significant returns, they were guaranteed not to be exposed, making it the optimal choice for most black and gray income. Upon seeing the Yucca Bank emblem, David comprehended the chip's significance. While he had never encountered the rumored anonymous accounts, he had long been aware of the widely circulated notion of such special accounts. As the Yucca Bank emblem flickered, a series of verifications ensued, with data from the chip continuously interacting with the Yucca Bank branch on Rockstar via the Skynet. This exchange lasted a full 10 seconds. Even with David's 98 mastery in electronic countermeasures, he could not decipher this information, as it constituted the bank's core secrets, having undergone countless years of scrutiny. Once the verification concluded, David finally grasped the true reason behind the mercenaries' arrival. The account contained a balance of 4,200,000 credit points, a staggering sum within the anonymous account. 4,200,000 credit points on Rockstar, a planet where credit points held immense value, signified considerable wealth. Gazing at the account balance, David felt a surge of excitement. If he failed to gain admission to a good university, remaining in Pelin City for a lifetime would never yield such wealth. This was the first time in both his past and present lives that he had encountered such opulence. After several deep breaths to stabilize his emotions, he refrained from transferring the credit points to his identity wristband. Such a substantial influx of unaccounted wealth would undoubtedly invite unwanted trouble. Moreover, with the chip securely in his possession, others could not access this anonymous account without it, effectively making it his private account. He could utilize these credit points whenever he wished. He stored the T3 sniper assistance device in his pocket, valuing it now at over 4,200,000 credit points. Stimulated by this newfound wealth and the events of the previous night, his mind was restless. Reflecting on the two individuals who had perished, he began to analyze the capabilities of the shadow attendant. Firstly, the soldier Amos undoubtedly possessed more than one ability. Yet the shadow attendant had only acquired the knowledge sphere of the Warhammer Mastery, 82 proficiency, from his soul. David believed that Amos's martial prowess must far exceed mere entry-level skills. Furthermore, considering the female mercenary who was an electronic countermeasure specialist, the shadow attendant had similarly obtained only one electronic countermeasure knowledge sphere from her soul. Did this imply that the shadow attendant could acquire only one ability from a single soul, likely the strongest ability the soul possessed in life? A vague concept began to crystallize in his mind. The shadow attendant could only derive one ability from each soul, and this ability was likely the most potent one the soul had wielded during its lifetime. This was evident in the case of the female mercenary, whose soul provided an electronic countermeasure knowledge sphere that was indeed her strongest skill. David decided against further absorbing knowledge spheres, as the recent experience of assimilating the electronic countermeasure, 98 proficiency, knowledge sphere had demonstrated the risks involved. If his body could not support the integration, there was a significant chance of failure. It was important to note that the electronic countermeasure, 98 proficiency, knowledge sphere was purely knowledge-based, and it nearly overwhelmed him. The remaining knowledge spheres were all combat-oriented, making the likelihood of failure even greater. He began to practice the 18 techniques of martial arts relentlessly, feeling a strong conviction that if he could execute the entire sequence of the 18 techniques at a 99 entry-level proficiency, he would transcend the entry-level threshold. This feeling was overwhelmingly intense. Although this incomplete practice would not enhance his attributes, he continued to train tirelessly. The 3-month supply of enhanced meat he had purchased was being consumed rapidly, but he paid no mind to this expenditure, as his newfound wealth was more than sufficient to sustain such training. His plan was to elevate his martial arts to a proficient level, thereby enabling him to absorb the effects of a level 2 enhancement potion with greater efficacy. Although the potion's effects were commendable, its absorption depended significantly on personal ability. The stronger the martial arts, the better the absorption. Only by ingesting the level 2 enhancement potion and enhancing his physical attributes could he confidently avoid squandering the remaining 3 knowledge spheres. Chapter 23. Hidden Programs Master. Supervisor Jason from Leeson Security Company wishes to see you at the door. David, engaged in practicing the 18 techniques of body art in the underground gym, heard the familiar and melodious voice of his smart assistant, Emma, emanating from his identity wristband. During his recent breaks, he had utilized his electronic countermeasure skills to reinforce the security system of this residence. Upon acquiring true electronic countermeasure abilities, the vulnerabilities of the security system became glaringly apparent, explaining how easily the mercenaries had breached it that day. Initially, David had no desire to meet with Supervisor Jason. He no longer required the security company to reconstruct the security system. Nevertheless, considering the potential compensation from Leeson Security Company, he opted to meet him. In the grand hall of the residence, Supervisor Jason fidgeted restlessly in his corpulent form, the plush high-end sofa failing to provide him any comfort. He glanced at the beautiful secretary seated beside him. If he failed to secure a resolution with the owner of this house, he risked losing his supervisory position, and with it, the lovely secretary would likely be claimed by another. After Emma, the smart assistant, had ushered them in, David's tardiness in appearing only heightened Supervisor Jason's unease. David had no intention of leaving him waiting. He merely took a moment to wash off the sweat from his practice out of courtesy, inadvertently causing Jason to misinterpret the situation. As Jason surveyed the residence, he appraised its value. He was aware that the owner was connected to a person of national prestige, but the foundation for compensation still hinged on the property's worth. Just by observing the fruit juice in the hands of Jason and his secretary, he could discern the owner's affluence. On the planet of Panshur, agricultural resources were nearly non-existent, compelling most to resort to synthetic food. Thus, the natural fruit juice they held, though unassuming, indicated that the residence housed a substantial cultivation facility. Panshur faced threats from the insectoid species, resulting in thick containment zones beneath every city constructed from steel and materials repugnant to the bugs. The inner layers were equipped with numerous sensors to prevent any insectoid infiltration. The existence of these containment zones restricted the size of underground spaces, rendering the subterranean resources of Pelin City exceedingly precious. In fact, the underground space could be even more valuable than the surface, owing to its extreme scarcity. Mr. David, I am Jason, the business supervisor of Leeson Security. Upon seeing David, Jason's rotund form sprang from the sofa, and he greeted David with a smile. The secretary flashed her most enchanting smile, accompanying Jason in hopes of alleviating the atmosphere. Hello, Supervisor Jason. David replied with a smile and gestured for him to sit down for discussion. David's maturity prompted Jason to regard him with newfound respect, particularly since David was evidently not swayed by the secretary's charm, a rarity for someone of his age, typically characterized by youthful exuberance. Mr. David, on behalf of Leeson Security Company, I sincerely apologize for the losses incurred due to this unfortunate incident. Jason promptly expressed the company's stance. I accept your apology, Supervisor Jason, but how do you intend to address this? David, uninterested in the formalities, sought to expedite the resolution of the matter. Leeson Security Company will replace your security system with the highest grade model at no cost, and we will cover all losses you sustained during this incident, in addition to compensating you with 200,000 credit points. How does that sound? Jason proposed, taken aback by David's directness, which left him with no opportunity to elaborate on his premeditated scheme. Let it be so. David rose, extending his hand in agreement. Jason was momentarily taken aback. Typically, such discussions required mutual negotiation. David's abrupt acceptance rendered his extensive preparations redundant. Furthermore, the compensation amount fell short of his initial expectations, which could lead others to perceive Leeson Security Company as taking advantage of the child of a person of national prestige. However, having reached an agreement, he could not raise the offer, so he stood and shook hands with David. Mr. David, please grant the necessary permissions so I can upgrade your security system, Jason requested. Eager to proceed with his task, David refrained from disclosing that he had already fortified the security system, as it would be difficult to explain. Thus he granted access, allowing Jason to connect to the residence's security network. Jason swiftly operated the equipment he had brought along, initiating the upgrade and replacement of the residence's security system. In a mere 5 minutes, the task was completed. Mr. David, your security system software has been upgraded to the highest level. Our technicians will come within 3 working days to install the corresponding hardware. If you are satisfied, we can sign the settlement agreement, Jason stated with a smile. Observing David's silence, he proceeded to sign the electronic agreement using his identity wristband, further broadening the grin on Jason's face. After bidding farewell to Jason, David's countenance was less than cheerful. Moments ago, while Jason was upgrading the security system, his original security system had issued an alert. Although the fortified security system lacked the comprehensive functions of Leeson's, it was indeed more advanced in terms of security. Ultimately, this system was merely civilian-grade, and its enhancements were still limited. Once Jason was granted access, the alerts from his operations indicated the presence of unauthorized programs in the security software uploaded by Jason. David retrieved his K2 military electronic countermeasure device and connected it to the security system to investigate further. Before long, he uncovered a hidden permission program. Activating it would cause all security devices in his residence to shut down automatically, allowing outsiders to enter freely. David again sensed the extensive capabilities of those who sought to thwart him. The recent attack by mercenaries was merely a chance occurrence. Yet someone had seized the opportunity to manipulate his security system, rendering his residence vulnerable. Had he not acquired electronic countermeasure abilities and preemptively embedded his own security program, he might have remained oblivious until it was too late. David modified the hidden permission program to ensure that any activation would immediately alert his identity wristband, allowing him to decide whether to grant that permission. He had no intention of approaching Leeson's security company, as the unveiled enemy was not to be feared. What truly terrified him was the uncertainty of who the enemy was and the extent of their influence. He contemplated the knowledge spheres of Warhammer Mastery, 82 proficiency, sniping, 20 proficiency, and the foundational skills of body art, 99 proficiency. Given some time, his strength would experience exponential growth, and he would no longer be in such a passive position. In the car, Supervisor Jason, having departed David's residence, wore an exceedingly grave expression. Devoid of any joy from resolving the company's predicament, he typed a message on his identity wristband. Task complete. Darling, I wish to eat some natural vegetables. The secretary softly murmured. Very well, I will take you for a grand feast. Supervisor Jason responded with a smile, waving his hand. Before the new year, Leeson Security Company sent additional security monitoring devices, all compatible with the highest grade security system software. David meticulously inspected these devices, finding no further backdoors or hidden programs. It seemed his adversaries held little interest in his private life. They merely sought to facilitate their attempts to strike against him. As the days passed, reaching December 31st, no one had activated the Hidden Authority program. In David's assessment, it was highly probable that the adversary intended to wait for the previous events to subside before devising a strategy to confront him. It was amidst this atmosphere that the government's New Year's soiree approached. Chapter 24. The Galahans and David were both clad in the formal attire mandated by the Federation, a style favored by the majority of men attending significant occasions. Apart from slight variations in fabric and embellishments, dictated by one's wealth, the general design remained largely consistent. Bertha, entwined with Hans, adorned a fitted gown and a necklace that sparkled with resplendent brilliance, exuding an air of opulence. Given the exclusivity of such a gala, the youthful Eddie was not permitted to attend. The New Year's Eve celebration was scheduled at the Sturt Hotel, with the municipal government of Pelin reserving an entire floor, a clear indication of their dedication to the event. As David descended from the hovering automobile and beheld the Sturt Hotel, his mind immediately recalled Amos, the hotel's security chief. Although Amos was deceased, his prior surveillance of David's actions confirmed the involvement of adversaries intent on his demise. David pondered whether the Sturt Hotel itself was complicit and whether the figure behind Amos was a prominent individual at the hotel. A myriad of questions surged in his mind, yet he sensed the hovering shadow attendant above him, whose acute awareness of danger, coupled with the high-profile nature of the evening, alleviated his concerns regarding safety. Having possessed the shadow attendant for nearly 10 days, David had progressed from being unable to control the shared visual and auditory perceptions to effortlessly surveying his surroundings through the attendant's eyes without hindering his own movements. Upon entering the Sturt Hotel, there was no need for inspection. The myriad scanners had already automatically registered the identity wristbands of the entrants. Those lacking the requisite permissions to approach the gala were promptly escorted away by security. David, go find your friends and enjoy yourself. I will seek you out shortly, Hans whispered to David as they entered the gala hall. David nodded, observing that Hans appeared to hold more prestige than the memories of his former self suggested. Every individual in the hall who encountered Hans inclined respectfully, some even saluting in the style of the Federation military. Hans understood the necessity of engaging with these individuals and, recognizing David's aversion to such social interactions, intended only to introduce him to key connections. As David separated from Hans and Bertha, he did not gravitate towards the cluster of young people, as he had no acquaintances there. The former self had perfected the art of socializing, yet the deteriorating relationship with his father had led him to abstain from such gatherings, rendering his peers mere strangers. This realization offered David some solace. Despite possessing the memories of his former self, the world remained foreign to him, particularly with formidable enemies looming, perpetually robbing him of a sense of security. Each unfamiliar face sparked suspicion that it might belong to an enemy. He took a glass of natural juice from a passing server, sipped it lightly, and retreated to a secluded corner. While savoring his drink, he connected with the shadow attendant, directing it to traverse the ground beneath him and descend further. After a brief moment, he casually shifted several meters to the side, where the attendant began searching through various rooms on the unseen lower level. Prior to his arrival, David had located a map of the Sturt Hotel via the Skynet. revealing that only the grand hall on the second floor was designated for the municipal government's New Year's gala, while the first floor housed security offices. "Hello there. I don't believe we've met before," a lively voice interrupted David's focus. He looked up to see a burly young man, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing at him. Though similarly attired in Federation formal wear, the outfit David wore exuded elegance, while it appeared almost armored on this young man. "I'm Myron," he introduced himself, raising his wine glass, and then, as if struck by a thought, exclaimed, "Goodness, you're a Kerr, the legendary Hans Kerr's eldest son?" "If there were no other David Kerr, then indeed, I am," David replied, bemused by his own notoriety, shrugging lightly. "Seeing you away from those noisy fellows, it seems you two dislike socializing." "We are alike," Myron remarked, gesturing towards a group of young men laughing and chatting with several ladies. David surveyed the affable Myron, noting that he did not appear to share his aversion to socializing, rather seeming to have sought him out for conversation. "I assure you, David, if it weren't for the rumor of an important figure attending today, I wouldn't be here," Myron insisted, noticing David's skepticism. "An important figure?" David inquired, curious about the identity of the person Myron referred to. It was essential to recognize that the New Year's gala was not an ordinary event. All the high-ranking officials of Pelin City would be in attendance, and others would feel privileged to be invited, making this gathering a congregation of the city's elites. As David conversed with Myron, an unexpected hush fell over the hall. Both he and Myron turned towards the podium, where several officials, familiar to David, emerged. Applause erupted as all guests welcomed the officials' arrival. "Thank you all for attending the New Year's gala," one official exclaimed, waving cheerfully, his voice amplified through the hall's sound system via his identity wristband. Although David's former self was somewhat disconnected from the external world, he recognized the speaker as Mayor Bernard of Pelin City. "Myron, what about that important figure you mentioned?" David asked quietly while listening to Mayor Bernard's address. David's attention shifted back to the shadow attendant, which could not stray more than 10 meters from him, complicating his search. Furthermore, the images obtained from the Skynet lacked scale markings, making it difficult for him to accurately position himself above the security office. He stealthily shifted a few steps to the side, at which point the shadow attendant passed through a wall, revealing a surveillance wall before its eyes. The monitoring wall was segmented into nearly 100 small windows, each displaying corresponding surveillance footage. Only 2 security personnel sat before the monitoring wall, aided by an intelligent system that allowed them to respond only when alarms were triggered, negating the need for constant visual scrutiny. David's target, however, was not the monitoring wall, but rather the secured cabinet adjacent to it. Even if electronic warfare expert Edna were still alive, breaching the security light brain undetected would be impossible. Electronic warfare specialists typically employed aggressive signal suppression, a tactic ill-suited for urban environments, where an overt attack would inevitably trigger Skynet's pursuit. This expansive hotel was not akin to David's residence, where a signal jammer could suffice. Yet, with the shadow attendant's invisibility and penetration capabilities, David could maximize his electronic warfare potential, emboldening him to contemplate breaching the security light brain of the Sturt Hotel even during the gala. Meanwhile, Mayor Bernard's speech continued, and the shadow attendant silently infiltrated the cabinet that required high-level access within the Sturt Hotel. Before the attendant stood a towering security light brain, prompting David to muse. What a lavish investment. This security light brain, equivalent to a compact server, could function as a primary light brain for a spacecraft, valued at millions, underscoring the Sturt Hotel's commitment to security. Chapter 25. Infiltration. David controlled the shadow attendant, who appeared before the secure holographic terminal. The shadow attendant gently tapped the terminal, and the permissions page emerged. However, the shadow attendant paid no attention to the permissions page. Instead, he swiftly input commands into the secure terminal. If the input were incorrect 3 times, the system would lock down and trigger an alarm. This was the terminal's final line of defense. And even a master electronic countermeasure specialist with a 98 proficiency could not breach this defense from close range. Otherwise, such expertise would be rendered utterly without value. In merely 20 seconds, the permissions page vanished, revealing the main operation interface of the terminal. David, who was enjoying a glass of juice in the banquet hall, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Without saying more, his electronic countermeasure abilities alone allowed him to navigate this world quite adeptly. and the shadow attendant significantly enhanced this capability. Although the shadow attendant possessed a mere 100 grams of strength, insignificant for offensive purposes, it was sufficient for operating the terminal. The shadow attendant accessed the list of all high-ranking managers at the Star Hotel, identifying an account that had not logged in for an extended period. He activated remote login permissions and left a hidden program within the secure terminal. The purpose of this hidden program was to automatically erase traces of the account he controlled, transforming it into a ghost account. Once the final step was complete, he was met with resounding applause, signaling the conclusion of Mayor Bernard's speech. As the mayor's address came to an end, the banquet officially commenced. Numerous distinguished guests flocked to Mayor Bernard, while the remaining attendees sought out those of similar status. Every face radiated the warmest smiles, and each individual appeared to embody the elegance of well-mannered gentlemen and ladies. David noticed Bursa engaged in conversation with several noble women, while his father, Hans, animatedly spoke with a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Their discussion seemed quite fervent. At that moment, Hans caught sight of David and waved him over. David understood that Hans intended to introduce him to this young man. Although he was reluctant to establish new connections, he did not wish to alter the recently restored relationship with Hans, so he approached with his glass of juice in hand. "Hans, this is your son. He seems quite commendable." The young man, though strikingly handsome, spoke with an air of arrogance, adopting a distinctly elder's demeanor. "David, this is your Uncle Galen, a brother who fought alongside me in the war," Hans introduced with a smile. David gazed at the young man, named Galen, in astonishment. According to Hans, Galen must be over 50 years old. Although the average lifespan of humans in the Interstellar Federation is 200 years, a 50-year-old should not appear so youthful. "Uncle Galen." Though taken aback, David still spoke politely. "Since you call me uncle, a gift is in order. If you can reach the minimum standards for strength and speed required for Nan University before the college entrance exams, I shall assist you in entering the night program," Galen declared with a smile. David was astonished by Galen's boldness. Nan University was the finest institution on Pancher Star and the very goal of his former self. However, gaining admission to Nan University was no simple feat. The standards included a strength of 800 kilograms and a speed of 8.5 seconds in the 100 meters, merely the minimum for participation. Those who met these criteria would then undergo combat capability testing, with the university selecting the best candidates from there. "David, you should thank your Uncle Galen." Hans gently nudged David, prompting him. "Thank you, Uncle Galen." David quickly expressed his gratitude. "What is all this fuss about?" Hans lightly chided Galen. "Hans, there is nothing wrong with being concerned for your son. It seems he was fortunate enough to escape from a group of night mercenaries. The Tianling Mercenary Corps could not be avoided, and upon hearing that your son was attacked by interstellar mercenaries, the Fifth Fleet sealed off the entirety of Pancher Star." Galen replied with a chuckle. "My apologies for the trouble this has caused our old friends." Hans sighed, shaking his head. "The honor of a national hero must not be tarnished. This is an unbreakable rule. Although you may not seek power, your honor and influence remain," Galen stated solemnly, then turned his gaze to David, continuing. "The Tianling Mercenary Corps is finished. My presence here is to ensure they do not seek trouble with you in their desperation. Furthermore, I will take this opportunity to teach you. With your current physical condition, you would struggle to keep pace even at Nan University. Mr. Galen, might I request that you include my son in your tutelage of David?" At that moment, Mayor Bernard approached them, smiling as he made his request. David recognized the young man accompanying Mayor Bernard as Myron, who had just spoken with him moments ago. Myron was now greeting him. "David, since he is your friend, let him join," Galen said, observing the interaction between Myron and David, offering no objection, as teaching one or two made little difference. David was about to speak when Hans gently gestured for him to refrain. He understood that there was an arrangement of which he was unaware. It seemed that Myron's approach to him earlier was not mere happenstance, but rather a calculated move. However, seeing Myron's somewhat obsequious smile, he found it difficult to voice any objection, especially given the young man's subservient demeanor as the mayor's son. "David, what weapon do you use?" Myron inquired as they stepped aside, not wishing to interrupt the conversation between Hans, Galen, and Mayor Bernard. "I have studied the longsword, but I would like to try my hand at the war hammer and see if I possess any sniping talent," David replied, recalling his knowledge spheres, an 82 proficiency in the war hammer and a 20 proficiency in sniping, while leaving his options open. "Why not continue with the longsword? It's far more elegant." The warhammer is merely for brute force, Myron countered, evidently a practitioner of the long sword himself. Before he could finish, he was lightly tapped on the head by Mayor Bernard. Though their exchange was quiet, the three nearby could clearly hear it. Mr. Galen, my apologies. Myron is still quite immature. Mayor Bernard apologized to Galen, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. No worries. I shall endeavor to change Myron's mindset in the days to come. Galen, who had previously wielded a war hammer, smiled at Myron. Myron nearly wished for a wall to collide with, realizing he had misspoken. Fortunately, the three individuals paid little heed to the two youths, returning to their own conversations after a brief exchange. The days ahead will be challenging, Myron muttered quietly. Not to worry. Having someone to guide you is a rare opportunity, David replied, genuinely anticipating Galen's instruction. He had recently found himself stuck at the 99 threshold of the introductory level in physical training, impeding any enhancement of his physical attributes. Despite his diligent practice, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. He recognized that this was due to the instability of his foundation. Physical training was fundamental to all. His previous grasp of physical training had been so poor that this sudden leap in ability required time for his body to adapt to the enhancements. In the 10 days since arriving in this world, no one had guided his practice, and he yearned for direction to identify his shortcomings. By the way, regarding your sniping talent, how about we visit a shooting range sometime for a test? Myron enthusiastically suggested. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy at the moment. Myron glanced at Galen. Sighing helplessly, Mayor Bernard could not linger for long. He had many more connections to make at this cross-year banquet. Though reluctant to depart from Galen, he stayed for a while longer before eventually taking his leave. Mayor Bernard departed, yet Myron remained fixated on David, engaging him in lively discussions about the amusing happenings in Pellant City. Hans observed David's interaction with his peers, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features. Although he had previously wished to pave the way for David, the latter's obstinacy and attitude had rendered their conversations nearly impossible. During this time, he paid particular attention to Galen. Given Mayor Bernard's regard for him, Galen's capabilities must be formidable. If the Shadow Guardian could remain undetected by Galen, then there was little cause for concern regarding anyone else discovering him. When the Shadow Guardian appeared, Galen continued his conversation without a hint of reaction, which calmed David's nerves. Hans, how has your health been lately? David inquired upon noticing a middle-aged man approach Hans. However, upon hearing the man's voice, a jolt of recognition coursed through David. It was the same voice he had heard when Amos was conversing with his boss outside the police station. It was unmistakable, for David had heard it through the Shadow Guardian's extraordinary hearing. Once registered, it could not be mistaken. David, what's wrong? Myron noticed David's sudden change in demeanor and quietly asked. It's nothing. Who is that man? David, recalling Myron's earlier introductions of numerous guests, hurriedly inquired. You don't recognize him? Myron replied with a peculiar expression, his curiosity piqued. If I recognized him, would I be asking you? David retorted impatiently. That is Mr. Steer, the owner of this hotel. Additionally, he is Mrs. Hans's father, Myron added. Pausing for effect, David's pupils dilated in shock. He understood that Mrs. Hans was not his biological mother, but rather his stepmother, Bertha. He had never anticipated that the one orchestrating Amos's surveillance of him would be Bertha's father. A tumult of thoughts surged within him. Did Bertha know about the stalking? Or was it her decision altogether? Was her influence behind his own demise? With Steer's appearance, everything became increasingly enigmatic, while the truth seemed closer. It also grew more convoluted. Galen, upon seeing Steer approach, refrained from intervening, instead turning to David, noting his expression with a sigh. He was aware of David's predicament and understood that Steer's identity posed an awkward challenge for him. Thus, he gently patted David's shoulder. David, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I hear you have a private residence with several vacant rooms. I'd like to rest there. Would you kindly show me? Galen had long abandoned any intention of staying, having come merely to uphold Pellant City's reputation. Uncle Galen, you are most welcome. David understood that Galen had misconstrued the situation. Yet he could discern the concern underlying Galen's words, and he smiled in acknowledgement. As Hans turned to observe Galen and David, he caught a fleeting, barely concealed glimmer of coldness in Steer's eyes. Guests at the New Year's Eve gala typically awaited midnight before departing, yet few were aware of Galen's identity. And as two young boys, David and Myron's exit attracted little attention. Once outside Steer Hotel, the brisk wind cleared David's mind. He recognized that yet another adversary had emerged, though he remained uncertain whether Stier was the mastermind or merely a pawn. Thus, he refrained from divulging this information to others. In truth, without evidence, revealing this to Hans would serve little purpose, potentially worsening his relationship with Bertha, ultimately endangering young Edie. Consequently, he resolved to investigate independently, employing his electronic countermeasures to ascertain the situation before deciding on a course of action. At that moment, a brand-new Glaston 6 automobile pulled up before them. Myron opened the door, allowing Galen and David to enter before taking his place at the driver's seat and activating the vehicle. Myron, how do you have the authority to drive? David, knowing Myron was his peer in age and also a senior student, inquired. I passed the preliminary night assessment, so I've already attained F-level privileges. Driving is a breeze. Myron replied proudly. Galen watched the two boys converse with a smile. Myron, has your strength reached 800 kilograms? David asked incredulously. Achieving such strength by halfway through their senior year implied that Myron had already met the minimum admission standards for non-university. Given Myron's lineage, other aspects would likely pose no significant challenge. I've reached 850 kilograms. I believe I can hit 900 by graduation, especially with Uncle Galen's guidance. Getting into non-university should be a cinch, Myron boasted. David gazed at Myron with a tinge of envy. If he was merely comfortably affluent, then Myron was undoubtedly a true winner in life. The preliminary night assessment was not an endeavor for the impoverished, as its sole purpose was to grant underage individuals without any privileges the minimum adult F-level rights. The cost of the assessment was a staggering 100,000 credit points, essentially purchasing F-level access. Furthermore, the reason most individuals refrained from taking the assessment was not solely financial. The strength requirement of 800 kilograms was a standard only achievable by a select few. For instance, the Glaston 6 automobile they occupied was evidently new. Its lavish interior starkly contrasted with David's own second-hand Glaston 3. Feeling disheartened, David remained largely silent during the ride, and the Glaston 6 soon arrived at his residence. David, do you think I could stay as well? It would facilitate my receiving Uncle Galen's guidance. Myron, with audacity, made this bold request. David, let him stay? Galen interjected before David could respond. Very well, Myron. You can use the guest room on the first floor, and Uncle Galen. You may take the side room on the second floor, David conceded, noting Galen's agreement. First floor guest room it is, Myron muttered, clearly dissatisfied. He was acutely aware of Galen's stature, and despite his discontent, he was determined to remain for Galen's tutelage. David, rest well tonight. We'll commence first thing tomorrow. Galen reminded him as he followed the intelligent assistant, Emma, to his room. Certainly, Uncle Galen, David replied. As the host, he could not entirely disregard Myron. While Emma assisted Galen in arranging his room, David felt compelled to help Myron. David, I've discovered another similarity between us, Myron exclaimed with a grin. We share a commonality? David looked around, failing to see any resemblance between himself and someone like Myron, the true scion of wealth. Though he possessed 420,000 in his secret stash, along with fewer than 80,000 credit points remaining on his identity bracelet, he knew that the former was illicit funds, fine for minor expenditures, but a larger transaction would attract unwanted scrutiny. Indeed, we share a similarity. My intelligent assistant also uses Emma's voice, Myron declared as if he had found a kindred spirit, gesturing toward the upper floor. Myron, Emma's fans number in the millions. I could find countless people with that similarity. David spoke in silence. David, in 2 months, Emma will arrive on Rockstar and hold a concert in Non-City. We should go together, Myron suggested. Myron, I am merely a student and have no permission to leave Pellant City. Although David cherished profound memories of Emma and longed to attend the concert, the reality of his situation was restrictive. I will find a way when the time comes, Myron confidently assured. Chapter 27. Instructions seated upon the plush expanse of the grand bed. He retrieved the K2 military electronic countermeasure device and connected it to the security light brain of the Stir Hotel. Utilizing an elevated privilege account, he began to sift through information pertaining to Mr. Stir. The data on Mr. Stir within the security light brain was rather scant, limited solely to his age. However, it was reasonable. Considering he was the proprietor of the Stir Hotel, it was not unusual for detailed information to be lacking. Yet, David found it quite curious that the security light brain recorded Mr. Stir's age as 93. This seemed at odds with the middle-aged visage he had observed at the soiree. Standing alongside Hans, Mr. Stir appeared even more youthful than Hans, who, despite appearing somewhat older due to health issues, could not be compared to a 93-year-old Stir. While individuals over 90 in the Federation do not exhibit the same pronounced frailty as David had witnessed in his past life, they certainly do not retain the vigor of Mr. Stir. David did not dwell on this discrepancy for long. Perhaps the man employed some unknown special beauty regimen. Life in the realm of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. The security light brain served as the central hub of the Stir Hotel security system, encompassing all hotel records, financial transactions, security logs, corporate confidential information, and the details of all guests. His primary objective was to ascertain whether the Stir Hotel had any connection to trainer Jeremy, as this would provide substantial evidence to determine if Stir was indeed orchestrating events against him. Soon, he discovered financial records indicating a monetary exchange between the Stir Hotel and trainer Jeremy. However, the records did not show payments made from the Stir Hotel to Jeremy. Rather, the opposite was true. Trainer Jeremy had been consistently investing funds into the Stir Hotel for over 2 years, while David had only recently become acquainted with Jeremy. The temporal discrepancies raised numerous questions. Initially, David aimed to prove that Stir was the mastermind behind the scheme, but the findings complicated matters further, leading him to misjudge the nature of their relationship. Of course, the financial records were obfuscated, yet David was able to pierce through the superficial disguise with ease, exposing the truth beneath. It was likely that Stir never anticipated anyone could breach what he deemed an impenetrable security light brain, thus allowing him to store vast amounts of confidential information within it. David also uncovered the records of the deceased security supervisor, Amos, quickly confirming that Amos had been dispatched by Stir. Financially, Stir had been disbursing bonuses under the pretext of overseas assignments. Following Amos's murder, a substantial compensation was also issued to his family. David shook his head. The information provided by the security light brain was not as valuable as he had hoped. Nevertheless, he had confirmed Stir's involvement, enabling him to monitor Stir's activities. He set up a program within Stir's itinerary records that would automatically relay Stir's daily schedule to his identity wristband, ensuring that every movement of Stir would fall under his scrutiny. As a wealthy individual in Parent City, Stir's daily outings were meticulously planned, facilitating David's tracking of his whereabouts. Having accomplished this, David stowed away the K2 military electronic countermeasure device and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning at 6 o'clock, David was roused by the intelligent housekeeper, Emma. Descending the stairs, he encountered Myron, who also appeared to be awakened prematurely, looking rather disoriented. "David, does your intelligent housekeeper have a malfunction? Waking me at such an early hour," Myron exclaimed upon seeing David. "I did not set a 6 o'clock wake-up." David shook his head in response, turning to Emma to inquire, "Emma, is there an error in your programming?" "Conducting self-diagnostics." "Diagnostics complete." Emma's eyes flickered before reverting to normal. "All systems functional. No program errors detected." "Then why did you wake us at 6? Myron interjected. "Gentlemen, rising at 6 is a commendable habit. I hope you will maintain it." Galen chimed in, emerging from the dining area with a glass of juice in hand, smiling. "Good morning, Uncle Galen." Myron's complaints evaporated upon seeing Galen, and he greeted him alongside David. "Emma, serve them the prepared breakfast." Galen commanded the intelligent housekeeper before turning to David and Myron. "Take your breakfast down to the underground training room. I wish to assess your condition." Emma presented 2 meal boxes, and upon inspecting their contents, David noted the substantial amount of fortified meat, indicating a day likely filled with considerable exertion. The expansive underground vegetable cultivation facility did not seem to surprise Myron, who appeared accustomed to such sights. Once inside the underground gym, David and Myron set down their meal boxes and stood before Galen. "I must first gauge your mastery of body techniques. Do not underestimate the simplicity of the 18 stances. They have been refined over millennia and form the foundation of your training," Galen remarked, observing the 2 young men with a benevolent smile. "Uncle Galen, I heard that the body techniques originated from the knightly training methods of the divine realm. Is that true?" Myron inquired curiously, sensing Galen's light-hearted demeanor. "Myron, if you were strong enough, you would be entitled to that knowledge. As it stands, you are not yet qualified to inquire," Galen replied sternly, casting a sidelong glance at Myron. He then gestured, stating, "Since you are so eager, you shall be the first to demonstrate the 18 stances." With Galen's wave, Myron's body involuntarily shifted 5 meters to the center of the gym. "Then I shall begin," Myron declared with determination. He proceeded to practice the 18 stances. And from David's perspective, Myron's performance significantly surpassed his own, rendered without the benefit of the knowledge orbs. After completing the sequence, Myron, drenched in sweat, looked at David with pride, eager to showcase his accomplishments. Well done. Your grasp of the 18 stances has reached an advanced beginner level. It is evident you have dedicated considerable effort to this, Galen remarked, nodding in approval. The stronger the foundation a student possessed, the easier it became for him to teach. Uncle Galen, I have not made any progress in months. Even my strength and speed have stagnated. Myron quickly sought guidance. Though he had access to the finest instructors in Parent City, he had reached a plateau where their methods could no longer facilitate his advancement. Myron nodded, aware of his limitations. Mastering the 18 stances at his current level posed significant challenges for further improvement. This was precisely why Mayor Bernard endeavored tirelessly to arrange Myron's tutelage under Galen. The use of enhancement agents inevitably leads to a degree of tolerance. While this tolerance may not be apparent in regular circumstances, it becomes critical when attempting to break through limitations. Thus, the use of enhancement agents must be approached with caution, Galen advised Myron, casting a glance at David. This warning was not solely directed at Myron, but served as a reminder for David as well. Chapter 28. Proficiency. Myron picked up the food box and stuffed the enhanced meat into his mouth. David, why isn't it first-grade enhanced meat? This larval enhanced meat is utterly ineffective, he complained as he ate. Well, Myron, you could always bring your own first-grade enhanced meat instead of consuming my share while making such remarks. David retorted with irritation. Indeed, I shall have my family send over some first-grade enhanced meat right away. Myron's eyes lit up as he smiled. David shook his head, for he could see through Myron's ploy to receive the first-grade enhanced meat without losing face. In truth, David's wealth was substantial enough that, were it not for the fear of exposure, purchasing some first-grade enhanced meat for training would pose no problem. However, since Myron had initiated the offer, it would serve as a means to cover his tuition fees. After all, for a well-off second-generation aristocrat like Myron, this was hardly a burden. David, it's your turn. Garen smiled, waiting for the two to finish their conversation before addressing David. Yes, Uncle Garen. David nodded in response, his heart already aflame with anticipation for Garen's guidance. Standing at the center of the gym, David began to exert himself, a wave of heat radiating from his body. Myron felt nothing, but Garen's eyes sparkled as he fixated on David. The 99 entry-level martial arts form, the 18 techniques, had reached a pinnacle that was typically unattainable for those not yet soldiers. Each individual capable of elevating their martial arts proficiency to the proficient level before becoming a soldier was a veritable anomaly. Garen could hardly believe that in a small place like Pelin City, he would encounter a youth on the verge of breaking through the entry-level 18 techniques, and one who was the child of a friend at that. Damn Hans, how blind can you be? A talent like this, reduced to a mere 600 kilograms of strength due to lack of resources. If only he had what he needed, he would have already become a soldier. Garen muttered to himself as he watched David begin to practice the 18 techniques. Garen's remarks stemmed from the understanding that the 18 techniques were foundational. Each enhancement in skill was intrinsically linked to physical prowess. David's situation, in Garen's eyes, was a direct consequence of insufficient training resources, forcing him to practice the 18 techniques incessantly, causing his proficiency to outpace his physical growth. Conversely, the majority of individuals stagnated in their development due to an excess of energy that their bodies could not convert into further advancement. Myron was a quintessential example of this. Despite ample resources, he too was hindered by the 18 techniques. As David continued his practice of the 18 techniques, each movement was deliberate and resolute, exuding a surge of heat indicative of the substantial engagement of his bodily functions. It could be said that the energy expenditure required for each of his movements exceeded Myron's by nearly double. Consequently, beads of sweat poured from David, his stamina rapidly depleting. Upon reaching the 10th technique, David's movements began to slow. Garen, appearing like a phantom, swiftly positioned himself beside David, his speed rendering Myron as though he were witnessing a ghost. David's endurance still held, but the necessity to maintain the coordination of his muscles and bones compelled him to slow down. Yet, in doing so, the complexity of the 18 techniques escalated. With the 11th, 12th, 13th, and finally the 14th techniques, David approached his limit, his body beginning to tremble, on the verge of failure. At that moment, Garen's hand landed on David's shoulder. As David felt his muscles and bones slipping from his control, The external force of Garen's touch allowed him to regain mastery over his coordination. He successfully completed the 14th technique and instinctively proceeded to practice the 15th. Garen's expression morphed into one of intrigue. He had anticipated that the 14th technique would mark David's limit, yet it appeared that David was capable of pushing beyond that. As David commenced the 15th technique, once more his muscles and bones threatened to falter. Garen, prepared for this, swiftly intervened, ensuring that whenever David's control wavered, he would provide the necessary support to allow David to continue. The 16th, 17th, and 18th techniques followed in succession. After Garen had delivered 10 decisive taps, David finally completed the final technique. The moment he finished, his body was drenched in sweat, as if he had emerged from a steamy sauna. With a flick of his wrist, Garen summoned the food box from the ground. "David, eat heartily," he instructed, opening the box and presenting it to David. Feeling utterly depleted, David sensed he could devour an entire cow at that moment. Without regard for the quantity of enhanced meat, he voraciously stuffed his mouth with the contents of the box. Fortunately, his formidable strength endowed him with an equally impressive chewing capacity. After grinding the tough meat between his teeth, he swallowed it down. A wave of warmth flowed from his stomach to every corner of his being, an invigorating sensation that filled him with comfort. David had never experienced such delicious enhanced meat before, yet soon the box was empty, having consumed every last piece. "How insatiable you are," Mylan grumbled as he handed David his own box, which contained only one portion remaining of the 9 he had left. Astonished by his own appetite, David recalled that the box initially held 10 portions. Even with his recent increase in consumption, he usually managed just 3 portions at a time. However, sensing his body still craved more, he accepted the box and continued to eat heartily. After 2 minutes, David had devoured all the enhanced meat, finally feeling a wave of satisfaction as a torrent of warmth surged throughout his body, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of relief. "David, take a moment to rest. Then show me the 18 techniques once more," Garen insisted, his eyes reflecting a deepening intrigue. "Uncle Garen," given David's state, "should we wait for the first-grade enhanced meat to arrive before continuing?" Mylan suggested, glancing at the 2 empty boxes. "Not at all. David is on the brink of a breakthrough in martial arts, leading to a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities." Garen waved dismissively. With 19 portions of enhanced meat now within him, and after a brief period of digestion, the fatigue that once plagued David vanished, replaced by a surge of vigor, igniting within him a desire to unleash his potential. Thus, when Garen suggested that he practice the 18 techniques once more, David required no respite. He rose immediately and began anew. This time, as David practiced, he sensed a remarkable transformation. From the very first technique, he felt an effortless fluidity. Whereas previously he had to consciously orchestrate the coordination of his muscles and bones, now they moved in harmonious unison, propelling the 18 techniques forward with ease. Mylan's eyes widened in astonishment. The previous iteration of the 18 techniques had left him somewhat bewildered, but now he recognized the significance of David's performance. The chasm between the entry-level and proficient mastery of martial arts was immense, a divide that delineated soldiers from ordinary individuals. Only those whose strength reached 1,000 kilograms, with a physique 3 times that of an average person, could attain proficient mastery of martial arts. Reflecting on his earlier boast about having achieved entry-level advanced martial arts while showcasing it to David, Mylan's face flushed with embarrassment. Watching David execute each technique with precision, Garen contemplated the gift he had previously bestowed upon David. The notion of having him enrolled at non-university now seemed utterly ludicrous. This is the fundamental privilege afforded to prodigies, not only at Nanan University, but at all other institutions. They would exert every effort to enroll David upon learning of his circumstances. Having completed the practice of the 18 forms of physical techniques, the 19 portions of enhanced meat he had consumed no longer surged with warmth. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body. Were it not for Galen and Myron's presence, he would have eagerly summoned his shadow attendant to unveil his attribute panel. Chapter 29, Attributes. David, have you consumed the level 2 enhancement potion? Garen inquired, observing David's calm demeanor and sensing the enhancement of his physique. David, you should refrain from using the level 2 enhancement potion. If you encounter difficulties while breaking through to become a knight, that potion may assist you. However, it is quite likely that your advancement will be effortless. Garen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. A proficient level of martial arts provides a smooth path for breaking through to become a knight, and the subsequent enhancement will naturally be significantly greater than that of an ordinary knight, with the added benefit of a more robust foundation. Uncle Garen, does that mean I cannot use the enhancement potion? I have already consumed 2 bottles of the level 2 enhancement potion. Myron asked with a note of worry. Why did your father provide you with only 2 bottles of the level 2 enhancement potion instead of more? In your current state, just 1 additional bottle would suffice for you to break through. He is protecting you, not wishing to jeopardize your foundation, and hopes you will rely on enhancing your martial skills to achieve your knight status, Garen explained with a reassuring smile. Myron nodded in understanding. David, your situation is unique. You have yet to consume the level 2 enhancement potion, and your body remains exceptionally pure, unaffected by the potion. Some components within the potion can adversely affect the body. Until it becomes absolutely necessary, it is best for you to continue enhancing yourself through martial arts. Once you become a knight, you will understand the advantages of this approach, Garen added, turning his attention back to David. David nodded, contemplating that the enhancement potion might contain harmful stimulant-like components. The necessity to produce enhancement potions to increase the number of knights weighed heavily on his mind. Myron, inform your father to send over 2 warhammers. David lacks essential equipment, Garen stated without a hint of politeness. Uncle Garen, must I also wield a warhammer in the future? Myron asked with a grimace. He had practiced with the longsword for quite some time and was confident in his talent with it. The thought of switching to a warhammer was disheartening. Uncle Garen, I do not understand why heavy weapons must be chosen. Is the longsword not sufficient? Myron persisted. Myron, if you do not wish to become a knight to combat the insectoid creatures, you may choose any weapon you desire. However, if you intend to engage these creatures, wielding a longsword will not only endanger you but also your comrades, Garen replied, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. The longsword is a favored weapon among the youth due to its portability and graceful handling, easily captivating the attention of young ladies. Yet, even when employing weapons of the same quality, inflicting damage upon the insectoid's exoskeleton requires immense force. The longsword primarily thrusts, but its piercing capability does not match that of a spear, nor does its slashing ability rival that of a heavy axe, and its impact pales in comparison to that of a warhammer. Certainly, there are formidable knights who wield long swords on the battlefield, but they are peak knights whose strength has reached the extreme limit of 2,000 kilograms. In such cases, the longsword's agility allows for swifter and more numerous strikes while ensuring effective damage output. However, this only applies to peak knights. Ordinary knights must focus on maximizing their attack effectiveness. Given the speed of the insectoid creatures, opportunities for strikes are rare, necessitating that each blow guarantees maximum force. Uncle Garen, I will learn to wield the warhammer from you. Myron, though uncertain, chose to place his trust in Garen. David, refrain from practicing today. Take some time to rest. Garen instructed David before turning to Myron. Now, I shall guide you through martial arts, commencing with the first form. As Myron watched with envy, David departed from the underground gym. An invisible shadow servant flew to his side, and he placed his hand upon it, causing the familiar attribute panel to materialize before him. Name, David Kerr. Strength, 301, Agility, 191, Constitution, 301, Spirit, 301, Literature, 3 Proficiency, Mathematics, 5 Proficiency, General Knowledge, 51 Beginner. Martial Arts, 1 Proficiency, Longsword Mastery, 5 Beginner, Electronic Warfare, 98 Proficient. His martial arts proficiency had reached 1, marking a significant breakthrough in strength, speed, and constitution. With a strength rating of 3.0, he could exert an impressive force of 800 kilograms. His agility of 1.9 allowed him to complete the 100-meter dash in 8 seconds, a performance qualifying him for admission to non-university. According to Garen, the most crucial attribute, constitution, had also reached 3.0, matching his strength. Based on his previous experiences, he knew that such a constitution could yield far greater strength than 800 kilograms. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no methods available for honing agility specifically. Perhaps he would learn such techniques at university. David mused, glancing at the lowest attribute of agility on his panel. In truth, speed had always been a weakness for knights. Even with the enhancement of exoskeleton armor, their speed could not compare to that of insectoid creatures of the same level. This was why knights often needed to engage in coordinated attacks to emerge victorious against similarly ranked insectoids. David sensed the knowledge orb of Warhammer mastery, 82 proficiency, within the Shadow Servant, as Garen would soon instruct him and Myron on how to wield the Warhammer. He commanded the servant to transfer the Warhammer mastery knowledge orb into his body. As the orb entered him, his body jolted, and a blood-red illusion manifested before his eyes. Despite his preparations, the vision startled David. He found himself standing upon an expansive, flat terrain with dark brown soil, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. In his grasp was a massive warhammer, measuring a full 1.5 meters in length, gleaming with an unusual sheen. The hammerhead bore two faces, one sharp and pointed for armor penetration, and the other flat. The hammer's handle was bound to his right arm with iron chains, ensuring that it would not slip from his grasp. David attempted to move his body, but realized he could only perceive it, not control it. He could sense the weight of the warhammer in his right arm, feel the cold wind against his face, and discern the hardness of the ground beneath his feet. Yet, it was all mere sensation. He felt like an observer trapped within another body. Just as he was assessing the situation, the body suddenly moved. The right hand thrust forward, the warhammer carving a perfect arc through the air. The target of the strike was a hunter mantis that had appeared without warning. According to the insectoid compendium he studied at school, the hunter mantis served as the reconnaissance unit for the insectoid forces. Its exoskeleton was relatively weak, yet it possessed remarkable speed, wielding scythe-like limbs resembling chainsaws. Among the first-tier insectoids, this creature was considered weak, particularly in the eyes of powerful knights. An ordinary knight might struggle to even catch a glimpse of it alone. Die! The body roared, and David felt an explosive surge of strength within him. The warhammer in his hand accelerated forward with increased speed. Chapter 30. The warhammer. Even though David was acutely aware that he was ensnared in an illusion, he could not shake the feeling of peril. This was his inaugural encounter with a tyrannid, specifically a level 1 tyrannid. He distinctly observed the glimmering black-green sheen upon the scythe-like forelimbs of the hunter mantis, as well as the serrated edges of its blades. A single strike from such a weapon could inflict grievous harm upon him. Though David sensed the imminent danger, it mattered little, for this body was beyond his control. Naturally, had he possessed control, his most probable course of action would have been to flee. Yet, given the hunter mantis's speed, such an attempt would have led to a swifter demise. Just as anxiety gripped David's heart, his body instinctively retreated half a step, while simultaneously pressing down the handle of his warhammer. With a resounding clang, the hammer's handle collided with the scythe of the hunter mantis. David felt a tremendous force reverberate through his body, yet this power was redirected into the warhammer as he pivoted, allowing him to strike back at the hunter mantis. David was unaware if this hunter mantis possessed combat capabilities equivalent to a true hunter mantis, but the sight before him instilled a profound dread regarding the tyrannids. Despite being the weakest level 1 tyrannid, it engaged him in fierce close combat. This body was formidable, wielding the warhammer as if it were an integral part of itself. In this harrowing dance with death, David continuously honed his mastery of the warhammer. Indeed, no form of instruction could compare to the visceral learning he experienced within this illusion. The body seemed tireless, while the hunter mantis moved with an almost mechanical precision. Both engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. Gradually, David's focus sharpened. He became the sovereign of this body, wielding the warhammer in a dance of combat with the hunter mantis. A wealth of combat experience surged into his consciousness, etching itself into his very soul. This was evident from the instant decision he made when confronted by the formidable Roman of the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps. Had unforeseen circumstances not arisen, he likely would have escaped unscathed. David gleaned a lifetime's worth of mastery over the warhammer. While Amos's expertise with the weapon was derived from countless life-and-death encounters with the tyrannids, this accumulated knowledge manifested in the battle's illusion, presenting itself before David. He could no longer discern whether this was reality or mere illusion, for he was wholly intertwined with this body, compelled to wield the warhammer with all his might against the hunter mantis. Just as he allowed himself a fleeting distraction, the scythe of the hunter mantis swept across his back, inflicting a deep gash. The searing pain heightened his focus. A mere hunter mantis exerted pressure upon him like never before. Under this duress, his battle with the hunter mantis mirrored his earlier observations. He and the creature exchanged attacks in a delicate balance of offense and defense. Time became an elusive concept, and gradually, the hunter mantis's form began to fade into transparency, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The warhammer in his grasp also grew translucent. Instinctively, David tightened his grip on the hammer, for to him, it felt as though an extension of his own body. The thought of its disappearance was akin to losing a limb. With deep breaths, David inhaled the fresh air. Devoid of the previous stench of blood and decay, the illusion had dissipated, and he found himself once more in his bedroom. The garments he wore, dampened by perspiration from practicing the 18 forms of body technique, were now soaked anew. His empty hands clenched a few times, the absence of the warhammer's handle leaving him disoriented after the intense combat in the illusion. Shadow Servant, activate the attribute panel, he commanded inwardly as he pressed his hand against the Shadow Servant. To his delight, he discovered that within his abilities, a new entry appeared, Warhammer Mastery, 82 Proficiency. However, he realized that his practice duration was notably brief. What took others decades to attain, he might grasp in mere days. Determined not to rest, he sought to further integrate his knowledge, as the orb of knowledge he intended to assimilate next was merely at the entry level, easily manageable by his body. Although the knowledge orb for Great Axe Mastery, 33 entry, offered limited assistance, acquiring proficiency with another weapon could prove advantageous in the future. With this mindset, he commanded the Shadow Servant to transfer the Great Axe Mastery, 33 entry, knowledge orb into his being. The ensuing illusion was quite ordinary. It depicted a training room where his body practiced with the great axe. Various standard techniques were rehearsed repeatedly, almost hypnotically. As David felt the ease of mastering the great axe with an 82 proficiency in Warhammer Mastery, he realized that this integration process felt remarkably swift. However, this perception of speed was merely illusionary. The time experienced within the illusion diverged entirely from that of the external world. Even if he practiced for years within the illusion, only a few minutes had passed outside. This transmission of experiential knowledge on a spiritual level defied scientific explanation. It could only be attributed to the formidable abilities of the Shadow Servant. Following 2 integrations, David felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He washed himself, donned fresh garments, and, disregarding the time, collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to deep slumber. When David awoke, he noticed the time on his identity wristband had already reached 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Rubbing his empty stomach, he recalled consuming copious amounts of enhanced meat earlier. Yet now he felt an insatiable hunger. Had it not been for his abundant credit points, he might have feared for his financial ruin. Since he began rigorous training, ordinary food could no longer satisfy his energy demands. Only enhanced meat could replenish his physical exertion. Upon arriving at the dining hall on the first floor, he spotted Myron, who was dragging his legs, trembling as he moved. "Myron, what has happened to you?" David inquired, amusement evident in his voice. "Myron, won't you lend me a hand? I completed 10 rounds of the 18 forms of body technique. 10 full rounds," Myron exclaimed, his expression one of despair as he regarded David like a savior. David supported Myron, fully comprehending his predicament. The 18 forms of body technique were incredibly taxing, especially after 10 repetitions in a single day. "Emma, please prepare additional enhanced meat for Myron and me," David called out to the intelligent butler, Emma. As David helped Myron to a seat, the dining table was already laden with 2 generous platters of enhanced meat. "Wait, Myron, did you actually have them deliver level 1 enhanced meat?" David marveled at the distinctly different enhanced meat on the platter. "Of course, it's easy for my father to procure level 1 enhanced meat. All it takes is a mention, and it arrives," Myron replied nonchalantly. Numerous organizations in Pelin City hunted tyranids, and while level 1 enhanced meat typically ended up in larger cities for greater profit, it was a trivial matter for Bernard, the mayor of Pelin City, to acquire some. As David mused upon the benefits of power, he placed a piece of level 1 enhanced meat into his mouth, savoring the exhilarating energy that danced upon his palate, soothing his ravenous body. "Where is Uncle Garen?" David inquired, noticing the absence of Garen after the hunger pangs subsided. "Uncle Garen went out to investigate the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps. Speaking of which, the audacity of the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps is remarkable. My father mentioned that their warship has been captured, aside from the mercenaries who attacked you. The entire Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps has been apprehended," Myron relayed, a hint of disdain lacing his words. His tone dripped with contempt for the Celestial Wolf Mercenary Corps. Despite their armored stature, one must discern who could be provoked and who could not. Even Myron, in his daily affairs, exercised caution to avoid bringing trouble upon his household. David harbored little sentiment towards the serious mercenary corps. Although they had launched an assault against him, they had simultaneously bestowed upon him immense wealth and a remarkable 98 proficiency in electronic warfare capabilities. Naturally, as his adversaries, death was far preferable to life for them. Chapter 31. The techniques of the storm hammer. The following morning, neither David nor Malin required their intelligent caretaker, Emma, to awaken them. Both appeared punctually in the dining hall at 6 o'clock. As aspiring knights, they were elated to receive guidance from Galen, and naturally, they were eager to comply with his requests. Upon entering the dining hall, Galen observed the two engaged in their meal and felt a sense of satisfaction. To become a formidable warrior, one must possess a diligent and earnest attitude. Success is unattainable without it. David, come here, Galen called out, gesturing towards David, who had just finished his meal. David approached Galen, who gently placed his hand on David's shoulder. A subtle yet peculiar force coursed through David's muscles and bones. Uncle Galen, will I ever reach David's level of mastery in physical techniques? Malin inquired, unable to restrain himself upon hearing Galen's words. Although Galen's guidance provided him hope of entering non-university, he doubted he could meet the knightly standard before the upcoming examination. After surpassing 200 kilograms in strength, any further advancement became exceedingly arduous, particularly beyond 500 kilograms, where most students faltered. Only those who regularly consumed enhancement meat or possessed exceptional talent could break through. Malin's progress was painfully slow, while David had jumped from 600 to 800 kilograms in a single day. Such astonishing progress was hard to ignore. I can instruct you in the movements of the techniques, but the coordination between your bones and muscles must be discovered individually. There are no shortcuts. The only path is relentless practice. David's case is exceptionally unique. He has forcibly elevated his physical techniques to a beginner's pinnacle through sheer talent during a period of stagnation in his physique. I merely provided the final push, Galen replied, dispelling Malin's illusions with a shake of his head. Sighing in disappointment, Malin lamented, Malin, your potential is already quite commendable. Hurry and practice. Galen playfully tapped Malin on the head, encouraging him. I'm on it, Malin exclaimed, quickly covering his head and sprinting towards the basement. David, I've located the hiding place of 4 mercenary knights from the wolf pack. We'll wait until daytime when there are fewer people around to deal with them, Galen said, turning to David, who was about to follow him to the gym. Uncle Galen, may I accompany you to observe? David's heart raced at the prospect. If the 4 knights were eliminated on the spot, his gains would be substantial. He eagerly requested. Very well. It will be beneficial for you to understand the knight's combat style in advance for your future growth. Galen consented after a moment's thought. Typically, he would not allow other students to witness knightly combat, as it could impose psychological pressure that might hinder their development. However, David was different. With his proficiency in physical techniques, he was poised for rapid advancement. Understanding the might of knights beforehand would prevent him from becoming arrogant. Once inside the gym, David immediately spotted 2 warhammers, each approximately 1 meter in length, resting on the ground. Suppressing the urge to seize them, he dutifully began practicing the 18 physical techniques. This session left him invigorated rather than fatigued. His muscles felt as though they had been liberated. The energy from his breakfast of enhancement meat was continuously absorbed by his body. After just one practice, he sensed a notable enhancement, a significant improvement. David, your optimal practice frequency for physical techniques should be twice daily. Any more may yield adverse effects. Practicing once in the morning and once in the evening will afford you ample time to focus on other pursuits, Galen advised, noticing David's enjoyment. Malin, having completed a round of the 18 techniques, was drenched in sweat and felt on the verge of collapse. Malin, do not cease. After a brief rest, continue with another round. You must practice at least 10 times daily, remembering the key points I mentioned for each move. This is essential for rapid progress, Galen instructed. Why? Malin mumbled to himself while sitting on the ground. David regarded him with a mix of amusement and helplessness. He couldn't simply give him the knowledge orb. Not only was the secret of the shadow servant at stake, but the consequences of sharing the orb were also unknown, whether it would result in success or catastrophe. The knowledge orb affected the soul. As the master of the shadow servant, it was harmless to him. Such a mysterious entity was not to be trifled with. David, Malin, today I will teach you how to wield the warhammer, Galen declared, seizing the opportunity while his students rested. His time was limited. If he resolved the issues with the wolf pack today, he would have at most 3 more days. as unforeseen news had necessitated an earlier departure than planned. David and Malin focused intently on Galen, entering a state of attentive learning. Whether it was a warhammer, a heavy axe, a spear, or other light weapons, the practice method always began with foundational techniques before integrating them into combat. A lengthy endeavor, though those with talent could expedite the process. I won't teach you the basic warhammer techniques taught in school. With your strength and speed, you have already met the entry requirements for the Stormhammer techniques. This complete set consists of 36 forms, and upon mastering the basics, you will easily overpower those practicing the foundational techniques at a higher level. Galen continued. His words sparked excitement in David and Malin. Not only high school students, but even many university students could only learn basic weapon techniques, rarely encountering more advanced skills. According to Galen, once they grasped the Stormhammer techniques at a beginner level, they would be able to defeat intermediate learners of the basic Warhammer techniques. The value of the Stormhammer techniques was evident, and Galen's dedication in providing them with such a foundation was unmistakable. Now, I will demonstrate for you. Pay close attention, Galen stated, picking up a warhammer and giving it a gentle swing. He then began to demonstrate the techniques in a slow, deliberate manner. David's focus was entirely on Galen. His heightened awareness allowed him to absorb every detail, the exertion of muscles and bones in each movement. Had he not integrated 82% proficiency in warhammer techniques prior, he might have only grasped the general posture. However, with his current level, he could comprehend much more. Completely immersed in Galen's demonstration, the Stormhammer techniques were gradually taking shape in David's mind. From his perspective, Galen's slow practice was far more challenging than a rapid display. Generating quick muscle power to swing the warhammer with momentum was significantly easier than executing deliberate, slow movements. How much did you remember? Galen inquired, concluding the demonstration of the Stormhammer techniques, appearing neither flushed nor winded. To the students, it seemed as though the performance had cost him no effort at all. David and Malin exchanged glances. David's look at Malin conveyed, such a simple technique, and you only retained the first 6 forms. Malin's gaze in return was filled with disbelief. You're boasting. Chapter 32. The Genius David. Have you truly memorized it all? Garen inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. He had encountered many prodigies. Yet the Stormhammer technique was far from ordinary foundational skills. Although David's physique met the requirements for practicing the technique, the complexity of the Stormhammer technique, with its intricate applications and transitions of various forces, was such that even those who had studied the basic hammer techniques would struggle to master it entirely. As far as Garen knew, both David and Myron had not previously received any instruction in the use of hammers. Then demonstrate it, Garen demanded, still unconvinced by David's affirmation. David nodded and took the hammer from Garen's hands. The moment he grasped it, an indomitable aura erupted from him. Garen was momentarily taken aback by this newfound intensity. The hammer was a weapon of pure aggression, demanding an unyielding spirit. Had he not known that David had never trained with a hammer before, he might have believed David had been practicing since childhood. After all, who had ever seen someone practicing with a hammer in their home when they didn't even possess one? Would they practice with a longsword hanging on the wall instead? Ignoring Garen's inquisitive gaze and Myron's eager anticipation, David became one with the hammer, as though it had melded into his very being. While the design of the hammer was not his preferred style, his mastery level of 82 meant that as long as he had a hammer, he could perform the technique. As he began to practice the Stormhammer technique, he recognized the significance of his prior training in advanced physical techniques. It was precisely through mastering control over his bones and muscles that he found practicing the Stormhammer technique considerably easier than he had imagined. Myron watched in wide-eyed disbelief as David flawlessly executed the entire series of the Stormhammer technique. Doubts about his own intelligence began to creep in. Why was it that despite their shared training and Myron's superior physical condition, he could only recall the first 6 forms while David executed each move seamlessly? Without a hint of hesitation, Garen, however, perceived a deeper reality. David was not merely mimicking the movements he had just demonstrated. He invested his own insights into each action, embodying the essence of a seasoned warrior wielding a hammer for years. As David practiced, an undercurrent of fierce intent began to emerge within his previously unyielding spirit. Though this murderous intent was unstable, Garen struggled to fathom how David could achieve such a state. The only explanation was that David was a genius, unparalleled in both physical techniques and hammer mastery. If David had sought out instructional videos or learned from someone of lesser skill, He would never have reached this level during his initial encounter with the hammer. Myron, practice the 6 forms you have learned, Garen instructed, handing him a hammer. Myron glanced at David, not wishing to be compared to him at that moment. Yet Garen's insistence compelled him to comply. Begin quickly. Do not compare yourself to David. Focus on your own progress, Garen urged sternly. As Myron picked up the hammer, he prepared to practice, only to be interrupted by Garen. Your grip is incorrect. It should be like this. Garen corrected Myron's mistake as he spoke. After the adjustment, Myron launched into the first form, but Garen soon noticed an error. This time, he refrained from interrupting, allowing Myron to continue. Once Myron completed the 6 forms he had memorized, Garen finally concluded that Myron's performance was to be expected, while David's capabilities were the hallmark of genuine genius. David, take the hammer and practice on your own for a while. I will instruct Myron. Garen gestured for David to step aside. While capable students eased a teacher's burden, an exceptionally gifted student could evoke feelings of helplessness. Garen had no issue instructing David. Yet it was unreasonable to expect a novice to master the hammer to such an extent during their first lesson. Mastery beyond the basics required personal experience and the development of an individual style through combat. David complied, seizing the hammer and moving to a nearby spot to practice alone. He resembled a child with a newfound toy, beginning with the first form of the storm hammer technique and steadily enhancing his familiarity with the weapon. Garen encouraged Myron to start from the first form, meticulously correcting his mistakes, confident in Myron's potential given the resources Mayor Bernard had invested in him. Garen's goal was not to rush Myron into mastery, but to provide him with a solid foundation in the stormhammer technique. With proper practice, Myron's proficiency would naturally improve over time. Garen had initially harbored similar expectations for David, but the latter's innate talent had taken him by surprise, disrupting Garen's plans. Myron remained focused on Garen's instruction, valuing the rare opportunity to learn the storm hammer technique and Garen's guidance. Yet, as he concentrated, he could not ignore the growing intensity emanating from David's practice. David's deepening engagement with the storm hammer technique and his 82 proficiency began to converge, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Garen observed in astonishment as David, through less than 2 hours of practice, transformed his previously faint murderous intent into something overt. At that moment, David, aside from lacking the armor of a knight, had achieved a level of mastery with the hammer akin to that of a seasoned warrior. Garen glanced between David and Myron, acutely aware of the widening gap in their abilities. Myron, catching Garen's gaze, felt a profound sense of disheartenment. He had always considered himself a genius, a standout among his peers in school and social circles. Yet today, in comparison to David, he felt utterly outclassed. Myron, watch from the sidelines, Garen said, seizing the hammer from Myron's hands. He then turned to David with a smile. David, let us engage in a sparring match. With that, Garen swung the hammer towards David's chest, fully capable of controlling the force to avoid causing harm. He aimed to apply some pressure on David. After all, if a genius faced no challenges, it could hinder their growth. Fear could foster greater development. Garen anticipated that David would flounder, perhaps unable to defend against such a simple strike. Regardless of his talent, this was David's first encounter with the hammer, and even with his impressive grasp of the technique, there remained a substantial gap between practice and real combat. However, David's reaction took Garen by surprise. The hammer traced an arc through the air, and utilizing that momentum, David deftly sidestepped Garen's swing while simultaneously redirecting his hammer towards Garen's arm. Though Galen was taken by surprise, his prowess far surpassed that of David. With a subtle maneuver, he deftly redirected his warhammer, allowing it to flip gracefully while evading David's strike. Excellent, Galen bellowed, revealing his own skill as he launched a relentless barrage of attacks against David. Chapter 33. News from the very beginning. The training session transformed into a fierce duel. Appearing evenly matched at least on the surface, Garen's mastery of the warhammer far exceeded David's. Yet the nature of this instructional exercise prevented him from unleashing some of his more lethal techniques. David, on the other hand, demonstrated almost flawless countermeasures. Unless Garen resorted to overwhelming force, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat David in a short span of time. As the battle raged on for 3 minutes, Garen's admiration for David deepened. However, he was reminded of the original intent of their practice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he struck David's warhammer with double the speed, causing David's hand to tingle. Despite his best efforts to maintain his grip, The blow contained an inexorable force that rendered him incapable of resistance, sending his warhammer flying. Garen casually tossed aside his weapon, intercepting David's warhammer midair. The two hammers collided silently before descending to the ground, resting side by side. Well done, David. Your capacity for learning is remarkable. With continued practice, you shall become an exceptional warrior. Garen praised, deliberately tempering his enthusiasm. This was not merely strong learning ability, it was extraordinary. Uncle Garen, I will strive to improve. David replied earnestly, refusing to let pride cloud his judgment. He understood that although his mental acuity had reached a remarkable level, and his learning speed was impressive, those attributes alone could not account for his current prowess. His achievements were primarily due to the integration of relevant knowledge orbs. If Garen were to instruct him on other weapons, like the spear, he would be at a loss. Garen felt a deep sense of satisfaction observing David's demeanor. True talent is rare, but David's humble and composed attitude is even rarer, a quality that would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. In a basement, four mercenaries from the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps sat on the floor. They had been confined in this underground hideout for several days. Although they yearned to escape, the recent defenses surrounding Palon City instilled fear in them, preventing any attempts to venture outside. Drones from the interceptors patrolled the skies in groups, indicating that the Rockstar had intensified aerial blockades over Palon City. Shall we contact a smuggler? We could perhaps pay extra credit to leave, suggested Ed. The best course of action is to avoid external contact. Who knows if smugglers might betray us? Fisher countered. But this situation cannot persist. We have no idea when the blockade will end. Ed lamented. Croc, what do you think? Captain Flowman inquired of the silent Croc. Captain, I sense something amiss. We must leave immediately. Croc replied gravely. His words tightened the expressions of the other mercenaries. Although Croc spoke little, he possessed a natural instinct for danger, which had repeatedly saved them from perilous situations. No one, including Captain Flowman, could afford to dismiss Croc's warnings. Prepare yourselves, gather your gear, and we shall change locations at once, Captain Flowman commanded with a wave of his hand. As they began packing, Captain Flowman's identity bracelet suddenly received a message, piquing his curiosity. Few were privy to his bracelet's existence, so who could be contacting him at this juncture? Upon opening the message, his expression transformed drastically. Captain, what is it? Ed asked, noticing Flowman's changed demeanor. Our spaceborne Wolfpack battleship and all its mercenaries have been annihilated. Captain Flowman gritted his teeth. What? Ed and Fisher sprang to their feet in shock. Captain, where did this information come from? Croc inquired, maintaining his composure. The Wolfpack Mercenary Corps was Flowman's lifeblood and his future aspirations. He had tirelessly accumulated wealth for the sake of advancement. For that hope, he had engaged in many disreputable dealings, participating in both gray and black market enterprises, driven by his ambition. Now that the Wolfpack had been obliterated, his aspirations lay in ruins, leaving his heart bereft of hope. What shall we do? Ed asked, looking to Captain Flowman. Though the Wolfpack is gone, we still have our core members. Moreover, our immediate priority is to escape Palon City and leave Rockstar. The message indicated that they had been discovered, and the authorities would likely act by noon, deploying at least 8 warriors along with numerous aerial drones, in addition to the city's defenses, leaving them with no escape route. No escape route. Then we must fight back. Fisher's eyes gleamed with determination. Indeed, we shall fight. We are in the city, and with our preparations, capturing us will not be easy. Ed affirmed. Very well, arm yourselves. We will launch an assault on that last residence and take David hostage, using him as leverage to secure our escape. Captain Flowman resolved, determined to carve out a path for survival. Croc hesitated, reluctant to trouble David once more. Yet he recognized this was their only option. After a moment of inner conflict, he steeled his resolve. Though the safe house appeared unremarkable, it concealed a secret passage leading to the underground pipeline network. The 4 mercenaries donned their exoskeleton armor and entered the underground tunnels. Naturally, various sensors were positioned at the pipeline junctions, preventing long-distance movement. However, the mercenaries did not intend to travel far. They merely needed to reach a freight hovercraft parked 100 meters from the safe house. This was one of their prearranged escape routes. As mercenaries, they always prepared contingency plans. The lower hatch of the hovercraft opened, connecting to an exit of the underground pipeline. The 4 mercenaries swiftly entered the vehicle. Their exoskeleton armor, towering at 2 meters, was crafted from black alloy infused with the shell of a second-tier Zerg. while the vital areas of the chest and head employed materials equivalent to first-tier weaponry, ensuring the wearer's safety. The armor's core was an enhancement converter powered by Kryton crystals, capable of amplifying the user's strength tenfold. Thus, a warrior like Captain Flowman, who possessed a base strength of 2,000 kilograms, could wield an astounding 20,000 kilograms with the armor's augmentation. Such power, coupled with first-tier weaponry, could unleash devastating destruction within the city. Of course, Palon City was equipped with a defensive system and with drones patrolling the skies, as well as the city's guardian warriors. Few dared to wreak havoc in urban areas under the watchful eye of the Skynet. Captain Flowman would never resort to such measures unless absolutely desperate. Even if he succeeded in escaping, he would forever bear the stigma of a fugitive, living in constant fear of betrayal. His animosity toward David further fueled his decision. Had it not been for David, the wolf pack would not have met its demise. With the freight hovercraft as their cover, the four mercenaries could launch a surprise attack on David, seizing him and leveraging his safety for their own escape. They believed that the safety of the national hero's child outweighed their own, at least on the surface. The hovercraft made its way toward Lancaster Street, where David resided, drawing no attention from passers-by. The individuals surveilling the safe house could not have anticipated that the four mercenaries under their watch would suddenly spring into action. Furthermore, their meticulous arrangements were entirely divulged to these mercenaries, as an unseen hand orchestrated the unfolding of events from the shadows. Chapter 34. Encirclement Captain. If we charge directly like this, the interceptors in the sky will attack us immediately, and more reinforcements will arrive shortly, Ed exclaimed, observing the nearby residential area through the vehicle's display screen. Although he was not an electronic warfare specialist, a simple scan revealed that the buildings ahead were under particular scrutiny from the aerial interceptors. A forced assault would trigger alarms in the residences, summoning a multitude of interceptors. Locating David within the residence would require time, as their previous attempt to enter David's home had yielded no results. However, with alarms sounding, they would have at most a minute, perhaps even less. Don't worry, I have a way to disable the security system, Captain Froman declared in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the other three mercenaries turned their attention to him. This information was provided by our informant, likely an enemy of David or someone who desires his demise. Regardless, as long as it benefits us, who cares? Captain Froman scoffed. Meanwhile, David, who was practicing the storm hammer technique in the underground gym, felt his identity wristband vibrate. Uncle Galen, we're in trouble. Someone is attempting to attack the residence, David said, glancing at the prompt on his wristband, inquiring whether to disable the security system. He recognized this as a hidden access program uploaded by Director Jason of Leeson Security, and he informed Galen accordingly. Galen looked at David's wristband and, upon seeing the prompt, cast a curious glance at David. He could surmise that someone had tampered with the security system in David's residence. But the issue was that David had discovered it and reconfigured the security system. This indicated that David had a level of knowledge and expertise in such matters. David, I will notify Father. Reinforcements will be on their way. Myron quickly operated his wristband and stated. David allowed Myron to inform Mayor Bernard, believing that having the mayor mobilize assistance would be more reliable than relying solely on Galen, despite his prowess. David, you seem quite attached to this residence, Galen suddenly inquired. Uncle Galen, this place was left to me by my mother, David replied, having absorbed the memories of his predecessor. He had intertwined the recollections of his mother with those of his own, thus holding significant sentimental value for the residents. Myron, stay here. David, follow me, Galen said, firmly grasping David and lifting him effortlessly, addressing Myron as he did so. Myron wanted to pursue them, but, observing Galen's speed and recalling his orders, remained behind. David felt the rush of air as they sped along. He had never imagined that human speed could reach such heights. This was not merely running on an unobstructed track. Maintaining such velocity within a building while perfectly avoiding obstacles was beyond ordinary capabilities. Outside, Captain Froman operated his wristband and sent a series of codes towards the nearby residence. Could it be that the anonymous informant deceived me? He pondered, assessing his next course of action. Just then, 5 figures clad in silver-white exoskeletal armor descended from the void, surrounding the cargo truck. Damn it, how can there be stealth-equipped aircraft here? These soldiers have been protecting David, Captain Froman exclaimed. Each stealth-capable aircraft was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, and although this stealth was not true invisibility, but merely optical camouflage, It was exceedingly difficult to detect when the craft remained stationary. However, David was merely the child of a national hero, and even the national hero title did not justify such high security standards. Moreover, the 5 soldiers donned flowing exoskeletal armor, characterized by its enhanced speed, which could augment the user's velocity by 10%. Such armor was not available to the general public. Only the federal government and select connections could procure it. With swifter speeds and greater defensive capabilities than the black titanium exoskeletal armor, these soldiers possessed a significant advantage even before the battle began. "Engage!" Captain Froman shouted. Realizing that further words were futile, only through fierce combat could they hope for survival. As a peak soldier, he drew 2 long swords gleaming with a faint blue light from his back, simultaneously slashing them to sever the exterior of the cargo hover vehicle before leaping out. However, surrounded by 5 soldiers, they had no choice but to fight back. As mercenaries, they were accustomed to combat. Being encircled only ignited their fighting spirit. "Be careful. Don't damage the residence." Galen, still holding David, appeared outside the residence, setting David down while advising the 5 soldiers. "Understood, sir," the 5 soldiers replied, retrieving their weapons from the slots on their backs. Their weaponry was remarkably uniform, all wielding war hammers, albeit with a hue distinct from those David had previously encountered, matching the color of the dual swords in Captain Froman's hands. The faces of Captain Froman and his 3 companions paled simultaneously, while David was oblivious to the implications. The 4 mercenaries understood precisely what that color signified. Weapons like the spear in Croc's hands, Ed's shield, and Fisher's giant axe bore a faint glow, indicating they were of first-grade material. In contrast, the dual swords in Captain Froman's grasp emanated a blue luminescence, indicative of second-grade material. Captain Froman had expended considerable resources to acquire these swords. Second-grade materials required the fusion of the teeth and claws of second-grade insectoids with other precious components. Even for second-grade insectoids, crafting a weapon necessitated the remains of multiple specimens to yield sufficient quantities. Although Captain Froman's dual swords were classified as lightweight weapons, the demand for second-grade materials was still significant, requiring extensive connections and credits to obtain. His expertise in swordsmanship and status as a peak soldier, combined with the fact that his missions typically involved non-insectoid adversaries, led him to select dual swords of second-grade material. Yet the 5 soldiers before him, adorned in flowing exoskeletal armor and wielding second-grade heavy warhammers, held an overwhelming advantage in terms of equipment. "Who are you? Spare us, and I can offer compensation." Captain Froman positioned his dual swords defensively, signaling to his companions while questioning Galen. He was utterly perplexed. In his assessment, these mercenaries must have attacked him by accident. After all, no one could have foreseen that the T3 sniper assistance device would fall into his hands, let alone that these mercenaries had killed Amos, who was monitoring him. He had long believed that the mastermind who had implanted a backdoor in the security system was behind it all. But it was these mercenaries who had triggered the security breach. There is nothing to hide. We received an anonymous tip that included the discovery of our safe house, which led us here to capture you, along with instructions on how to disable the security system. All of this was provided by your enemies, and I do not know their identity. To extricate himself, Captain Froman divulged the details of the anonymous informant. He had no intention of maintaining confidentiality for someone who had lured them into a trap, if sharing this information could garner even a modicum of goodwill from his adversaries. It would be a worthwhile exchange. Chapter 35, The First Round of Battle. Uncle Garen, I have no objections. You decide. David received the answer he sought. Although it did not fully satisfy him, he understood that the enemy was indeed behind this. He turned to Garen, aware of his own limitations. Despite Garen's care for him, matters involving warriors were beyond his purview. From Roman, Croc, Ed, Fisher, Garen called out each of the 4 mercenaries surrounded. He then spoke solemnly. The honor of our nation must not be tarnished. This is an ironclad rule of the Federation. The Federation requires your blood to send a warning to others. With that declaration, Garen forcefully waved his hand in the air. The 5 luminous exoskeletons surged forward, 5 hammers glowing with an ethereal blue light cutting through the air towards the 4 mercenaries. David watched with wide eyes. The 5 warriors piloting the luminous exoskeletons all employed the storm hammer technique. This technique, practiced with hammers, could be directly applied in combat, particularly in coordinated group battles. The combined effect of 5 warriors executing the storm hammer technique was far more devastating than one-on-one encounters. Ed, defend. Captain from Roman shouted, quickly retreating behind Ed's shield. Fisher, wielding a double-bladed axe, positioned himself at the rear to counter the two warriors assaulting from behind, while Croc stood beside Fisher, ready to support from both sides. With their wealth of battle experience, they understood that engaging in a speed contest against the Black Diamond exoskeletons using luminous exoskeletons was the worst choice. They needed to gauge the true strength of their opponents to devise the most suitable response, thus opting for defense at the onset. The 5 spinning hammers, now accelerated, reached the mercenaries. 2 of the hammers struck against Ed's large shield, producing a nearly simultaneous resounding clash. Ed felt a tremendous force through his arms, and his exoskeleton armor emitted an ominous sound. He channeled the majority of the impact into the stone ground beneath him, causing his feet to sink into the earth while 2 deep dents appeared on the surface of his shield. If not for the exceptional thickness of Ed's shield, the blow would have shattered it. Yet, even so, the shield could not withstand the assault for long. Captain, they possess at least 1,500 kilograms of force, Ed exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. He had just experienced an impact equivalent to 15,000 kilograms. Meanwhile, Captain from Roman was engaged with a luminous warrior, parrying with his dual swords, successfully forcing the opponent back. In the clash between warriors, Captain from Roman gained a significant advantage wielding 2 lightweight weapons. But due to the opponent's specialized training with their hammers, he could not defeat them swiftly. In the rear, Fisher wielded his double-bladed axe with reckless abandon, eschewing defense in a desperate attempt to trade blows with a luminous warrior. However, the luminous warrior, benefiting from superior numbers, skillfully deflected Fisher's axe with their hammer and retreated. The last luminous warrior was unable to close the distance, stymied by Croc's spear. With the precision of a striking serpent, Croc's spear darted from behind Fisher, targeting the vulnerable spots of the luminous warrior's armor. To approach Croc, the luminous warrior would first need to engage Fisher, but attacking Fisher would expose them to the threat of the spear. The 2 luminous warriors in front were taken aback, despite their combined efforts. They could not overwhelm the mercenaries. They opted to withdraw, regrouping for a second assault. They still lack combat experience, Garen murmured, shaking his head. It was hardly surprising. The 5 luminous warriors typically battled against insectoids, utterly unlike the mercenaries accustomed to daily combat. Though the mercenaries' exoskeletons and weapons were inferior, their combat experience mitigated much of the gap. Nevertheless, under the overwhelming strength of the 5 luminous warriors, defeating the mercenaries was merely a matter of time. David remained transfixed by the unfolding battle. Even this brief exchange of blows left him profoundly shaken by the display of raw power. The stone surface of Pelin City was composed of the most robust materials from Rockstar, earning its name due to the abundance of hard stone. This stone, capable of withstanding typical explosions, showed significant damage after just the initial contact of the 9 warriors. David's gaze fell on the deep, dense marring edge shield, a legendary piece of heavy defensive equipment. What kind of force could inflict such damage? He couldn't help but glance at his home. Recalling Garen's earlier inquiry regarding its importance to him, it was evident that Garen wished to prevent the warriors' battle from damaging his residence. The once secure and sturdy abode now seemed as fragile as paper in the eyes of these warriors. Witnessing the true might of this world ignited a fervor within David, instilling in him the belief that with effort, he too could become one of these warriors. Captain from Roman wore a grim expression, acutely aware of the power the 5 luminous warriors possessed. Knowing their strength only deepened his despair. Each luminous warrior boasted a force of 1,500 kilograms, indicative of a unified training regimen, identical training, exoskeletons, secondary hammers, and attack methodologies. Though they had briefly forced the luminous warriors back, he understood that it was merely a reflection of the enemy's reluctance to engage fully. Everyone, fight with all your might. Create an opportunity for me to capture that commander and David. Captain from Roman urged softly. Captain, I have not valued my life since becoming a mercenary. I will carve a path for you. Ed replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a grim smile on his face. As a defensive warrior, his speed was lacking, making him the least likely to escape. In this moment, he recognized it was their only chance to risk everything. Let us do it, Fisher agreed, staring at the gash in his beloved axe. Croc remained silent, pressing a button on the side of his exoskeleton, injecting a vial of cellular activator into his system, his eyes rapidly turning red. While the term cellular activator sounded appealing, it was a rare and illicit substance in the black market. Its use came at the cost of the user's lifespan, granting tremendous boosts to strength and speed. The most terrifying aspect of the cellular activator was that it dulled pain, propelling the user into a berserk state, transforming them into a killing machine. It was clear that Croc was declaring his intent to fight with all he had. Captain from Roman glanced at Croc, sighing inwardly. His old subordinate was making this choice to ensure his escape. Ed also activated a cellular activator, his eyes glowing red as well. Only Fisher hesitated. While the activator could rapidly enhance combat prowess, it would result in permanent bodily harm, complicating any future attempts at improvement. However, given the current circumstances, he activated the injection device within the exoskeleton armor, allowing a vial of cell activator to enter his body. The 5 luminous warriors discerned something amiss, exchanging glances. They swung their war hammers once more, their figures surging forth like a tempest towards the 4 mercenaries. At this moment, apart from Captain Froman, the remaining 3 mercenaries felt the intense heat almost penetrating their black adamantine exoskeleton armor, emitting roars akin to wild beasts. It was not that Captain Frode lacked the will to fight desperately. Rather, with his body having reached its pinnacle, the enhancement gained from the injected cell activator was exceedingly limited. Chapter 36. The Extraordinary Garen. As the second round of battle commenced, the luminescent warriors charged towards the formation of 4 mercenaries, leveraging their numerical superiority. "Clear the way," Ed bellowed, his body pressed firmly against the great shield. Propelled by his exoskeletal armor and the explosive activation of a cellular stimulant, he surged forward with a speed that far exceeded his usual pace. The 2 luminescent warriors directly in front of him struck without hesitation, bringing their war hammers crashing down upon the great shield. Though cracks appeared on its surface, they could not halt Ed's momentum. This time, the 2 luminescent warriors found themselves at a disadvantage. The recoil from their strikes caused them to stagger and come to an abrupt stop. A wild glint sparked in Ed's eyes. He could have easily deflected their attacks by halting his advance, yet he chose to endure the impact of both strikes, even with the protection of the great shield. Blood erupted from his mouth. However, having dulled his sense of pain, he was indifferent to his injuries. He barreled towards the 2 luminescent warriors, prompting the other mercenaries to follow suit in his wake. Croc, wielding the longest spear, unleashed a swift assault. The spearhead, glimmering faintly, struck the 2 luminescent warriors squarely in the chest during their moment of hesitation. Their exoskeletal armor, fortified with primary-grade defensive material, absorbed the blows. Though they were propelled backward and blood spurted from their mouths, they suffered no fatal wounds. The impact merely transmitted force into their exoskeletons, which were designed to dissipate such shocks. Thus, they sustained only cracked ribs and turbulent vitality. Immediately after being knocked back, they activated healing agents, the cold liquid coursing through their bodies, swiftly mending their fractures and stabilizing their vitality. However, they lost their advantageous position surrounding the mercenaries. The 3 remaining luminescent warriors attempted to pursue the 4 mercenaries, but were fiercely intercepted by Fisher alone. Upon contact, Fisher's massive axe was shattered by a secondary-grade warhammer, while he endured several blows to his shoulder and back. Yet, he managed to injure 1 luminescent warrior with a sweep of his axe, successfully halting the advance of the other 2. The black-golden exoskeleton armor on Fisher's shoulders and back lay in ruins, exposing gaping wounds and fragments of white bone. Despite the grievous injuries he sustained, Fisher laughed maniacally, his axe continuing to swing as if untouched by pain. The 2 luminescent warriors were momentarily taken aback by his ferocity. Such injuries should have rendered him incapacitated. The desperate efforts of Ed and Fisher, alongside Croc's precise strikes, were not in vain. Captain Froman, like a wraith, surged toward Garen and David, encountering no obstacles in his path. "Uncle Garen, we must retreat," David shouted urgently as he saw Captain Froman closing in. The battlefield had shifted dramatically. The previous advantage of the luminescent warriors was now shattered, the mercenaries breaking through their encirclement and advancing towards them instead. Garen calmly pulled David behind him and extended his right hand, which was enveloped in a ghostly blue metallic sheen. Captain Froman, witnessing Garen's approach, felt a surge of hope for victory. His opponent lacked exoskeletal armor. With 5 luminescent warriors at his command, Garen was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Capturing him, along with David, would grant Froman the leverage to extract a substantial ransom upon leaving the Rockstar. As his hopes soared, he quickened his pace. perceiving Garen and David as a bounty of credit points ripe for the taking. Yet, as he drew nearer, he detected the disdain etched across Garen's face, an expression of contempt for those of lesser caliber. Froman was well acquainted with such an expression. He too often exuded it. As a top-tier warrior equipped with dual secondary-grade swords, why then did Garen, devoid of exoskeletal armor, exhibit such arrogance? Did they possess hidden cards? Yet, at such proximity, even hidden advantages would prove futile. As Captain Froman lunged before Garen, flipping his sword to grasp Garen with 3 fingers, Garen made his move. Froman, cautious not to harm Garen or David, his vital hostages, extended his hand carefully. However, Garen's arm vanished from David's sight, moving with such swiftness that even David's enhanced physique could not perceive the motion. Captain, look out! Croc, positioned behind Froman, suddenly felt an ominous chill and shouted a warning. Yet, it was too late. Froman maintained his grasping motion, only to feel a hand pierce through the primary-grade armor covering his chest. The ghostly blue glow of the invading arm signaled the power of secondary-grade material. How could such close-range armor exhibit such might? Only David remained oblivious to this, while Froman's expression betrayed his realization. Gazing at the gaping hole in his chest and the hand that clutched his heart from within, he understood that his fate was sealed. You are extraordinary, he began, but before he could finish, Garen crushed his heart in a single motion. The light in Froman's eyes extinguished as his exoskeletal armor lost control, instantly deactivating. Garen cast aside Froman's lifeless body, still gripping the spear that had been thrust towards him. It was Croc's final strike. As Garen seized the spear, a gentle shake rendered Croc's armored hands, along with the hands they protected, broken in an instant. When Croc relinquished his hold on the spear, Garen thrust the spear-s shaft into Croc's chest. The immense force shattered his armor as if it were mere parchment. Penetrating his heart, Croc clutched the spear embedded in his chest with his useless hands, his eyes reflecting a yearning for life intertwined with a sense of liberation from the world. His story faded into oblivion with his passing. Ed let out a howl akin to that of a wounded wolf. Fueled by the cellular stimulant, he charged towards Garen, undeterred by the prospect of death, shield held high. Garen remained impassive, extending his hand once more. The ghostly blue glow of his right hand pierced through the great shield, finding its mark in Ed's heart. In the final moments, Fisher's attention was drawn to Garen's rampage, momentarily forgetting his enemy, only to be struck directly on the head by a warhammer. Even bolstered by the cellular stimulant and a primary-grade helmet, he could not withstand the disorienting blow, followed by relentless strikes from several luminescent warriors, which rendered his skull into a shattered mess. David, undeterred by the brutal scene before him, sensed the Shade's servant drawing in 4 souls, transmitting a soothing sensation from their essence. Gather the spoils and summon the local authorities to cleanse this area. Garen spoke solemnly to the 5 Radiant Knights. Yes, my lord, they replied, bowing respectfully. The 5 Radiant Knights were filled with a profound sense of shame. Despite their overwhelming advantages in both equipment and numbers, they had utterly faltered in the face of 4 mercenaries, suffering a significant defeat. Chapter 37. Spoils of War. David, I thought you would be sickened by such a scene. Yet you seem remarkably resilient. Garen remarked with a smile as he turned to David. Choose one of these spoils. Garen paused, recalling David's recent tribulations, and tactfully shifted the subject. Is that truly permissible? David asked, his heart leaping with disbelief. The spoils before them were genuine knightly armaments, each piece more precious than the last. You needn't consider the exoskeleton armor. All of it is damaged. Besides, once you become a full-fledged knight, you will possess your own exoskeleton armor, which will far surpass these. The exoskeleton armor from non-university is of superior quality. Garen chuckled as he noticed David's gaze fixated on the black titanium exoskeleton armor. Feeling somewhat sheepish, David's attention shifted to the twin swords that once belonged to Captain Froman. Among all the spoils, these 2 long swords were distinct in color, reminiscent of the war hammers wielded by the Radiant Knights, undoubtedly valuable items. David, you certainly have an eye for selection. The combined worth of all the spoils pales in comparison to these 2 level 2 long swords. But alas, I had promised you. Garen chuckled, shaking his head as he picked up the twin level 2 long swords, admiring them. He handed them to David, who hesitated momentarily before accepting them. In truth, had it not been for David's extraordinary talent, Garen would never have bestowed such a precious piece of equipment upon him. Not to mention that wielding long swords is generally considered irresponsible for ordinary knights, as Garen had previously advised David. However, Garen understood that with David's current mastery of the warhammer, he could wield significant combat power upon becoming a full knight. Learning to handle long swords would not demand much effort from David, and mastering an additional weapon would undoubtedly benefit his growth. Garen had witnessed knights losing a substantial portion of their combat capabilities due to weapon damage on the battlefield. Finding a suitable weapon amidst chaos was no simple task. The more weapons one could master, the greater the chances of survival. David, I will look into the issues with your residential security system, Garen stated gravely, recalling David's safety and the security systems program. David nodded, eager to confide in Garen about his knowledge, but the matter involved his stepmother Bertha's father, Mr. Stewart. Even though Garen was a friend of his father Hans, David preferred to keep Garen out of it. Nevertheless, having Garen's influence investigate the situation would be beneficial, as he had to be cautious even when stepping outside. Though he was uncertain of Garen's power, the presence of 5 Radiant Knights and the Mayor Bernard's attitude indicated Garen's high standing. Being referred to as an important figure by Myron suggested that Garen's status far surpassed that of the mayor. Here is a scabbard for you, Garen added, retrieving a scabbard from behind Captain Frohman's corpse, crafted from the black titanium exoskeleton, and handed it to David. Thank you, Uncle Garen, David said, receiving it and sheathing the twin level 2 long swords within. The scabbard's exterior was made of an unknown creature's hide, while the interior's material remained a mystery, securely holding the sharp, formidable level 2 long swords. Remember, the long sword is merely an auxiliary in battle. I do not wish for it to hinder your mastery of the warhammer, Garen cautioned. At that moment, 4 transport aircraft approached, accompanied by 5 interceptor drones overhead. 8 knights disembarked from the transport craft. Their exoskeleton armors varied. David, a good exoskeleton armor signifies one's strength and ensures safety. Therefore, when selecting your exoskeleton armor in the future, exercise caution. Understand your characteristics and choose the armor that best suits you, Garen spoke softly to David. David recognized that Garen was using the 8 knights' armors as a reminder for himself and nodded in understanding. Given your circumstances, entering non-university should pose no issue. There are many exoskeleton armors available there, and if you require assistance, feel free to contact me, Garen continued. He was no longer merely aiding a friend's son. He was making an investment. David's gaze drifted to Garen's right arm, where the form-fitting armor from the recent battle had mysteriously vanished, as if it had never existed. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he understood Garen's desire for privacy, and asking would yield no results. Meanwhile, the 8 local knights began to secure the scene as more police arrived, creating a bustling atmosphere. As witnesses and participants, the officers were supposed to take their statements. However, not a single officer impeded their presence. Officer Bob stood among the crowd, his eyes glinting with knowledge of David's identity, though he never anticipated the magnitude of the commotion David had caused. Moreover, the presence of 5 Radiant Knights guarding David's residence exceeded his expectations, leading him to believe that he must continue to curry favor with David for his own benefit. He felt no worry, for with Garen's presence, no trouble seemed insurmountable. However, the fact that Garen personally attended to the situation indicated it was no small matter, and during his brief time in the underground gym, his curiosity was akin to 1,000 needles pricking at his mind. Why didn't I go to watch the battle between Uncle Garen and those 4 knight mercenaries? Myron lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Perhaps due to the recent defeat of 3 knights, Garen was in good spirits and paid no attention to Myron's words, instead communicating with someone through his identity wristband. David, what is that? Myron exclaimed, his sharp eyes spotting the scabbard in David's hand, reaching out to snatch it, only to be evaded by David. Let me see. I'll keep the 2 warhammers I brought, and in the spirit of our friendship, just let me have a look. Myron's curiosity was reignited as he persistently pleaded. David glanced at the 2 warhammers discarded on the ground. They were mere practice hammers infused with a significant amount of level 1 insect shell, hardly worthy of true combat. However, seeing Myron's eagerness, David relented and handed him the scabbard. Myron held the scabbard in one hand and drew a sword with the other, only to discover that it was a pair of swords, the unique design of the handles allowing them to fit together like a single hilt. Be careful, don't injure yourself, David cautioned. Myron did not fully draw the long sword. Upon catching sight of its ethereal blue glow, he halted his movements. This is a pair of level 2 long swords, he stammered in disbelief. His tone brimmed with incredulity, for within the confines of his home, he was well aware of what Level 2 weapons represented. The number of Level 2 weapons throughout the entire Palon city could be counted on one hand, each possessed by powerful knights backed by formidable financial conglomerates. Yet here was Garen, casually gifting David a pair of Level 2 long swords, a gesture so grand it left Myron astonished. He examined the long swords closely, captivated by the enchanting blue luminescence. Having studied long swords, he felt a strong urge to ask David for one, but he was acutely aware of their value, regardless of their friendship. Garen's gifts could not be transferred. Wait, didn't Uncle Garen say we couldn't wield long swords? Myron suddenly recalled, questioning aloud. Myron, focus on your own practice and refrain from comparing yourself to David, Garen solemnly advised as he approached the two. Hearing the familiar response, Myron lowered his head and picked up a war hammer from the ground, commencing his training. David sensed that Garen's words seemed to strike Myron once again. David, the entire staff of Leeson Security Company has been taken in for investigation, and the company has been sealed. We will await further news, Garen informed David. He had just initiated contact to begin the inquiry into Leeson Security Company, a firm devoid of substantial backing, which had no means to defend itself against an official investigation. Thank you, Uncle Garen, David expressed his gratitude. David, you must grow quickly. Who knows, Uncle might need your assistance in the future, Garen replied with a smile. To David, it merely sounded like jovial banter, but deep down, Garen spoke from the heart. The city of Perlon was in disarray today. The clash of 9 armored warriors sent tremors of fear through all nearby. Fortunately, it was not long before the police arrived to manage the situation. Shortly thereafter, Leeson Security Company found itself surrounded by a large contingent of police, with several armored warriors in attendance. From the general manager to the clerks, even the janitorial staff, everyone associated with Leeson Security was taken away, and all the company's quantum computers were dismantled. After the police departed, an extensive lockdown was enforced, with a red barrier indicating that Leeson Security Company had been designated a restricted zone under the watchful eye of the surveillance network. By around 5 in the afternoon, David and Myron were both drenched in sweat, having consumed a considerable amount of their enhanced stamina. However, the gap between them had not diminished with time. After a day of practice, bolstered by the excitement of witnessing combat, David had nearly achieved a 50 proficiency level with the warhammer. It was estimated that with just one more day of practice, he could reach the level of the late Amos, the security supervisor of the Sturt Hotel. Meanwhile, Myron remained at a rudimentary stage, having only mastered the majority of the Stormhammer techniques. Without the comparison to David, this achievement would have been commendable. All right, that will be all for today, Garen said, observing the exhausted duo as he clapped his hands. Fantastic. My arms feel as though they might break, Myron exclaimed, dropping the war hammer to the ground and vigorously shaking his arms. Myron, your aptitude is not particularly remarkable, so you must practice diligently, Garen advised him. Myron was momentarily taken aback. The commentary on his lack of aptitude felt like a heavy blow. Yet, upon glancing at David beside him, a sense of calm enveloped him. Uncle Garen must be comparing me to David, surely. He reassured himself internally. David, the leads from Leeson Security Company have gone cold. The supervisor who served you, Jason, has committed suicide in the police station, Garen disclosed to David, his voice laced with discontent towards the police system. It was common knowledge that a suicide within a police precinct was implausible given the surveillance and the presence of officers. However, this was not Garen's domain, and his contacts could not extract any information here. Any further inquiries would be challenging with the local police system having disrupted the leads. The remaining personnel from Leeson Security, including their general manager, are unaware of your residential security system. Nonetheless, since this incident involves Leeson Security, they must bear some consequences, Garen asserted, his demeanor reminiscent of a bandit. Thank you, Uncle Garen. David expressed his gratitude once more, though he had lost count of how many times he had done so. Yet, the anticipation of what was to come stirred an uncontainable excitement within him. The main server of a security company is at least of a small server caliber, far superior to his K2 military electronic countermeasure device. Utilizing a genuine server for remote target attacks would greatly enhance effectiveness. Ultimately, the K2 military electronic countermeasure device was merely portable combat equipment, amalgamating numerous pre-existing attack programs and military-grade electronic signals, yet it still fell short of the computational capacity of a server. Garen chuckled. Noting that this was merely a trivial act on his part, Leeson Security Company should be grateful for his leniency, or else their collapse would have been instantaneous. Garen then departed to attend to his own affairs. Before he could fully comprehend the knowledge orbs within the Shadow Servant, he was enveloped by a warm energy. More accurately, it was his soul that was surrounded by this comforting essence. A sense of refreshment surged from his soul, akin to the sensations previously transmitted by the Shadow Servant. The weariness of the day, coupled with the soothing energy, lulled him into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the time on his identity bracelet indicated it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Shadow Servant, display my attribute panel, he commanded, placing his hand once again on the Shadow Servant. On his attribute panel, he observed his mental acuity had risen to 3.4.1, indicating an increase of 0.4. This meant that through his reflections on the day's practice, he had surpassed the knowledge imparted by Amos regarding the mastery of the Warhammer, thus acquiring his own understanding. Perhaps I truly am a genius, David mused with a hint of self-admiration. Amos had achieved such prowess through countless battles, yet he had merely contemplated it to elevate his understanding by one, a feat that filled him with pride. However, when he turned his thoughts to electronic countermeasures, he found no insights or improvements in proficiency. Frustrated, he tried focusing on the mastery of the heavy axe, 33 entry level, and martial arts, 1 proficiency. Yet relying solely on contemplation yielded no increase whatsoever. He recalled Garen's teachings on the Stormhammer technique and the 5 luminous armored warriors he had observed employing it in battle, and he shook his head, realizing that the one increase in his Warhammer proficiency stemmed from this experience. Amos had not had the opportunity to learn the Stormhammer technique. His advancement had solely come from actual combat, while David, having acquired the Stormhammer technique, naturally exceeded Amos in knowledge. Having identified the source of his improvement, David turned his focus back to the Shadow Servant, where he discovered 4 new knowledge orbs. Among them, 2 were yellow and vibrantly colored, while the other 2 were orange, likely representing proficiency level knowledge. These 4 knowledge orbs simultaneously confirmed what he had suspected. Each soul could extract only 1 knowledge orb. He concentrated on the 4 knowledge orbs, revealing their attributes: longsword mastery, 80 proficiency, spear mastery, 99 proficiency, shield mastery, 50 proficiency, and heavy axe mastery, 70 proficiency. Chapter 39. Sniping. By examining the attributes of the 4 knowledge orbs, David discerned that they primarily represented the abilities of the 4 mercenaries. To his surprise, the mastery of the longsword reached an impressive 80, while the mastery of the spear was an astonishing 99. It was evident that the longsword skill, 80 mastery, belonged to Commander Froman, whereas the spear skill, 99 mastery, was that of the mercenary Croc. Even without extensive knowledge of the armored warriors, David surmised that Croc harbored many secrets, now lost with his demise. Nonetheless, these 2 abilities highlighted the formidable nature of Garen. 2 armored warriors, possessing mastery-level combat skills, were rendered helpless before Garen, akin to infants, easily dispatched by his hand. David recalled the word extraordinary uttered by Commander Froman before his death, leaving David with some conjectures regarding the realm beyond armored warriors. This is still quite distant from me, he murmured. A day had passed since his last fusion with a knowledge orb, and he was ready to absorb and merge with a new one. This time, his options expanded significantly, as the mastery of various weapons encompassed the majority of commonly used arms by armored warriors, particularly with the acquisition of 2 secondary longswords. He felt a strong inclination towards the longsword mastery, 80. Ultimately, he resolved to absorb the knowledge orb of sniping, 20 proficiency. Having achieved 83 proficiency in hammer mastery, he already possessed formidable close combat abilities. However, he had always envied the long-range capabilities of snipers. Safe, efficient, and powerful, such was the essence of the sniper warrior. From a distance, a sniper was the harbinger of death to enemies, yet a guardian angel to allies. David's memories revealed a special connection his predecessor had with snipers, rooted in his father, Hans, a sniper warrior himself. Due to his predecessor's ambiguous feelings towards his father, that love was inadvertently transferred onto the profession of the sniper warrior. Initially, his predecessor had intended to test for sniping talent only after entering university, but fate intervened before he could achieve this. In recent days, he had scarcely had time to practice, as his schedule was consumed by honing his skills with the Stormhammer techniques. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, He commanded his shadow attendant to integrate the sniping 20 proficiency knowledge orb into his being. In an instant, he found himself at the edge of a battlefield, lying prone atop a large stone. Before him lay an extraordinarily long sniper rifle, exceeding 4 meters in length, most of which was the barrel. Having undergone several fusions with combat knowledge orbs, David was accustomed to this sensation of being unable to control his body while simultaneously receiving every nuance of physical experience, including enemy judgment and analysis. On the battlefield, 5 armored warriors formed a combat unit. 2 defensive warriors stood at the forefront, wielding large shields to fend off the advancing spiked claw worms, striking with minimal distance to create separation. David recalled the illustrated guide detailing the spiked claw worm, noting that, aside from its 2 sharp claws, it boasted 6 venomous appendages capable of rapid close-range thrusts. Its combat strength ranked above average among first-tier insectoids. With 5 spiked claw worms in play, it was evident that, without defensive support, the 5 warriors would face certain defeat. The only uncertainty lay with the sniper warrior concealed behind the large stone. Behind the 2 defensive warriors, 2 hammer-wielding warriors burst forth from the defensive perimeter, unleashing a powerful barrage against the spiked claw worms. Based on David's understanding of hammer mastery, their skill level exceeded 50 proficiency. Unfortunately, the 2 hammer warriors could only force back 2 spiked claw worms without achieving any substantial victory. This was to be expected against 5 spiked claw worms. They dared not stray too far from their defensive companions. At that moment, David's normal vision was replaced by the sniper's scope, specifically the T3 sniping auxiliary device he was familiar with. Yet this particular device, mounted on the elongated sniper rifle, displayed a wealth of information. In an instant, David received the sniper warrior's analytical data, which encompassed assessments of air temperature, humidity, wind direction, and distance. The sniper warrior deftly adjusted the ammunition, a maneuver David understood to signify a switch in bullet type. The sniper could employ silenced standard ammunition to lure distant insectoids, allowing the warrior unit to confront them one at a time, thereby enhancing combat efficiency and survival rates. When a lethal strike against an insectoid was required, however, the sniper had to switch to specialized ammunition. Given that the spiked claw worm was a first-tier insectoid, the sniper's special ammunition had to be of at least first-tier quality. Such precious ammunition came at a high cost, although it was lighter than first-tier weaponry. It was not to be squandered. The sniper warrior's opportunities for attack were limited. To engage the spiked claw worm, they could not activate the silenced mode. While this mode reduced the noise of the weapon, it significantly diminished its lethality. David heard the sound of a bullet sliding into the chamber, and a new insight entered his mind. An experienced sniper could determine the type of bullet merely by the sound of it entering the chamber. Through the display of the T3 sniping auxiliary device, David observed as a defensive warrior, shield in hand, was knocked back by a charge from a spiked claw worm, creating a gap in their once unbroken formation. Seemingly sensing the vulnerability, the spiked claw worm prepared to unleash its venomous stingers. In that fleeting moment, the sniper rifle fired, sending a first-tier bullet hurtling forth amidst a burst of flames. David felt the immense recoil of the rifle, fortunately mitigated by the exoskeleton armor worn by the sniper warrior, who managed to suppress the remaining force with their robust physique. David sensed the sniper's state. To prevent the rifle from shifting, the sniper resisted all recoil, briefly experiencing a sensation akin to asphyxiation. In this state, the sniper adeptly loaded another first-tier bullet into the chamber and fired once more. This was not a simple equation of 1 + 1. The impact from consecutive shots subjected the sniper to forces comparable to those faced by frontline warriors directly confronting insectoid attackers. In truth, to inflict lethal damage on a first-tier insectoid like the spiked claw worm, the sniper's weapon had to unleash an instantaneous force far surpassing the insectoid's defensive capabilities, targeting a critical weak point. The first bullet expertly traversed the gap in the shield, striking the vulnerable area beneath the spiked claw worm's head. At this moment, another insight flooded David's mind. The white spot beneath the spiked claw worm's head marked the location of its heart, typically shielded by its thick cranial armor. Only during an attack would this critical weakness be exposed. The first-tier bullet soared over 500 meters, striking the vulnerable spot just as the gunfire echoed. The bullet penetrated the spiked claw worm's exoskeleton, resulting in a spray of green ichor, followed by the creature's anguished shriek. The secondary bullet followed closely behind the first, with less than half a second's interval, once again piercing through the gap of the great shield to strike another spiked clawed creature that had charged at it. This time, the bullet found its mark in the creature's eye, and a cascade of dark ichor accompanied the anguished cries of the spiked clawed beast, which was gravely wounded. In the brief span of merely 1 second, the tide of battle shifted, revealing the terrifying prowess of the sniper knight in all its glory. Chapter 40. Fusion. Despite the remarkable achievements of the sniper soldiers, none of the 5 warriors managed to secure a single victory. In contrast, the sniper soldiers swiftly dispatched one spiked pincer tail and severely injured another. However, only David, attuned to the sniper soldier's condition, comprehended that the sniper could not fire a third shot at this moment. The immense recoil of such a powerful sniper rifle was truly formidable. Within the Galactic Federation, although many designers aspired to diminish this recoil, it became evident that each reduction in recoil correspondingly diminished the weapon's striking power. The sniper soldiers preferred to endure the overwhelming recoil rather than compromise even a fraction of their lethal precision. Their existence was predicated on delivering fatal blows. Inflicting mere wounds upon the insectoid adversaries was never an option. David sensed the sniper soldier's body trembling faintly and, in merely 3 seconds, dissipated most of the residual force within him. This technique was essential for snipers, enhancing their ability to re-engage in combat swiftly. Yet, 3 seconds on the battlefield could alter the course of events significantly. One spiked pincer tail unleashed its venomous spikes, leaping over the shield to assault the 5 warriors, while another collided with the barrier, overwhelming the defensive soldier. In this precarious situation, the 5 warriors had to exert every ounce of their strength, dividing into 2 groups to intercept the 2 pincer tails. However, the last unscathed pincer tail seized this opportunity to circumvent the 5 warriors, charging toward the sniper soldier. Once a pincer tail initiated its charge, its speed was beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers, especially as none among the 5 specialized in agility. As the sniper soldier's body recuperated, 3 seconds had elapsed, and the pincer tail was now less than 300 meters away. Through the T3 sniper assist device, David could distinctly observe the repugnant bristles adorning the pincer tail. At that moment, the sniper soldier remained motionless, his elongated rifle tracking the advancing pincer tail as a wealth of data emerged anew for analysis. This analytical process, however, proved intricate, as the pincer tail constantly maneuvered using rocks and its own movements to evade the sniper's targeting. The conflict between the insectoid race and the Galactic Federation had persisted for millennia, with the insectoids well versed in combat against soldiers, just as the soldiers were familiar with the insectoids. Although the intellect of the pincer tail was limited, its instinct for battle compelled it to recognize that the sniper soldier was a vital threat to be eliminated. Closer and closer it drew, now merely 100 meters away, an interval that the pincer tail could traverse in mere breaths. David, anxious, sensed the sniper soldier's calm heartbeat, as if the imminent peril bore no weight upon him. With a subtle motion of his finger, a tremendous force reverberated through the exoskeletal armor and his body, while a round of ammunition soared into the designated target. The pincer tail, struck by this blow, trembled violently, its heart obliterated by the impact. Yet, its tenacity allowed it to press onward, aided by its prior momentum, closing the distance to a mere 50 meters. However, as it approached the sniper soldier, the last vestige of its strength waned, and its lifeless form skidded several meters before coming to rest at the foot of the sniper soldier. Without even a glance at the fallen pincer tail, the sniper soldier had already shifted his focus to the 2 pincer tails engaged in battle in the distance. David's mind absorbed another crucial lesson. When comrades were present, as long as they remained alive, the sniper's weapon must retain its deterrent power. Retreating was not an option. The elongated sniper rifle was ill-suited for use in motion, and the overwhelming recoil could not be dissipated while standing. This implied that if the sniper soldier rose, he would forfeit his combat efficacy. Resuming a prone position and recalibrating various data required time that could drastically alter the battlefield's dynamics. Naturally, soldiers typically endeavored to safeguard the sniper soldier, whose value prompted them to wish for a sniper in their ranks. The battle concluded swiftly, with a tally of 3 pincer tails felled by the sniper soldier, 1 severely wounded and subsequently slain by a warhammer soldier, while the last was overwhelmed by the 5 warriors. The visions David experienced did not cease. Subsequent combat scenes depicted ever-shifting soldier units and various tiers of insectoids. In one instance involving 30 soldiers, A brutal massacre unfolded as they besieged a second-tier insectoid, and David felt the sniper soldiers' profound helplessness. Ultimately, several sniper soldiers unleashed second-tier ammunition, resulting in the demise of the second-tier insectoid, albeit at the cost of nearly all 30 soldiers' lives. Following this, the visions ceased to feature insectoids, and the sniper soldiers' combat objectives transitioned to various spacecraft and different soldiers, yet his formidable long-range combat prowess remained unchanged. Although the visions did not reveal the sniper soldiers' other growth experiences beyond the battles, David began to comprehend why Albert exhibited such unusual traits. An exemplary sniper soldier, having endured a harrowing battle, found his psyche utterly shattered. He metamorphosed into a mercenary, deriving pleasure from killing. And while he retained his composure only when wielding the sniper rifle, it was solely during those moments that he embodied the sniper soldier. David struggled to evaluate Albert, the cause of nearly 100 fatalities. Upon emerging from the vision, he felt compelled to revisit the information regarding Albert. Perhaps Albert's previous name was not this. The records lacked details of his past experiences. Closing the dossier in hand, David's body quivered gently, a manifestation of the sniper soldier's recoil absorption technique. To his surprise, he accomplished this with remarkable ease. Having mastered intermediate-level techniques and Warhammer skills, he found that grasping combat abilities at the same level was now exceedingly manageable. At that moment, he felt a burgeoning interest in Myron's invitation to the shooting range, contemplating reminding Myron at a later time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his wristband emitted a notification. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a message transmitted from the secure light hub implanted in the Stir Hotel, which he had programmed to relay important reminders, including Mr. Stir's daily agenda and events linked to Trainer Jeremy. This particular message seemed to convey a confidential directive from Trainer Jeremy to Mr. Stir, specifically sent via the secure light hub at the Stir Hotel. Indeed, this was the safest method. The identity wristband possessed location tracking, ensuring that if the identity was compromised, all messages would be intercepted. However, David had long since breached the security of the Stir Hotel's light hub, rendering Trainer Jeremy's message effectively transparent to him. The message was succinct, consisting of a single line. All actions targeting the subject are to be halted. No operations will commence in the immediate future. Such a cryptic message would leave others bewildered. But David grasped its implications. It appeared that Galen's emergence, coupled with his involvement in the investigation of the Leeson Security Company, had incited caution among the hidden puppeteers, who feared Galen might uncover more information, prompting them to suspend their actions against David. Upon reading this message, David felt a wave of relief wash over him. He needed time to grow. The unseen forces had persistently targeted him, particularly with Mr. Stir's presence casting suspicion upon his stepmother, Bertha, leaving him with few he could trust. Garen's timely arrival, along with the formidable status and strength he displayed, instilled fear in the shadowy puppeteer. Under Garen's guidance, David experienced a remarkably swift development. Chapter 41. A visit. Just as David let out a sigh of relief, the security neural interface sent him another message. Let's meet and discuss in detail. This message originated from Mr. Sturt's account, directly targeting Trainer Jeremy, who possessed his own account within the security neural interface. However, for David, who had mastery over the system, such concealments were utterly ineffective. Upon opening the address coordinates, David discovered it led to a modest beverage shop. Due to the environmental conditions of the planet Panchur, natural beverages were considered luxurious items in Pelin City. Nonetheless, this very aspect had given rise to numerous beverage shops catering to the demand. Much like the fruit and vegetable cultivation base beneath David's residence, one could easily establish such a shop to earn a substantial amount of credit points. However, this was not on David's agenda. He had long ceased to regard those credit points with any significance. He noted the time and subsequently shut down his identity bracelet. Before retiring for the night, David practiced the 18 forms of body technique once more. Although the space in his bedroom was somewhat cramped, he could clearly observe the changes in his attribute panel. After a single session of practicing the 18 forms, he noted that both his strength and physique attributes had risen to 302. The proficiency in body techniques, which should not belong to an ordinary person, yielded formidable results after David's training. Without the enhancement of potions, only the consumption of fortified meat had contributed to this growth. Based on today's 2 practice sessions, each time practicing the 18 forms could augment both strength and physique by 0.01. implying a daily increase of 0.02. He calculated that if he continuously consumed level 1 fortified meat and practiced daily, he could reach the 1,000 kilogram standard of nightly strength in a matter of days. Of course, this was contingent upon the absence of any bottlenecks. 1,000 kilograms represented the minimum threshold for knights and served as the dividing line between ordinary individuals and knights. Without achieving this strength, one could not equip exoskeleton armor. With hope in his heart, David freshened up and drifted into slumber. The following morning, while he was still honing his storm hammer technique in the underground gym, his identity bracelet alerted him to an approaching vehicle. Master, Manager Lucien from Leeson Security Company is here for a visit. He then received a message from his intelligent assistant, Emma. Uncle Galen, Leeson Security Company has arrived. David informed Galen, who was beside him, instructing Myron. Attend to them yourself. No need to be overly courteous. Galen waved dismissively before delivering a sharp reprimand to Myron, who was distracted and had made an error. David chose to ignore the resentful look from Myron. They had been practicing since 6 in the morning, and aside from breakfast, Myron was eager to take a break. Upon opening the door, David was met with a hovering cargo vehicle and a middle-aged man clad in business attire. The man appeared exceedingly reserved, and upon encountering David, a flicker of trepidation crossed his features. Mr. David, I am Lucien, the manager responsible for Leeson Security Company in Pellant City. On behalf of the company, I extend my sincerest apologies and present our compensation. Manager Lucien bowed slightly, speaking humbly. Such familiar words echoed those spoken by Supervisor Jason during his previous visit. David felt an urge to express his anger. Yet upon noticing several staff members unloading items from the cargo vehicle, he immediately recognized them as components of a mid-sized server, thanks to his acquired knowledge of electronic countermeasures. He longed to inquire, is it truly necessary for a small-town security company to procure a mid-sized server as their primary server? In truth, Leeson Security Company had no alternative. Due to the safety concerns in Pellant City, the majority of residents opted for more reliable security systems to safeguard themselves. This led to fierce competition among security companies, with Leeson Security Company managing to dominate the market by utilizing a mid-sized server as their main server, effectively outmaneuvering numerous competitors. If it weren't for their existential crisis, Manager Lucien would never have been willing to part with such a valuable asset to compensate David. Lucien's fear did not stem from David himself, but rather from Galen, who stood behind him. Mr. Lucien, welcome. David greeted with a courteous smile, inviting him into the hall and gesturing for him to take a seat. Mr. David, I have brought the main server with me. Please designate a location for its installation. Manager Lucien pointed toward the staff still unloading the cargo. The fact that it took 4 or 5 workers so long to handle the components indicated the substantial size of the mid-sized server. Unlike ordinary neural interfaces, mid-sized servers were not easily movable and required professional handling. Thus, Manager Lucien had enlisted the services of a specialized team from the server's vendor to expedite their arrival. He had expended a considerable amount of credit points. Thank you, Mr. Lucien. Let us install it in that vacant room on the first floor, David directed, indicating an empty space. Lucien nodded and quietly instructed one of the staff members, who promptly dashed off. Soon, the components of the mid-sized server were being carefully transported into the designated room. Rest assured, Mr. David, our professionals will ensure the main server is properly calibrated and will not depart until you have been granted ultimate access. Manager Lucien assured him. Emma, serve some juice. David suddenly recalled that he had yet to attend to his guest, addressing his intelligent assistant. Lucien's demeanor visibly relaxed. He could sense that David was signaling a willingness to ease tensions. Given Leeson Security Company's current market share, surviving this predicament was of utmost importance. And no price was too steep to pay. Delivering the mid-sized server was a means to earn David's forgiveness, and it appeared to be effective. Lifting a weight off Lucien's shoulders. Mr. David, here are some small accessories, a token of appreciation from our company. He placed a box he had been holding on the coffee table, sliding it toward David. Upon opening the box, David discovered not only components for the mid-sized server, but also several specialized electronic devices. Among them were a mini scanner, a mimicry monitor, and a signal jammer, devices that were not common and could only be acquired through legitimate security companies. The mini scanner could be held in hand, scanning for life forms within a 50-meter radius of a structure, relaying the information to other display devices. The mimicry monitor could be discreetly placed anywhere. Its built-in chip would automatically analyze the surrounding environment, altering its colors to achieve concealment. Although this was not true invisibility, it could easily cause most individuals to overlook its presence. The signal jammer could completely block signals within a certain range, akin to the device used by the Sirius Mercenary Corps during their first assault on David's residence, albeit in a more compact form. These electronic devices were characterized by their small size, making them suitable for espionage activities and classified as contraband on the market. David, having encountered similar devices while assimilating knowledge on electronic countermeasures, began to examine them with casual interest. A hint of pride emerged on Manager Lucien's lips. He discerned that David was quite taken with these electronic devices. Ever since learning that Galen intended for Leeson Security Company to compensate David with the main server, he had surmised that David held a profound appreciation for electronic gadgets. Otherwise, the mid-sized server, no matter how valuable, would merely be perceived as a larger neural interface by an outsider. Thus, he had included 3 items from his private collection among the server's accessories. As Lucien, the general manager with a shared passion for electronic devices, anticipated, David, a fellow enthusiast, indeed possessed similar preferences. His assumption proved to be correct. "Mr. Lucien, I am truly delighted with these thoughtful gifts," David exclaimed, extending his right hand. "Mr. David, I sincerely hope to cultivate a positive relationship with you. Should you have any needs regarding electronic devices, please do not hesitate to reach out to me," Lucien replied, grasping David's hand with a smile. David's enthusiasm for electronic devices was not merely casual. Rather, the gadgets presented by General Manager Lucien coincidentally matched his precise requirements. Chapter 42. Farewell, David. Practice diligently. "I shall await you in Non City," Galen encouraged David as he stood before the grand entrance. "Uncle Galen, I shall strive to do my best," David responded. Having developed a familial bond with Galen over the past few days, nodding firmly. "Myron, you too must put forth your utmost effort," Galen added, addressing Myron. "Uncle Galen, I will gain admission to non-university alongside David," Myron proclaimed confidently, though it had only been a few days, through relentless practice. Myron had just about mastered the 36 techniques of the Stormhammer art, with a mentor like Galen guiding him. He felt assured that mastering the hammer would soon be within his reach. Galen waved farewell to the two, and suddenly, a ladder descended from the sky. The stealth ship hovering above appeared to materialize from the void. David recalled the presence of a ship above his residence, though he had been unaware of its model. As Galen entered the void, the engines roared to life, and the ship slowly became visible. David beheld a sleek, all-black aircraft, its wings spanning an impressive 30 meters. Its design as graceful as that of a black swan. "Goodness, that is the Black Phantom," Myron exclaimed with excitement. David was unfamiliar with the name Black Phantom, having likely never heard of it before. The Black Phantom is an ultra-fast atmospheric aircraft with spaceflight capabilities. Akin to the status of the Glaston in the realm of flying vehicles, Myron elaborated. No sooner had he spoken than the elegant Black Phantom accelerated suddenly, transforming into a streak of black light that pierced the heavens and vanished from sight. At that moment, David comprehended the extraordinary speed of which Myron spoke. He understood that the Black Phantom was the finest among aircraft of its size. This realization also clarified the impressive armament of Galen's retinue, each soldier equipped with second-tier hammers. "Ah, freedom at last. Let us go out and revel today." Myron laughed heartily after witnessing the Black Phantom's disappearance. "Myron, I wish to practice a bit longer today. In a few days, we shall visit the shooting range you mentioned," David replied, shaking his head. Over the past 2 days, he had integrated knowledge spheres of shield mastery, 50 proficiency, and heavy axe mastery, 70 proficiency, which left him little time to hone his skills. With Galen's departure, David had nearly attained true mastery of the hammer, 83 proficiency, allowing him to focus on the remaining disciplines. He felt time slipping away, and with Mr. Stewart's meeting with trainer Jeremy scheduled for the following day, he needed to strategize his actions. Reluctantly, Myron abandoned his plans for leisure, leaving in his Glaston 6 vehicle. Entering an adjacent room that had been converted into a control center housing a medium-sized server, David immediately sensed a chill in the air. This temperature was specifically calibrated for the server, and humidity was maintained within a stable range. Notably, the medium-sized server did not draw from public energy resources. It housed its own energy system powered by 5 krypton crystals. Occupying half the wall, the server's computational prowess was remarkable, especially in an age where identity wristbands could handle most information tasks. David settled into an operational chair, and donned a head-mounted display system, finding himself immersed in a virtual realm. Virtual reality technology had existed for quite some time, yet due to its effects on the brain, minors were prohibited from its use. However, David was now entering a virtual world autonomously generated by the medium-sized server, entirely separate from the networked virtual reality, allowing him to sidestep legal restrictions. His confidence stemmed from his mental acuity of 3. 4. The abundant soul energy intertwined with his essence gave him faith in his ability to adapt to virtual reality. Over the past days, he had been studying the medium-sized server, the main server of Leeson Security Company, which had constructed a closed virtual world within. Originally intended to test the operational efficacy of security systems, this virtual environment could simulate neighborhoods, streets, and even entire cities with remarkable accuracy. Security systems were installed within these virtual settings, allowing the medium-sized server to mimic various commonly used electronic countermeasure software attacks and intrusion scenarios. Furthermore, it could load rival company security systems to identify vulnerabilities and directly undermine competitors. Conducting such tests in the real world would be impossible. However, the results obtained here closely mirrored reality. While David had no immediate need for such an environment, he had acquired ultimate privileges over the medium-sized server, granting him the ability to manipulate the virtual world at will. With a 20 proficiency in sniping, he sought to enhance his skills, aiming to engage the insectoid foes with a sniper rifle. He was neither a sniper soldier, nor did he possess a specialized sniper rifle, nor could he afford to recklessly challenge the insectoids. Other combat abilities could be honed through appropriate practice. Even basic techniques could be improved upon. Yet, with his current sniping proficiency at 20, he realized that without further development, he might soon be eclipsed by others. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the virtual world within the medium-sized server. Unlike other sniper soldiers, he was also a highly skilled electronic countermeasure specialist, fully capable of tailoring a training environment to suit his needs. David was uncertain how other sniper soldiers trained. It seemed unlikely that anyone could possess extensive knowledge of specialized sniper rifles without ever having handled one. He needed to continuously train his analytical abilities for swifter shooting, which required ample real-world scenarios, something he lacked, but the virtual world could provide. As David manipulated data in the air, altering parameters, the urban landscape transformed into a wild terrain, crafted from his acquired knowledge to replicate outdoor environments. He was unsure if this resembled the environment of Rockstar or Battlestar. Then, a stinger claw bug manifested. David located its virtual representation online, purchasing and downloading it with a few credits. The virtual depiction encompassed the bug's combat habits, and upon activation, its movements mirrored those of the real creature closely. In the virtual world, many individuals had unique hobbies, and with sufficient credits, nearly everything could be downloaded from the network. However, David soon encountered a dilemma. While he could access the stinger claw bug, he could find no information regarding the corresponding soldiers. The exoskeleton armor of sniper soldiers and their specialized rifles were absent from the network, with not even a name to search for. Uncertain whether this was unique to Rockstar or the entire Interstellar Federation, David could only search within the Rockstar network environment based on his location in Pelin City. Ultimately, he had no choice but to create his own equipment, lacking parameters for the sniper soldier's exoskeleton armor and specialized rifle. He nonetheless possessed the physical T3 sniper assist device. He utilized a miniature scanner to capture the exterior and structure of the T3 sniper assist device, transferring this information into the virtual realm of a medium-sized server, along with its control program. Although he was unable to recreate the T3 sniper assist device in reality, he successfully fabricated an identical virtual counterpart within the digital domain. David activated the spiked pincers, with both parties positioned 500 meters apart, as the pincers charged toward him. He commenced a computational analysis of the virtual environment, swiftly detecting the random wind direction, temperature, and humidity through the T3 sniper assist device. At the moment he simulated firing, the spiked pincers halted in their tracks. Lacking real data from an actual sniper rifle, the trajectory he calculated manifested as a green line, while the medium-sized server can currently discern the most accurate trajectory, depicted as a red line. By evaluating the disparity between the green and red lines, David could ascertain the correctness of his judgment. Chapter 43. The meeting during his initial practice with the T3 sniper assist device, David discovered that the calculations of ballistic trajectories resembled common knowledge. Consequently, His 5-second deliberation yielded results almost identical to those of a mid-range server. The green line projected by the T3 sniper assist device traversed nearly 300 meters, striking precisely at the white spot beneath the head of the stationary spiked clawworm. The challenge lay in seizing that fleeting moment when the calculated trajectory aligned perfectly with the exposure of the creature's fatal weakness. Although 5 seconds felt somewhat prolonged, sufficient time for a seasoned sniper to fire 2 or 3 shots, David remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his face. He realized that the virtual world could indeed hone his analytical skills, and he was confident that with more practice, he could attain a proficiency level akin to that of a sniper with 20% expertise in calculation and analysis. However, this only pertained to the calculation of ballistic trajectories. The reality of sniping involved numerous factors, including the influence of specialized sniper rifles and the handling of their considerable recoil. At that moment, David's identity wristband emitted an alert. In this virtual realm, his wristband synchronized with its real-world counterpart. A glance revealed it was time for his evening practice of the 18 forms of body techniques. He had spent the better part of the day in the virtual world. No wonder minors are prohibited from entering the virtual realm. It seems they wish to prevent such immersion. David mused as he removed his virtual helmet. Although it wasn't mere play, he found himself genuinely captivated. Having forgotten even to eat, he readjusted his schedule on the wristband, regulating his virtual world engagement and allocating time for other activities. On the afternoon of January 5th, David concluded his practice early. He rummaged through the wardrobe for a loose-fitting coat with a hood, which could obscure his figure and conceal his face. Before stepping out, despite knowing that those who sought to harm him had ceased their activities, he sent his shadow attendant to scout the surroundings. Only after confirming there were no anomalies did he open the door and step outside. This time, he opted for a public transportation hovercar instead of a flying vehicle, directing himself toward a nearby beverage shop. Alighting from the hovercar a street away from the shop, he proceeded on foot. Adjacent to the beverage shop was a barbecue restaurant, where David found a seat just a wall away from the beverage establishment. He glanced at the display screen, noting the remarkably low prices of meat in the barbecue joint, which was evidently selling synthetic meat. Although referred to as meat, synthetic meat possessed only a basic flavor derived from various edible materials, enhanced with meat essence. Yet, once grilled, it bore little distinction from actual meat, and its price was significantly lower, making it the choice of the average individual. Given David's prior modest wealth, he would never have frequented such a place, but the current David felt no sense of superiority, having consumed questionable food in his past life. He found eating synthetic meat entirely acceptable. He selected 2 synthetic steaks on the display screen, spending merely 20 credit points. After a brief wait of about 5 minutes, the golden brown synthetic steaks were delivered, accompanied by a synthetic beverage. Checking the time, he noted it was just a few minutes shy of 1 o'clock. He picked up a steak skewered on a metal rod and began to eat slowly, his hood and the steak effectively concealing his features. In the barbecue restaurant, he was unremarkable, blending in with other patrons clad similarly, many dining discreetly, wishing to enjoy their meal without drawing attention. The flavor of the synthetic steak was surprisingly pleasant. David, fully aware of its artificiality, savored each bite. After a prolonged diet of enhanced meats, which, despite their exorbitant prices, maintained a consistent taste, even the most delectable fare could become tiresome. Nonetheless, he remained focused on his purpose for the day. His shadow attendant emerged through the glass wall onto the street. The attendant retrieved a small, button-sized cloaking surveillance device that David had previously discarded on the windowsill, seamlessly integrating it into the surface. Weighing barely 40 grams, the device was effortlessly grasped by the shadow attendant, who enveloped it, rendering it invisible in the air. No one noticed this occurrence. Who would pay attention to a minuscule object that suddenly appeared and disappeared on the windowsill? The shadow attendant, with the cloaking device in tow, entered the adjacent beverage shop through the front door. This establishment was evidently more upscale than the barbecue restaurant, featuring individual booths adorned with numerous green plants that brought a touch of life and tranquility to the otherwise sterile environment. The shadow attendant hovered at the ceiling of the beverage shop, patiently waiting for the target to arrive. On the other side of the wall, David devoted much of his attention to the shadow attendant while mechanically consuming his synthetic steak. It was not long before, with just a minute to spare before 1 o'clock, he glimpsed the familiar figure of trainer Jeremy through the attendant's perspective. Jeremy was tall and robust, his imposing physique evident even beneath loose clothing. clearly a regular patron. He was promptly led to a relatively quiet table by a staff member upon entering the beverage shop. This table was surrounded on 3 sides by partitions and walls, with the 4th side mostly shielded by greenery, creating a serene ambience. As Jeremy settled into his seat, the shadow attendant ascended above him, gently placing the cloaking device directly overhead to monitor the conversation below. The device was calibrated to capture only the sounds from that specific table, filtering out the ambient music and noise of the beverage shop. With the aid of the cloaking device, David need not continually control the shadow attendant. He could observe the dialogue next door through his identity wristband. Just as he completed the adjustments, an inconspicuous hovercar parked at the entrance of the beverage shop at exactly 1 o'clock. 2 stern-faced bodyguards disembarked, scanning the surroundings before nodding to the interior of the vehicle. Mr. Steer, resembling a middle-aged man, exited the hovercar, dressed in a standard travel outfit. Despite his efforts to appear inconspicuous, he stood out starkly against the street's backdrop. "You stay outside," he commanded in a low tone before entering the beverage shop. David scrutinized the 2 bodyguards, sensing the immense power they exuded. They were likely formidable warriors. Shifting his gaze, he was aware that such strong individuals might perceive scrutiny. These 2 guards, however, were not his concern. He transmitted the wristband's imagery to the receiver embedded in his contact lenses. Employing bone conduction technology for sound, a popular choice for discreetly enjoying videos and music without disturbing others while maximizing visual and auditory experience. "Please, take a seat. I've ordered your favorite AMU fruit juice," Trainer Jeremy remarked, smiling at the empty seat across from him without rising. David's gaze shifted, for it was evident that Jeremy, the trainer, held a position of considerable significance. Regardless of Mr. Steer's esteemed status in Perlon City, the trainer spoke to him in a tone of complete equality. Moreover, the rapport between the 2 was strikingly intimate, to the extent that they were well acquainted with each other's preferences. Chapter 44. Secrets. "Jeremy, why have you ceased your actions?" Mr. Sturt inquired, clearly laden with emotion. He sat down but did not touch the amok fruit juice before him. Instead, he directly posed his question. "Sturt, the organization does not exist solely for your benefit. There are far more pressing matters at hand." With David attracting considerable attention and the influence of Hans, any further actions against David in the near term could precipitate unforeseen consequences, an eventuality we wish to avoid. "Jeremy," the trainer replied, his smile fading into a serious demeanor. In the adjacent room, David, upon hearing his name, became acutely aware of the existence of a clandestine organization, confirming his previous suspicions. "Jeremy, I have been feeling unusually fatigued lately, and the wrinkles on my face are increasing. Might the organization grant me a vial of elixir of youth?" Mr. Sturt queried, stroking his cheek and adopting a conciliatory tone. "Sturt, you are well aware of the rarity of elixir of youth, as you are merely on the periphery of the organization and have not made commensurate contributions. We cannot provide it for you." Jeremy firmly refused. It is not my fault that David remains unscathed. The organization had pledged to eliminate him, yet we have not succeeded. Mr. Sturt's voice rose slightly in protest. He remained silent, harboring a desire to understand how David had managed to survive amidst the organization's machinations. "It must be the inadvertent interference of the Canis mercenaries that has diminished my psychological influence over David, allowing him to evade his fate," Jeremy thought to himself, grappling with his confusion over David's continued existence. He felt compelled to provide an explanation to Mr. Sturt. Jeremy could not fathom how an ordinary high school student could possibly break free from his mental manipulation. What was intended to be a flawless plan had instead been thwarted by the student's curiosity for novelty, reverence for unknown civilizations, and yearning for formidable power, which had inadvertently transformed the death of a national hero into a regrettable accident, one that could not be publicly acknowledged, as the authorities would downplay it. Yet, the reality remained that David was still alive, and following the deaths of several soldiers outside David's residence, the once unremarkable boy garnered significant attention, even attracting the likes of prominent figures such as Galen. This situation had spiraled beyond Jeremy's control, necessitating an urgent cessation of all actions against David. "Jeremy, could the organization not preemptively provide me with a vial of elixir of youth?" Mr. Sturt implored once more, devoid of his earlier haughty demeanor. "Rest assured, once the storm passes, I will arrange for David's demise. At that point, given Hans's physical condition, he shall undoubtedly collapse, and the title of national hero will be bequeathed to my grandson, Edie. He is still young, and Bertha is a woman who shuns involvement in such matters. Ultimately, the title will rest in my hands. Sturt, do you not comprehend? Should you attempt to eliminate a relative of a national hero directly, the investigations by law enforcement and military will leave you with no escape, and even the organization may find itself exposed. Jeremy admonished, his voice heavy with urgency. Yet, David has merely 6 months left in Pelham City. With Galen's capabilities, there is no doubt that David will gain admission to non-university. After that, it will be impossible to deal with him. Mr. Sturt exclaimed in desperation. Hans's title of national hero is exceptionally rare and can be inherited thrice. Hans himself has not utilized the option of inheritance, and thus his title is essential for the organization to secure. This matter is beyond dispute. Once the situation stabilizes, the organization will orchestrate another accident for David. You must refrain from interfering, Jeremy asserted, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, David began to grasp what these individuals sought. Hans had refrained from exercising his preferential choice due to his health issues, opting instead to transition into the Department of Justice of Pelham City as an ordinary retiree. This was the first time David learned that Hans's title of national hero allowed for 3 inheritances, with the extent of inheritance tied closely to one's merits. Titles of national hero are already exceedingly rare, and those that can be inherited thrice are almost unheard of within the Interstellar Federation. This clandestine organization had fixated on the 3 inheritances of the national hero title. For acquiring Hans's title would mean at least one opportunity to place their own personnel within the critical departments of the Interstellar Federation. However, this opportunity necessitated David's demise. As the fog of uncertainty lifted somewhat in David's mind, he still remained oblivious to the true nature of the organization. Even in their secretive meetings, Mr. Sturt and Jeremy had refrained from mentioning the organization's name, as it likely held greater significance to them than their current discussions. Jeremy, what of the elixir of youth? Mr. Sturt, desperate for the potion, pressed once more. When Hans married Bertha, Mr. Sturt had sincerely wished them well. However, certain exceedingly precious medicines were not meant for individuals like Mr. Sturt, hailing from a marginal planetary town. But the elixir of youth was not a one-time remedy. It required annual consumption, or else rapid aging would ensue. Thereafter, he began serving the organization in hopes of obtaining the elixir of youth. The mismanagement of David's situation also partially falls upon me. Therefore, I shall personally request a vial of elixir of youth for you. I will contact you in about 10 days, Jeremy declared, knowing precisely how to placate Mr. Sturt. Thank you immensely, Mr. Sturt exclaimed, excitement causing him to wave his arms. Had circumstances permitted, he might have shouted in elation. He was enthralled by the prospect of youth, and having tasted the bitterness of aging, he wished to avoid it at all costs. For this goal, he would willingly offer his soul to the devil. Sturt, you must also expedite the expansion of Sturt Hotel. The organization has invested substantial funds, yet your results have been less than satisfactory, Jeremy reminded him, rapping his knuckles on the table. Jeremy, while I may not match your prowess in other endeavors, you can rest assured of my capabilities in business. Mr. Sturt confidently asserted after sipping his amok fruit juice. Oh, what have you accomplished? Jeremy inquired with interest, a smile gracing his lips. Although his voice was low, David heard every word. The Central Hotel and the Western City Hotel were both large establishments, rivaling Sturt Hotel in scale and influence. Even the authorities often requisitioned their soldiers for major operations. Should Mr. Sturt successfully seize control of these 2 hotels, he would emerge as the preeminent hotelier in Pelham City, wielding considerable influence. Chapter 45. The Plan in Truth. All he needed to do was to hand over the video footage to the authorities or send it to Galen, and both Mr. Sturt and trainer Jeremy would be finished. Once he became a soldier, he would possess the means to defend himself. Of course, he had another option, to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Mr. Sturt. As this idea crossed his mind, an intense glimmer of murderous intent ignited in David's eyes. The David of today was no longer the naive newcomer to this world, nor was he the easily deceived individual he once was. After countless battles and the fusion of knowledge orbs, his spirit had endured thousands of perilous encounters. Within the illusions, he had been wounded nearly 100 times, faced death over a dozen times, and the number of insectoid creatures and soldiers he had slain was beyond reckoning. Though these experiences were mere illusions, they were genuine encounters etched in his soul, bestowing upon David not only mastery over combat knowledge, but also profound ramifications. At the very least, his contemplation of murder now lacked the trepidation of the past, replaced instead by a compelling urge to act immediately. This transformation undoubtedly equipped him better for survival in this world. For his father, for little Edie, and for his stepmother Bertha, Mr. Sturt could not be allowed to live. David's resolve solidified as this notion took root in his mind. Mr. Sturt sought to kill him, to eliminate Hans, to control little Edie, thereby robbing Bertha of her husband and Edie of her father. Regardless of Mr. Sturt's identity, David would not allow him to disrupt his life or harm his loved ones. Eliminating Mr. Sturt, who was always flanked by 2 bodyguards, would not be an easy task. However, David possessed a unique advantage. He was privy to Mr. Sturt's daily itinerary. Seizing just one opportunity could render Mr. Sturt regretful for a lifetime. Once again, David summoned the latest details of Mr. Sturt's schedule, searching for any potential openings. Regrettably, it seemed that following Mr. Sturt's recent realization of his aging appearance, evidenced by the wrinkles on his face, he had significantly curtailed his outings, primarily remaining at Sturt Hotel for work, with scarcely any plans to venture outside. As for infiltrating Sturt Hotel, David dismissed the idea without a second thought. He summoned a shadow attendant, placing his hand upon it to access his attribute panel. Name: David Kerr. Strength: 307. Agility: 191. Constitution: 307. Spirit: 341. Literature: 3 proficient. Mathematics: 5 proficient. General knowledge: 51 novice. Body techniques: 1 proficient. Longsword mastery: 5 novice. Electronic warfare: 98 proficient. Warhammer mastery: 83 proficient. Sniping: 20 proficient. Shield mastery: 50 proficient. Heavy axe mastery: 70 proficient. A plethora of abilities that would dazzle anyone who beheld them. Each combat skill required years of rigorous training and growth through the crucible of life and death. The only capability David possessed that could threaten Mr. Sturt was, needless to say, sniping. Although he was only at a 20 proficiency level, he understood through his experiences in the illusions that snipers were deemed exceptional among soldiers. Their striking power truly formidable. Provided he maintained distance, a sniper could become the enemy's worst nightmare. Conversely, if a sniper were to be engaged in close quarters, they would find themselves in dire straits. While David was not a sniper and lacked access to specialized sniper rifles, he knew of a location where he could find weaponry comparable to, if not superior to, the power of a sniper's rifle. This was the defensive armament mounted atop the walls of Pelin City, designed to ensure the safety of the city. The authorities had installed various potent defensive weapons there: heavy laser cannons, rapid-fire anti-aircraft guns, Gauss cannons, and energy shields, not to mention the more conventional long-range sniper artillery. The long-range sniper artillery boasted a range of 5,000 meters, employing the same type of ammunition as the sniper soldiers, albeit significantly larger. Its purpose was to target individual insectoid creatures encroaching upon the city's defenses, controlled in coordination with a computer and specialized sniping personnel. Unlike sniping soldiers who operated in the wild, the city's long-range artillery had fixed positions, with the walls absorbing all recoil, allowing operators to control the weapons from a safe distance via a computer. Individuals with sniping talent who could not become soldiers often opted to operate the long-range artillery. Other defensive weapons targeting the first-tier insectoid creatures typically left little more than remains, thereby diminishing their value. However, the long-range artillery was different. It employed penetrating attacks, concentrating damage without significantly mutilating the insectoid corpses. Without the soundproofing devices at the city's periphery, the firing of the long-range artillery could resonate throughout much of the city. David's first thought was to utilize the long-range artillery. However, he would never consider employing his electronic warfare skills to attack the city's defense systems. Not only would detection result in certain death, but any malfunction in the defense systems could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, despite his electronic warfare proficiency being at an impressive 98, he was powerless against such mature military installations. The disparity in scale was insurmountable. The military operated the most advanced equipment, much of which was beyond civilian capabilities and incorporated numerous unique military technologies. David, relying solely on a medium-sized server, could not hope to challenge the military's defense systems. That would be an exercise in futility. Should he provoke the military's specialized electronic warfare experts, he would have nowhere to hide. David sought to manipulate the long-range artillery directly from a physical standpoint. As long as he could ascend the city walls, or even remain within 10 meters of the control computer, he could direct the shadow attendant to operate the long-range artillery. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind as he commenced his search for relevant information. After practicing the 18 forms of body techniques that evening, he did not retire for sleep, but instead made his way to the control room. Donning a virtual headset, he entered the virtual realm and began to manipulate data once more. He meticulously input the information he had gathered into the virtual world, and soon a segment of the city wall materialized, soaring to a height of 20 meters. At a distance of 6 kilometers, a massive structure emerged. Anyone who beheld it would recognize it as Sturt Hotel. David directly copied the design blueprint of Sturt Hotel from its security server and reconstructed it within the virtual realm. At the pinnacle of Sturt Hotel lay Mr. Sturt's grand luxurious office, ensuring that no structures obstructed the line of sight from the wall to Mr. Sturt's office. In Pelin City, tall buildings were a rarity, and Sturt Hotel was among the tallest. Next, he retrieved weather information at a distance of 6 kilometers. Favorable weather conditions were imperative for precision. David input the weather forecast for the coming days into his medium-sized server, along with the officially published satellite cloud flow maps. Within the virtual world, he calculated the weather conditions for the subsequent 3 days, accounting for temperature, humidity, wind speed, and other factors. He utilized this scenario to practice the ballistic analysis training he had been rehearsing, albeit at a greater distance. The calculation methods remained consistent. It was not until his identity wristband alerted him that he exited the virtual realm. This notification signified that it was once again time to fuse with the knowledge orbs, as 24 hours had elapsed since his last fusion. Although only 2 orbs remained unfused, David was determined not to squander a single moment. The remaining 2 spheres of knowledge within the body of the Shadow Warrior are Mastery of the Longsword, 80 proficiency, and Mastery of the Spear, 99 proficiency. Chapter 46. The Longsword. This time, David chose to master the knowledge orb of the Longsword, achieving an impressive 80 proficiency. The yellow knowledge orb flowed from the Shadow Servant into David's body, and in an instant, it was absorbed by his soul. Before him appeared a phantom, a swordsman practicing with a longsword. Although he could not control the swordsman's body, he could immerse himself in the swordsman's sensations. The swordsman wielded a longsword, diligently practicing a set of fundamental longsword techniques, which David had also practiced before. However, compared to this individual, David's grasp of these techniques felt akin to the disparity between a child and an adult, thanks to his foundational understanding of the basic longsword techniques. Though only at a 5 entry level, David found it much easier to assimilate this knowledge. This was notably different from his previous experiences with other combat abilities, which he had approached with no prior foundation. Enraptured, David absorbed the essence of the swordsman's practice, his mastery of the longsword soaring from a mere 5 to remarkable heights. After the practice session concluded, the swordsman's adversaries transformed into the insectoid creatures known as the Zerg. His strikes grew increasingly lethal, each thrust carrying immense destructive power. David had previously integrated knowledge orbs related to the warhammer, battle axe, shield, and sniper, yet he had yet to encounter a warrior capable of single-handedly slaying a level 1 Zerg. However, this longsword warrior adeptly employed swift and agile swordplay, inflicting numerous wounds upon a praying mantis Zerg. Though the praying mantis was relatively weak among the level 1 Zerg, it still posed a significant threat, typically requiring multiple soldiers to overcome. As the creature sustained more wounds, its speed diminished, yet the longsword warrior remained unhurried, skillfully wearing down the mantis. He resembled a seasoned hunter, calm and composed, wielding his longsword like a gust of wind, each stroke drawing forth the creature's green ichor. From the longsword warrior, David gleaned invaluable insights. Against the Zerg, the longsword must always dance around its foes. It is not a heavy weapon capable of delivering crushing blows while simultaneously causing staggering effects. This understanding elucidated why the longsword warrior focused on inflicting continuous damage rather than striking at the creature's vulnerabilities, without a guaranteed kill or the support of allies. Recklessness would only invite peril. Ultimately, the longsword found its mark, piercing the heart of the praying mantis. At this moment, the creature's green blood flowed freely, its exoskeleton riddled with wounds. Through this experience, David recognized the resilience of the Zerg's life force, noting that this was merely a single praying mantis. The longsword warrior then faced other level 1 Zerg, yet he continued to prevail through prolonged attrition, systematically dispatching each foe. David distinctly observed the warrior-esque growth. He fought alone, never collaborating with others, until David could no longer sense any improvement in the warrior-esque swordsmanship. The longsword warrior-esque opponents shifted to fellow soldiers, and compared to his battles with the Zerg, these encounters resembled a series of massacres. During this time, the longsword warrior acquired an additional longsword, transforming into a dual-wielding master. When David finally opened his eyes, a fierce glint shone within them, reminiscent of the dual-wielding warrior he had just witnessed. Fortunately, with a mental fortitude of 3-4, he managed to suppress the bloodlust that stirred within him. He made his way to his bedroom and grasped the sword sheath, an inexplicable connection blossoming as he held it. Resisting the urge to practice the foundational longsword techniques, he ventured to the underground gym, gripping the sword sheath tightly. Standing in the center of the gym, his hand caressed the hilt, and the dual swords within the sheath seemed to spring to life, leaping into his grasp. He discarded the sheath and caught the soaring blades with both hands. It felt as though he were not merely practicing swordsmanship. Rather, the dual swords were leading him in a dance. He and the swords were in perfect harmony, their movements alternating between grace and urgency. The basic longsword techniques in his hands rivaled the insights he had gained from the Stormhammer technique. Perhaps Uncle Garen was mistaken. I was destined to wield the longsword. David mused aloud as he paused to admire the weapons in his hands. Perhaps it was imprinted upon his soul. He had heard countless tales of swordsmen and sword immortals in his past life, where the longsword symbolized culture and refinement. David believed this innate talent stemmed from his own soul rather than any inherited gift, at least in his memories. His past self had shown no remarkable aptitude in longsword practice, as evidenced by his meager 5 proficiency. Nevertheless, he had no intention of altering his plans to confront seasoned soldiers with a longsword. That would be the worst choice. With his strength barely surpassing 800 kilograms, facing a soldier exceeding 1,000 kilograms would result in a complete overpowering based on sheer strength alone, not to mention the soldier's speed advantage. Gazing at the star of Kia in the sky, David felt elated. The unseen puppet master would not target him again in the immediate future, granting him the peace of mind to venture outside. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he had awakened promptly at 6, and after practicing a series of 18 body techniques, he stood outside his door, eagerly awaiting Myron. "David, it seems you finally wish to enjoy yourself," Myron exclaimed with a grin as he leaned out of his Glaston 6 vehicle, opening the side door. "Myron, I appreciate your help today," David replied as he settled into the passenger seat. "David, you needn't be so polite. It's a trivial matter. By the way, what piqued your interest in the city walls? There aren't many places worth visiting in the morning, and the nightlife hasn't even opened yet." Myron waved his hand dismissively. "Surely you jest. Have you actually been to a nightclub?" David asked, astonished. The planet of Panshir found itself in a perilous war zone, where, despite the relatively minor impact, danger lurked everywhere. In such an environment, establishments catering to human indulgence flourished, with alcohol and vice serving as primary outlets. However, the law strictly prohibited minors from entering these venues, with violations resulting in severe penalties for guardians, which explained David's astonishment at Myron's words. "No, I merely misspoke," Myron stammered, caught in a moment of embarrassment as David pressed for clarification. Considerably, it made sense. Myron underwent extensive training daily, and he had to be mindful of the potential ramifications for his father, Mayor Bernard. He would not want to jeopardize his father's reputation. As the Glaston 6 vehicle ventured toward the outskirts of the city, the buildings grew increasingly dilapidated. Unlike David's residence on Lancaster Street, located in the city's center and deemed the safest area, this vicinity neared the city walls. While the Zerg could not breach this area, the psychological sense of security was markedly diminished. This was precisely why the affluent would not choose to reside here. Only those with meager incomes inhabited this place. David shook his head, reflecting on the stark class disparities that persisted even in the interstellar age. Furthermore, despite the advancements of this era, opportunities to leave the city for another were scarce. It required both substantial credits and the necessary permissions. Without such permissions, ordinary individuals were confined to a single city for their entire lives, facing the inevitability of death within its boundaries. High school graduates who failed to gain college admission often found themselves in similar predicaments, forced into low-level jobs and marrying others without privileges to bear children. David, with 1 trillion people in the Federation, poverty is inevitable. Your father has done his utmost to effect change, but among these individuals, most have lost their sense of purpose and are content with their lot, making it exceedingly difficult for them to change. Myron lamented, a rare moment of reflection surfacing. David gave a resigned smile. He was merely an ordinary individual, utterly powerless to assist others. Chapter 47. The city wall. The Glaston 6 automobile halted 20 meters from the western city wall, beyond which lay a military exclusion zone. David, this wall is not as tall as the southern one. If you are interested in walls, you should visit the southern wall, Myron exclaimed as he leapt from the vehicle, addressing David, who was also disembarking. It's up to you, but I fear you will be disappointed. The scenery outside the city is rather unremarkable. Once we reach non-city, the landscapes there will be paradise, Myron said with a hint of longing. What was initially thought to take several days unfolded unexpectedly, as Myron sent word that morning, having already secured connections to ascend the wall. Although David's father, Hans, held the nominal position of deputy director in the legal department, it was merely a title. Furthermore, leveraging Hans's connections for David's endeavors could potentially embroil Hans in trouble. In contrast, Myron had the advantage of his father, Mayor Bernard, being the chief executive of Prolon City, capable of absorbing any minor inconveniences that might arise. Crucially, David could ensure that, even amidst suspicion, no evidence would substantiate any claims. Please present your identification. A young sergeant, who had been stationed at the entrance of the exclusion zone, saluted the two and stated, David, activate your identification wristband. The scrutiny here is quite stringent, Myron advised, manipulating his own wristband, which displayed an identification badge emblazoned with the insignia of the Interstellar Federation. David similarly activated his identification, and after the sergeant scanned it with his wristband, he visibly relaxed. However, the smile that creased the sergeant's stern face appeared rather awkward, revealing his long-standing adherence to military decorum, which left him ill at ease in accommodating the two privileged youths. Follow me. Sergeant Emery gestured for them to proceed, leading the way while Myron whispered to David, Lieutenant Eden is the highest commanding officer of the city's defense forces. My father reached out to him. David gazed at the looming 20-meter-high wall, an imposing fortress constructed entirely of steel, enveloping the entire Prolon city. It struck him as curious that such a significant project was overseen by a mere lieutenant. However, David quickly redirected his thoughts. While such military architecture might have seemed inconceivable in his previous life, this was the interstellar era, and such fortifications could very well be considered trivial military installations in this context. Upon reaching the base of the steel wall, Sergeant Emery used his identification wristband to unlock a massive door, revealing a colossal elevator. The military elevator appeared rugged, with bare steel exposed and devoid of any ornamentation. Yet not a trace of rust marred its surface. The ascent was swift and smooth, reaching the top in mere moments. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped onto the wall. Be cautious not to tread on the red zones, Sergeant Emery warned, blocking Myron, who was about to step forward. David then noticed the ground was a patchwork of colors, green lines, yellow, and red sections, while they were walking along the green path. Intrigued by what lay beneath the red zones, David sent forth his shadow attendant, which vanished into the crimson steel floor. Through the attendant's perspective, he beheld a massive heavy laser cannon. The sheer size of the weapon was astonishing, far beyond what he had imagined from images. Sergeant Emery, bringing the kids for a visit? A mocking voice called from nearby, belonging to another sergeant clad in similar attire. Sergeant Harold, this is an assignment from the captain, accompanied by an official visiting document from the city government. Sergeant Emery replied with a stern tone. Just make sure the little ones aren't scared silly by the cannon fire. Sergeant Harold muttered dismissively, refraining from further provoking the evidently influential youths. Myron's eyes flashed with anger. However, despite his father's position, he had no authority over the military. Harold, a sniper, was evidently stationed here to operate long-range artillery. As Harold hummed a tune and sauntered off towards a restroom-marked sign, David's gaze followed the path he had taken, noticing an open passageway leading downward. These technicians are rather laid back. I apologize for the spectacle, Sergeant Emery clarified, wishing to dispel any misconceptions that all soldiers behaved in such a manner. The unique status of snipers within the military elevated their profession, creating an illusion of superiority. Each marksman aspired to become a sniper. However, the reality was that most could not achieve this due to the need for both innate talent and soldierly aptitude. Even those possessing both qualities required a calm disposition and strong willpower. Albert, a sniper from the Daywolf Mercenary Corps, exemplified the consequences of insufficient resolve. Regardless, snipers often carried an inflated sense of self-importance, exacerbated by their placement in crucial positions. Sergeant Emery, a traditional soldier, found Harold's demeanor unbecoming but lacked the authority to intervene. As they conversed, they reached the edge of the wall, where they could gaze upon the scenery beyond. This marked David's first encounter with the true wilderness. Previous glimpses through holograms and video footage paled in comparison to the stark reality before him. The landscape was indeed bleak, or rather, most of the terrestrial surface of Rockstar was devoid of beauty. As far as the eye could see, desolation reigned. The ground was littered with stones and exposed gray soil, devoid of vegetation or water sources. Living in the city, David finally grasped the implications of Rockstar being labeled a low-quality administrative planet. In urban life, there was a uniform supply of energy and water, preventing him from truly understanding the harshness of existence on Rockstar. David, every time I witnessed this scene, I yearned to escape. Myron whispered beside him. Then let us strive together to enter non-university. David nodded in agreement. He reminisced about the enchanting landscapes depicted in videos, the verdant ecological environment outside non-city, where they could aspire to attain greater privileges, break free from their enclosed world, and explore the vastness of the universe. Chapter 48. As David conversed with Myron, a portion of his mind was engaged in manipulating the shadow attendant, while he seemingly meandered toward the entrance of the passageway. The shadow attendant could only stray 10 meters from him, necessitating his closer proximity to fulfill his intentions. Sergeant Emery observed David and Myron's exchange silently from the side. As long as David and Myron refrained from any excessive actions, he would not intervene. Despite his stern demeanor, he recognized the significance of their identities. David halted. While within the passage, the shadow attendant had already entered an operational chamber, which Harold, the sergeant, had left unsealed. Since Harold had not secured anything upon his departure, David did not need to fumble excessively. The shadow attendant grasped the control console with one hand, making adjustments, while the monitor in the center of the room displayed the target. Swiftly, the shadow attendant entered the pre-prepared coordinates, and the distant sniper cannon on the city walls emitted a mechanical grinding sound as it abruptly pivoted its massive barrel toward the city. Simultaneously, while in the restroom, Sergeant Harold's identity bracelet emitted an alarm, indicating that the sniper cannon he managed was aiming at the secure zone. Without a moment to spare, he dashed out of the restroom, trousers hastily pulled up, racing toward the control room. Although not a combat soldier, his years of training endowed him with considerable strength, allowing him to move rapidly. Yet, even at his utmost speed, it took him 5 seconds to reach the control room. Meanwhile, the monitor displayed an overview of the Stir Hotel. Under the shadow attendant's deft manipulation, the image of the hotel zoomed in, pinpointing the location of the president's office at the highest point. However, the reflective material on the office window prevented accurate targeting of Mr. Stir within. The security system on the first floor of the Stir Hotel initiated an automated program, activating the security surveillance scanners in the president's office. Typically, these scanners would only activate after Mr. Stir left the office, but under the control of the security system, multiple scanners began functioning, calculating Mr. Stir's precise location within the expansive office. This data was transmitted to David's identity bracelet. As he conversed with Myron, he glanced at the bracelet. Meanwhile, the shadow attendant rapidly adjusted the sniper cannon's target before pressing the fire button. At that moment, Sergeant Harold burst into the control room, met by Emery's furious gaze. Emery's anger stemmed from Harold's hasty exit, which had been witnessed by the 2 visiting guests, embarrassing the entire city defense brigade. Harold's unorthodox actions with the sniper cannon did not capture Emery's attention, as such behavior was not uncommon among snipers. Inside the president's office at the Stir Hotel, Mr. Stir, engrossed in paperwork, reached for his water cup. Just as he was about to drink, he was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Had he been a combat professional, he would have recognized it as the gaze of death. However, despite his formidable business acumen, he was an ordinary man, perhaps mentally distinct from the average person, which explained his sensitivity to the ominous feeling. He glanced out the window, witnessing a sudden burst of flames in the distance toward the city walls. On the walls, Emery, David, and Myron were jolted by an unexpected thunderous sound, struggling to maintain their footing. Instinctively, Emery pressed the two to the ground to stabilize them. David had experienced the recoil of a professional sniper's rifle in the illusion, yet the recoil of the city defense's sniper cannon was immensely more powerful. Had Harold lost his mind? Emery bellowed, pressing several buttons on his identity bracelet, triggering the alarm. As David and Myron rose from the ground, two soldiers clad in white military exoskeleton armor appeared on the city wall. One of them entered the control room and escorted Harold out. Guilt washed over David as he looked at Harold, realizing that he would bear the brunt of this incident. Having researched military operations, he knew that the soldiers in white uniforms were military police, tasked with maintaining order within the army and supervising unlawful behavior, wielding the authority to detain offenders. Harold, bewildered, could not comprehend why the sniper cannon had fired automatically. In that moment, anyone entering the control room could manipulate the cannon for an attack. It was them. It was them, he exclaimed, pointing at Emery, David, and Myron. I was just in the restroom. They were the only ones here. One military police officer turned to Emery, asking in a low voice, "Who are they? How did they get here?" The officer accessed a document on his identity bracelet, scrutinizing it before verifying their credentials. They posed no issues. The military police nodded, opting not to inquire further about the trio's presence in the control room, as the surveillance system had recorded everything. They were the only ones here when I left, Harold insisted, still struggling to defend himself. David, hearing Harold's claims, felt a mixture of guilt and relief. He had initially planned to leverage some connections to mitigate Harold's punishment, feeling responsible, yet now he reconsidered. Perhaps this incident would reinforce discipline within the city defense brigade. Harold had indeed erred, and such laxity would eventually lead to grave consequences. The military police ignored Harold's protests, producing handcuffs to restrain him before leading him away from the wall. Gentlemen, please keep today's events confidential. This was merely an unfortunate accident, Emery implored David and Myron, feeling uneasy about the situation and its implications. Thank you, our tour ends here. Allow me to escort you out, Emery gestured politely, recognizing the gravity of the incident. David and Myron followed Emery toward the elevator. However, Emery's desire to keep the incident under wraps was destined to fail, as its ramifications far exceeded that of a mere mistake. In this inexplicable attack, Mr. Stir, the owner of the Stir Hotel, was struck by a large caliber round fired from the sniper cannon, resulting in his body being obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 49, Mountain and Water Investment Company Marone. You were standing right beside me at that time. How could you not know my actions? David retorted with a shrug. Of course I knew. It was just too coincidental. Marone shook his head, expressing his disbelief. I agree. It is indeed quite coincidental. David replied with a smile. David, you didn't hack into the city defense system to activate that long-range sniper cannon, did you? Marone inquired, his imagination running wild. He was well aware of David's solid foundation in electronics, having seen the medium-sized server sent by the Leeson Security Company. Such a professional server was not something an ordinary person could operate. That's a military city defense system, not some civilian security system from my home that can be breached by a handful of mercenaries, David said, looking at Marone with exasperation. At that moment, Marone's identity wristband alerted him. He opened it and stared in astonishment at the information displayed. David, this is serious. That long-range sniper cannon just hit Mr. Steer, Marone exclaimed, suddenly struck by a thought, his mouth agape as he gazed at David. What happened to Mr. Steer? David feigned surprise. Observing David's reaction, Marone contemplated the situation. Although David's relationship with Mr. Steer was quite awkward, it seemed unlikely that he would wish to kill him unless he were profoundly disturbed. Even Mayor Bernard shared this sentiment. Many would act similarly towards a brilliant investor. If it wasn't for Mayor Bernard's involvement, the arrangement for the military to visit the city walls would not have gone so smoothly. As David watched Marone's vehicle depart, a sense of remorse washed over him, contemplating how he might compensate Marone when the opportunity arose. Upon returning home, he headed to the server room, not entering the virtual world this time, but logging into the security quantum brain of Steer Hotel. From the conversation between Mr. Steer and trainer Jeremy, David had noted the mention of a company operating under an anonymous identity. He found this inconspicuous little company in the security quantum brain, known as Mountain and Water Investment Company, with its legal entity represented by a code generated by a specific certification software. This type of anonymous enterprise was unique to the Galactic Federation, designed to obscure certain activities. Anonymous companies could only remain so when not actively engaged in business. Once profits began to materialize, a real natural person had to be designated as the legal representative. For instance, Mr. Steer's acquisition of the Central Hotel and West City Hotel through this anonymous company likely caught the two hotels off guard, as they would not have suspected anyone would seek to acquire them. To ordinary people, these small city hotels seemed substantial, but to the truly wealthy or large corporations, they were of little interest. Only organizations aiming to enhance Mr. Steer's influence would continually invest credit points to support him, providing him the financial means to execute his plans. David transferred the hidden certification software to his medium-sized server, effectively making Mountain and Water Investment Company his private property. Furthermore, at least until the dividend distribution in July, he would not need to designate a natural person as the legal representative. While reviewing Mountain and Water Investment Company, David discovered that the company still held 40 million credit points, earmarked for the scheduled acquisition of shares in Central Hotel and West City Hotel. Naturally, he had no intention of utilizing those credit points in such a manner. He had no desire for controlling stakes in those hotels. If not for the risk of drawing too much attention, he would have already sold off his 40% shares in both hotels. He canceled the scheduled acquisitions and transferred the 40 million credit points to his anonymous account at Yucca Bank. Thus, Mountain and Water Investment Company would remain merely a shell, holding 40% shares in both hotels. By July, after finishing his college entrance exams, he could easily depart from Palon City to Nanan City, where selling shares or establishing himself as the company's legal representative would pose no issues. Most importantly, as his training deepened, his resource needs grew increasingly substantial. Recently, the primary enhancement meat he had relied on came from Marone. However, it would only support his growth up to 1,000 kilograms, after which he would be out of enhancement meat. Though he wished to purchase primary enhancement meat, acquiring it was not merely a matter of wealth. While one-off purchases might be feasible, establishing a steady supply required fixed channels. Primary enhancement meat could only be obtained by defeating first-level insectoids, and the pace at which civilian hunters captured them was rather slow. Most of the primary enhancement meat would be sent to their respective channels, sold in larger cities. The quantity available in Palon City was exceedingly scarce, making it impossible for someone of David's level to procure. He also did not wish to continually rely on Marone for assistance. Excessive reliance could jeopardize their friendship. Setting aside the issue of primary enhancement meat, David re-entered the security quantum brain of Steer Hotel, erasing all traces of his presence and restoring the account he had used to its original state. Before departing the security quantum brain, he left behind a small program that would automatically execute upon his exit, erasing any information related to his departure and subsequently deleting itself. From that moment on, there would be no record of David's presence in the security quantum brain of Steer Hotel, unless someone knew of his existence and sought out a seasoned expert in that field, who might uncover some traces, though the likelihood of that was exceedingly low. Galen, what have you taught David? In an office of the Legal Affairs Department, Hans inquired, glancing at the silhouette on his identity wristband. Hans, your son is a genius. Or rather, genius is too mild a term. He is a prodigy, and you have squandered his potential. Galen complained with palpable dissatisfaction. Whether David is a genius is irrelevant. What matters is that something has gone awry, and it is related to him. I wish to ascertain if you have imparted any other abilities to David. Hans, having heard Galen's praises before, was skeptical of the notion of genius. He knew his child better than anyone else, and was more concerned about the unfolding situation. What happened? Galen sensed the gravity of the matter and pressed for details. Mr. Steer has been shot dead by a long-range sniper cannon, and David was on the city wall where the cannon was located at the time. Hans stated solemnly, Mr. Steer, Bertha's father? Do you suspect someone is targeting David? Galen asked, visibly astonished. He was well aware of who Mr. Steer was. In fact, not only Hans, but he himself had entertained doubts about Mr. Steer's involvement in actions against David upon receiving detailed intelligence about him. The reasoning was straightforward. Amos, the security supervisor of Steer Hotel, had been found outside David's residence. Subsequent investigations revealed that Amos's identity wristband had been positioned outside David's home for several days. If one were to suggest that Amos was there to protect David, it would be utterly implausible. Mr. Steer had no reason to safeguard David, nor would he have foreseen any danger to him. Deploying a soldier to monitor David entailed significant motives. Chapter 50. Handling Hans, you truly need to gain a deeper understanding of your child. David possesses the ability to identify traps within security systems and exert control over them. Such skills are sufficient to secure a respectable position in any major software company. Galen remarked, shaking his head. Is it even relevant whether Mr. Sturt was harmed by David? Hans murmured. What matters is that the connection to Mr. Sturt has been severed, making it far more complicated to uncover who intended to target David. Galen, indifferent to whether David was the perpetrator, believed that as long as nothing could be traced back to him, there was no cause for concern. In truth, after discovering that Amos was surveilling David, it became evident that although Amos's death severed direct evidence, only Mr. Sturt could have commanded Amos. Despite Hans's usual detachment from affairs, his concern for David and his wife's father, Mr. Sturt, prompted him to enlist the expertise of legal professionals to investigate the matter. However, apart from Galen, no one else was aware of his inquiries. He had even uncovered a powerful force backing Mr. Sturt, one that had been facilitating the rapid growth of his hotel, increasing its influence, yet he could not ascertain the identity of this unseen power. I have good relations with the military. I will inquire further about this matter. If indeed it leads back to David, you may need to exert some influence to extract him beforehand. Hans implored sincerely. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter. However, I believe David lacks the capability to breach the military's city defense system. He must have had assistance. Galen replied with a smile. His familiarity with David was comparable to that with Myron, yet he understood David more profoundly. The murderous intent emanating from David indicated he was not the type to remain passive when confronted. Such a vendetta-driven disposition was characteristic of a true warrior. As long as David did not aspire to lead an ordinary life, the battlefield was an inevitable experience for him, and this ferocity would serve to protect him. Sturt is dead? Trainer Jeremy exclaimed, gazing at the information displayed on his identity wristband, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Upon realizing that David was near the long-range sniper that had struck down Mr. Sturt, he instantly concluded that David was the culprit. This uncanny intuition was a product of his abilities, a result of his spiritual cultivation. The unexpected demise of Mr. Sturt disrupted his plans in Prolon City, delaying his agenda by several years. A flash of white light coursed through him, and in an unintentional act, he crushed the alloy cup in his hand into a lump of metal. Realizing his lapse, he discarded the crumpled metal into a nearby trash bin. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed Jeremy's remarkable strength, as he effortlessly transformed the alloy cup while suffering no injury himself, illustrating the immense power he possessed, alongside an extraordinary physical resilience. Unlike ordinary soldiers, who, without armor, exhibited considerable strength yet did not exceed the capacity of an average person, Jeremy's fleeting white light suggested an explosive power born of some unique technique. Sturt is dead, yet the title of national hero must be secured. All plans must be restructured. Jeremy resumed his previous demeanor, murmuring to himself. The shocking news of Mr. Sturt's death reverberated through Prolon City. However, with Hans, the national hero, present, no one dared to exploit this opportunity to seize the interests of Sturt's hotel. It was not that other merchants lacked desire. Rather, offending a national hero for such gains was deemed unworthy. As Mr. Sturt's daughter, Bertha became the proprietor of Sturt's hotel, a transition also facilitated by Hans's public office, as only Bertha was deemed fit to inherit Sturt's establishment. Remarkably, the entire Sturt hotel maintained an orderly operation in the wake of this calamity, with all functions continuing smoothly. This stability was largely attributable to Hans. Although Bertha assumed management, it was widely acknowledged that she was merely a young lady, beautiful and accustomed to a life of comfort. Expecting her to manage the family hotel was a tall order. Thus, the true administration fell to Hans. The presence of a national hero at the helm delighted everyone within the hotel. Though Hans typically had little to do, he collaborated with his wife to oversee the operations of Sturt's hotel while seeking more proficient management personnel. His involvement in corporate affairs was not motivated by profit, but rather by a desire to uncover clues regarding the unseen manipulator. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that David had already erased all traces, rendering Sturt's hotel as pristine as a blank canvas. Hans's concerns regarding the connection between Mr. Sturt's death and David were alleviated by the military's announcement. Due to Sergeant Harold's negligence, an anomaly in the operation of the city defense's long-range sniper resulted in the death of a civilian, for which the military expressed profound regret, assuring that Sergeant Harold would face just consequences. Throughout the statement, the military refrained from detailing the specific sequence of events or offering explicit judgments, opting instead for vague allusions. This approach was undoubtedly influenced by Hans's attitude. When the military previously sought his opinion, he suspected a potential link to David and preferred a discreet resolution. This coincided with the military's own desire to downplay the incident, with Lieutenant Eaton also owing Hans a favor. Consequently, in this statement, even someone of Mr. Sturt's high standing was reduced to merely being described as a civilian. Within a day, the ramifications of Mr. Sturt's death had largely dissipated. It was likely he had not anticipated such a muted response to his demise. That evening, David received messages from Hans and Myron regarding the handling of Mr. Sturt's death. From the City Defense Unit, they had requested experts to inspect the defense system, a process expected to take 3 days. However, the report indicated that the primary suspicion rested on Sergeant Harold for failing to secure permissions and not disabling access controls, which allowed small insects to inadvertently trigger the control device, thereby activating the long-range sniper. As for the remarkable accuracy that struck Mr. Sturt from 6 kilometers away, it was deemed merely unfortunate for him. Particularly, the surveillance equipment stationed outside the control room had failed to detect any intrusions, and Sergeant Harold had foolishly disabled the internal surveillance devices. Of course, the decision to disable the internal surveillance was not unique to him. Many control rooms within the City Defense Unit had similarly turned off their internal monitoring. However, the absence of surveillance placed the majority of the blame squarely on Sergeant Harold. The silver lining was that the military's combat effectiveness was rejuvenated, ensuring that no one would dare to flout the regulations in the immediate future. Hans refrained from voicing his suspicions, yet Myron noted in his message that the military report made no mention of their presence during the incident. Lieutenant Eaton even reached out to Mayor Bernard to clarify the situation, leveraging both the mayor's influence and the favor he owed to Hans. Chapter 51. Military Surveillance. David exhaled deeply, acknowledging that his recent endeavor had been fraught with vulnerabilities. Yet, the presence of the shadow attendant had ensured that no substantial evidence of his actions had surfaced during this incident. Had he been an ordinary individual, military police would have already apprehended him for questioning. The military's protocol dictates that only after thorough interrogation can the truth be ascertained. However, as a descendant of one bestowed with the title of national hero, David found himself in a position where the military would tread carefully, mindful of the implications of their treatment towards him. As he pondered this, the identity bracelet in his possession chimed again, indicating that 24 hours had elapsed, granting him the opportunity to absorb and integrate a new sphere of knowledge. Presently, only one knowledge sphere remained, the Spear Mastery Sphere. At an impressive 99 proficiency, the highest tier among all that he had previously acquired. This surpassed the 98 proficiency of electronic warfare, as spear mastery pertained directly to combat ability, a feat far more arduous to attain. Shadow Attendant, integrate Spear Mastery Sphere, 99 proficiency. David commanded, placing his hand upon the Shadow Attendant. He soon felt the deep yellow sphere of knowledge merge with his being, and in an instant, his consciousness was transported to a training arena. In that ethereal realm, he found himself wielding a spear, repeating the same thrusting motion incessantly. David sensed the flow of power coursing through this body. A simple thrust required the engagement of every muscle and bone. The thrusts were relentless, each piercing the air with a shrill, cutting sound. This motion seemed interminable, and David was powerless to control the body, relegated to a passive observer of the experience. Time became a blur. Years may have passed, yet the body continued its assault. Now, however, the thrusts were silent, each conclusion accompanied by a wisp of white mist, a result of the air being compressed and heated at the moment of cessation. Eventually, the illusion shifted to scenes of combat against the insectoid foes. Unlike the dual-sword warriors from the previous vision, the spear warriors had never fought alone. Their style necessitated the support of companions. David grasped the rationale behind the spear warriors' lack of solo engagements. Their combat style was purely aggressive, reliant on relentless thrusts devoid of defense or evasion. Without the protection of fellow warriors, the spear fighter would have perished countless times. After hundreds of battles, the vision concluded. In truth, the knowledge of spear combat had already been mastered during earlier practices. These subsequent battles merely illustrated the importance of teamwork. Upon emerging from the illusion, David glanced at the time on his identity bracelet. Only 10 minutes had passed, and he sighed in relief. The thrusting practice had felt like an extensive passage of years. Yet the experiences of battling the insectoids were far superior to the monotonous drills he had previously endured. As he sensed the emptiness within the shadow attendant's being, he lamented the loss of Mr. Steer, whose demise from a distant sniper's fire had deprived him of the chance to absorb Mr. Steer's soul. However, he quickly recognized a misalignment in his mindset. This was his first act of taking a life, yet he bore no psychological burden. Instead, he found himself leisurely practicing at home, even regretting not having absorbed the soul of his victim. Standing before the bathroom mirror in his bedroom, he regarded his reflection, youthful skin abundant with collagen, golden hair, and striking blue eyes, an epitome of boyish charm. Yet, he noted a flicker of indifference in his gaze, a detachment from the value of life itself. This shift was undoubtedly influenced by the knowledge spheres he had integrated. David was uncertain whether this transformation was beneficial or detrimental. Yet he recognized that becoming stronger was essential for survival in this world. He would never regret merging with the knowledge spheres. Although Mr. Steer was deceased, the organization he was affiliated with remained intact. A businessman of Mr. Steer's caliber in Pelin City was merely a peripheral figure within that organization, whose terrifying nature was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as trainer Jeremy had indicated, the organization placed immense importance on the title of national hero, suggesting that alternative methods might soon emerge to target him and his father, Hans. The following morning, David awoke and instinctively activated his identity bracelet to survey the surroundings of his residence. This had become a daily ritual since he had come under surveillance, particularly after the enhancement of his home's security system, which now provided a comprehensive 360-degree view of the premises. A military hover vehicle caught his attention. Appearing overtly positioned at the entrance to his home, peering through the window, he recognized the stubborn figure of Sergeant Emery behind the wheel. David casually activated Myron's contact number, and after a brief pause, the call connected. "David, you're calling me this early?" Myron's voice was thick with sleep, indicating he had yet to fully awaken. "Myron, it's 6 o'clock. How are you still in bed? Have you forgotten Uncle Galen's instructions?" David replied with exasperation. "I guess I was startled yesterday and ended up sleeping late," Myron exclaimed, suddenly alert upon hearing Galen's name. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "David, what's going on?" "There's a military vehicle parked outside my house, and I'm curious about their intentions," David responded, sending a photo captured by the surveillance camera. "Is that all?" Myron chuckled, then elaborated, "I was going to mention this. The military needs to assert their position, not just at your place, but there's also a military vehicle outside my house. Before the investigation team reaches a final conclusion, they need to monitor our movements. Of course, this is merely for show. If the military truly wished to keep you in the dark, would they have sent Sergeant Emery to park so conspicuously outside your home? Guess I'll just stay home for a few days. It's a pity. I had planned to check out the shooting range with you." David sighed. "I'll be cooped up at home for a few days too. It shouldn't be for long. I'll arrange the shooting range visit, and you can witness my marksmanship." Myron replied with a smile. During the days of training under Galen, Myron had felt overshadowed by David's prowess. Throughout the entire training process, it was David who practiced diligently. While he was repeatedly challenged by Galen, David had never handled a firearm before, and a trip to the shooting range was a rare opportunity for him to showcase his skills, as he was even more enthusiastic than David about it. With military personnel observing, David felt a sense of protection from the military. If the organization had altered its strategy towards him, executing their plans would not be an easy feat. At the very least, they would have to wait for the military to depart before proceeding. Days passed, with Sergeant Emery and another sergeant rotating their watch outside David's residence. David himself remained busy, starting each morning with the practice of the 18 forms of body technique, followed by drills with the war hammer, heavy axe, spear, longsword, and shield. To facilitate his training, he had procured practice equipment, including a heavy axe, spear, longsword, and shield. As for why he refrained from using a secondary longsword for his longsword mastery practice, it was simply because he did not wish to inadvertently demolish his home. The secondary longsword could effortlessly slice through any part of the house. Additionally, he dedicated time to engage in a virtual world simulation within a mid-tier server, honing his skills in sniping trajectory calculations and analyses, and concluding his day with another session of the 18 forms of body technique before bed. By the time he consumed the last of the first-tier reinforced meat, the date had advanced to January 17th. The military observers had not yet departed, leading David to suspect that something had gone awry with the case. However, upon contacting Myron, he learned that an incident involving a secondary Zerg attack had caused complications for the military investigative team that had come to Pelin City. The military was currently mobilizing personnel to pursue the secondary Zerg, leaving them temporarily unable to address a case that was nearly resolved. David's self-assessment had proven somewhat flawed. His attributes displayed: name, David Kerr, strength, 3, 24, 1, agility, 2, 0, 1, constitution, 3, 24, 1, spirit, 3, 4, 1, literature, 3 proficiency, mathematics, 5 proficiency, comprehensive, 51 introductory, body techniques, 1 proficiency, electronic warfare, 98 mastery, Warhammer mastery, 84 proficiency, sniping, 20 proficiency, shield mastery, 50 proficiency, heavy axe mastery, 70 proficiency, longsword mastery, 80 mastery, spear mastery, 99 mastery. With all first-level enhanced meat and practicing the 18 forms of body techniques twice daily, he was a mere 0.01 points shy of achieving a strength of 1,000 kilograms at 3.25 points, while his constitution concurrently improved due to the proficiency level of his body techniques. This was likely one of the benefits Garen referred to regarding mastering proficient-level body techniques before reaching the kilogram mark, which allowed his constitution to continually enhance. David had discussed this with Myron, who noted that his constitution had not improved for a long time before encountering Garen. It was only after Garen's guidance on body techniques that his strength and constitution began to incrementally rise, albeit slowly, particularly the constitution's enhancement lagged behind that of strength. David's agility had also increased by 0.1 points, now standing at 2.0. However, since yesterday, both strength and constitution had plateaued at 3.24 points, showing no further advancement. Even with his diligent practice of the proficient-level body techniques, he had not succeeded in enhancing strength or constitution further. If David were to consume that vial of secondary enhancement potion, he would likely surpass this hurdle, achieving the foundational strength of a 1,000-kilogram warrior. Yet, David believed Garen would not deceive him. Since he had advised against excessive reliance on enhancement potions, he would refrain from consuming the secondary enhancement potion unless absolutely necessary. Having spent merely over 20 days in this world, he had elevated his capabilities to an unimaginable level compared to his predecessor. He held an unshakable confidence in breaking through the 1,000-kilogram barrier, which filled him with hope for attending non-university, where he could acquire more profound techniques. David, I have arrived at your doorstep. The identity bracelet chimed with a message from Myron. David was puzzled. Had the military surveillance concluded? Why would Myron seek him out at such a time? Opening the door, he first spotted Myron's Glaston 6 vehicle, as Myron leapt from the car, while the military vehicle that had previously been parked by the roadside had vanished. David, let us go to the shooting range, Myron called out without even entering the house. Myron, has the military investigation concluded? David inquired curiously. It's finally over. David felt a weight lift from his mind. Get in the car. I've been bored to death these past few days, Myron urged. My goodness, David, you're going out with a longsword. Be careful. Uncle Garen might give you trouble if he finds out. Despite his words, Myron's eyes shone with envy. With my level of mastery over the Warhammer, Uncle Garen wouldn't say anything to me. But how has your practice been, Myron? Have you reached the introductory level? David asked with a smile. I've already reached it, Myron replied proudly. However, seeing David, who had achieved the introductory level almost immediately, caused his pride to falter. In truth, he had only reached the introductory stage last night while practicing the Storm Warhammer technique. A sudden realization had allowed him to attain this level. Without David's comparison, his speed would have been seen as genius, though the most significant factor was Garen's hands-on teaching that accelerated his progress. The Glaston 6 vehicle drove southward toward a civic square, a venue in Pelin City known for hosting large outdoor events. Upon reaching the civic square, Myron parked the car, leaving the two to worry about parking as the Glaston 6 would autonomously find a spot. Myron, is there a shooting range here? David scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of any structures resembling a shooting range. Kiki, you wouldn't know this. Follow me. Myron, familiar with the area, led David into the civic square and stopped in front of a door marked Underground Civil Defense next to the management office. He scanned his identity bracelet at the door, which then opened. What lay before them was a reception hall, simply arranged with a counter and a light brain, devoid of any other items. It hardly resembled a shooting range. Minnie, is Jim here? Myron greeted a beautiful woman seated at the counter, engrossed in a video. After a brief exchange, she pressed a button on the table, causing a wall to slide open, revealing stairs leading downwards. David, Let us go in. Myron nodded to Minnie and then turned to David. David followed Myron down the stairs, which were 5 meters wide. This is the underground civil defense. It's usually empty and seldom used, so the owner, Jim, has rented this space to establish a members-only shooting range, primarily used by acquaintances, Myron explained. Is the underground civil defense available for rent? Although David was not well-versed in legal matters, he understood that occupying civil defense facilities was typically not permitted. Jim's father is Lieutenant Eaton, Myron casually mentioned. Instantly, David grasped the implication. While Lieutenant Eaton held a low rank within the military, he was the highest authority in Pelham City's military, ensuring that city officials and military personnel would grant certain privileges. Moreover, it was not a significant issue. The underground civil defense could be utilized when needed. The stairwell descended into a brightly lit, 5-meter-high underground space, astonishingly vast, with steel floors and walls that lent it an extremely cold atmosphere. 5 or 6 individuals were already engaged in shooting at various projections. This method of shooting was quite unique, as David had never encountered anything like it before. It appeared that the bullets were special. When a bullet struck the projection's arm, it displayed red but continued to evade movement until another bullet hit its left leg, immobilizing it. Following that, several shots targeted the projection's vital areas, causing it to vanish. Although the projection lacked retaliatory capabilities, such practice could yield considerable practical effects. Jim, Myron called out loudly. David was taken aback by Jim's enthusiastic demeanor. His military background was evident in his straightforward manner of speaking. Jim was dressed in standard military attire, with an unidentified model of a handgun at his waist, resembling a formal soldier aside from lacking rank insignia. Jim, enough with the pleasantries. Where are the items I asked you to prepare? Myron said with irritation. To fulfill your request, I made a special trip to the military supply office to procure the good stuff you wanted. Jim replied proudly. Jim, hurry and bring it out. The cost is not an issue. As long as the items are suitable, we won't take them away, just using them here for fun. Myron anxiously rubbed his hands together. David was also curious about what kind of weapon required Jim to exert such effort to acquire. David's gaze fell upon a wall in the near distance, adorned with an array of weapons, where a formally attired soldier in military uniform stood vigilantly. Chapter 53. The Imitation David. Do not be misled by the sparse crowd here. There are indeed remarkable treasures to be found. Myron cheerfully explained to David as Jim went to retrieve the equipment. David understood perfectly. With the backing of the city defense team, Jim could merely handle lightweight firearms in such a small town, and as long as he steered clear of heavy weaponry, no one would raise an eyebrow. In the war-torn region of the Rock Star, where administrative planets resided, weapon control was not overly stringent. Occasionally, the military even encouraged civilians to practice with various firearms, ensuring they would be prepared when the need arose. In truth, the military harbored no concerns regarding firearms. The true threat lay in the private militia, whose destructive capabilities far exceeded those of these lightweight weapons. From the strength of his arm, it was evident that the rectangular box was no lightweight. When placed on the ground, it emitted a dull thud. David, allow me to give it a try first. You can take your turn afterward, Myron said as he opened the box. David nodded, his gaze fixated on the contents. Upon opening the box, Myron revealed a sniper rifle and began assembling it with components such as the barrel and stock. What is this? David asked uncertainly, recognizing the familiar shape of the sniper rifle. If it were a bit longer and larger, he might have mistaken it for a sniper rifle specifically designed for the militia. This is a replica of the Eye of Death. Although it lacks the sheer power of the original, it has been proportionally scaled down, and many sniper militia members use this replica for training. Jim proudly introduced the weapon. David was taken aback. The specialized sniper rifle he had seen in the knowledge orbs was indeed called the Eye of Death. Jim was truly resourceful, for information about the Eye of Death was virtually non-existent online. Yet here lay a replica. As for the militia training with the replica, that was entirely plausible. Given the terrifying recoil of the Eye of Death, practicing with it regularly would render training inefficient and significantly increase physical strain. Myron had already retrieved a set of ammunition from the ammo box and loaded it into the sniper rifle, noticing that the replica lacked the 2 ammo switch feature of the original. David mused that it made sense, as the replica did not require firing the first-class ammunition. Jim, bring out some fixed targets, Myron called out as he lay prone on the ground. Jim manipulated his identity bracelet, and a row of 10 fixed targets descended from above, positioned more than 300 meters away. David, Watch my shooting skills." Myron gestured for David to observe his performance. With an average firing rate of 1 shot every 5 seconds, it was evident that Myron had practiced with sniper rifles before. Although it was not the Eye of Death replica in his hands, the weapon was more precise than others, yielding superior results. As Myron's replica of the Eye of Death fired, the 5 individuals practicing with handguns paused and approached. "Jim, how did I do?" Myron inquired, stroking the rifle's body. 99 points. Jim glanced at his identity bracelet before announcing the score. "Haha, I must have a talent for sniping, right?" Myron asked, his face brimming with pride. "Myron, in this windless indoor environment, at a distance of 300 meters, you couldn't even hit 100 points with the Eye of Death replica. And you think you have a talent for sniping?" Jim scoffed. "I thought my score was decent." Myron retorted, though he needed a moment to recuperate from the strong recoil of the Eye of Death replica. "Once you achieve a perfect score, then I'll set you up for a higher level, and you'll understand the difficulty." Jim did not let Myron off the hook. "David, it's your turn to try?" Myron disregarded Jim's comments. His only goal was to outperform David. Eagerly, David approached the Eye of Death replica. Upon touching the sniper rifle, he experienced an exhilarating sensation of becoming one with the weapon. He swiftly retrieved a set of ammunition from the nearby box, gently loaded it, and prepared to fire. Regrettably, the replica did not possess the T3 sniping assist device, only a standard scope. However, given the simplicity of the environment, David did not hesitate. As soon as he aimed through the scope, he fired without delay. The sound of 10 consecutive shots resonated, almost merging into one. "Jim, how did David perform?" Myron, observing David's rapid firing, felt a surge of joy and turned to inquire. However, he was met with Jim's incredulous expression. 100 points. "David, have you practiced with a sniper rifle before?" Jim asked curiously after announcing the score. Myron snatched Jim's hand, scrutinizing the displayed score, which indicated no misses. "I knew I shouldn't have compared myself to you," he lamented to David before turning to Jim. "David has never touched a sniper rifle. He learns everything quickly." "How is that possible?" Not only Jim, but even the 5 individuals nearby found Myron's claims hard to believe. "David, would you be interested in increasing the difficulty?" Jim asked. "Sure," David replied nonchalantly. He was eager to spend more time with the Eye of Death replica, and given the opportunity, he could use his portable scanner to capture its specifications. He envisioned reconstructing the replica in the virtual realm of his medium-sized server at home and gradually fine-tuning it to emulate the true Eye of Death based on his recollections. "David, you have 20 seconds to prepare. The upcoming challenge will be more demanding. Are you ready?" Jim did not disclose the specifics, but believed that simply hitting the target would be a considerable achievement for someone encountering the next task for the first time. David swiftly loaded 5 sets of ammunition, filling the replica's magazine to capacity. As the 20 seconds elapsed, Jim operated his identity bracelet, and 10 fixed targets materialized on the far wall of the shooting range, while a gentle breeze began to stir. David's eyes flickered. His acquired knowledge informed him that the farthest fixed target was 600 meters away, with a wind speed of 3.7. He assessed the temperature and humidity within mere seconds before firing the Eye of Death replica once more. 10 shots rang out in quick succession as David concluded his shooting session. Meanwhile, his body subtly trembled within his loose clothing, absorbing the recoil. 100 points. Jim's voice was tinged with disbelief as he checked the results again. While he could achieve a score of 100 points with slow, deliberate shots, he knew that if he attempted to fire continuously like David, the recoil would send the subsequent bullets astray after the first shot. "David, if you complete the next task, I will personally gift you this Eye of Death replica." Jim's eyes glimmered with determination as he spoke again. "Jim, both you and David are my friends. Do not put yourself in a precarious situation out of pride." Myron hastily cautioned. "All right." David felt a rush of excitement as he spoke. Before becoming a sniper militia member, this might be his only chance to acquire the Eye of Death replica. He did not understand Jim's motivations, but he was not about to refuse the offer. Jim is indeed the son of the highest-ranking military officer in Parent City. His ability to establish such an expansive shooting range here is certainly not the act of an inexperienced individual. His utterance of such words undoubtedly reflects his own intentions. Chapter 54. Assessment. Jim initiated a series of intricate operations on the identity wristband adorning his wrist, summoning swirling winds within the subterranean shooting range. Simultaneously, wisps of mist erupted, striving to mimic the authentic external environment. This haze altered the temperature and humidity of the air, rendering the precision of shooting calculations significantly more challenging. In the distance, the targets transformed into smaller entities, which commenced erratic, variable speed movements. Although there remained 10 targets in a similar environment, the difficulty had escalated exponentially. David, you have 30 seconds. If you cannot complete the shooting within this time frame, it will not be deemed a pass. After ensuring everything was in place, Jim spoke solemnly. His serious demeanor silenced the onlookers, who now held their tongues. Myron, however, discerned something and cast a somewhat smug glance at David. Begin, Jim declared emphatically. As the wristband projected a 30-second countdown, David's focus became laser-sharp. He resembled a phantom sniper in the illusory realm. 3 seconds later, the first shot rang out, followed by 2 more in quick succession. The 3 nearest targets required only minimal adjustments in trajectory calculations, thereby eliminating redundant computations and analyses. Jim's expression was tense. He observed the display on the wristband with a mix of elation and disbelief etched across his face. After 3 seconds of calculations and assessments, David fired 3 more shots, paused for another 3 seconds, and then unleashed a rapid succession of 4 shots. Truth be told, having experienced the true death's eye in the illusion, the recoil of this replica, though formidable, was manageable with skillful technique, allowing for continuous firing without issue. The challenge lay in swiftly calculating and analyzing the surrounding environmental influences to derive the optimal trajectory in the least amount of time. Had he been wielding a different sniper rifle instead of the Death's Eye replica, achieving such accuracy may have been unattainable, for the Death's Eye replica required no preliminary test shots. The overall diminished performance of the Death's Eye replica proportionally mirrored the original's capabilities, exhibiting negligible impact within a 600-meter range. David rose, shaking his slightly numb shoulders. Despite the initial release of energy being his first experience, his technique was sound, though not optimal. David, do you realize what you have just accomplished? Before Jim could announce the results, Myron, who had been observing the wristband display next to Jim, rushed forward, embracing David and exclaiming, David, you have passed the training assessment for the Interstellar Federation Army's snipers. Jim's voice was rife with incredulity, but the results before him were irrefutable. Remarkably, David completed the assessment in merely 15 seconds. Is this truly the Army Sniper Training Assessment? David found it hard to believe. Although he had assimilated the knowledge orb of the sniper soldier, his training had only occurred in a virtual environment with no practical experience. This does not imply you possess the combat capabilities of an Army sniper, Jim clarified. The training assessment is merely one component of the sniper evaluation process. Yet, he refrained from mentioning that passing the training assessment was generally tantamount to passing the Army sniper evaluation, as it was the most challenging component. Achieving this feat within 30 seconds, while managing the recoil of the sniper rifle and shooting at rapidly moving, small targets, all while maintaining a score of over 95 rings amidst swirling winds and mist, was exceedingly difficult. Soldiers endowed with sniping talent typically undergo rigorous training for years before attempting the assessment. Jim, does this mean the Death's Eye replica is now mine? David was unconcerned with the military sniper training assessment. His sole focus was the ownership of the Death's Eye replica in his hands. Indeed, the Death's Eye replica is yours. I will assist you in completing the necessary paperwork to legally acquire this sniper rifle. Jim replied with a wry smile. He then added, you should also consider another matter. You possess sniper talent. I heard from Myron that your university target is non-university, suggesting a significant likelihood of you becoming a soldier, which means you may very well become a sniper soldier in the future. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting at the mention of a sniper soldier. In the small town of Pelin City, the number of snipers produced had been exceedingly scarce, and the presence of a potential sniper soldier nearby instilled a sense of surrealism among them. Nearly every soldier aspired to have a sniper soldier as a teammate, for it signified greater success in combat, particularly in the low-intensity Zerg environments of Rockstar. As long as they did not encounter swarms of level 1 Zerg or level 2 Zerg, a sniper soldier could typically ensure the entire soldier team's success. David, may I exchange contact information with you? Jim inquired, bringing his wristband closer to David's. Certainly, David reciprocated, and they exchanged contact details. Within 3 days, I will deliver the paperwork and the Death's Eye replica to you. For now, you cannot take it with you, Jim remarked, observing David's frequent glances at the Death's Eye replica with a smile. Thank you, Jim. I truly appreciate this sniper rifle. I want to stand on ceremony. David expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I have granted you membership here, Feel free to come and enjoy whenever you have time. Jim manipulated the wristband, announcing this. Myron, I merely possess some aptitude in studies. With diligence, you too can achieve this. David reassured with a smile. Myron shot David an incredulous look, wholly unconvinced by his words. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed his doubts, having become accustomed to setbacks, and began discussing future arrangements for borrowing the Death's Eye replica. In the underground shooting range, Jim stepped aside and activated his wristband. Father, David is here at the shooting range today. Jim communicated, indicating that the other party was likely Lieutenant Eaton. Jim, I owe a favor to David's father, Hans. Do your utmost to accommodate David's needs. Lieutenant Eaton's voice was steady and resolute. I have already promised to give the Death's Eye replica to David. Jim continued. You have your reasons for this decision. Please share them with me. Lieutenant Eaton did not reprimand Jim for his choice. He was well aware of his son's character. David has passed the military sniper training assessment. Jim first explained the rationale for his decision before recounting the entire process of David's assessment. You have done well. With Hans' connections, as long as David possesses talent, he will undoubtedly exceed the role of a mere soldier. I have heard that Lord Galen personally instructed David for several days and subsequently praised him highly. With Lord Galen's discernment, I believe David's future is promising. You should engage with him more. I see that Mayor Bernard is also inclined to this notion. Father, what about the paperwork for the Death's Eye replica? Having received Lieutenant Eaton's approval, Jim was relieved of the burden of seeking a solution and promptly inquired. Follow the City Defense Reserve Protocol, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Lieutenant Eaton contemplated before responding. Chapter 55. Back up on the morning of January 20th. David completed his morning exercises and sat in the dining room enjoying breakfast. His current meal consisted entirely of enhanced larval meat, requiring him to consume up to 5 portions just to barely replenish his energy expenditure. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he had access to primary enhanced meat, a time when he didn't need to gorge himself as he did now to regain his strength. Over the past 3 days, the values of strength and constitution on David's attribute panel had remained unchanged. However, after each practice session of the 18 martial arts forms, he felt his body becoming increasingly agile. His impressive mental acuity of 3 heightened his sensitivity, allowing him to sense the enhancement within his body, albeit one that did not manifest on his attribute panel, but rather indicated a transformation in the nature of his strength. Suddenly, as David placed another piece of enhanced meat into his mouth, the doorbell rang. Excitedly swallowing his food, he dashed toward the entrance. Mylan, what brings you here? Upon opening the door, he was met not by Jim as he had hoped, but by Mylan, eliciting a tinge of disappointment. David, I'm here to take you out. How could you treat me like this? Mylan chided, striding in with familiarity. Mylan, you seem more like you're waiting for Jim. David countered, revealing Mylan's true intentions with a grin. Just as the two settled down amidst their banter, the doorbell rang again. They both sprang up simultaneously, casting each other curious glances. David, unperturbed, gestured for Mylan to answer it. Jim, you finally made it. Mylan exclaimed as he opened the door, a smile spreading across his face. He then reached out to take the weapon box from Jim's hands. Let me help you with that. Ah, Mylan, you're here too, Jim replied, handing over the weapon box with a smile. Jim, could you please bring it over? As the host, David felt it was his duty to be polite. Despite his own fervor for the replica of the Death's Eye, he maintained a sense of decorum. Their intelligent butler, Emma, presented freshly prepared natural juice, and Jim accepted David's invitation to sit on the sofa in the main hall. David, there's no need to be so formal with me. I'm quite straightforward. I've brought along the replica of the Death's Eye along with an additional 500 rounds of ammunition, Jim declared, placing another small metal box on the table. David was taken aback by Jim's thoughtful gift of ammunition. While sniper ammunition could be purchased, Jim's gesture truly resonated with him. In the realm of light weaponry, sniper rifles were considered controlled weapons. Other firearms could be legally owned with the appropriate permits, while ammunition was relatively unrestricted. This was due to the fact that both local and visiting hunters in Pelin City needed to frequently replenish their supplies, making ammunition sales a significant business within the city. Since you are still underage, and considering that the replica of the Death's Eye is a controlled weapon, I've arranged for you to obtain city defense backup qualifications. This means you can legally possess the replica, as well as other weapons. Jim continued, manipulating his identity wristband to produce an authorization document, which he handed to David. Opening the document, David scrutinized its contents. It was an authorization from the Pelin City Defense Corps, granting him, David Kerr, the status of a backup combat personnel. Upon confirming this document, he would be eligible to legally possess and use individual thermal weapons, including sniper rifles, and acquire corresponding parts and ammunition from the military. David's face displayed a hint of hesitation. He was uncertain whether this designation as a backup combat personnel would interfere with his upcoming high school life, or even his college entrance examinations. David, this backup combat personnel status merely enrolls you as a reserve member of the city defense. It won't impact you otherwise. You only need to respond when a significant conflict arises. Pelin City hasn't seen a major battle in 20 years. Jim observed David's hesitation and explained with a smile. Thank you. David confirmed the authorization. The document was stored in his identity wristband, simultaneously updating his information on the network. David, I assure you, I have no intention of causing you harm. Jim chuckled. Jim, with such a fortunate opportunity, why didn't you think of me? Mylan interjected, holding the replica of the Death's Eye with a hint of indignation. Mylan, if you possess David's abilities, I would arrange it for you immediately. Jim replied with a sideways glance at Mylan. It was evident that although Jim's actions had a hint of leveraging his authority, they adhered to established protocols and military discipline. David's sniping skills could indeed prove advantageous in times of war, and securing a promising future sniper was a standard military practice. Despite the abundance of soldiers in Pelin City, they were divided into 3 factions. Those serving the military only operated externally, not involving themselves in local affairs. The government soldiers, fewer in number, managed a significant portion of the civilian soldiers, necessitating frequent reliance on local militias. Talented young individuals like David were precisely the type the military sought to cultivate. Even if they never joined, maintaining a good relationship with the military was essential. Jim, you underestimate me. Once I enroll at non-university and become a soldier, I won't even glance at such an authorization document. Mylan boasted, though he was well aware of how coveted the status of a backup combat personnel was, particularly the legal possession of multiple thermal weapons. Just this aspect alone was enough to entice most individuals. Furthermore, in the event of a major conflict in Pelin City, hiding would not suffice. It was far better to take up arms and engage in battle. The youth of Panstone had never shied away from conflict. Their environment had bred a generation of elites who would inevitably confront the insectoid menace, as participating in combat was the only way to elevate their status. Recognizing Mylan's enthusiasm for the backup combat personnel status, David felt reassured about the opportunity. David, shall we head to the shooting range? Or would you prefer I take you elsewhere for some fun? Mylan asked as Jim and David concluded their discussion. Where else could you possibly take David? Jim scoffed at Mylan, turning to David and saying, Today, I'll take you outside the city to experience the real world beyond. David's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had glimpsed the landscape outside Pelin City from atop the city walls, he had never ventured there in person. I want to go too. Let's bring this guy along. Who knows, we might even get a chance to take down a few larvae ourselves. Mylan exclaimed, raising the replica of the Death's Eye with enthusiasm. Jim, I hope this won't be too much trouble for you. David inquired, eager yet tactful. Not at all. We'll remain within the city defense perimeter, so there's minimal risk. Besides, we won't be going alone. We'll be bringing along a few more people. Jim assured him with a smile. As they prepared to leave, David slung his sword sheath over his shoulder, while Mylan loaded the replica of the Death's Eye and ammunition into the vehicle. Jim's car was a military hover vehicle, and David and Mylan followed in a Glaston 6 model. They chose the southern gate, and upon arrival, David noticed hundreds of individuals gathered there, armed with a variety of weapons, knives, spears, and thermal firearms. While none donned skeletal armor, they exhibited combat capabilities. Beside them, heavily armored hover vehicles stood in an uneven line. Before David lay the southern gate, an imposing structure standing 10 meters tall and equally wide. The gate remained shut, its reinforced surface adorned with spikes exuding an intimidating aura. The vehicles did not approach the gate but instead parked at a nearby military parking lot. David attempted to offer assistance with the replica of the Death's Eye, but Mylan declined. David sensed that Mylan intended to assert his claim over the usage of the replica. However, David did not compete with him, for Myron, lacking formal training, would inevitably falter after a few shots. Jim led the two past the crowd of armored hover vehicles. Although the onlookers were displeased with the trio's disregard for the cue, most of them were familiar with Jim, so the murmurs of discontent were rather subdued. Chapter 56. The Crows. These individuals are known as the Crows, Jim whispered to David. Why are they called crows? David inquired, perplexed. David felt no fear in his perception. These individuals lacked the kind of presence that could intimidate him. Above him, a shadowy attendant surveyed the surroundings, prepared to unleash the secondary longsword should anyone among them dare to provoke. Of course, not far from there lay a heavy machine gun emplacement, perilously close to the city walls, where no one would dare to make a move. As David walked, a middle-aged man in tattered military attire turned abruptly, spilling his cup of water all over David. "My apologies. I didn't mean to," the man exclaimed, a smile plastered on his face as he hurriedly apologized. "Never mind." David brushed the water off himself. Due to the cold weather, he wore thermal undergarments, so only his outer coat was damp, which was not bothersome. However, his heightened senses indicated that the water bore some peculiar scent, though he could not discern its origin. He dismissed it as a trivial matter. Jim approached the main gate, using his identity ring to contact those inside. Following this, a small door beside the iron gate swung open, allowing the trio to enter. Upon stepping through, David found himself in a deep steel corridor that traversed the city wall, leading to a view of the outside world. The corridor matched the main gate in size, measuring 10 meters in height and width. At the exit, a military heavy armored hover vehicle awaited, equipped with 2 heavy machine guns atop. "Jim, hurry up. We've been waiting for you," called a young man in military combat gear, waving enthusiastically. "This is Daly. Daly, this is David, a friend of Myron S." Jim introduced as he waved back and approached. "Myron, what's that hefty weapon you're carrying? Do you know how to use it, or shall I teach you?" Daly laughed, clapping Myron on the shoulder. "David, your reputation precedes you. The number of soldiers who have perished at your doorstep surpasses those who have fallen in the wilderness all year." Daly turned to David, grinning. David's mouth twitched. It was evident that those who played with Jim shared a similar temperament. "Enough chatter. We must leave the city before those crows become a nuisance," Jim shouted as he climbed aboard the armored hover vehicle. David and the others followed suit, and it was then that David noticed 2 additional individuals inside. One was a stern-looking sergeant at the controls, while the other wore a white trench coat and knee-high leather boots, appearing more suited for a soiree than a mission outside the city. With shoulder-length hair and a handsome visage, one might mistake him for a woman were it not for his distinctly masculine features. "Jim, what is De Quincy doing here?" Myron asked, clearly displeased upon seeing the man. "Myron, the city of Prolon is rather small. Matters of officialdom are best left to the authorities. Let us not allow this to create a rift between us," Jim replied nonchalantly. "Myron, let us see who can slay more of the insectoids." De Quincy chuckled. David remained silent, discerning that aside from the sergeant, these individuals were not ordinary. They likely hailed from significant backgrounds. "Sergeant Boris, if you would be so kind, let us depart." Jim addressed the sergeant politely. "Understood," Sergeant Boris replied in a deep voice. And the heavy armored hover vehicle roared to life. Tension permeated the atmosphere, likely due to Myron and De Quincy's presence. "David, there's a wealth of level 1 metals outside the city. If we can collect some, it could yield a substantial amount of credit points." Daly attempted to lighten the mood, speaking to David, who seemed the least involved. Jim worried that David, perceived as not particularly wealthy, might be tempted by the allure of level 1 metals, potentially leading him to act recklessly. He didn't want to be responsible for bringing David out only for something unfortunate to occur, causing Hans and Galen to harbor resentment. In truth, while David appreciated level 1 metals, his interest was not driven by the prospect of credit points. He likely possessed more wealth than anyone present. With over 40 million credit points, even the wealthiest merchants in the city struggled to amass such liquid assets, as most held their wealth in equipment and fixed assets. Only Mr. Steer, in his lifetime, sought to execute grand commercial ventures with organizational backing, could command such cash reserves. David was indifferent to level 1 metals. Myron interjected, casting a glance over David's shoulder. Had it not been for his desire to conceal the secondary longsword, he would have showcased it. The others paid little heed to Myron's comment, but the topic sparked a gradual warming of the atmosphere within the vehicle. David turned his gaze to the vehicle's display screen. The heavy armored hover vehicle lacked windows, rendering the outside world visible only through the screen. After approximately 20 minutes, the hover vehicle was still traveling slowly and not in a straight line, indicating they were not far from Prolon. Sergeant Boris is quite experienced. He is locating the positions of the insectoid larvae, allowing us to engage them at close range. Jim explained quietly as he settled beside David. "How formidable are the larvae?" How many have you slain? David asked, intrigued. Though various channels provided information on the larvae, nothing compared to first-hand accounts from someone who had battled them. David nodded, realizing that he understood the combat capabilities of the higher-tier insectoids better. The larvae posed no threat to him, as Jim's words confirmed. Jim, the soil here is different. There must be larvae present, Sergeant Boris stated solemnly. David examined the display screen. To his eyes, the ground appeared unremarkable, but he trusted that Sergeant Boris had sound reasoning behind his assertion. Arm yourselves and prepare to disembark, Jim commanded. Myron had already opened his weapon case, assembling the replica of the Eye of Death and loading it with 50 rounds, rising to stand with weapon in hand. Goodness, that's a replica of the Eye of Death. No wonder you agreed to compete with De Quincy, Daly exclaimed, surprised by Myron's choice of weapon. De Quincy's expression soured. He had brought only a D-15 shotgun, a potent mid-range weapon designed for individual use, with a capacity of 15 rounds. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice. However, he had not anticipated that Myron would wield a long-range sniper rifle of such formidable caliber. With this, any larvae within visual range would stand little chance against Myron's Eye of Death replica. Chapter 57. Outside the city, Jim seized a D-200 assault rifle, while Daly opted for the same weapon. Their choices were made to ensure a robust firepower foundation while maximizing lethality. Thus, they did not select anything particularly extraordinary. David, would you like to choose a gun for backup? Jim inquired, noticing the imitation of the Death's eye in Myron's grasp. David, we are not knights. Although cold weapons may sound formidable, their effectiveness depends entirely on the wielder. De Quincy, who harbored a slight animosity towards David due to his close ties with Myron, nonetheless offered this counsel. Jim immediately fell silent. After Myron had made a similar remark previously, he witnessed David successfully passing the military sniper training assessment with the imitation of Death's eye. The others, seeing Jim's silence, refrained from further persuasion. The weapons in everyone's possession were sufficient to handle any troubles they might encounter. Sergeant Boris remained stationed at the heavy armored hovercraft, his weaponry comprised of 2 heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicle. Upon disembarking, David was first greeted by a faint metallic scent. Myron located a prominent boulder and set up the Death's eye imitation, commencing his search for targets. Daly, you take the left flank. De Quincy, you handle the right. David, keep an eye on the rear and call out if anything arises. I will lead the way, Jim directed, clutching his D-200 assault rifle. What about me, Jim? Myron called out, having not heard his assignment. Stay where you are. Sergeant Boris can protect you from the armored vehicle. With your sniper rifle, you can engage the larvae up to 2,000 meters away. If that does not satisfy you, head back to the vehicle and switch to a mid-range weapon to accompany us, Jim replied with exasperation. In truth, they would not stray beyond a 2,000-meter radius from the heavy armored hovercraft. Myron was, in fact, the safest among them, sheltered beneath the boulder and within the coverage of Sergeant Boris's heavy machine guns. Then you all proceed. I will ensure your safety, Myron declared, content with the arrangement. Myron, do not aim within 10 meters of me. I do not trust your marksmanship, David cautioned, recalling Myron's shooting skills with some trepidation. Myron's proficiency was cultivated in the windless environment of a shooting range, and it was unclear how accurately he could perform in such conditions. Myron, do not fire in our direction, Jim hastily reminded him, recalling that Myron was not an experienced marksman. Even De Quincy shrank back at the sight of the Death's eye imitation in Myron's hands, pondering whether Myron's unreliable aim might prove hazardous to him. Amidst their repeated admonitions, Myron assured them he would not fire recklessly, thus alleviating the chaos that had arisen before their operation had even commenced. Ensure that the identity wristbands are connected to the 988 communication channel. Maintain clear lines of communication. Despite the relatively low risk of this outing, Jim adhered strictly to protocol. 10 meters above David's head, the Shadow Guardian began surveying the surroundings. He was certain that, aside from the larvae hiding behind the rocks, no other creatures could elude the Guardian's gaze. The quartet advanced forward, with David trailing behind. Jim, why isn't the city defense attacking the larvae? David questioned, glancing at the distance from Perlon City. He was confident they remained within the city's defense perimeter, yet larvae were present. Was the defense not concerned? The city defense is only responsible for the primary tier of the insect species within the defensive lines. Larvae are typically handled by hunters or crows. On one hand, hunters or crows require income, and on the other, If city defense weapons were deployed against larvae, the daily consumption would be excessive. Of course, if the larvae numbers were to become abnormal, the defense team would venture out to eliminate them, and if necessary, deploy blocking drones for bombardment. Jim explained while walking. David had long been aware that larvae were nearly impossible to eradicate, a fact tied to the reproductive methods of the insect species. A multitude of larvae lay dormant underground, and when energy levels were sufficient, they opted not to evolve, instead splitting into more larvae to gather energy anew. In such circumstances, larvae could not be completely exterminated. They could only be continuously cleared. Fortunately, the desolate rock star offered limited energy resources, meaning that larvae would typically only evolve into primary-tier insect species, with the likelihood of evolving into secondary-tier species being exceedingly low. Continuous eradication and energy scarcity were paramount. On planets closer to the war zone, the damage inflicted by secondary-tier insects and more advanced species compelled the Interstellar Federation to allocate additional forces to those planets. At that moment, the Shadow Guardian spotted a pointed head emerging from behind a stone 20 meters ahead. Just as he was about to alert his companions, Jim SD-200 assault rifle fired. A series of precise shots struck the head accurately. Following a piercing wail, a pool of green blood spread outwards from the fallen creature. "Huh, what splendid luck," Jim exclaimed, dashing forward. Though thrilled, he remembered to aim at the downed larvae's head, delivering 3 more shots to confirm its demise before he halted. Simultaneously, the Shadow Guardian above David soared forward and hovered 10 meters ahead, inhaling deeply. David felt a faint energy being absorbed into his own being through the Guardian's senses. Yet it was a meager amount, far less invigorating than the energy gained from absorbing a human soul. "David, come over here. I will teach you how to dissect the larvae," Jim called out to David, who had remained stationary. Behind the rock, he discovered a complete insect larvae. This particular larvae, slightly smaller than an adult human, was encased in a thin exoskeleton, its body curled with 8 pairs of slender legs, 2 of which were notably long and armed with sharp spines. Its earth-gray exterior rendered it easily overlooked in such an environment. "David, the first incision must sever the larvae's neural connections," Jim said, extracting a dagger from beside its legs and piercing between the seams of the exoskeleton on the larvae's back. "Always remember, the insect species are resilient. Even a deceased insect should not be underestimated. Our fragile bodies can pay a hefty price for a single misstep," Jim continued. David nodded, attentively observing Jim's technique. As Jim explained, the seemingly robust exoskeleton was effortlessly breached under his skilled hands. Once the exoskeleton was removed, 2 strips of enhanced flesh, distinctly different from other meats, were revealed. Jim sliced each end of the enhanced flesh with his dagger and extracted the 2 strips. "Do you have the courage to eat them right now? The effects of freshly harvested enhanced flesh are unparalleled." Jim grinned, holding up the 2 strips of enhanced flesh for David to see. David accepted the strips, noting the larvae's sticky bodily fluids still clinging to them, which churned his stomach. Yet he understood this was a necessary hurdle. He had heard that many warriors enhanced their abilities while battling precisely because they consumed the freshest enhanced flesh. With his eyes shut, he placed the strips in his mouth. The elongated enhanced flesh had not been processed, unlike the portions he would purchase, each perfectly cut for consumption. With nearly 1,000 kilograms of strength, his teeth were exceptionally robust. This primal enhanced flesh was not as unpalatable as he had anticipated. It bore a flavor akin to the processed, enhanced flesh from home, with a hint of sweetness intertwined. Yet he soon realized that the sweetness likely stemmed from the larvae's sticky bodily fluids, forcing him to suppress the rising nausea as he hastened to finish. "Excellent," cheered Jim, Daly, and DeQuincy as they witnessed David consume both strips of enhanced flesh. They have all experienced this and are well aware of the sensation of consuming enhanced meat for the first time. Each individual here has endured the act of vomiting at least once. Chapter 58, Unexpected Boom. A gunshot echoed in the distance, followed by the triumphant voice of Myron over the 988 communication channel. "I hit a larva. You may want to handle it about 200 meters to your right when you have the time." 200 meters? Jim glanced curiously towards the right, then exchanged a questioning look with Daly. "Sergeant Boris, activate the vehicle scanner and scan for nearby life forms," Jim directed through the 988 channel. The scanner emitted its distinctive sound shortly thereafter. "Maintain vigilance," Jim signaled. David was puzzled, casting an inquiring glance at Daly. This is within the city defense zone, and with the crows conducting daily cleanups, it's rare to spot a larva without searching. Yet, we've found two. This situation feels off. Daly explained while remaining alert. David, the larvae may be moving underground. Though they are slow, their life signatures are undetectable by the scanner. Daly reiterated for David's understanding. The carcasses of the larvae were of little concern to the group. They were not the crows, and the value of the larval shells was negligible, unworthy of their effort. Jim led the way, steadily advancing to the right. David recognized Jim as an excellent leader, meticulous and composed, prioritizing their safety above all. After 3 minutes of traversing 200 meters, they arrived at the first larva's corpse, a gaping hole in its chest that pierced through to its back. Myron, what kind of shooting is that? You've ruined the enhanced meat. Jim shouted in frustration into his identity wristband. Isn't there still some left? David pointed at the larva's back. Indeed, the massive wound had penetrated a small portion of the enhanced meat, but a considerable part remained intact. The flesh and organs of the larva are toxic. If any of the enhanced meat comes into contact with the remaining flesh or innards, it becomes ineatable. Jim indicated the wound. At that moment, David noticed that after 2 minutes, the shadow servant showed no reaction near the larval carcass, indicating that the larva's soul had dissipated. This outcome disappointed David. Disregarding the enhanced meat, the larva's soul was a unique prize he had hoped to claim. Myron, that replica of the Eye of Death was a waste for you to use. De Quincey mocked. Stop. Keep the communication channel clear. Jim interjected, exasperated by their escalating banter. Just as they conversed, the larval carcass on the ground stirred, prompting both Daly and Jim to fire their D-200 assault rifles simultaneously. Bullets riddled the larval corpse, causing green gore to splatter, but David caught sight of another larva, its head just emerging from beneath the carcass, already shattered by multiple rounds. Have these creatures gone mad? Jim cursed. He was not fond of unexpected developments. However, the appearance of spoils took precedence. Acquiring loot was essential, as without it, how could he rally others to form a team to combat the larvae? Although they had deployed heavy armored hover vehicles and accompanied a professional soldier, the services he requested from the military were not without cost. Despite frequently operating under the guise of Lieutenant Eden, Jim ensured that all his actions adhered to military regulations. Without spoils, he could not even pay Sergeant Boris, let alone cover the rental fees for the heavy armored hover vehicle. Daly, De Quincey, you two assist me in digging. David, maintain watch. Jim commanded. The three drew their knives and began excavating the larval corpse from the earth. David carefully surveyed their surroundings, no longer relying on the shadow servant for safety, as dangers from below would not be promptly detected. I sensed something amiss. Could someone be plotting against us? Daly's eyes glinted with suspicion. This scenario was unprecedented for him. Even after numerous excursions outside the city, it was decidedly abnormal. Whoever seeks to harm us will learn the consequences of their folly. Though I lament the state of my attire, De Quincey remarked while digging, his white coat now soiled with mud. Yet, David discerned that De Quincey was not truly concerned about his appearance. When duty called, he disregarded his clothing, acting in accordance with Jim's orders. Working together, they quickly unearthed the larval corpse. Jim wiped his knife and swiftly began to dissect it, not slowing down for David's sake this time. Extracting 2 pieces of enhanced meat in less than a minute, he stowed them in a prepared bag, sheathed his knife, and reclaimed his D-200 assault rifle. Just as he took a few steps, David noticed the soil beneath De Quincey shifting and quickly pulled him aside. As De Quincey's legs were yanked away, 2 sharp spikes erupted from the ground, missing him narrowly. Sergeant Boris, come to our aid. Jim shouted into his identity wristband, firing his D-200 at the underground target. Simultaneously, Daly and De Quincey joined in the assault, green blood seeping from the earth. No one mentioned excavating the corpse again, even David, unfamiliar with the wilderness. Sensed that something was amiss. Yes, came Sergeant Boris's voice. This reassured Jim. Within 30 seconds, Boris would arrive, and once aboard the heavy armored hover vehicle, they would be safe. Back to back, watch your footing. Jim reiterated. The shadow servant had recently absorbed a faint energy and, under David's command, was moving underground. Disappointingly, while the shadow servant could utilize its abilities to navigate through the ground, it could not discern the subterranean environment, seeing only dirt. Despite directing the shadow servant, David still felt the tremors of the earth beneath him, instinctively leaping upward after countless battles experienced in illusions. Before he could make his next move, The guns of the other three fired simultaneously at the larva, which had just revealed a portion of its limb. Green blood gushed from the earth once more. And this time David acted promptly, as the concentrated attacks obliterated the larva's head, leaving only a thin layer of soil above it. I have 10 rounds left. How about you? Jim inquired gravely, glancing at the display of his D-200 assault rifle. He had not anticipated running low on ammunition. The rifle's full capacity was 200 rounds, ample for typical situations. With the heavy armored hover vehicle nearby, resupply was readily available. So he had not brought spare ammunition. I have 2 rounds left. Daly replied, somewhat defeated. I'm out of ammo. De Quincey admitted sheepishly, having exhausted all 15 rounds of his D-15 shotgun in the heat of the moment. In the distance, the heavy armored hover vehicle revved to life. Its weight required time to start, though the 2 heavy machine guns mounted on it could provide fire support. However, the issue remained that Sergeant Boris could not assist against the underground target. Chapter 59. Unsheathing the sword, if only Sergeant Boris were a bit faster. Jim tightened his grip on the D-200 assault rifle and spoke in a low voice. Although he could be considered experienced, he was not a true professional soldier, nor a skilled hunter. Each foray beyond the city was more an exercise in amusement and fitness. This very fact had led him and his companions to neglect the consumption of ammunition. With a stroke of luck, the remaining rounds could perhaps fell a single larva. As he spoke, the ground suddenly began to tremble, causing the group to lose their footing. Simultaneously, the soil beneath them began to churn. And David once again sensed the abnormality below. His hand instinctively reached behind him, where 2 long swords, glowing with an ethereal blue light, leapt into his grasp. Just as 2 sharp spikes emerged from the earth, they had yet to make contact with David's feet when, with a flicker of blue light, they were severed into 2 segments. The larva emitted a shrill cry from the soil, and soon thereafter, an unsightly creature burst forth, its grotesque head fixating on David. The source of its injury. However, its gaze lasted barely half a second before David's second-tier sword cleaved its head, revealing its green insides. As David dealt with his own predicament, a cry of distress echoed in his ears. Turning his gaze, he saw De Quincey, one hand shielding himself with the D-15 shotgun, as a spike had pierced through it. Though he managed to deflect one spike, another had plunged into his thigh. With a muffled groan, De Quincey felt a renewed wave of pain as the spike embedded in his shotgun lunged toward his face. It halted mere centimeters from his features, and despite the agony, he discerned David, wielding dual swords, having dispatched the larva that had threatened him. Before De Quincey could utter a word of gratitude, David's figure flickered once more. In that fleeting moment, all 4 were assaulted, but Jim, having emptied his D-200 of ammunition, weakened the larva that had just emerged, resorting to using the rifle as a melee weapon to assist Daly in combating another approaching larva. Without ammunition, their D-200s merely served as clubs, rendering them vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of the larva's spikes, which threatened injury at any moment. David arrived just in time, his second-tier sword sweeping through the air once more, severing the larva's head and causing its green blood to spill onto the ground. Truthfully, although the brief skirmish appeared perilous, David felt no sense of danger. The larva seemed more akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The blade in his hand could effortlessly pierce the first-tier exoskeleton of the larva, rendering its defenses negligible. More significantly, the larva's attack pattern was singular, relying solely on its 2 spikes. While such an assault posed substantial risk to an ordinary person, for one armed with a quality weapon, the now lame larva posed little threat. Without pausing, David swiftly dispatched the larva that Jim had gravely injured with his last bullet, absorbing the souls of 4 larvae with his shadowy allies. Thank you, David. Jim expressed his heartfelt gratitude, glancing at his D-200, now irreparably damaged by the larva's spikes. Just moments ago, he had felt the chilling breath of death. In a battle against the larva without a weapon, even with his formidable strength of no less than 800 kilograms, he could not have endured for long. The speed of the larva's spikes was too swift. His D-200 had succumbed to a series of punctures in mere moments. De Quincey is injured and in need of assistance. David did not sheath his twin swords, remaining vigilant as he warned. De Quincey, hold on. There's a first aid kit in the vehicle. Daly approached to support De Quincey, offering comfort. The group was lightly equipped, having brought no essential supplies, much less a first aid kit. Jim, the ground in your vicinity appears unstable. Be cautious. Myron shouted through the communication channel. David diverted a portion of his focus to connect with his shadows. They soared into the air, revealing that the ground within a 20-meter radius was subtly shaking. In the distance, Sergeant Boris piloted a heavy armored hover vehicle towards them. David assessed that even with Boris's arrival, it would be too late. The larva had encircled them as if driven mad. "Jim, Daly, help De Quincey onto that rock. I will handle the rest." David gestured towards a large stone nearby with his sword. Jim and Daly, having been thoroughly impressed by David's earlier performance, did not hesitate, lacking weapons. The most prudent course was to avoid complicating matters for David. They assisted De Quincey onto the stone just as the ground erupted in clouds of dust, resembling a collapse. The swirling dust enveloped the area, rendering it shrouded in a mist-like haze. "David!" Jim cried out, panic rising as David vanished from view amidst the dust. With an 80 mastery of the sword, wielding two glowing blue second-tier blades, although David was not yet a knight, his offensive capabilities rivaled those of unarmored warriors. The sudden gust of dust impaired his vision, yet he remained calm. His experiences in illusory battles had fortified his composure in such scenarios. He could not comprehend how the larvae perceived the world, but their ability to launch attacks from beneath the earth suggested they did not rely solely on sight. Indeed, he heard the distinct sound of 4 projectiles slicing through the air, originating from his front and left. Instinctively, his right hand wielded the second-tier sword in a sweeping motion, and he stepped forward thrice, thrusting with his left-hand blade. As the dust began to settle, revealing the surroundings, the three atop the stone beheld over 20 larvae, heedless of their presence, charging madly towards David. In the brief interval when the dust had obscured him, the 4 larvae attacking David had suffered varying degrees of injury, while David himself remained unscathed. As the swarm of over 20 larvae closed in, David felt a surge of adrenaline, yet his spirit remained profoundly tranquil. His body transformed into a gust of wind. The 2 ethereal blue swords became lightning in the tempest, their light flickering as each strike sent forth a spray of green ichor. Initially, as he swung his blades, David miscalculated, cleaving both the larva's head and body asunder. Yet, a moment of clarity struck him, recalling Jim's earlier words. He remembered that the enhanced flesh of the larva must not be tainted by the blood of its other parts. Consequently, in his subsequent assaults, he altered his approach. The second-tier swords would sever only the heads of the larvae, avoiding their other appendages. Amidst the still-falling dust, David's form flickered in and out of view, each strike accompanied by the larva's piercing wails, spikes flying from their bodies. David's swordsmanship is remarkable. De Quincey, suppressing his pain, momentarily forgot his injuries, murmuring in disbelief. "At least it's of proficient mastery. Among the knights I've seen, none can compare to David," Jim remarked, his insight bearing weight. Though Pelin City had few knights, and even fewer wielding swords, military exchanges often showcased formidable warriors, and he had witnessed many skilled knights through his connections. Chapter 60: The reason the longsword knight is a rare breed among knights. For the longsword is a lightweight weapon that makes it exceedingly challenging to deliver a fatal blow to the insectoid adversaries during combat. Thus, unless one has reached the pinnacle of knightly prowess, no knight would choose the longsword as their armament. However, once a knight achieves the level of transcendence, it is unlikely they would abandon their long-practiced weaponry to delve into mastering the longsword anew, as such an endeavor would squander an inordinate amount of time and energy. David, having absorbed the knowledge orb of longsword mastery from Captain Froman, has undoubtedly attained the full spectrum of skills in this discipline. Indeed, what a prodigy! Daly swallowed hard, his throat dry as he spoke. Previously, when Myron had proclaimed David a genius, Daly had been somewhat skeptical. Although he had not ascended to the rank of knight, he surpassed the majority of ordinary individuals in strength. Like Jim, he lacked the means to enroll in a knightly professional program at the university. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. He relentlessly honed his abilities through familial connections, aspiring to become a knight through sheer practice. Though this path proved exponentially more arduous than attaining knighthood during university years, the military was rife with numerous examples that inspired them. Yet today, for the first time, he felt the profound chasm between himself and a true genius, a disparity akin to that between heaven and earth. None of the 3 spoke of David's prowess being solely attributable to the second-tier longsword he wielded, in the face of the encirclement by over 20 larvae. If not for his exceptional mastery of the longsword, he would have been pierced by the numerous sharp spines that obscured their vision. Each of them, armed with a second-tier longsword, would have faltered against such a multitude of larvae. The battle morphed into a massacre. David reveled in the exhilaration of combat. Unlike the veil of illusion that separated him from the fray, the reality of battle invigorated him, providing a cathartic release of power. In fact, due to the larvae's inherent frailty, he employed various techniques of cold weaponry with the longsword in hand. Jim, Daly, and De Quincey, not being true knights, could hardly grasp the intricacies of his movements. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly recognized David's unique combat style at that moment. The long-suppressed urge to kill surged forth amid the carnage, rendering his dual blades even more formidable. When the heavy armored hover vehicle arrived beside them, the battle had already reached its conclusion. Aside from the large stone where Jim and the others stood, the area within a radius of several meters was stained a vivid green with the larvae's blood, the stench of gore mingling with the foul odor of the insects. Before arriving in this world, he had been an ordinary man, yet within less than a month of his arrival, he found himself unperturbed by the sight of numerous larvae corpses. This was a stark contrast to the distant sniping of Mr. Sturt. This was close combat. And though the adversaries were not human, it was far more gruesome. Perceiving the shadowy figures in the sky, he realized that everything was a result of the transformation brought about by the shadowy entities. "Jim, I'm late." Sergeant Boris apologized as he jumped from the heavy armored hover vehicle, first aid kit in hand. It was originally his responsibility to ensure the safety of these individuals, but the larvae's unexpected subterranean assault had rendered his heavy machine gun ineffective. Even as the 20-plus larvae burst forth from the ground, the dust had made him hesitant to fire, fearing collateral damage to his comrades. "Quickly attend to De Quincey's wounds," Jim called urgently, refraining from further elaboration. Sergeant Boris secured a tourniquet around the penetrating wound and administered a vial of medicine into De Quincey's body. "I'm fine now." The haul was substantial. "Hurry and collect the spoils. I can still hold on." De Quincey forced a smile despite his injuries. At that moment, the hover vehicle was conveniently nearby, ready to replenish ammunition. And with the ferocious firepower of 2 heavy machine guns, safety was not a primary concern. Of course, what reassured everyone present was David's presence. Under the sudden circumstances, David had effortlessly dispatched all 20 larvae. De Quincey's injuries would necessitate the expenditure of credit points for treatment, along with costs for damaged weaponry and other expenses. Jim and Daly swiftly sliced through the larvae corpses with their daggers, collecting strips of enhanced flesh into their pockets. It seemed that either David had exterminated all the larvae in the vicinity or his onslaught had instilled fear in them. For not a single larvae appeared as they gathered their spoils. Just as the group prepared to board the vehicle, they spotted Myron striding over while shouldering a replica of the Eye of Death. "Myron, why didn't you wait at the designated spot? Did you not realize the danger?" Jim exclaimed, eyes widening in reproach. "Jim, aside from your group, I haven't seen a single larvae in the 2,000-meter radius." Myron retorted nonchalantly. "Let us discuss this in the vehicle," Jim insisted, waving his hand. Once within the city walls, the group, previously silent, finally exhaled in relief. Today's events were highly unusual. Before anyone could disembark, Jim halted their movements, speaking somberly. "Sergeant Boris, have you ever witnessed such behavior from the larvae?" Daly turned to inquire of the driver. "Have you noticed? After we separated from David, the larvae ceased their attacks on us and instead charged towards him." De Quincey, his pain lessened by the medication, began to contemplate and analyze. "Indeed, I was concerned they would ascend the boulders, yet they disregarded the 3 of us." Daly concurred. The group turned their gazes toward David, all contemplating his attire and recalling the events prior to their exit from the city. The water splashed on David was suspect. Jim declared gravely, "Let us track down whoever dared to orchestrate such actions in our presence." Daly's eyes glinted with determination as he spoke fiercely. "Sergeant Boris, first take De Quincey to the military medic. We will investigate the surveillance footage to identify the culprits," Jim instructed. Jim, Myron, David, and Daly disembarked from the vehicle, while Sergeant Boris drove off with De Quincey. Jim summoned a soldier and handed over 2 bags, entrusting the processing of the enhanced flesh to the military's procurement point. After settling the rental fees, the remaining credit would be credited to Jim's account. "David, most of the spoils are essentially yours. However, we must first deduct some expenses for travel and De Quincey's treatment before settling the remainder with me," Jim clarified to prevent any misunderstandings, waiting until the soldier departed. David nodded, While he favored fresh, enhanced flesh, he understood the necessity of adhering to protocol. Fresh, enhanced flesh yields superior effects compared to processed variants. Yet with such an abundance, he could not consume it all at once, leading to potential loss of efficacy. Thus, David remained unperturbed by the matter. Jim, satisfied with David's response, appreciated his demeanor, powerful yet humble, a friend worth cultivating. Chapter 61. Found him. Jim led the three individuals to the surveillance room at the south gate, where they identified the raven pouring water on David. Help me find out who he is. Jim turned to the soldier beside him and inquired. These ravens pass through here daily and must be registered. This serves both for management and to identify individuals should someone meet a grisly fate. Though this may seem cold, the truth remains that ravens pose a lesser threat than hunters, as they lack the formidable strength of the latter. A significant proportion of hunters are warriors, whose presence can mitigate casualties when confronting the insectoid menace. The larvae near the city walls are no easy foes, and underground attacks are particularly insidious, leading to a high mortality rate among the ravens. We found him. This individual is Viper Loveral, and here is the information regarding him. The soldier quickly reported his findings. David, wait a moment. I'll request some personnel from my father. Jim gestured to David and his companions before stepping aside to contact Lieutenant Eaton through his identity bracelet. Jim prefers to operate without flaws. The military is quite complex, and he cannot afford to err, Daly quietly explained to David. 5 minutes later, Jim escorted the three onto a military transport hovercraft, where they encountered a squad of soldiers accompanied by 2 military police officers clad in white exoskeleton armor. David recognized them as the 2 military police officers he had seen atop the city walls. David, please hand over your outer garment. One of the military police officers commanded in a grave tone. David unsheathed his sword and removed his outer clothing, passing it over. The officer then produced a device for testing, which soon displayed a series of data. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim, Daly, DeQuincy, and David, you have been classified as victims of an artificial attack by the larvae, involving Sergeant Boris, combat-ready personnel David, and several individuals closely associated with the military. Therefore, this case is designated as a military matter and will be handled by the military police. Your cooperation may be required, stated the military police officer solemnly. Not only Jim, but everyone else was intrigued by the astonishing nature of the situation. Just a small amount of liquid had incited chaos among all the larvae. That is the cerebral fluid of a mindbender brainworm, the military police officer announced, casting a glance at David. The mindbender brainworm is a type 2 insectoid, notable for its unique characteristics. While it lacks formidable physical attack capabilities, it possesses terrifying psychic abilities and can manipulate the wills of the weak-minded, including humans. On the battlefield, the threat posed by a single mindbender brainworm is beyond comprehension, not to mention its nearly undetectable psychic attacks. Its ability to compel comrades to turn their weapons upon one another is a grave concern. The cerebral fluid of a mindbender brainworm is a rare material, and its use to attract larvae is one of the most extravagant applications. Yet someone had employed this high-grade substance to target a student like David. The military police officer's expression tightened as he pondered David's influential background and his father Hans's title of national hero, a type 2 insectoid mindbender brainworm. Both Jim and Daly gasped in astonishment. David surmised that this was the work of that organization, though he had not anticipated that they would seize the opportunity to orchestrate such a scheme just because he had stepped outside the city. Clearly, they had misjudged his strength, which had ultimately thwarted their plans. It was time to deal with Trainer Jeremy, David resolved within himself. Although he had released a murderous intent due to the carnage outside the city, it was also a transformation of the lethal energy he had garnered from his hallucinations into a tangible form. Therefore, David felt more resolute than ever. Sensing danger meant he considered direct confrontation as a viable solution. He was confident that as long as his opponent did not employ exoskeleton armor, he could face them in battle, a conviction forged through his recent encounter with over 20 larvae. We have arrived, a military police officer declared. The rear hatch of the military transport hovercraft swung open, and the 2 military police officers led the charge, followed by 8 soldiers clad in heavy ballistic vests, helmets, and armed with T-8 laser rifles. These laser rifles are exclusively supplied to the military, given the stringent controls and their limited effectiveness against insectoids, which hinders widespread adoption. Nonetheless, their rapid firing speed and precision made them invaluable for handling internal federal matters, resulting in their extensive military usage. Jim and Daly disembarked next. While David and Myron experienced the thrill of witnessing such a scene for the first time, two officers leading a squad of soldiers on a mission was exhilarating. Military personnel on the move. Everyone stay put. Any sign of resistance will be met with lethal force, blared the military police officer's exoskeleton armor loudspeaker. Amidst the dense cluster of buildings ahead, chaos erupted momentarily, only to be replaced by an eerie silence. Then, two white figures leapt across several structures, directly breaching the roof of one building and storming inside. "Why are you taking Loverl?" a voice demanded as a man clad in tattered military garb, wielding a heavy machine gun, burst forth from the building. "Your actions violate military management protocols and have been duly recorded." The military police officer's speaker emitted an emotionless proclamation. Just as David expected a warning, the 8 soldiers simultaneously activated their T-8 laser rifles, unleashing beams that accurately struck the man with the heavy machine gun. The melting of his body and weapon was vividly apparent. "Jim, don't we need to conduct a trial?" David found the scene striking. He had heard of the military's ruthlessness, but never imagined it would manifest so brutally. He had studied this world, where the legal system was robust, and citizens' rights expanded with their privileges, yet the right to life was a fundamental entitlement for all. David recalled the residents who had initially contemplated causing a commotion after the military police officer's warning, but immediately fell silent. Perhaps only the man closely associated with Viper Loverl would dare to question the situation, yet he had not anticipated losing his life in the process. Nevertheless, considering this was a gathering place for ravens, some of whom were armed, the military show of force remained essential. "Jim, David, Myron, please confirm whether this man was the one who bumped into David and splashed water on him." The military police officer presented the unconscious man before them for identification. "It was him," the 3 present affirmed with certainty. "Then you have no further involvement in this matter. I will notify you once there are results." The military police officer stated impassively before disregarding them entirely and leaping back onto the military transport hovercraft, departing without another word. Chapter 62. The Eye of Death. "Jim, have they really abandoned us like this?" Myron gazed at Jim in disbelief, his astonishment palpable. "What can I do? This is how these military police operate. Even my father has no sway over them." Jim replied with a bitter smile. "Enough chatter, let us hasten our departure," Daly remarked, surveying their surroundings. Thankfully, the man wielding the heavy machine gun had been shot, providing a significant deterrent, and for the moment, no one sought to trouble them. However, this area was the most chaotic in the city, and they were eager to leave. They managed to hail a public transport hover vehicle, and amidst many angry glares, they finally escaped the gathering place of the crows. "David, I want to say much more. You saved us today, and I will remember it. In the future, just call upon me if you need anything," Daly said to David as he took his leave. No one mentioned that they were in trouble because of David. They only acknowledged his selfless assistance during the crisis, disregarding the circumstances. "David, I'll leave the Eye of Death replica here." Myron placed the replica in the hallway and continued. "What a pity I couldn't join you in the adventure today. Myron, that is not a pleasant experience. Just look at DeQuincy, he is gravely injured," David retorted, somewhat exasperated. "It's different. I only regret not bringing my warhammer. Otherwise, I could have showcased my skills." Myron expressed his envy for David's impressive display of combat today. "School starts in less than 10 days. Do you have any plans?" David changed the subject. With the final semester of senior year approaching, David hesitated over whether to abandon his studies entirely to focus on meeting the foundational standards for soldiers. Given his strength and speed, coupled with his proficiency in various weapons, he could gain admission to non-university without needing any favors from Galen. "What more can I plan? I'll just attend classes regularly. My father wouldn't allow me to become a special case at school," Myron said resignedly when the topic of classes arose. David reflected on his meager academic skills: literature, 3 proficiency, mathematics, 5 proficiency, and general knowledge, 51 beginner. If he were to give up now, it would be a shame. Although he hadn't studied diligently, he felt a responsibility to honor those who perished in the explosion. Perhaps he ought to take the college entrance examination seriously to pay tribute to those who sacrificed their souls for him. The key issue was that his combat abilities had reached their limits. Ordinary practice could no longer enhance them, and even his physical capabilities had plateaued, making short-term breakthroughs impossible. He was currently practicing a martial arts routine twice daily, which afforded him ample free time. "I feel the same. I intend to focus on my cultural studies next semester and aim for a good score, David said with a smile. Is that true? I'm aware of your academic record. While you might pass, you're far from qualifying for a prestigious university. Participating in the cultural examination will undoubtedly become your greatest blemish. Myron chuckled, shaking his head. Having reviewed David's past scores, Myron knew they were only sufficient for admission to an ordinary university, and he doubted David possessed any academic talent given his combat prowess. Why don't we have a friendly wager? Let us see who scores higher on the college entrance exam, David suggested with a grin. What are the stakes? Myron's eyes lit up as he glanced at the eye of death replica nearby. Let us be clear. If you win, I'll gift you this replica, David replied. Curious about Myron's response. My Glaston is far superior to your Type 3. Myron pondered for a moment before responding. Deal. David laughed heartily. In truth, he no longer cared for a Glaston Type 6. With his wealth, he could easily purchase a better vehicle. However, this was merely a playful game between him and Myron, where the outcome held little significance. Myron left with a smug demeanor, casting a glance at the eye of death replica as if it were his own prized possession. After Myron departed, David summoned the shadow servant. He had counted the total of 32 larvae killed outside the city, including one shot by Myron with a sniper rifle, whose soul he had not absorbed. The rest had been claimed by the shadow servant. Placing his hand on the shadow servant, a warm energy surged into his soul, albeit briefly. Once the warmth faded, the shadow servant activated its attribute panel, and his spirit increased by 0.03 points, reaching 43 points. He calculated that approximately 10 larvae souls could enhance his spirit by 0.01 points, as the strength of the larvae souls was somewhat weaker than that of ordinary humans. Naturally, they paled in comparison to soldiers, whose souls could augment his spirit by 0.1 points. After reviewing the attribute panel, he examined the shadow servant's body but found no sign of a knowledge orb. This left David feeling quite disappointed, while he was uncertain what abilities a larvae might possess. The prospect of acquiring unique abilities from the insectoid race was enticing. Could it be that the souls of the insectoids cannot yield knowledge orbs? David mused quietly. However, thus far, the shadow servant had only absorbed the souls of larvae, and it remained to be seen whether stronger insectoid species could bring him surprises. Of course, this was not something that could be achieved quickly. Given his current combat strength, encountering a level 1 insectoid would likely be fatal. David set aside thoughts of the future as he picked up the Eye of Death replica and entered the control room. Inside, he used a micro-scanner to input the structure of the Eye of Death replica into a medium-sized server, then donned a virtual helmet to enter the virtual world. In the virtual realm, the Eye of Death replica materialized before him. All the data regarding the replica mirrored the real item, including the ammunition. With a flick of his hand, the replica transformed into a plethora of data, each piece corresponding to a component. Drawing from his memory of the authentic Eye of Death, he began to adjust the data, lengthening the gun's body and scaling all structures proportionally. This was a meticulous endeavor, but fortunately, the Eye of Death replica was already a scaled-down copy of the original, which simplified the restoration process. After methodically making adjustments, the data once again coalesced into a virtual object. And before David appeared a replica of the Eye of Death that perfectly matched his memory. At this moment, the Eye of Death not only mirrored the dimensions he recalled, but also incorporated a switch for toggling between standard and premium ammunition. Based on the ammunition used in the replica, he adjusted its performance to enhance its firepower. While the level 1 projectile lacked data, it was of little consequence. In essence, this Eye of Death in the virtual world boasted an impeccable imitation of the original's appearance and internal mechanics, including recoil, except for the fact that the projectiles it fired were not level 1. David waved his fingers through the air, generating a set of data, and a target appeared a kilometer away. He crouched down, although everything was virtual. When his hand rested on the trigger of the Eye of Death, he still felt that primal sensation of power, as if he could annihilate anything before him. He took a deep breath, maintaining the stability of the gun's muzzle. He locked onto the target through the specially equipped T3 sniper assistance device, and the calculations for the trajectory became almost instinctual. After 2 seconds of adjustment, he fired the bullet. The immense recoil instantly shattered his virtual body into fragments, which swiftly reassembled in midair, forming a new body. Ha! David laughed heartily. Although the recoil had crushed his virtual form, he felt the familiar sensation of shooting within the illusion. He had successfully replicated the sniper rifle Death's Eye, designed specifically for sniper soldiers, in his virtual world, allowing him to practice with this nearly authentic weapon. Of course, the consequence was that with each shot fired, due to the absence of exoskeleton armor parameters, he had to rely solely on his body to absorb the impact, causing his virtual form to collapse each time. However, it was not true death, and he could continuously experience the recoil of death's eye. "David, why didn't you inform me of the incident?" Hans inquired angrily through the projection from the identity wristband. "Father, I am fine. It was just a minor accident. The military has promised to address it," David gently explained, sensing Hans's concern. "You live independently and have your own thoughts, but you should inform me immediately when such things happen. This is not the first time someone has targeted you. I will exert my influence on the military to find those behind this and eliminate the trouble," Hans stated solemnly. This month, David had faced multiple attacks. Despite Hans' various connections, including searching for leads within the Stir Hotel, he had found no trace of the mastermind. Just when Hans thought that after Mr. Stir's death, the attacks on David would cease, such an incident occurred. "Thank you, Father." David expressed his gratitude. Hans rarely sought help from others, yet for David's sake, he had broken his usual conduct, including reaching out to Garen and using his influence to track down mercenaries, all of which David noticed and felt deeply moved by. "Do not go out for a while. Until the military finds a resolution, it's best you stay at home. School starts in a few days, and you should read more." After giving this advice, Hans ended the communication. David gazed at the fading image on his identity wristband, which blended with the memory of his father from his past life, a profound sense of familial love flowing within him. He couldn't help but smile, the laughter warming the otherwise empty room. Hans's care solidified David's resolve to eliminate Trainer Jeremy. Though the organization was likely vast, Trainer Jeremy was undoubtedly a significant figure in Prolon City. The following morning, David donned a hooded coat. The sword sheath was too conspicuous for daylight, so he left it behind and only carried a few small items. Before stepping out, he habitually sent his shadow servant to fly outside the residence to survey the surroundings. It seemed that due to the military's investigation, or perhaps the organization chose not to monitor his movements directly, there were no suspicious individuals on the streets outside. Still feeling uneasy, David retrieved a small device, the signal jammer, sent by the Leeson Security Company, setting it to the minimal 1-meter range, effectively enveloping himself in a signal-blocking barrier. Surveillance could be conducted through two methods: manual, involving personnel, or electronic, employing various monitoring and scanning devices. David suspected the organization might be using the latter to observe him, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. The advantage of the signal jammer was that it rendered most electronic scanning devices unable to detect his presence, and as long as he avoided being captured by video surveillance, he need not worry about being monitored. Stepping outside, the shadow servant hovered 10 meters above him, allowing him to divide his attention to observe the surroundings. Since enhancing his mental acuity and undergoing extensive practice, he could now easily allocate a portion of his focus to the shadow servant without hindering his own actions. However, in the event of intense combat or complex tasks, he still needed to concentrate fully, unable to afford any distraction. He had yet to master true multitasking, operating primarily with his own focus while allowing a small portion to assist. David resembled a student jogging during vacation, for that was indeed his guise, though his intentions were far from innocent. The gym where Trainer Jeremy worked was not far from David's home, a factor that had influenced his choice. After a leisurely 20-minute jog, David approached the gym, which was located in a bustling commercial street. He maintained his slow pace, not stopping, though inexperienced in surveillance. He was aware of basic precautions. He kept his head down, gazing straight ahead, his hood obscuring his features, ensuring no one would notice anything amiss. However, the shadow servant above him was scanning the vicinity around the gym. Soon, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Although the commercial street was lively, there were no lingering individuals outside the gym. People merely passed by or entered directly. If this indeed was a covert base for the organization, standing at the gym's entrance for even a moment would likely draw attention from those inside. He jogged past the gym, continuing forward to explore other routes to approach it. After passing the gym, he noted that it was strategically flanked by two upscale member-only stores, which would not entertain any unfamiliar faces. While jogging, David contemplated how to investigate the gym when he suddenly spotted a robust figure exiting its doors. Almost instantly, he recognized Trainer Jeremy through the shadow servant's vantage point. Regret washed over him for not bringing his dual swords. It was evident that Trainer Jeremy was about to leave, providing David a prime opportunity to confront him directly. As Trainer Jeremy stepped out, a hovering vehicle pulled up in front of him. He jumped into the driver's seat, and the vehicle glided leisurely down the street. David was not rushed. The Shadow Servant's observational range was expansive, and Prolon's city lacked tall buildings, allowing the servant to see far from its elevated position. After Trainer Jeremy's vehicle had traveled approximately 200 meters, David hailed a public transport hovercar. He did not specify a destination but opted for voice control, instructing the vehicle to maintain a standard speed and follow the direction Trainer Jeremy had taken. The distance between the two vehicles was nearly 300 meters, a gap that even professionals might struggle to keep track of under normal circumstances. Yet, David followed seamlessly through the Shadow Servant. Trainer Jeremy's hovercar stopped in front of a residential area, an unremarkable mid-range housing complex, perfectly suiting Trainer Jeremy's profile. David alighted from the hovercar 300 meters away and had already discerned the target's whereabouts. The next step was to approach. He closed in to about 100 meters, retrieving another small gadget from Leeson Security Company, the mini scanner. Instead of scanning the residence Trainer Jeremy entered, he chose the house on the left. Despite its compact size, the mini scanner was quite powerful, swiftly scanning the entire property. The residence was equipped with a security system, and it appeared no one was home. David had long been prepared for the security system. He retrieved the K2 military-grade electronic countermeasure device from the pouch at his waist. Emitting a signal, fortune favored him, as the residence employed the security system of Leeson Security Company, and it was an outdated version. For David, who had studied the updated iterations of the Leeson security system and possessed access to the main server of Leeson Security, he wielded a remarkable 98 proficiency in electronic countermeasures, allowing him to breach the security system in merely 20 seconds. He glanced around, ensuring no one had noticed him, and cautiously evaded several public surveillance cameras before arriving at the front door, which opened automatically, as if to welcome its true master. David donned a pair of gloves and then slipped on shoe covers before stepping inside the residence. He refrained from disturbing any items within, swiftly making his way to the wall adjacent to the neighboring unit. Fortunately, this was a mid-range community where the houses were closely packed together, leaving no space in between. Seated on the ground, David focused entirely on the Shadow Servant, which then traversed through two walls, entering the residence that Trainer Jeremy had just entered. Due to the limitation that the Shadow Servant could not stray more than 10 meters from David, it could only observe a significant portion of the house. To his surprise, there was no sign of Trainer Jeremy. The Shadow Servant's acute hearing detected no sounds. The entire residence was eerily quiet. Had David not witnessed Trainer Jeremy enter, he might have concluded that the place was uninhabited. The basement. In an instant, he surmised the reason, and the Shadow Servant's form seamlessly penetrated the floor, descending into the depths below. Chapter 64. The basement. In David's perception, the Shadow Servant traversed the ground effortlessly until it encountered a membranous barrier ahead, obstructing its descent. Fortunately, after exerting considerable force, the Shadow Servant managed to penetrate this barrier. This was the first time David had encountered such a phenomenon while manipulating the Shadow Servant. In various environments he had previously tested, whether composed of steel, stone, glass, or wood, none had impeded the Shadow Servant's ability to penetrate. He had always believed in its omnipotent capacity, yet today he discovered that this unknown membrane imposed limitations. Although it ultimately yielded, David realized that if the barrier were to thicken, the Shadow Servant would be rendered powerless. Upon emerging, the Shadow Servant found itself in a basement that was even larger than the room above. Such a basement seemed entirely out of place within a mid-range community. The walls were adorned with peculiar patterns, intertwining to envelop the entire space. Through the Shadow Servant, David sensed that these strange designs contained a certain power, unlike the conventional security systems of the Galactic Federation. Even David's knowledge of electronic countermeasures failed to elucidate the enigma of these bizarre motifs. He surmised that the barrier he had just encountered was likely generated by these very patterns. David also beheld Trainer Jeremy, who stood before an altar upon which rested a statue cloaked entirely in black, devoid of facial features and swathed in a voluminous mantle. Trainer Jeremy glanced at the identification bracelet on his wrist, seemingly checking the time. The Shadow Servant hovered silently at the ceiling of the basement, awaiting developments. While David felt an overwhelming curiosity about Trainer Jeremy's intentions in this eerie undercroft. As the clock struck 9:30, black mist began to emanate from the altar, gradually revealing a spectral figure bathed in white light. The luminescence intensified, piercing through the darkness, manifesting as a human silhouette. The shadow servant perceived the figure as somewhat ethereal, reminiscent of a virtual image projected during a video call via the identification bracelet. Despite the distance, the formal nature of this encounter was palpable. "My lord, the National Hero Plan is not proceeding smoothly. I shall take full responsibility in my report." Trainer Jeremy bowed and continued without rising. "Jeremy, you are alone in Pelin City. The organization can offer you little assistance. Should complications arise with the National Hero Plan, I will advocate for you." The figure responded with a note of empathy. "Thank you, my lord." Trainer Jeremy expressed his relief. "You are one of the critical transport hubs for the organization. We must ensure smooth operations. A significant shipment is set to arrive tonight, and you must personally oversee its delivery." The commanding tone in the figure's voice was unmistakable. "I am willing to serve you, my lord." Jeremy's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "Very well, let this communication conclude," the figure remarked, fatigue evident in its tone. Trainer Jeremy, visibly excited, waved his hand vigorously in the air, unleashing a streak of white light that rent the air with a tearing sound. In the adjacent residence, David swallowed hard, relieved he had arrived early to assess Trainer Jeremy's capabilities. Initially, he had presumed Jeremy's combat prowess to be on par with an ordinary soldier. With his secondary dual swords, David believed he could have a considerable chance of defeating him. However, Jeremy's impromptu display of power left David astounded. With his extensive experience in battles and the amalgamation of knowledge gained from combat orbs, David had a keen sense of the strength of soldiers. From the ordinary ranks to the peak level exemplified by the likes of the mercenary leader Furman, he could discern their relative strengths. Yet, with Jeremy's brief revelation of power, David found himself unable to gauge his true abilities. He even questioned whether Jeremy's strength could rival that of Galen. Shaking his head vigorously, David dismissed that notion. If Jeremy possessed such formidable power, he would not resort to subterfuge but would confront him directly, just like Galen, who could effortlessly handle seemingly powerful foes with a single hand. If Jeremy were indeed that formidable, David's first instinct would be to inform his father Hans and Galen, rather than attempting to resolve the matter himself. It must be a unique combat technique, David rationalized to himself. Trainer Jeremy bowed before the statue, softly murmuring something inaudible even to the shadow servant's acute hearing. After a moment, he straightened and exited the basement. David instructed the shadow servant to remain airborne, observing as Jeremy departed in a hovering vehicle before making his own exit from the residence, casually restoring the security system. At that moment, David lamented his own lack of professionalism. Had he possessed a tracking device, he could have discreetly affixed it to Jeremy's vehicle, sparing him the rush to find public transport. Fortunately, Pelin City offered commendable public transit services, and within mere seconds, an empty hovering transport approached, which David flagged down. At this juncture, the shadow servant could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Jeremy's vehicle tail, but fortunately, Jeremy was not in a hurry, maintaining a leisurely pace. David felt as though he were becoming a detective. With the shadow servant, he could surveil and track targets from hundreds or even thousands of meters away. Although he had nearly lost Jeremy, he ultimately managed to keep up. Jeremy's vehicle was headed northward, distinct from other directions, as the northern area housed the industrial zone, where nearly all factories were concentrated. Due to transportation limitations, despite Pelin City having aerial connections to the outside world, the high costs and inherent risks meant that a significant portion of essential goods relied on local self-sufficiency. This was commonplace on Rockstar, as seen in the commercial streets of Pelin City, where most products were locally produced, with only luxury items or high-end electronics imported from elsewhere. The factories provided employment for a significant portion of Pelin City's populace. As Jeremy's vehicle entered a large gate, David observed from a distance and checked the map, realizing it led to a waste treatment facility. His brow furrowed. How could a municipal enterprise like the waste treatment plant be connected to Trainer Jeremy? Simultaneously, he recognized he could not enter the facility, not due to an inability to bypass security alarms, but because it was working hours, with municipal vehicles frequently coming and going and many workers inside. Was the contact point hidden within this waste treatment plant? David's mind brimmed with questions, and the organization's cryptic nature stirred an impulse to withdraw. Yet, considering what Jeremy had mentioned about the National Hero Plan, it was evident that it was related to Hans's National Hero title. Chapter 65. The unusual aircraft. David found himself unable to access the waste processing plant. resorting to the simplest and most direct method. He utilized the K2 military electronic countermeasure device to breach the security system of the facility. Although the waste processing plant was a municipal enterprise, perhaps due to the lack of valuable items to pilfer or the municipal indifference, its security measures were rather lax. In a mere 2 minutes, David successfully dismantled the plant's security system and infiltrated its surveillance network. Through the surveillance feeds, he observed trainer Jeremy's hovercraft parked in front of a warehouse at the rear of the facility. David chose not to rush. Instead, he patiently awaited Jeremy's departure, which occurred an hour later. This time, David did not follow Jeremy, but resolved to explore the plant himself to ascertain the purpose of Jeremy's visit. As the personnel began to leave in small groups, the pungent odors of the waste processing plant deterred them from dining on-site. They preferred nearby restaurants for their midday meal. Entering through a side door, David noticed that the employees were either resting or heading out to eat, completely oblivious to the presence of an outsider. Of course, this was facilitated by David's control over the security system, which rendered him invisible to the surveillance cameras. Otherwise, even the most relaxed security would have detected his intrusion. With the assistance of his shadowy companion, he navigated cautiously to avoid any encounters, successfully reaching the warehouse. To his astonishment, he discovered that the security system of the warehouse was entirely distinct from that of the waste processing plant. This revelation deepened his curiosity about the secrets concealed within, prompting the need for 2 separate security systems for protection. David attempted to send a signal using the K2 device to connect with the warehouse's security system. However, his previously unfaltering electronic countermeasure capabilities encountered an unexpected challenge. The warehouse's security system was of an exceptionally high caliber, nearly on par with military standards. While he could breach it, doing so would likely trigger an alarm, compromising his mission. Yet, David was not merely an electronic countermeasure expert. He had his shadowy ally to assist him. The shadow adeptly maneuvered through the warehouse, but encountered a barrier. Drawing from his experience, David instructed the shadow to attempt several times until it successfully penetrated the barrier. The warehouse was vast and entirely empty. The shadow lacked the capacity to investigate further. It could not stray more than 10 meters from David, a limitation that confined its movements near the entrance. Utilizing the shadow's perspective, David applied his expertise as an electronic countermeasure specialist to analyze the security layout within the warehouse. Shortly, as they moved about, the shadow followed him to a protruding section of the wall. Upon entering, they found the main optical core of the security system, a sophisticated military-grade apparatus. Explaining the heightened security level, the shadow's fingers danced across the main optical core, swiftly manipulating its controls. Any security system becomes obsolete once its main core is compromised, a fact true for those possessing advanced electronic countermeasure skills. Within 3 minutes, a soft chime signaled the complete takeover of the core's security system. This core, typically sealed and only accessible to those with proper authorization, allowed David to obtain permissions that would likely go unnoticed. Once again positioned at the entrance, David watched as the door automatically opened, and he swiftly stepped inside. He controlled the door to close behind him and released a sigh of relief. Although the process appeared straightforward, the day's surveillance had kept David in a state of tension. Being unaccustomed to such undertakings, he had constantly worried about making a mistake that could expose him. He felt satisfied with the results of his endeavor. Having uncovered trainer Jeremy's residence and the enigmatic underground chamber within, as well as the secret base of the organization situated within the waste processing plant, along with the permissions to access it, David remained cautious. Despite the transparency of the surroundings, he recognized the complexities at play, particularly since his attempts to scan the warehouse with a mini-scanner yielded no results. The scanner indicated an absence of objects, including the main optical core that the shadow had identified. This suggested that the peculiar patterns on the walls did more than obstruct the shadow's entry. They also rendered electronic scanning systems incapable of detecting the secrets within. The more David delved into the organization's mysteries, the stranger the circumstances became. The use of identity wristbands was abandoned in favor of an inexplicable altar for communication, alongside the patterns that thwarted scanning and the bizarre rituals, all of which led David to feel as though he were on the brink of uncovering something monumental. To unearth the secrets of the warehouse, David need not act personally. He directed the shadow to circle the interior, confirming the absence of any discernible items. However, when the shadow attempted to descend, a significant discovery awaited. David employed the K2 device to access the main security optical core, locating a control system which he activated. The ground in the center of the warehouse parted, revealing an underground section. Before David's eyes appeared an aircraft adorned with intricate, mysterious designs. The patterns on its surface mirrored those on the warehouse walls, but were far more detailed. Unlike the paintwork on the walls of the underground chamber and the warehouse, the aircraft's patterns were embedded with a special metallic-like material, showcasing a level of craftsmanship that far exceeded that of the wall decorations. David could not shake the feeling that the aircraft lacked an electronic control system. Such a notion seemed almost implausible, according to Edna, the electronic countermeasure expert from the Sirius Mercenary Corps. Even large warships possessed electronic controls, albeit on a grander and more intelligent scale. A small craft measuring 10 meters wide and 15 meters long would pose significant challenges for operation without electronic controls or intelligent assistance. Could the surface patterns have interfered with the K2 device's signal? David mused. He maneuvered the shadow closer to the aircraft, attempting to send it inside, yet encountered formidable resistance that thwarted multiple attempts. Faced with the aircraft, David felt a sense of helplessness. If only he had a second-tier longsword at his disposal, he would have considered breaking open the shell. He sensed that this aircraft was even more valuable than Galen's Black Phantom, while he could comprehend the latter's design. The former left him utterly perplexed. Standing beside this treasure, yet unable to access, it felt akin to being next to a mountain of riches without the means to enter. In the Interstellar Federation, aircraft represented an immensely valuable mode of transportation, albeit with stringent access requirements that necessitated a certain social standing from the pilot. Nonetheless, it remained a dream for nearly everyone. Galen's Black Phantom could traverse the interior of a planet at incredible speeds, evading even second-tier insectoid threats, and possessed the capability to venture into space. Sighing deeply, David ultimately relinquished his aspirations of claiming the aircraft for himself after numerous attempts. Glancing at the time, he realized that the midday break was nearly over, and he needed to depart. At that moment, the purpose of Trainer Jeremy's visit became clear. He was preparing for the evening's operations, conducting a preliminary check on the aircraft's condition. David was unaware of the precise location of the transportation point, which necessitated such an aircraft to deliver the cargo. Reluctantly, he shut down the ground systems and meticulously erased any traces before departing the warehouse. Utilizing the abilities of the Shadow Servant, he deftly evaded the workers and exited the waste treatment facility through a side door. The Glaston 3 vehicle lay concealed in the shadows not far from the facility, shrouded from the streetlights and invisible from the thoroughfare. At that moment, David sat within the vehicle, a sword sheath strapped to his back and in his hand. He held a cloth-covered replica of the Eye of Death. Despite the thunderous sound produced by the replica, the industrial area was nearly deserted at night, with safety entirely entrusted to the security systems. Earlier in the day, David had spent hours breaching all the security systems in the vicinity and had installed control programs within them. Since he had brought the replica of the Eye of Death, he intended to resolve any issues from a distance. Targeting an unarmored individual, regardless of their strength, would not afford them protection against the replica's might. Although the replica was but a fraction of the true Eye of Death's power, it was still beyond the capability of flesh and blood to withstand. Upon deducing that Trainer Jeremy would inevitably arrive that evening, David devised an audacious plan. Within the city, under the watchful eye of the surveillance system, he aimed to utilize the replica for a long-range shot. To counteract the surveillance, he had activated a signal jammer to its maximum range, enveloping the area in complete signal isolation. Coupled with his control over all security systems in the industrial zone, the night belonged entirely to him. The K2 military electronic countermeasure device beside him transmitted a surveillance feed, revealing an ordinary hover vehicle, precisely the one used by Trainer Jeremy. Behind the wheel, Jeremy was intently driving, having recently received supplies from the organization which he needed to transport to the designated point before they could be sent beyond the war zone. Due to the unique geographical position of Rockstar, the most distant battlefield planet near the war star, a multitude of interstellar warships blockaded the surrounding space. Thus, supplies arriving from the war star had to linger on Rockstar before being discreetly transported away. Pelin City, owing to its remote location, had become one of the crucial transit points for these supplies. On the other side, David had exited the Glaston 3 vehicle, laying down a mat on the ground, positioning the replica of the Eye of Death carefully upon it. The mat was not for comfort, but to mitigate the recoil, allowing for better control during multiple firings. David did not underestimate trainer Jeremy. The terrifying ease with which Jeremy had dispatched foes remained etched in his memory, prompting David to abandon his initial plan of a dual sword assault in favor of a long-range sniping approach. He meticulously selected a stretch of road spanning 5,000 meters at the entrance of the waste treatment facility, setting his sniper range at 2,000 meters. This ensured that, regardless of the outcome, trainer Jeremy could not easily escape the replica's attack range. The maximum attack range of the replica reached 5,000 meters, though accuracy would diminish at such distances. However, equipped with the skills of a genuine sniper, David's proficiency assured his strikes would remain precise. Calmly, he prepared. As the surveillance from the K2 military electronic countermeasure device indicated Jeremy was nearing the industrial zone. He loaded 50 rounds into the chamber and began calculating and analyzing environmental influences on the shot using the T3 sniper assistance device. Once the shooting zone was confirmed, he meticulously verified the analysis results to ensure absolute certainty. Through the adjustments on the T3 sniper assistance device, the distant hover vehicle's headlights drew closer. Illuminated by streetlights, the 2,000-meter range became distinctly clear, while anything beyond that appeared somewhat blurred. However, within the 2,000 to 4,000-meter range, the adjustments remained adequate, although anything exceeding that became mere guesswork. As the hover vehicle approached 2,300 meters, David held his breath. The replica of the Eye of Death steady, as if anchored to the ground. At 2,200 meters, then 2,100 meters, as the distance closed, David's intent to kill intensified. When the hover vehicle reached 2,000 meters, his murderous resolve peaked, and the replica roared to life. A bullet infused with his killing intent launched forth. Just as David fired, trainer Jeremy, seemingly foreseeing the event, burst through the vehicle's roof and leaped into the air. David's gaze sharpened. This decisive shot had been evaded. Yet, he could not afford to relent. In the moment Jeremy found himself airborne, the replica fired again. A cry escaped Jeremy as a white luminescence enveloped him. Suspended in the air, he could not evade the incoming projectile, which struck him with terrifying force, sending him spiraling as if struck by lightning. However, David felt no joy. The T3 sniper assistance device clearly displayed that the bullet had been deflected by Jeremy's armor. It was armor, but not exoskeletal. It was a pure white light that enveloped him. David struggled to comprehend the scene before him. The armor composed of white light and the deformed bullet that had struck it plunged him into momentary bewilderment. Seizing this opportunity, trainer Jeremy landed firmly on the ground. He did not flee, fully aware that running from a sniper was the worst possible tactic. His expression darkened as he realized he had exposed his abilities before numerous surveillance cameras, rendering him unable to remain in the city. His plans, his work, and the organization's sacrifices for him were jeopardized by the sniper ahead. Die! Jeremy bellowed, launching himself from the ground with explosive force, his shoes scraping against the surface, leaving imprints on the resilient ground. His form transformed into a streak of white light as he charged towards David. David, now alert, maintained his composure, calculating the trajectory as he fired the third bullet. Jeremy, akin to the first shot, exhibited a peculiar prescience, shifting his body to evade the projectile as it whizzed past. Fury ignited within his eyes. He yearned to obliterate his adversary and quell the wrath boiling within. The disappointment of his superiors and the impending organizational repercussions loomed in his mind. David entered a state of focus. The miss with the third shot failed to deter him, and he discharged the fourth round, immediately following with the fifth. Jeremy again maneuvered, his forward momentum slowing but not halting. The fourth bullet narrowly missed him, yet the fifth found its mark as he could not avoid it in time. A master, Jeremy thought, a fleeting realization racing through his mind. In a remarkably short span of time, a strategy was devised to counter him, revealing the undeniable prowess of an exceptionally seasoned marksman. Trainer Jeremy endeavored to evade critical areas, shielding himself with the thickest armor upon his shoulder to absorb the bullet's impact. Yet, the shimmering white light of the armor visibly quivered. David was acutely aware that the white light armor adorning Trainer Jeremy was formidable, but it could not possibly be impervious to sniper bullets. Otherwise, Trainer Jeremy would have no need to dodge the bullets David fired. He could simply charge directly towards him. As for the ability to anticipate, David was uncertain how Trainer Jeremy accomplished it, yet he believed that by increasing the frequency of his shots, he could disrupt that predictive capability. Indeed, the fifth bullet struck Trainer Jeremy, rendering him incapable of foreseeing or evading the attack. David witnessed the trembling white light armor, a testament to the fact that it was not invincible. With sufficient force, the white light armor could indeed shatter. Chapter 67. Distance. The trainer Jeremy, clad in luminous white armor, was struck in the shoulder by the fifth sniper bullet, the tremendous impact forcing his body to momentarily cease its forward momentum, and instead, he fell backward. However, his control over his physique was remarkably robust. He executed a roll on the ground, deftly evading David's sixth shot and dissipating the force of the blow. At that moment, he was still 1,500 meters away from David, with the broad street offering no cover. Jeremy regretted not bringing his weapon. He altered his approach, moving his body in an erratic zigzag, making it exceedingly difficult for David to aim. This maneuver resembled the unpredictable targets in a shooting range, yet Jeremy's speed was even more rapid and elusive. It appeared he had mastered a footwork designed specifically to counter snipers, causing David's seventh and eighth shots to miss entirely. Ultimately, the Death Eye replica was merely that, a replica, its bullet velocity incomparable to that of the genuine Death Eye. Thus, even with David's authentic sniper skills, he could not fully unleash them. The successive misses were a testament to his equipment's limitations. His aim was flawless. It was Jeremy's footwork that evaded the bullets before they reached him. David ceased firing. Such shots could not deliver a fatal blow to Jeremy and would only deplete his own stamina and ammunition. He lay on the ground, his body trembling as he released the recoil from the 8 consecutive shots, now waiting for Jeremy to close the distance, thereby shortening the time the bullets would remain airborne. Of course, such a tactic increased his own peril. Jeremy displayed formidable combat prowess, rivaling that of a soldier in exoskeletal armor. Should Jeremy close in? David had little confidence in his survival. He took 2 deep breaths to clear his mind, maintaining his focus unaffected by Jeremy's advance. Jeremy, undeterred by David's cessation of fire, continued to employ his unique footwork, maintaining a swift pace. At approximately 1,000 meters, David renewed his assault, this time not pausing, unleashing 5 consecutive rounds that effectively sealed off the space surrounding Jeremy. Such concentrated fire, had it been from a true Death Eye, would have been sufficient to devastate David's physique. Even with a replica, David had to employ techniques to manage the accumulated recoil, causing his shooting to halt for 3 seconds. Yet his efforts were not in vain. The relentless barrage forced Jeremy to absorb 1 bullet's impact to escape the onslaught. This time, Jeremy chose to take the hit on his other shoulder, the immense force causing his complexion to pale. Due to the range, his reaction time was drastically limited, and the bullet struck a less fortified area of his armor. The white armor quivered violently, its luster dimming somewhat. However, David could not pursue him, allowing Jeremy to roll and mitigate the damage. At a distance of 1,000 meters, they faced each other, the space between them representing the threshold of life and death. Until now, Jeremy had yet to discern the identity of the sniper lurking in the shadows, pondering various possibilities. Was it an assassin, the military, or someone from his organization wishing for his demise? During David's 3 seconds of recovery, Jeremy surged forward again, his mind swirling with thoughts of the assailant. Hiring an ordinary sniper to orchestrate such a grand scheme in an industrial area would be anything but prudent. The military was even less likely, if it were indeed them. There would be multiple soldiers and armored personnel present. No matter how formidable his defenses, he could not withstand such an onslaught. The notion of betrayal from within his organization sent a chill through him. This was the most plausible scenario. "I shall see who you truly are," he growled. David steadied himself, regaining his full strength, and fired the Death Eye replica once more. This time, he aimed not for a fatal shot to the upper body but targeted Jeremy's legs, seeking to slow him down. 3 shots were fired in a triangular formation, effectively sealing off the space around Jeremy's legs within 2 meters. However, Jeremy's legs appeared as mere phantoms, successfully navigating through the pattern of bullets. Yet, within David's T3 sniper assistance device, he noted a new streak of blood appearing on Jeremy's leg, the crimson stain expanding, bringing a flicker of joy to David's heart. Nevertheless, Jeremy seemed unaffected, his speed remaining relentless. Within the distance of 1,000 to 500 meters, David had unleashed 23 sniper rounds, leaving several insignificant wounds on Jeremy. As the range dwindled below 500 meters, the velocity of each bullet was now sufficient to challenge Jeremy's reflexes. Yet David was cognizant that he still had 10 rounds remaining in the Death Eye replica, and there was no time for reloading. What had begun as a seemingly straightforward sniping operation had transformed into a life-and-death sprint. "So it is you, David." Jeremy finally recognized the face of his pursuer, his voice a mixture of rage and disbelief. The student he had long underestimated had successfully unmasked him, although he had conspired for David's demise. The influence of Hans' national hero title forced him to craft David's death as an accident. He could not comprehend how his plan had unraveled. Only now did he realize that David had been deceiving him all along. Such sniping prowess, such resilience. How could it belong to the student he had so easily manipulated? "I will kill you and take your head with me, ensuring your soul is tormented for all eternity," Jeremy bellowed. At that moment, he bore multiple bullet wounds. His white armor was battered, yet he had managed to reduce the inflicted damage to a minimum, retaining a substantial fraction of his combat capability. At a distance of 2,000 meters, facing a professional sniper, he had paid a minimal price to draw so close to his target, a point of pride for him. David's gaze was icy, resembling a heartless machine. The more perilous the situation, the more his sniper instincts showcased their terrifying emotional control. The proximity only amplified the replica's lethality. Jeremy uttered a series of strange incantations, his previously dim armor shimmering back to life, not in restoration but emanating a gentle glow that enveloped all his wounds. In mere seconds, the bleeding ceased. At such close range, David observed the scabs forming on Jeremy's wounds, some even shedding their scabs to reveal complete healing. "Stop him," David thought, firing 2 more rounds. His ammunition was running low, and each shot required meticulous calculation. Despite possessing the marksmanship skills of a sniper, he still lacked sufficient experience. Having squandered too much ammunition in previous battles, coupled with a failure to replenish it in a timely manner. 2 sniper rounds swiftly hurtled toward Trainer Jeremy, one aimed at his head and the other at his chest. Trainer Jeremy once again uttered an arcane incantation, his complexion growing even paler. However, the radiant white armor he wore emitted a brilliant glow, and a shimmering shield of light materialized in his hand. Chapter 68. The Fatal Strike. From the very beginning, Trainer Jeremy had meticulously orchestrated his strategy. When suddenly ambushed, his decision to eliminate the sniper was a testament to his unwavering confidence in victory. 2 sniper rounds struck the radiant shield, causing it to tremble violently yet remain intact. Trainer Jeremy seemed to possess a similar mastery over shields, despite the brutal impact. His speed remained unaffected, as he adeptly absorbed most of the force upon the round's collision with the shield. At a distance of 400 meters, David unleashed another 4 sniper rounds, causing the radiant shield to sway incessantly. 300 meters away, he fired 3 more rounds. After the final bullet hit, the radiant shield disintegrated into scintillating white particles, taking with it the luminous armor that adorned Trainer Jeremy. With a leap from the ground, David swiftly drew 2 secondary long swords from behind his shoulders. He was not merely a sniper. He lacked the audacity to shoot without waiting for the enemy to close in. However, he was significantly more formidable in close quarters, wielding his secondary long swords with an impressive 80% mastery. "Kill." David steadied himself, absorbing the recoil, and after a deep breath, he charged forward. The 2 adversaries converged at a mere 50 meters from the sniper's position. Trainer Jeremy's complexion was ghostly pale, yet his eyes glinted with malice. Although he was taken aback by David's dual long swords, he knew that the true strength of these weapons depended on their wielder. Despite being unarmed, he struck first, launching a whip-like tendril of white light towards David. With agile movements, David evaded the luminous lash while attempting to sweep it away with his long sword. Trainer Jeremy did not retreat. Instead, the white tendril met David's blade with a sharp hiss, coiling around it like a serpent poised to strike at David's hand. This unexpected assault, even for David, whose combat experience was extensive, was unlike anything he had encountered. However, his reflexes were swift. He sidestepped, attempting to sever the radiant whip while his other sword aimed at Trainer Jeremy's wrist. Astonished by David's swordsmanship, Trainer Jeremy recognized that such skill was far from ordinary. Who could possess such formidable sniping prowess alongside such exceptional swordplay? This realization only intensified his murderous intent. Slaying a genius was a thrilling prospect. In a swift motion, the white tendril transformed into a white long sword, which Trainer Jeremy wielded with both hands, attacking David with relentless strikes. David soon realized that Trainer Jeremy's swordsmanship was equally formidable, and the heavy-handed combat style he employed forced David to retreat under pressure. Trainer Jeremy's technique was masterful, with each strike flawless in execution, seamlessly blending strength, speed, and footwork. David had no choice but to continue retreating, striving to alleviate the mounting pressure from Trainer Jeremy's attacks. Although Trainer Jeremy had seized the initiative, he felt no joy in it, for David's retreat was composed and purposeful. David's agile dual sword style was suited for prolonged engagements, and Trainer Jeremy was keenly aware that he did not wish to prolong the confrontation. The situation could attract the attention of the Skynet at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, David had already taken control of the entire industrial area's security system, making it challenging for Skynet to detect any anomalies, at least until Skynet noticed something amiss. It would not focus on their location. As David retreated, he deftly swept his swords towards Trainer Jeremy's vital points, preventing him from attacking without caution. Anyone familiar with the combat style of Captain Froman of the Wolf Mercenary Corps would find it curious that David, inheriting Froman's long sword mastery, was not engaging in a complete retreat, but rather a strategic withdrawal. Die! Trainer Jeremy suddenly struck his chest with force, his eyes igniting with a fierce intensity. David felt an invisible spike piercing his mind, causing excruciating pain that rendered his body weak and sent him stumbling backward. Blood spilled from Trainer Jeremy's mouth. He too wavered, as this powerful maneuver had drained much of his mental fortitude. Particularly after enduring a taxing battle, he was now at his weakest. Nevertheless, he was confident in the efficacy of his mental assault. A psychic strike could incapacitate even a seasoned soldier, let alone a mere non-combatant like David. The mind is the hardest to master. Even with his acquired knowledge, he could only unleash a single mental attack. David, you have lost. Trainer Jeremy laughed maniacally, his bloodied visage rendering him grotesque. David's predicament was peculiar. His soul was under siege from an unbearable throbbing pain that penetrated deeply, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. Yet, as he retreated, he managed to divert a fraction of his consciousness to the body of his shadow servant, which remained completely unaffected. While Trainer Jeremy reveled in his triumph, the concealed shadow servant lay in wait behind the replica of the Eye of Death. At such close range, there was no need for precision aiming. Merely aligning the gun's muzzle was sufficient to ascertain whether Trainer Jeremy was targeted within the 10-meter distance. You are indeed a genius, but destined to be snuffed out by my hand. Trainer Jeremy advanced step by step, his words laced with derision. He understood well the consequences of a mental attack. That David could still hear him indicated the innate strength of his spirit. This was only natural. The foundation of any genius is a mind that surpasses others, enabling swifter learning and greater advancement. David's essence teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the pain showing no signs of abating, instead incessantly gnawing at his mental state. He struggled to open his mouth, as if to utter something, yet no words escaped. What final words do you wish to impart? Trainer Jeremy leaned forward, mocking him. At that moment, he failed to notice the barrel of the replica Eye of Death aligning directly with his head. Suddenly, Trainer Jeremy was struck by a chilling sense of danger. Despite his efforts to move, his injured and weakened body could not respond with its usual agility. With a thunderous bang, the final sniper round from the replica Eye of Death erupted from the barrel. At a distance of less than 10 meters, even at his peak, Trainer Jeremy could not evade this onslaught. David witnessed the myriad expressions on Trainer Jeremy's face through the eyes of the shadow servant: disbelief, fear, despair, and a flicker of regret. Though David's combat experience stemmed from illusions, in his previous life, he had been an IT professional with commendable programming skills. He approached combat as a programming process, preparing contingency statements for every potential flaw, much like the precautions he had set for a possible defeat in battle. He had never anticipated Trainer Jeremy would be so formidable, strong enough that the replica Eye of Death would have limited effect. In truth, with Trainer Jeremy's combat prowess, had David not utilized the replica to breach his radiant armor, the chances of victory upon close confrontation would have been slim to none. Trainer Jeremy, encased in luminous armor, resembled a knight clad in exoskeletal armor, with little disparity in combat capabilities. Chapter 69. The pendant the head of Trainer Jeremy shattered like a broken watermelon. Crimson flesh and white brain matter scattering as he fell heavily backward. After Trainer Jeremy collapsed, David felt the piercing pain miraculously dissipate, though his spirit remained languid. He regained his ability to move. The shadow attendant, drawn as if by a delectable feast, eagerly swooped down to the spot where Trainer Jeremy had fallen. inhaling deeply from the corpse, followed by a sensation that intoxicated the soul. Even though David could only perceive a fraction of this experience, it left him momentarily entranced for 10 seconds. However, he could not afford to relax just yet. While the significant nuisance of Trainer Jeremy had been resolved, he needed to promptly attend to the subsequent matters. Shakily rising to his feet, he approached Trainer Jeremy's side and, upon seeing the remnants of his head, finally felt a sense of relief. The shadow attendant had absorbed the essence of the soul, yet David had not witnessed the true moment of Jeremy's demise, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Trainer Jeremy's cunning and ferocity were beyond David's prior experience. Even Galen required close-quarters armor to unleash his full potential, unlike Trainer Jeremy, who relied solely on his own strength in battle. Particularly, the formidable defense of the radiant armor and shield had elevated Trainer Jeremy's speed to terrifying levels. David believed that facing Trainer Jeremy directly, clad in radiant armor, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. For Jeremy had displayed not only speed, but also tremendous power when charging forward. This was akin to a battle between an unarmored individual and a soldier clad in exoskeletal armor, where the disparity in speed and strength rendered technique utterly futile. Not to mention that Trainer Jeremy's swordsmanship was not inferior to his own. Villains perish from excessive verbosity. David could not help but ponder this phrase, feeling a surge of reflection. Who would have thought that despite the nearly 1,000-kilogram strength on his side, Trainer Jeremy's might exceeded 1,000 kilograms? Yet this battle was concluded with a mere 100 grams of force. The 100 grams of force from the shadow attendant was just enough to pull the trigger. Unable even to shift the gun slightly, but in concert with David, it achieved the decisive kill. After stowing away the replica of the Eye of Death, which had accomplished a monumental feat, David felt a restoration of some stamina as he lifted Trainer Jeremy's corpse. Ordinarily, such a body would require little effort to carry, yet now, it felt exceedingly heavy. He transported the body to the hovering vehicle, which had sustained damage from sniper bullets, with a shattered window and a wrecked roof, discarding the corpse into its interior. Then, he retrieved the K2 military electronic countermeasure device, forcibly obtaining access to the hovering vehicle's controls. The sniper bullet had not inflicted damage on the vehicle's vital components, allowing David to effortlessly drive it into the waste processing facility. Arriving at the compactor designated for disposing of old hovering vehicles, David hesitated to act immediately. He began searching the vehicle and soon discovered an alloy suitcase in the back seat, which required a password to unlock. Setting the suitcase aside, he conducted a thorough search once more, even examining Trainer Jeremy's body. Around Jeremy's neck, David found a pendant resembling an amulet, its surface adorned with peculiar, incomprehensible patterns. The shape of the pendant particularly reminded him of the strange aircraft, as the two bore a striking resemblance. Finding nothing else of interest, David discarded the corpse into the incinerator, maneuvered the hovering vehicle into the compactor, and activated the energy on both sides with the robotic arms. Before long, the hovering vehicle was reduced to a flattened piece of scrap metal, and Trainer Jeremy had entirely vanished from this world. After completing these tasks, David returned to the warehouse, deftly opening the door and lifting the floorboards, revealing the patterned aircraft once more. With the pendant in hand, he approached the aircraft, only to be disappointed that it showed no signs of change. Had he misjudged? David muttered to himself in frustration. Habitually, he divided a portion of his consciousness to the shadow attendant. Through its eyes, he observed that the pendant appeared different, faintly glowing with a soft light. A flicker of realization struck him, prompting the shadow attendant to draw closer and grasp the pendant. The diminutive pendant weighed less than 100 grams, easily lifted by the shadow attendant. As the shadow attendant seized the pendant, the patterns on the surface of the aircraft began to writhe, revealing a passage on the side. David stepped inside, discovering a genuine small spacecraft. Even with his limited knowledge of spacecraft, he could discern its extraordinary nature. The hull of the small ship was constructed entirely from first-grade materials, the gentle luminescence causing David to feel dizzy. Although this small spacecraft was significantly smaller than Galen's Black Phantom, the 10-meter width and 15-meter length of its body, made from first-grade materials, instilled in David a sense of extravagance. As for the other configurations, he could not ascertain much, as he had little expertise in that area. He took out the K2 military electronic countermeasure device intending to hack into the ship's intelligence system. But curiously, although he connected to the system, he found no sign of an intelligence system. Could it truly be manually operated? David muttered in disappointment. If it was indeed manually operated, he would be unable to pilot the spacecraft. At that moment, the portion of his consciousness allocated to the shadow attendant received an unintelligible message in a strange language. How he wished it were in the Federation's common tongue. Just as he thought this, the voice transformed into the Galactic Federation's universal language. Greetings, Captain. The Fire Beacon-class starship awaits your command. Who are you? David inquired through the shadow attendant. Observing the pendant in the shadow attendant's grasp, he surmised that its owner was the master of the starship. He stepped forward to take the pendant from the shadow attendant, yet after a minute of waiting, no prompts emerged. There must be some reason I cannot comprehend, he thought. A special condition must activate this pendant, which I have not met, but the shadow attendant has. Fire Beacon, tell me what functions the Fire Beacon-class starship possesses, David queried through the shadow attendant's consciousness. He speculated that Fire Beacon might be akin to a functional intelligence. Yet its presence bore an uncanny resemblance to Trainer Jeremy. With David's electronic countermeasure techniques, he could not locate Fire Beacon within the starship, which suggested that it was not a typical form of intelligence. Particularly, the fact that Fire Beacon referred to itself as a spiritual intelligence underscored its uniqueness. After remaining aboard the Fire Beacon for 20 minutes, David did not pilot the starship away. He required a suitable place to dock. With Trainer Jeremy deceased, at least for the time being, no one would know, making this location relatively safe. He simply needed to quickly locate a sufficiently large and discreet spot to store this magnificent vessel. Chapter 70. Mental piercing. Upon returning home, David collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move even a single finger. His thoughts were ablaze with the capabilities of Trainer Jeremy. He directed his gaze towards the shadow servant, commanding it to glide beside him. The moment their connection was established, a wave of warm energy surged into his being, penetrating his soul. The lethargy that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a sensation akin to his spirit soaking in a rejuvenating hot spring. As David emerged from this state of bliss, he became acutely aware of the changes around him, an alteration that accompanied each significant enhancement of his mental faculties. The air was rich with diverse scents, allowing him to discern a myriad of aromas intermingling. This was an experience he had never encountered before, if it were indeed a newfound ability. It was one he had just mastered. Previously, his mental elevation had sharpened his vision, rendering the world more vibrant and vividly clear. Now, this renewed enhancement heightened his sense of smell, leaving him uncertain whether this transformation was a mere coincidence or an inevitable progression. He deemed it unwise to discuss this newfound awareness with others. He instructed the shadow servant to display his attribute panel, revealing his mental score, 373-1. A remarkable increase of 0.3 points, considering that a single soldier's soul could only elevate his score by 0.1 points. The growth imparted by Trainer Jeremy was thrice as potent. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Had he been aware of Jeremy's true prowess beforehand, would he have dared to confront such a formidable force? His mind raced with memories of Jeremy's peculiar abilities, the sudden emergence of radiant white armor, the luminous shield, the terrifying swordsmanship wielded with two hands, and the uncanny agility that allowed him to evade bullets. Each encounter had been marked by a premonition that warned him of impending danger, culminating in a singular, near-fatal strike. David felt as though he had struck a windfall, yet remained uncertain of its magnitude, akin to a lottery player unaware of the prize tier. As he placed a hand upon the shadow servant, he sensed within it a solitary orange orb of knowledge, floating within its ethereal form. The sight of the orange orb doused his excitement with disappointment. Having frequently acquired yellow orbs, he had grown dismissive of the orange ones. When he commanded the shadow servant to convert the orange orb into a display state, he was met with the information regarding mental piercing, 10 proficiency. Instantly, he recalled the silent, excruciating attack that had pierced his soul, an intangible stab that had nearly brought him to his knees. He had indeed struck gold. His earlier disheartenment vanished, replaced by exhilaration. Having refrained from merging knowledge orbs for several days, his soul and body were now primed for the fusion. With the discovery of such a unique mental attack, he could hardly afford to delay. Merge, he commanded, urging the shadow servant to introduce the mental piercing, 10 proficiency orb into his being. Curiously, this time he perceived the knowledge orb transforming into a seed, entering his soul with a sensation that was ineffably profound, a purely instinctual feeling. As he prepared to examine this phenomenon in detail, an illusion materialized. A colossal hand descended upon David's head, rendering him an observer within his own body, as he felt everything while being detached from the experience. The peculiar seed accompanied the hand into his soul, mirroring the previous encounter with the mental piercing orb. Day by day, he infused his spirit into the seed, marking his first encounter with the manipulation of mental energy. The seed gradually sprouted and matured, and after an indeterminate passage of time, it evolved into a tender sprout, nurturing a resilient spirit that solidified with each passing moment. One day, the sprout emanated the potent spirit it had cultivated, causing it to wither momentarily. Following this, David reinvigorated the sprout, which once again bore a new, robust spirit, regaining the capacity to unleash mental piercing. Awakening from the illusion, David was enveloped in curiosity. The newly acquired ability, mental piercing, relied on the seed for its efficacy. This meant he could not impart this skill to others, as the absence of the seed rendered the foundation of mental piercing unattainable. Despite its enigmatic nature, the mere ability to wield it sufficed for David, who had personally witnessed the sheer terror of mental piercing. Sitting upon his bed, he began to attune himself to the seed within his soul. Without the prior introduction of the seed, he would have been incapable of truly perceiving his ethereal spirit. Although the spirit resided within his body, he often associated it with his brain rather than recognizing it as a distinct entity. This time, however, he sensed a peculiar presence, instinctively acknowledging it as the essence of his soul. Within this extraordinary realm floated the seed, identical to the one in the illusion. David pondered whether the shadow servant had extracted the seed from Jeremy's soul after absorbing it, converting the now mature seed back into its original form. Such phenomena, beyond scientific explanation, left him reliant on conjecture. He cautiously directed his spirit into the seed, which seemed to brim with latent energy on the brink of blossoming. As he infused his spirit, the seed rapidly sprouted, defying the lengthy process witnessed in the illusion. Soon, a resilient spirit emerged within the sprout, distinct from the ethereal quality of his previous spirit, resembling an arrow in its sharpness. With a sense of satisfaction, David concluded his practice. Yet before he could further contemplate the changes within his soul, overwhelming drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. As he drifted off, he resolved to prioritize completing the 18 body techniques before practicing mental piercing in the future. In truth, mastering mental piercing was far from simple. As a specialized technique, it demanded an exceptionally strong spirit for practice. This stringent requirement rendered it largely inaccessible to most. Furthermore, the technique necessitated the transmission of the spirit seed from predecessors, an act that exacted a significant toll on the transmitter, making the sharing of spirit seeds an exceedingly cautious endeavor. The shadow servant had forcibly extracted the entire spiritual seed from trainer Jeremy's essence, a process that no practitioner would willingly undertake, as it irrevocably severed their own ability to cultivate mental piercing and severely harmed their soul. David's swift development of mental piercing was a testament to the shadow servant's extraordinary capabilities. The following day at 6 o'clock, David awoke punctually, invigorated and free from the lingering fatigue that had accompanied his previous exertions. He recognized that the most effective means of replenishing his spirit was through restorative sleep, a fortunate revelation that alleviated any concerns about depleting his mental reserves and impacting his daily life. After completing the 18 body techniques, he observed the still dormant attributes of strength and physique, pondering the nature of their transformation and what form it might take to incite a qualitative change. He activated his identity wristband to contact Galen, only to discover that communication was not possible. In this scenario, either Garen has deactivated his identity bracelet, or he has left the planet of rock star to venture into the vastness of space. Regardless of the situation, obtaining answers from Garen has become an impossibility. As he consumed the enhanced larva meat, he perused the map, contemplating where to procure a sufficiently large area to dock the beacon. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult a real estate agent? After a brief search, he relinquished the idea, quickly realizing that professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. Chapter 71. The test tube. Unbeknownst to him, after merging with the ability of mental piercing, he succumbed to slumber and did not revisit the contents of the alloy suitcase. Observing the suitcase secured with a password, he retrieved the K2 military electronic countermeasure device. Although the password system was sophisticated, it was merely a deterrent against untrained individuals. Given enough time, David could easily breach it. Rather than concern himself with the password mechanism, He focused on the two faint signals displayed on the K2 device. The device was equipped with a positioning signal apparatus, intricately concealed. Had it not been for the K2's remarkable signal capturing capability, it might have been overlooked. While the password system had been successfully dismantled, David did not hasten to open the suitcase. Instead, he divided his consciousness, sending a shadowy servant to traverse through the alloy container, meticulously inspecting its innards. Inside, the shadowy servant encountered an abyss of darkness, yet through its tactile perception, it discerned slender vials secured within. However, upon navigating past these vials, it distinctly sensed a variation in thickness at the suitcase's base, suggesting the presence of additional contents. Concurrently, the servant detected a familiar energy fluctuation, one David had previously encountered amidst peculiar patterns. He himself could not perceive this energy, but the shadowy servant could. Following the energy flow, the servant discovered a net of energy enveloping the suitcase, an alarming revelation that deterred David from directly opening it. The vials within remained an enigma, but their significance warranted utmost caution. The security of the suitcase was meticulously engineered. The alloy material rendered it nearly impervious to brute force, while the password security system ensured technological safeguards. Lastly, the mysterious energy net provided an ultimate layer of protection. Now that the password mechanism was compromised, the alloy's material was as fragile as paper before the second-tier longsword. David, attuned to the shadowy servant's perceptions, gauged the energy fluctuation scope within the suitcase while carefully slicing through the outermost layer at the base with his longsword. As he breached the alloy layer, he beheld the familiar strange patterns, some of which extended across the entire suitcase. Gazing at these enigmatic designs, David felt an unsettling sense of defiance against the laws of science. Though he could not decipher them, the shadowy servant's sensitivity allowed it to navigate the energy's flow, pinpointing the focal point of this energy. At the bottom of the suitcase lay a complete, mysterious sigil. David hesitated. According to the servant's perception, this was the nexus of all energy. There was a significant risk that disrupting this focal point could dismantle the energy net. However, he was oblivious to the nature of the energy net, uncertain whether such an action might trigger an explosive release of energy, potentially annihilating the entire contents. Yet, failing to act would prevent him from accessing the suitcase's treasures, and in time, the organization might trace the signal to locate him. Surveying his surroundings, he transported the alloy suitcase to the underground gym, where the alloy walls would minimize potential damage from any unforeseen incidents. He trusted that the energy detected by the shadowy servant could only harm the items within the suitcase, incapable of causing widespread destruction. With resolve, David directed his longsword toward the determined energy focal point, feeling a fleeting resistance. As the shimmering azure blade sliced through the sigil, the resistance dissipated. The shadowy servant conveyed that the mysterious energy net surrounding the suitcase had vanished. David exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully dismantled the final security measure. In truth, the safeguards on the alloy suitcase were not easily bypassed. Had it fallen into the hands of another faction, it would likely remain intact. Without the servant's sensitivity to such energy, it might not have even been discovered. He had anticipated that upon breaching the password system, he could simply open the suitcase, expecting all its contents to be obliterated by a sudden surge of energy. Within the organization, only those possessing the appropriate keys could unlock this alloy suitcase. David sheathed his longsword and cautiously opened the suitcase. The items that had drawn such attention from the organization were now laid bare before him. Inside, he beheld numerous small vials resembling test tubes, densely packed and secured with soft material, filling the entire suitcase. He lifted one vial, observing a milky liquid glowing faintly within. David realized he could not identify its nature. Shaking his head in frustration, he lamented the effort expended only to find himself clueless about the utility of the items he had acquired. He counted the vials within the suitcase, 15 arranged vertically and 30 horizontally, amounting to a staggering 450 vials. He procured another box, transferring the 450 vials along with the soft securing material into it. Subsequently, he utilized his longsword to dismantle the alloy suitcase into small fragments, also destroying the two positioning chips. He bagged the remnants and entrusted them to the intelligent assistant, Emma, who would dispose of them alongside household waste when the garbage collection vehicle arrived. David changed into a fresh outfit and stepped out, feeling a rare sense of freedom as he ventured out during the daytime without a care. He no longer needed to consider who might pose a threat. At least for the foreseeable future, he was safe. This rarefied sense of security brought a smile to his face as he settled into the Grayson 3 vehicle. While en route, he activated his identity wristband, connecting to the city news to check for reports regarding the previous night's events. As he had surmised, the industrial district had been deserted at night, entirely governed by the security system. Though the battle had echoed loudly, once it transcended the district's boundaries, the sound diminished significantly. Coupled with the industrial area's usual noise, few would suspect anything amiss. The tumultuous clash of the previous night had, for all intents and purposes, vanished from the consciousness of Pelin City. The Grayson 3 halted before a real estate agency, and David alighted, striding into the establishment. "Good day, sir. My name is Nellie. How may I assist you?" Greeted a golden-haired female staff member clad in a professional uniform, her smile unfazed by David's youthful appearance. This was largely attributable to his arrival in the Grayson 3, which signified a background far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Having lived 2 lives, David found himself unaccustomed to the overly warm demeanor of such a mature woman. He yearned to project an air of sophistication, yet his slight nervousness betrayed him. Nellie's smile widened. This boyish figure was a delight to engage with, requiring little effort to conduct business. "I require a standalone residence with a spacious yard, and a large basement would be an added bonus," David articulated thoughtfully. "Is your only concern the yard, or do you have other specifications?" Nellie inquired with a continued smile. Chapter 72. Purchasing a home. The Glaston 3 automobile whisked David and Nellie towards the eastern part of the city, where Nellie enthusiastically extolled the virtues of a particular residence. David listened intently as she described the location, situated between the middle-class and impoverished districts, with reasonably priced housing. Most importantly, the property was quite spacious, boasting a yard of approximately 1,000 square meters, complemented by an additional 500 square meters of underground space. Under such favorable conditions, it was indeed a perfect fit for his needs. Thus, he decided to accompany Nellie to view the house, harboring a sense of anticipation since he had purchased a home in his previous life. As they approached their destination, David noticed the surroundings becoming increasingly sparse. It was daytime, yet the streets were remarkably devoid of people. "Mr. David, right here," Nellie exclaimed, disembarking and leading him to a formidable steel gate. David surveyed the area. Houses with yards were a rarity in the city center, where land was exceedingly precious, making a yard a most extravagant luxury. The walls were constructed from the unique local stone, providing ample sturdiness, while the gate was merely made of standard steel, lacking the reinforced composite that would offer superior security compared to the stone walls. However, such details were inconsequential. In this world, the speed of construction was astonishing. Should the need arise, a complete overhaul could be accomplished within a day, provided one was willing to spend credit points. Nellie lightly tapped her identity bracelet, causing the gate to swing open automatically. In this managed property, she possessed the requisite permissions for a tour. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast courtyard, adorned with some rusted exercise equipment, likely remnants from the previous owner. The ground was paved with stone, devoid of even the most basic ornamental plants, rendering the yard exceedingly barren. "Mr. David, you have complete freedom to modify this space. With such a large area, you could create beautiful landscaping, place chairs for relaxation, install swings, or even dig a pond and design a botanical garden," Nellie elaborated as they walked. Despite David's limited knowledge of this world, his 2 lifetimes had enabled him to perceive the embellishments in Nellie's words. Was it truly so simple to construct a pond? The entire water supply for Pelin City was drawn from underground sources. Establishing a pond with a continuous water supply would require credit points sufficient to purchase another such residence. Not to mention the botanical garden and landscaping, which would demand a substantial investment, far beyond what a property in this location would typically offer. The underground space was completely vacant, containing only some debris and no valuable facilities. The decor of the 2-story house was exceedingly ordinary, lacking any redeeming qualities. Yet, in Nellie's eyes, every corner brimmed with potential. According to her, with a few enhancements here and there, this residence would transform into the epitome of perfection. "Mr. David, have you made your decision?" Nellie inquired, her words interrupted as she processed David's response, astonished and incredulous. "Is there an issue?" David asked, glancing at Nellie with curiosity. "No. The minimum is 90,000 credit points. What do you think?" Nellie quickly shook her head and continued. "Let's finalize the paperwork. I'll make the payment now." David nodded in agreement. This sum was trivial to him. He did not even need to access his secret account, as his savings sufficed. The transfer process was far simpler than David had anticipated. Nellie drafted an application, which David approved before submitting it to the Celestial Network. As it was during working hours, he believed the approval would come swiftly, so they waited patiently. "David, I've arrived at your doorstep. Where are you?" David's identity bracelet pinged with a contact request, revealing Jim's voice. "Where are you? You didn't inform me about the house purchase. I'm on my way," Jim complained. Reluctantly, David sent his location to Jim, who promptly ended the call. "Mr. David, do you have a friend coming over?" Nellie inquired, having overheard the conversation. As a real estate agent, she naturally wished to cultivate a good relationship with a client of David's caliber, and anyone accompanying him would likely be a quality client as well. Thus, she welcomed the news of Jim's visit. In less than 20 minutes, while David explored the courtyard, he heard the unmistakable rumble of Jim's military hover car approaching. "David, why would you choose such a location? Have you been deceived?" Jim entered through the gate, bluntly voicing his thoughts upon seeing the courtyard. Nellie nearly choked with indignation at his words as she approached to greet him. "I merely sought a house with a yard. I have enough credit points to entirely renovate it." David chuckled, knowing Jim's straightforward nature. "I simply don't understand why you'd buy a house here. If you wanted a spacious yard, I could help you find one." Jim shook his head, expressing his bewilderment at David's choice. However, David had no desire to seek Jim's assistance. He needed a place to conceal his aircraft, not merely a residence. As long as the security system was properly established, that sufficed. "Mr. David, the application has been approved. Let us complete the transaction." Nellie interjected, having checked the Celestial Network for the approval. She was eager to halt the discussion that Jim was leading, realizing the need to shift focus. David smiled at Jim, then turned his attention to the Celestial Network's information. The approval took a little over half an hour, and David marveled at the efficiency of the process. After transferring 90,000 credit points to Nellie, ownership of the property was promptly reflected in his identity bracelet. The transaction concluded swiftly, and Nellie visibly exhaled in relief, piquing David's curiosity. Without even a word of greeting, a group of 5 tall men entered through the ever-open gate, the leader smirking with derision as he spoke. Upon seeing them, Nellie instinctively recoiled. "David, this is hilarious. You didn't even inquire about the property's background before buying." Jim laughed heartily, mocking David for his impulsive decision to undertake such a significant transaction without due diligence. "David, allow me to handle this. After all, I owe you." Jim waved dismissively. "Who are you?" Quite the audacious tone. "Do you realize?" The leading man had not finished his sentence when he found a fully automatic handgun aimed at his nose. "According to the principle of private property inviolability, you have unlawfully entered private territory. Remain where you are. Do not give me any opportunity for misinterpretation. This weapon contains 40 rounds, and I will discharge them all at the slightest hint of danger," Jim stated casually, while inputting information into his identity bracelet. The man who had not completed his statement felt a chill run down his spine. Jim's demeanor was far too nonchalant, as if he regarded them with utter contempt. It was precisely this attitude that rendered Jim all the more formidable. The 5 men stood frozen, not daring to move a muscle. "David, would you like the construction team to assist with renovations? I have some surplus special steel that could reinforce this place." Jim paused his input, looking up to inquire. "I have certain requests, including the security system. Can your team manage that?" David responded, keen to accept Jim's offer. "The city defense engineering team has little to occupy their time, so I have summoned them for training. All that is required is some materials. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share them with them," Jim remarked with a smile. In just 15 minutes, they arrived. Soon, he entered the completion on his identity wristband and said to David with a grin. Chapter 73, Engineering. "David, I still have a surplus of 5,000 credit points from last time. I'll transfer it to you." Jim suddenly recalled his purpose for coming and hurriedly said, "Forget it. Consider it as expenses for our next outing," David replied, shaking his head in refusal. "All right, I'll keep track of it." Jim, being indifferent to such a trivial amount of credit points, nodded in agreement. "What about DeQuincy?" David thought of the matter of leaving the city and remembered DeQuincy's injuries, subsequently inquiring. "Fine, just choose a good spot when the time comes." David nodded in acknowledgement. The 5 individuals nearby observed the 2 engaged in their conversation, wishing to intervene, but they could only notice that although Jim was chatting away, the hand holding the gun remained remarkably steady, leading them to abandon their thoughts of action. As the 15-minute mark arrived, 3 military transport ships descended from the sky. "Jim, am I late?" A sergeant jumped down from one of the military transport ships, smiling as he greeted Jim. "Edgar, you already know the situation. Treat it as a training session and transform this yard. Use the surplus materials from my shooting range." Jim holstered his weapon, approached with a smile, and exchanged a fist bump. "Not a problem. My crew has been too idle. It's time to give them something to do." Sergeant Edgar nodded in agreement, then jokingly patted the area he had been struck, adding, "Your strength hasn't improved. David, this is Edgar. Feel free to voice any requests." Jim turned to introduce David. Seeing the camaraderie between Jim and Sergeant Edgar, David sensed their close relationship, suspecting that Edgar might be a loyal subordinate of Lieutenant Eaton. "Sergeant Edgar, I appreciate your assistance," David said politely. "David, since you are Jim's friend, you are also my friend. Just call me by my name. I am an engineer, and I have no military formalities." Sergeant Edgar responded warmly. David expressed his thoughts, essentially stating that he needed the area reinforced and a 20-meter by 20-meter underground entrance created, leading to the basement below. "We can wrap it up in 4 hours," Sergeant Edgar assured confidently after hearing the request. "Edgar, please provide David with 2 heavy defensive machine guns. Charge it to the shooting range," Jim suggested from the side. "Jim, I can cover that credit point myself. You've already helped quite enough." David promptly interrupted. "David, you saved my life. Helping you acquire some weapons is the least I can do. Once you enroll in non-university, I want to have the opportunity to assist you further." Jim waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, 20 soldiers clad in engineering maintenance armor descended from the 3 military transport ships and began their tasks in silence. The 5 intruders and Nellie were rendered pale by the sudden sight. The intruders were uncertain of what the soldiers would do with them, while Nellie feared that her concealment of the residential situation might provoke David's wrath. All understood that those who could summon troops at will were not to be trifled with. In Rockstar, offending the police could be tolerated, but provoking the military was another matter entirely, as the military would handle issues with wartime exceptions. "Hand over your identification wristbands and leave. If there's any trouble here in the future, I'll come directly to you," Jim said sternly, observing the anxious 5. "Yes, of course." They hurriedly handed over their identification information while retreating hastily. Jim had no intention of taking action against them. It was merely a form of intimidation. Dealing with such minor characters would be a hassle. Initially, he had intended to have a few soldiers from the city defense squad scare them, but since David required engineers, he allowed the engineering team to come instead, which seemed to yield a similar effect. "Mr. David, may I take my leave now?" Nellie asked with a trembling voice. At that moment, her previous eloquence had vanished, and she endeavored to display her vulnerability to elicit David's sympathy. David had no desire to inconvenience her and waved her off. "David, I'll leave this to Edgar. Find a place to sit," Jim said softly to David once they were alone. "Is there anything else?" David inquired, realizing Jim had something to discuss. "Yes, it concerns the Viper Loafel." Jim nodded. Speaking quietly, David boarded Jim's military hover vehicle, and they found a nearby quiet beverage shop, where he ordered 2 cups of natural juice. "David, you should be cautious regarding Viper Loafel. He has stirred up some trouble." Jim waited until the server had left before issuing his warning. David was not surprised by the notion that Viper Loafel might confess. Once in military custody, there were countless methods to extract confessions, and the military acted with far fewer reservations than the more civilized police. "What news do you have?" David, unfazed, was well aware that he had eliminated the local organization's top leader the previous night. He merely wished to ascertain how much intelligence the military had gathered. Viper Loafel belonged to an underground organization, and currently, 25 members of the Ravens from this organization had been captured by the military. However, the identity of the leader of the so-called Blood Hand organization remained unknown. Its members served in exchange for compensation. Jim recounted the information he had. David could not help but express his astonishment. He had killed trainer Jeremy in one night, while the military managed to apprehend 25 of Viper Loafel's associates and uncover the underlying force behind them, showcasing the military's formidable efficiency. Will the military hand this over to the police? David was eager to know how this situation would be resolved and continued to inquire. If it remains within military jurisdiction, they will deal with these individuals according to wartime regulations, and they might face immediate execution. Transferring them to the police would invite a slew of complications. At the very least, you, as the involved party, would need to provide a statement and act as a witness. They want to have the chance to be transferred to the police system, from what I've gathered. These ravens have been selling military intelligence to the leader of the Blood Hand organization by exploiting their frequent access to the city defense. By nature, this case has escalated from an ordinary crime to one of military espionage, Jim said, a hint of derision in his tone. Selling military intelligence from the Interstellar Federation in a combat zone, these ravens would dare to do anything for money. Although Pelin City was a small town, all military intelligence held equal importance. Anyone daring to pry into military secrets became an enemy of the military. David Viper Lofel mentioned that prior to our arrival in the southern part of the city, he had received an urgent task from the Blood Hand, and that vial of mind-controlling larva was also given to him by the leader of the Blood Hand. It seems someone has been monitoring you and plotting against you. You must exercise extreme caution, as the military will also delve deeper into this matter, Jim continued. At that moment, the residence had transformed completely. The yard was now enclosed with specialized steel walls, and the entrance bore a distinct military style, likely sourced from the military itself. Upon entering, David noticed the entire yard had a ground made of specialized steel, while the residence had been completely dismantled, replaced with a two-story steel building of military design. David recognized that this was not merely discarded specialized steel. The rapid construction of a two-story building indicated that it had been assembled from ready-made modules provided by the military. By the time Jim and David arrived, the engineering work had already concluded. Merely 3 hours had passed, and the yard was now devoid of any personnel. Jim, you must ensure to itemize the expenses for this place, David remarked as he surveyed the transformed yard and turned to Jim. The expenses of this courtyard must be substantial. Given his interactions with Jim, it is evident that this expenditure cannot possibly be covered by the military. Rather, it is undoubtedly borne by Jim himself. He certainly does not wish to incur such a significant debt of gratitude. David, you can view the house on your own. I shall take my leave now, Jim remarked with a smile, waving his hand before turning to depart. Chapter 74. The hideout. David first descended to the ground floor, where he located the security system, which required no hacking on his part, as he possessed complete access. This was a military-grade security system that included 2 defensive heavy machine guns stationed in the yard. Also controlled by this system, once configured, it could detect unknown intruders, issue a warning, and then fire. The defensive heavy machine guns were fundamentally different from those used by individual soldiers. They were larger and had a much faster firing rate. With each of David's 2 machine guns equipped with 20,000 rounds, they could become inoperable in just a minute. However, within that minute, a total of 40,000 rounds could be unleashed. Unless an intruder was clad in exoskeleton armor, these rounds would deliver a catastrophic blow to any assailant. Such weaponry could only be found in a war zone like Parent City. In a peaceful world, it would be inconceivable to have such arms installed in civilian facilities. David retrieved his identity wristband, accessing the weaponry section designated for combat personnel, where he noted the addition of 2 defensive heavy machine guns. Jim had always been meticulous in his duties, ensuring everything was in order. This was also feasible because the residence was located near a slum, allowing Jim to act with such audacity. In contrast, it would have been impossible to install such heavy weaponry in David's apartment in the city center. With the military-grade security system and the 2 heavy machine guns safeguarding his concerns, David felt reassured. He ventured into the yard, where he accessed the military security system interface through his wristband and opted to open the underground passage. Suddenly, 2 enormous slabs of specialized steel slid apart, revealing a tunnel that led to the basement beneath the residence. However, this arrangement meant that the actual basement space had long exceeded the designated underground area for the property. David quickly checked the property attributes and saw that the usable area of the basement had been doubled to 800 square meters. Power, David mused. While Jim had invested significantly to achieve this, it was undoubtedly the influence of his father, Lieutenant Eden, that facilitated such arrangements. Even if David were to expend double the credit points, he could not have accomplished this in such a short time. Upon entering the basement, he found it similarly encased in specialized steel, which represented a substantial expenditure on materials. Fortunately, the cost of specialized steel on Rockstar was relatively low, as the planet produced its own steel and boasted a sizable mine near Parent City, making it the material of choice for most upper-middle-class families. After reviewing these details, David reinforced the military security system, not because his capabilities surpassed it, but because he connected his home's mid-sized server to the security system. allowing it to utilize the server's computational power. Noticing that there was still time, he ordered a smart butler, which arrived an hour later at the cost of 5,000 credit points. As dusk fell, David hailed a public transport hovercar to the industrial zone. Upon arriving outside the waste processing plant, David carefully observed the situation inside. The workday had concluded, and the area was under the supervision of the security system. As he walked, each door before him opened automatically. When he reached the final warehouse, he employed the K2 military electronic countermeasure device to check the historical records of the security AI, discovering that no one had entered this warehouse. Entering the warehouse, he eagerly revealed the peculiar shell of the beacon. After handing the pendant to his shadow attendant, the beacon opened its access passage. Firehawk, activate the main engine and prepare for takeoff, David commanded through his shadow attendant. Aye, Captain, replied Firehawk's voice within the beacon. The vessel's body trembled slightly, devoid of any thunderous roar, as if all sound had been muted. Yet, the data displayed on the screen at the front of the beacon indicated that its energy reserves were ample, ready for launch at any moment. Using the K2 military electronic countermeasure device, David opened the top of the warehouse, and the beacon soared upward like a silent bat, exiting through the now opened roof into the night sky. This was David's first solo flight. Previous hovercar rides had barely lifted a meter off the ground, and he had only experienced military transport ships while accompanying military operations. The experience of piloting his own spacecraft was entirely different. With the K2 military electronic countermeasure device before him, David remained vigilant for any external signals attempting to track the beacon. It soon became evident that Firehawk had not misrepresented the capabilities of the beacon. The Skynet system safeguarding Rockstar, including Parent City's own air defense, failed to detect it. Cloaked by the cover of night, David ascended into the heavens. He mused that the beacon deserved to be dubbed the Black Phantom. Apart from its striking exterior, in the darkness, unless directly observed, various scanning devices would be utterly incapable of detecting the beacon, rendering it the perfect stealth vessel. In fact, this craft had been specially customized for trainer Jeremy's safety, employing unique internal technologies and utilizing some military-grade components from the Interstellar Federation. It could be said that should Jeremy ever be discovered in the city, he could readily pilot the beacon away from Parent City, even in daylight. With the limitations of the naked eye, once the beacon took flight, it would remain elusive to any pursuers. Delighted, David reveled in the joy of flying, embracing the greatest thrill of the interstellar age, until his identity wristband reminded him that it was time for his daily practice of the 18 stances of body technique, prompting him to maneuver the beacon toward the hideout. This hideout was a basement in Kia City, where a tall man clad in a police uniform was bowing before a dark altar, listening to the directives of a white figure shrouded in black mist. Kia City, a vast metropolis with a population nearing 50 million, was surrounded by 5 immense mining districts, a kryptonite mine, and numerous small to medium-sized mines, ensuring a consistently substantial populace. Master, is this batch of elixir of immortality still intact? The uniformed man inquired, posing the most crucial question. He was acutely aware of the organization's protocols for transporting such special materials. Once in the wrong hands, there was a 100% guarantee of self-destruction. I have employed secret arts to ascertain that this batch of elixir of immortality remains. It is uncertain whether the adversary failed to open the box or if they possess a method to open it without damaging the contents. You must investigate this, the white figure asserted confidently. The police uniformed man harbored no doubt. The master's capabilities, as articulated, must indeed exist. He also comprehended the critical importance of this mission. A year's worth of elixir of immortality from the organization's intelligence network was of paramount significance, influencing the organization's control over vital intelligence points. Without this batch, individuals bribed with the elixir of immortality would spiral out of control. Moreover, acquiring the elixir of immortality was no trivial task. Even if the organization were to regain it, the process would be lengthy, compounded by transportation logistics, making it impossible to replenish the stock within 6 months, resulting in substantial losses for the organization. Thus, locating the elixir of immortality became the most pressing task. Furthermore, Jeremy, being the master's trusted confidant, was privy to this matter, and his disappearance was no small issue. Of course, he could discern the weight of priorities. The master might expend resources to uncover the status of the elixir of immortality while opting not to investigate Jeremy's fate, indicating a clear hierarchy of importance. Each time this probing ability is employed, It exacts a toll on life, and Jeremy is not worth such a sacrifice. Chapter 75 Invitation Freed from the persistent stress of being constantly remembered, David's recent practice of martial arts seems to have yielded better results. Though whether this is a psychological effect or a result of the additional 0.3 points in mental acuity remains uncertain. After days of practicing the 18 forms of martial arts, his body feels increasingly heavy, not in terms of actual weight, but rather as a sensation. A profound awareness of the synergy between strength and physicality. Although his strength, physique, and agility remain unchanged, he senses a gradual enhancement within himself each day. On the evening of January 25th, David's tranquil life was once again disrupted. The special code embedded in the security system of Jeremy's trainer residence was triggered. A code that activates solely when someone enters the basement. David had refrained from exploring Jeremy's basement, for it exuded an unsettling aura, and he was wary of unforeseen troubles. He had already reaped sufficient benefits and harbored no greedy aspirations. Furthermore, the entrance to Jeremy's basement was concealed by enigmatic patterns, making it unlikely for anyone to discover it even if they entered the vicinity. The activation of the special code indicated that it was either someone with permission to access the basement or an individual affiliated with that organization, presumably investigating Jeremy's circumstances. An hour later, the security system at the waste processing plant also sent him a notification, revealing that someone had approached there as well. Regrettably, the individual was highly professional, cloaked in voluminous attire that obscured their features, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. This very disguise reinforced David's conviction that the visitor was indeed there for Jeremy's sake. David retrieved the 450 test tubes that he had carefully transferred to a new container from the basement and, under the cover of night, delivered them to the residence he deemed a safe haven. Although an inquiry into his information would reveal the property under his name, the security system there was far more formidable, equipped with heavy defensive machine guns. He believed that placing these test tubes within the Ember vessel was the safest option. The ensuing days passed without incident. Had David not received notifications from the two security systems, he might have assumed that the organization had failed to respond in time. On the morning of January 29th, after completing his practice of the 18 martial forms, David accessed literary, mathematical, and comprehensive studies from his identity bracelet and began his review. With the school reopening tomorrow, he needed to prepare, as the school had announced an upcoming placement exam that would determine the learning plan for the semester. Even in this interstellar age, the educational framework remained anchored in the traditional model of students attending classes in person, receiving direct instruction from teachers. This consensus was reached by the Interstellar Federation through years of practice and scientific validation. It was deemed essential for humans to experience interpersonal relationships from a young age, a lesson considered even more crucial than the knowledge gained in school. Such experiences would ultimately facilitate their integration into society, whether in the workforce or as soldiers. Of course, elite education existed, but it was irrelevant to David, a resident of a small town, and even to second-generation individuals like Myron and Jim. Their small-town upbringing did not afford them the necessary talent to seize opportunities for elite education. Gaining admission to non-university was their sole pathway into such educational realms, equally applicable to cultural knowledge and martial prowess. Graduating from prestigious institutions could significantly enhance their prospects, positioning them among the future elite. David harbored no grand ambitions. He did not aspire to become a politician or a tycoon. His only desire was to possess the ability to protect himself. David opened the door. Even before the clock struck 9, David was engrossed in his studies when Myron's call came. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Myron, resplendent in formal Federation attire. "Myron, you didn't stay up all night, did you?" David teased, observing Myron's formal garb, which was typically reserved for official events, a peculiar sight on a weekday morning. "David, school starts tomorrow. There's a special event today, and I wanted to take you along to broaden your horizons." Myron, undeterred by David's jest, responded with palpable excitement. "I think I'll pass. You go have fun." David quickly shook his head, feeling that such formal events were overly constraining. "David, I borrowed my father's card for this rare occasion. He has a meeting, so it's a perfect opportunity for us," Myron said with a knowing smile. David felt a flicker of interest. Events of such caliber, accessible only to those of Bernard Mayer's stature, promised a glimpse into the Federation's most clandestine aspects. "Can you tell me more about this event?" David inquired. "The Titan Consortium is holding an auction in Rab City, featuring a selection of top-tier goods. We should go see." Myron enthusiastically explained. David had long heard of the Titan Consortium, one of the largest conglomerates on Star, involved in industries ranging from military to pharmaceuticals and spacecraft. Notably, they were renowned for producing exoskeleton armor, with their Titan series recognized as the finest in existence. Myron, auctions aren't really our scene, are they? David felt tempted. Yet traveling 1,000 kilometers for an auction seemed impractical. While 1,000 kilometers posed no challenge for a spacecraft, it still carried inherent risks, especially for someone like David, who had never ventured beyond Pelin City. I have my father's instructions and some credits to bid on items for him. But it's not just an auction. The Titan Consortium is also organizing activities for young people. If we win a prize, the rewards could be substantial. I've heard they've offered Titan-made weapons as prizes in the past. Myron proudly elaborated. All right, but how do we get to Rab City? David, intrigued, accepted the invitation and asked. David quickly changed into formal attire, contemplating before strapping on his sword. Fine, I'll bring the sword. It's probably safe enough this time. Myron was about to protest, but, understanding David's nature, opted not to press further. Together with Myron, they arrived at the airport. Using the invitation card in Myron's possession, they bypassed the regular lines and accessed the VIP waiting area. David, Myron. Upon reaching the waiting area, they spotted a familiar face, Jim, waving enthusiastically, accompanied by Daly. Through recent interactions, David had come to learn of Daly's background. His father was the captain of the city defense squad, holding a position just beneath Lieutenant Eaton. Among this group, David likely had the least prestigious background, yet his displayed talent and Han's potential connections ensured that none of his friends dared to underestimate him. Are you both heading to Rab City as well? After exchanging pleasantries, Myron turned to Jim and Daly. Indeed, auctions like these often attract younger generations, providing a chance to meet new friends, Jim explained with a laugh. Myron, it seems you're not as well informed as I thought, David remarked with a hint of exasperation, realizing that while Myron had invited him, he was not entirely clued into the event's significance. David, the invitation card permits one guest to accompany, Myron quickly clarified, waving the card for emphasis. You're here too. De Quincey appeared in a white trench coat and black boots, greeting them with a smile upon arrival. Humph. Myron snorted softly upon seeing De Quincey. David, you should join us. Your presence will add an extra layer of safety. De Quincey disregarded Myron and warmly conversed with David. Meanwhile, Jim and Daly exchanged helpless glances. With these two contentious individuals present, this outing was bound to be entertaining. Chapter 76. The high-altitude Voyager. As David boarded the aircraft, an unsettling apprehension lingered in his heart. The medium-sized vessel, conspicuously devoid of protective armor, offered little reassurance regarding his safety. Entrusting his life to such a craft filled him with regret over his decision. Fear not, David, this is the high-altitude Voyager, equipped with an energy shield. Although it lacks weaponry, safety is assured. Jim, observing David's unease, offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, this is the safest mode of travel on Rockstar. Myron chimed in. Upon entering the high-altitude Voyager, David noted the limited seating, only 30 seats available, each generously spaced to ensure comfort. The energy shield required substantial room, resulting in fewer seats and consequently high ticket prices. Fortunately, this time, the Titan Consortium covered the fare thanks to an invitation card. Jim, well-versed in the intricacies of the Voyager, elaborated softly. Listening to Jim's explanations, David pondered the benefits the Titan Consortium might gain from such expenditures. It seemed excessive for merely hosting an auction, leaving him with an impression of financial imprudence. The high-altitude Voyager trembled slightly before ascending at a 90-degree angle, soaring into the sky. In that instant, the seats constricted, enveloping David's body as he felt the force pressing him down. He glanced around at the others, who appeared entirely accustomed to the experience. After 2 full minutes of vertical ascent, the Voyager leveled off. Enjoying yourself, David? Myron asked with a grin, eager to witness any discomfort on David's face. However, David's enhanced physique far surpassed Myron's, rendering him impervious to such pressures. Is this how it always takes off? David inquired curiously as the seat released its grip on him. Such pressure is unbearable for an ordinary person. Suddenly, he recalled that ordinary citizens on Rockstar lacked the qualifications or permissions to leave the city. Only those with sufficient authority could venture beyond its borders, perhaps for this very reason. David himself had no such clearance, relying solely on Myron's invitation card to board the Voyager. It seemed a form of protection for the common folk. There is an air defense system above the city, making it exceptionally safe. Utilizing this, the high-altitude Voyager ascends to 15,000 meters, where encounters with the insectoid species are rare, allowing for relatively secure travel. Myron explained quietly. David nodded, aware that Rockstar possessed no formidable insect threats. Even among the secondary species, few could reach such heights. Once the Voyager stabilized in horizontal flight, some passengers dozed off, others watched videos provided by the Voyager, while a few engaged in hushed conversations. Separated by David, Myron sat next to DeQuincy, while Jim was accompanied by Daly, ensuring a harmonious atmosphere free from direct exchanges. Jim shared his thoughts on various firearms, with Daly adding commentary, while David listened with keen interest. As they conversed, the seats tightened once more, and this time, David was prepared, relaxing his body to enjoy the embrace of the seat. The high-altitude Voyager plummeted downward, and despite his robust physique, David felt a churn in his stomach. Damn it. Must it always be like this for safety? Myron was the first to complain, his complexion pale. Myron, perhaps we should prepare you a vomit bag for next time. DeQuincy quipped, seizing the opportunity to tease. You. Myron shot him an indignant glare. Jim quickly interposed his body to obstruct their line of sight, preventing any quarrel from erupting in the cabin. Once the high-altitude Voyager came to a steady halt, David finally relaxed, feeling uneasy at high altitudes. His vulnerability regarding safety unsettling. Stepping off the Voyager, David beheld an airport far grander than Pelin City, with over a dozen high-altitude Voyagers lined up. Exiting the terminal, he noticed several hovering vehicles parked outside, all bearing the emblem of the Titan Consortium. Looks like we one team need to call for a ride, Jim remarked with a smile as they approached one of the hovering vehicles. Producing the invitation card, Jim triggered the automatic opening of the vehicle's door. Once inside, David was struck by the opulence of the interior, spacious enough for 8 passengers, and the temperature maintained at a comfortable 25 degrees. Notably, there was no driver. The cockpit sat empty, with only a display screen flashing commands. Welcome, esteemed guests. The reception hover vehicle number 32 is at your service, with a final destination at the Titan Hotel, announced the vehicle's intelligence system in flawless federal language. As the vehicle glided out of the airport, a refrigerator beside them opened automatically. Esteemed guests, please select your beverages. The intelligence system chimed again. The Titan Consortium is exceedingly considerate, Jim praised, pouring drinks for everyone, offering red wine and juice. Such exquisite red wine. But alas, you're all underage, so it's just for Daly and me, Jim remarked, admiring the wine bottle. David, Myron, and DeQuincy had yet to reach adulthood, and while they might indulge in a sip at home, they dared not break the law in this official vehicle. Soothing music played within the vehicle, and the combination of fine wine and juice alleviated the fatigue of their journey on the high-altitude Voyager. Upon disembarking, David gazed at a hotel that shimmered like sapphire, its exterior entirely draped in glass curtain walls. Unlike any glass he had seen before, this one was a radiant blue, sparkling and evoking admiration from all who beheld it. The emblem of the Titan Consortium was prominently displayed, marking its ownership. Absolutely stunning, Myron exclaimed softly. Myron, do be mindful. You shall soon encounter the elite from various cities, Jim cautioned with a composed demeanor. DeQuincy, mind your behavior, Myron retorted, though he refrained from scanning the surroundings. Adopting a more serious demeanor, trailing behind the others, David felt little restraint. He was no military heir, but rather a curious observer, taking in the sights as he entered. Upon stepping into the hotel lobby, he noticed that it was predominantly filled with young individuals, none appearing older than 30. The older generation would typically enter only when the afternoon auction commenced, as Jim explained quietly to David. Why is the Titan Consortium hosting such an event? David, having sensed the significance of this gathering, could no longer contain his curiosity. This year, Pelin City has no outstanding talents, and our invitation card recommendations have gone to waste, Daly lamented. Your loss is not mine. I brought David along, and besides, aren't David and I exceptional talents? Myron promptly countered. David is a genius. As for you, who knows? DeQuincy jabbed. Enough bickering here, Jim interjected firmly. With his authoritative presence and respectable standing, his words held weight. Turning to David, he continued. The support from the Titan Consortium is an excellent opportunity. They impose no stringent requirements. Once you achieve results, they can leverage your name, and in turn, you may assist the Titan Consortium when needed. David's secret account harbors a substantial sum of 40 million credit points, complemented by a 40% stake in 2 hotels. With such immense wealth at his disposal, he harbors no intentions of contributing to the consortium. Chapter 77. Provocation. Isn't that Jim from Prolon City? A robust, bearded man towering at 2 meters greeted Jim with a mocking tone. He then glanced at the number of attendees from Prolon City and shook his head, saying, "It's a waste to give you the invitation cards. They should have gone to us in Shua City. We have people who want to come, yet you squander your invitations. Is this person also taking the college entrance examination with us?" David quietly asked, turning to Myron as he regarded Bruno, who appeared to be at least 27 or 28. While others were deemed geniuses for passing, someone like him, who has dragged this out for 2 years, is merely mediocre. De Quincey chimed in, aligning with Myron's sentiment. David discerned that although Bruno looked older, he was at most 19 or 20. Having postponed his examination for the sake of Nannan University, Bruno's face flushed crimson as the two spoke, the hall filled with around 100 people. And such remarks in this setting would surely tarnish his reputation. Given that Shua City is in close proximity to Prolon City, conflicts over resources and minerals often arise, manifesting in various forms, including among the youth. I, Bruno from Shua City, challenge Myron from Prolon City. Bruno's gaze locked fiercely onto Myron, incensed by Myron's earlier remarks. Come forth if you dare. Bruno's proclamation stirred considerable commotion, drawing laughter and excitement from the crowd as more people gathered around. Before Myron could respond, the attention of the majority in the hall was already captivated. Isn't private combat prohibited here? David inquired, puzzled by the rules. Myron, equally bewildered and a first-time participant, was unaware of the regulations either. Young people's gatherings inevitably lead to confrontations. The Titan Consortium provides the venue and strong arbiters to ensure that no one is gravely harmed. Jim explained softly. Myron's expression tightened. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. Although he had been diligently training and achieved a basic level of mastery in the Warhammer, he knew he could not contend with Bruno, who was 2 years his senior. Combat is not merely a test of strength, speed, and physicality, but also of skill and experience, where Myron's limited experience paled in comparison to Bruno's. Just as Myron was about to step forward, a hand halted him. Myron, allow me. It was David who had intervened. Having received so much help from Myron, he felt compelled to step in. I, David from Prolon City, accept the challenge, he declared loudly, turning to Bruno. Very well. Watch as I crush your Prolon City. Bruno sneered, casting a glance at David and then surveying the others from Prolon City. However, Myron, Jim, Daly, and De Quincey looked at David with pity. None understood better than they the terror he could unleash, for he had single-handedly vanquished 30 larvae with 2 swords. Interesting. The young ones are particularly fiery this year. At a table on the 2nd floor, 2 men sipped red wine, one of whom chuckled. Youth should possess such fervor. Without it, where is the momentum? The elder gestured dismissively, then addressed his companion. Mr. Boone, do you have any instructions? A knight clad in exoskeletal armor approached, bowing respectfully to the elder. Sir Avis, please act as the arbiter and ensure they do not suffer serious injuries. Mr. Boone instructed with a smile. Understood, Mr. Boone. Avis responded, then made his way to the hall below. Boone, who are you favoring by having Avis arbitrate? The middle-aged man inquired, observing the 2 sides of the conflict with curiosity. Manson, I have lived long enough to discern many things. You still have much to learn in this regard. Boone replied with a smile. Boone, even you can overlook talent. It has been a decade since you brought forth an outstanding individual. Manson remarked, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Manson, temper your disposition, or you may face repercussions in the future. Boone maintained his smile. Both Boone and Manson were directors of the Titan Consortium, dedicated to scouting talent. Though Boone was the supervisor and Manson the deputy, the discovery of talent would significantly impact both their standings. Are you two the ones issuing the challenge? Avis's exoskeletal armor radiated an imposing presence, silencing the hall instantly as he confirmed with Bruno and David. Having endured 2 years of anticipation to gain admission to Nannan University, Bruno was not one to be easily provoked. He had learned that the directors of the Titan Consortium had arrived early, and he needed to showcase his abilities to capture their attention. Delaying his display would only make it harder to stand out among the many attendees. So he resorted to this method to simultaneously undermine Prolon City. Please select your weapons. Avis stated solemnly. I choose the heavy axe. Bruno declared first, then looked at David with disdain, saying, Are you going to use the longsword on your back? A weapon suited for women. Only a frail body like yours would choose such a thing. Bruno's words struck a nerve among the few women present, who collectively glared at him. If not for Avis's presence, they would have swiftly surrounded and beaten him. Bruno, are you certain I will use the longsword? David asked with a playful smile. Since you carry a longsword, you must be skilled in its use. Go ahead and wield it. Bruno hastily agreed. He was not foolish, having chosen the heavy axe. He knew that once he swung it, David would find it challenging to close the distance with a lighter weapon. Naturally, he doubted David's prowess with the sword. Given the age gap and the years he had spent honing his skills with the axe, a staff member brought forth a synthetic metal training axe, which Bruno received and expertly wielded with satisfaction. With the weapon selection complete, let the arena commence, Avis declared gravely, casting a look at Bruno that suggested he regarded him as naive. From Avis's perspective, it was evident that David possessed a long sword of exceptional quality, indicated by the unique materials of its hilt and sheath. As his voice echoed, a 10-meter by 10-meter square arena rose in the center of the hall. Avis lightly touched the ground, his figure vanishing and reappearing on the platform, signaling the two combatants to prepare. Bruno took a few running steps, executing a graceful somersault with his sturdy physique, prompting a wave of applause, though it was met with considerable disapproval from the female attendees. David ascended the platform with a light leap, conserving his energy. Fight to your heart's content. Do not worry about danger, as I will intervene before it escalates. Avis proclaimed confidently. Even without his exoskeletal armor, he could thwart any attacks from either combatant. In truth, facing a genuine warrior like Avis, these so-called youthful elites were mere children. Particularly for someone like Bruno, real geniuses had long since enrolled in top-tier universities. As for high school students who had not taken the entrance exam, their combat abilities were severely limited, primarily due to their lack of combat experience. Chapter 78. Lightheartedness. David, you are truly absurd. Did no one inform you that wielding a long sword on the battlefield leaves one devoid of allies? Bruno refrained from launching an immediate attack, opting instead to undermine David's morale through words. Having never truly fought alongside his peers, he now felt a peculiar anticipation for a fierce battle. Your jest has amused me, Bruno exclaimed with laughter, realizing that David was not easily provoked. The man across from him remained unervingly calm, which extinguished Bruno's desire to continue speaking. With a decisive stomp of his foot, Bruno channeled his strength from his legs to his waist, pivoting to unleash a powerful arc with his axe. The suddenness of his strike was striking. One moment he was laughing, and the next he was delivering a full-force blow. However, David felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Evaluating Bruno's proficiency with the heavy axe, which he estimated to be at most 10, he noted that even with his own 70 mastery, this was among his least skilled combat abilities. In contrast, his mastery of the longsword soared to an impressive 80. The disparity in their capabilities was evident. As disappointment etched itself onto his face, David lightly brushed his shoulder, summoning two azure-glowing longswords into his hands. A pair of secondary-grade longswords. The gasp from the audience below echoed as the battle concluded. With his left hand, he met the descending axe, cleaving through its center and stopping just before the axe handle. David deftly maneuvered, sparing Bruno's arms from being severed, as the azure light hovered menacingly at Bruno's throat. Simultaneously, a steel arm seized the fallen axe, yet it remained poised beside the secondary-grade longsword without intervening. Fortunately, David had tempered his strike. Unwilling to take a life in such a setting, he was not one to resort to killing over trivial matters. At that moment, Avis felt a burning shame on his face. He had just asserted that the combat was safe, yet he was acutely aware of the limitations of his exoskeletal armor in withstanding a secondary-grade longsword-esque blow. Should he sustain an injury here, he would likely become a laughingstock within the Titan Corporation and among the ranks of knights. Taking a deep breath, Avis silently thanked David for his restraint. Otherwise, he would have lost face. Bruno, it was you who urged me to wield this. I have honored our agreement, David smiled. Bruno was left speechless, especially as the onlookers below wore expressions of mockery. Most believed that Bruno had succumbed to David's superior secondary-grade longsword, no matter how fine the alloy of his heavy axe. It could not withstand the sharpness of such a blade. Excellent swordsmanship. Alas, the time was too brief to reveal true prowess. Mr. Boone observed from the second floor. Offering praise, David had merely drawn one sword with his left hand, yet Mr. Boone possessed a wealth of experience and perceived much more. The way David's sword seamlessly transitioned after cutting into the axe, shifting into a precise thrust, demonstrated his mastery of the long sword at an extraordinarily high level. "Boone, you are indeed fortunate," Manson remarked, shaking his head in wonder. "Fortune has little to do with it," Mr. Boone replied with a smile. "If you observe closely, you can discern the flow of power within David. It signifies a transformation in his strength attribute. He must have an excellent mentor to have honed his physical techniques to such a degree at a young age." Manson did not dispute this. He listened earnestly to Mr. Boone's insights. His gaze towards David grew more fervent. With such youthful looks and formidable strength, he must still be a high school student. The transformation of strength attributes requires both power and physique to reach their zenith, without excessive reliance on enhancement drugs, to have any chance of achieving this state. Generally speaking, most individuals reach the peak of their strength before their physique has done so, making the breakthrough to strength's limits relatively easy. This is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lies in that once strength breaks through, one possesses the foundational power of a knight, effectively stepping onto the threshold of knighthood. The curse, however, is the missed opportunity for a crucial transformation in attributes during foundational development, which is pivotal for future potential. Due to the rarity of such attribute transformations and the immense potential they signify, such prodigies are precisely what the Titan Corporation seeks to support. Yet alas, wielding a longsword, no matter how strong, offers little opportunity for glory on the battlefield. Mr. Boone lamented. "Boone, if you do not desire it, then give it to me. I am indifferent." Manson replied with a chuckle. Their eyes met, and they burst into laughter. Bruno scowled, glancing around at the jeering spectators. Although he yearned to leave, he could not afford to do so. There were still events to attend, and departing now would mean missing precious opportunities. For someone at his age, falling behind. Every chance was invaluable. "David, should someone challenge you next time, may I borrow your longsword?" Myron implored, glancing at the sword sheath on David's back. Regretting not having borrowed it earlier, he was not incapable of wielding a longsword. With a secondary-grade longsword in hand, defeating Bruno would have been effortless. "Myron, do you think that if a challenge arises, anyone would be unaware of the prohibition on secondary-grade longswords?" De Quincey sneered from the side. "David, pay him no mind. You performed admirably. Now how can Bruno boast before me again?" Jim remarked, playfully patting David's arm. David found the gathering rather enjoyable. Aside from Bruno, the others were quite courteous, and the atmosphere was pleasant. There were fewer intrigues and deceptions. The young people expressed their preferences openly, with kindness and malice plainly visible on their faces. "David, look over there," Jim whispered, gesturing discreetly. David turned to see a young man clad in a black tailored suit, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Clearly, he was the center of a small circle. "That is Hector from the local Raber city. He is in your cohort, having already met the foundational requirements for a knight in strength and speed. He is certain to enroll in non-university this year and will be your classmate," Jim explained. David wondered if Hector's prowess was the result of enhancement drugs, but given Jim's emphasis, he seemed unlikely to lack potential. "Over there is Isaiah from Kia City, alongside Dorothy from Letta City. They are all in your cohort and have also met the foundational requirements for knights. They may even apply for the knight assessment before enrollment," Jim continued. As David observed these exceptional talents, each surrounded by admirers, he felt no envy. He did not relish the sensation of being idolized. "David, do not grow complacent. These are far more outstanding prodigies." Jim's voice, though soft, bore a weighty caution. "I understand, Jim," David replied, sensing his concern and nodding earnestly. In his heart, David did not feel inferior to these prodigies. Having been in this world for only about a month, he had elevated his strength from 600 kilograms to nearly 1,000, while mastering numerous proficient and expert-level skills. His impressive list of abilities could easily overshadow any other prodigy. Chapter 79. The event. "Everyone, please be quiet," intoned the armored figure, Avis, through the amplification device of his exoskeleton. The chatter among the young attendees ceased, and all eyes turned towards him. The auction hosted by the Titan Consortium was set to commence in 3 hours, and as is customary, there would be a few engaging activities beforehand, welcoming everyone's participation, with splendid prizes indeed. As he spoke, Avis clapped his hands. Staff members brought forth 3 exquisite wooden boxes, placing them on a nearby table. Inside these boxes lay vouchers for first-tier weapons, third-tier funding contracts from the Titan Consortium, and a recommendation slot from the Consortium, which would facilitate superior job placements in government, corporations, and the military. Avis gestured towards the wooden boxes, his tone unremarkable, yet the young audience was stirred with excitement. Jim, what is the third-tier funding contract? Myron inquired softly. Myron, that's not meant for us. Only geniuses get to enjoy such benefits. 1 million credit points annually before becoming a soldier, increasing to 3 million thereafter until the age of 30, Jim replied with a hint of wistfulness. David, this is promising. Give it your all. Myron exclaimed enthusiastically to David. I prefer the first-tier weapon voucher, David stated, dismissing the third-tier funding contract. Binding oneself to the Titan Consortium for a mere 1 million credit points seemed unwise. Even the subsequent 3 million credits held little allure for him. He was unaware of the confidence that seeped into his words, nor did the others take note, as everything unfolded with an air of naturalness. If it were me, I would choose the consortium's recommendation slot, Daly murmured from the side. Jim nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. For individuals like them, who were not deemed geniuses, the more likely path was to seek employment post their aspirations of becoming soldiers. The recommendation slot would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage, elevating their starting point above that of their peers. Let us see what the activities entail. I suspect securing a reward will not be easy, De Quincey remarked in a hushed tone. In truth, all present understood that these prizes were not easily acquired, their hopes dim. With only David holding a glimmer of potential, Avis paused, allowing the young individuals a few moments to discuss before clearing his throat. There are 3 activities in total: a rapid-fire quiz, where all questions pertain to high school knowledge, ensuring no university-level content is included. The participant with the highest accuracy within the allotted time wins. The third activity involves battling me, where endurance will determine the score. Participants may freely join any one or all activities. The highest scorers in each will earn the right to select prizes, and the order of selection will correspond to their respective performances. This is a principle upheld by the Titan Consortium, Avis concluded, his voice cutting through the renewed din. Mr. Avis, you are using exoskeleton armor. We wouldn't withstand even a single blow in combat. Hector, a local, voiced solemnly. As a prospective soldier, he naturally favored the battle for rewards, yet this challenge seemed formidable. I will only employ 1/10 of my strength and will refrain from using tiered weapons. Avis responded gravely. Hector nodded in understanding. Mr. Avis, should there be restrictions on weapons? If someone wields a second-tier weapon, their advantage would be considerable. Bruno interjected loudly. Yet, no one supported his claim. None wished to see David wielding the second-tier longsword, 2 of them, no less, an overwhelming advantage. It was estimated that Avis would face significant limitations in combat without using tiered weapons. For the sake of fairness, all weapons utilized must be provided by the consortium. Avis decisively waved his hand. Good, that's equitable. Many young voices cheered in response. Jim, it's fine. I can fight without the second-tier longsword, David reassured, patting Jim, who was about to speak again. Indeed, let David show them what he can do with a warhammer. Myron chimed in from the side. Enjoy yourselves, everyone, Avis proclaimed. And as he spoke, a platform rose beneath him. A 6-sided transparent chamber ascended beside the hall, designated for squash matches. The rapid-fire quiz could be accessed directly via identity wristbands, merely requiring a connection to the quiz system. David, intrigued by the squash setup, recalled that his previous life had a version of the sport, albeit simpler than this. Someone had already signed up for squash, a slender young man, seemingly confident in his reflexes. After receiving a racket, he positioned himself in the center of the transparent chamber, where a small ball, akin to a tennis ball, was launched through an opening in the floor. The ball zipped with remarkable speed, its trajectory utterly unpredictable. After 5 successful hits, the ball accelerated, and during the 6th strike, the young man miscalculated, grazing the ball with the side of his racket, causing its motion to become exceedingly erratic. The rebounding ball left him unable to track its path, and the chamber flashed red. Disheartened, the slender young man exited, visibly dissatisfied with his performance. But here, there were no second chances. David, I suppose you've never played squash? Myron queried softly. No, I don't think our school offered that activity. David shook his head. This sport is quite impressive. It should provide excellent training for reflexes. David mused, genuinely intrigued by the activity. Meanwhile, Avis had yet to receive any challenges. However, Hector was seen consulting with the staff, presumably selecting his weapon. David, observing the lack of activity, connected his identity wristband to the quiz system. Talent encompasses more than mere brute strength. The Titan Consortium's inclusion of the rapid-fire quiz among the activities also serves as an encouragement for knowledge-based talent. As for knowledge-based talents opting for the third-tier funding contract, certain stipulations would naturally be adjusted, reflecting their significance. Indeed, among the young individuals in the hall, those possessing invitation cards hailed from families with considerable standing within their respective cities. The invitees brought along their city's elite youth, thereby attracting nearly all the prodigies of a city through this means. Among those present were aspiring soldiers as well as individuals gifted in intellectual pursuits. The quiz system was straightforward, comprising multiple-choice questions, requiring participants to select the correct answers from 5 options. The system transitioned rapidly, automatically switching questions every 5 seconds, though quick participants could manually advance to the next question. Upon reviewing the instructions for the quiz system, David entered a focused state, filtering out the surrounding noise. His mental acuity, rated at 373, enhanced his concentration remarkably. Meanwhile, Jim noticed that Myron's squash match was about to commence and was preparing to beckon David to watch, only to find David rapidly answering questions. He smacked his forehead in surprise. Could David possibly be a knowledge-based talent? Observing David's demeanor, which did not suggest random guessing, he glanced around and decided against watching Myron's match, choosing instead to protect David from distractions. Chapter 80. The spear. David's speed was indeed remarkable. He perceived his academic performance as merely satisfactory, yet in reality, with his proficiency in literature, 3, mathematics, 5, and general knowledge, 51 entry level, he ranked among the top students in high school. While there was still some distance to cover in his general knowledge, his foundational knowledge was impeccable. His literary understanding encompassed the knowledge of 5 students who were above entry level, combined with his own modest grasp, thus widening his intellectual horizons beyond those of an average student. After all, no single student could hope to match the collective knowledge acquired by multiple students working together. His mathematical skills amalgamated those of 4 entry-level students, while his general knowledge drew from 2. Coupled with his high mental acuity, he answered questions with little hesitation, particularly given that the questions were multiple choice, a format that further showcased the breadth of his knowledge, resulting in a success rate that surpassed his capabilities. What should have taken over 40 minutes was completed in just over 20. Jim, you didn't participate? David inquired upon noticing Jim standing nearby, but quickly realized the reason for his presence, feeling a surge of gratitude. I saw Bruno looking over here with some reluctance, so I decided to stay, Jim explained with a smile. David cast a glance at Bruno in the distance, who was covertly glancing their way with an unfriendly demeanor, and shook his head. With Bruno's character, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to achieve anything significant even after 2 years of pressure. How did you do? Jim continued. The challenges from the Avis Knights are over. Are you planning to compete? He gestured towards the arena. How could it be over so quickly? David asked, looking towards the arena, where indeed, aside from the Avis Knight, no challengers remained. The 3 prospective knights had taken no longer than 20 seconds, and compared to the Avis Knight, they seemed like children. Although the Avis Knight's strikes would not cause severe injuries, they were not light either, leading the less capable to be intimidated. Jim chuckled as he explained. Jim, are you going to try? David asked, refraining from rushing onto the platform. I'll pass. If we were allowed to use firearms, I might hold my ground for a bit longer, but Jim left the rest unsaid, and David understood. Approaching the staff, David examined the weapons laid out, likely left there after a prior request. Contemplating which weapon to choose, he realized that his proficiency with the warhammer was only at 84, significantly inferior to his mastery of the longsword and spear. He was unaware of the results from the quiz competition. If he wished to obtain a weapon exchange voucher of that caliber, he needed to endure longer in the arena. Excuse me, do you have a spear? David inquired, having found no suitable weapon on the ground. David, are you selecting a weapon to challenge? Myron approached. Disappointment etched on his face as he observed David standing among the array of weapons. Myron, didn't you say you were in a squash match? How did it end? David asked with a smile. I messed up. I only managed 4 shots before a mistake occurred. The balls here are different from what I practiced with, Myron asserted confidently. It's not the balls, it's your issue. Jim laughed heartily. At this moment, the spear David had chosen was brought over by the staff. He took it in hand and felt its weight. Although it was a training spear, both its heft and grip closely resembled the spears he had practiced with in his visions. Tightening his grip on the alloy spear, he felt satisfied with his choice. David, why don't you use the warhammer first? Myron exclaimed in astonishment. David was at a loss for how to explain himself. Should he reveal that he possessed a 99 mastery level with the spear, while the warhammer was only at 84 proficiency? Myron, do not disturb David. He needs to focus before battle. Jim gently admonished Myron. With the spear in hand, David ascended the arena, positioning himself before the Avis Knight. You are David. Your swordsmanship is commendable. Why not choose the longsword? Although you are not permitted to use a secondary grade longsword, you could opt for an alloy longsword as a substitute. The Avis Knight remarked, displaying optimism towards David. It matters not. I am also adept with the spear. David respectfully bowed, holding the spear steadily as he spoke. As he prepared for combat, his demeanor transformed immediately. The Avis Knight sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from David, a sensation he had only previously experienced from seasoned warriors, now emanating from this student. This compelled him to adopt a more serious stance, despite being clad in exoskeletal armor that rendered him nearly invulnerable. Allowing David to gain even the slightest advantage would be a blow to his pride. Attack! David thrust the spear forward with sudden ferocity, his battle cry echoing, though it was eclipsed by the speed of his thrust. The Avis Knight experienced a peculiar sensation. He saw David's mouth moving in a shout. Yet before the sound reached him, the spearhead was already upon him. While the spearhead could not penetrate the exoskeletal armor's defenses, he could not rely on its protective capabilities to ensure fairness in battle. The armor was not worn for its defensive properties, but to facilitate his control during combat without endangering his opponent. The disparity in combat power between him, clad in exoskeletal armor, and these young challengers was significant, allowing him to deftly modulate his strength and speed. Fortunately, wearing the exoskeletal armor, as the spearhead approached, he instinctively reacted, using a feeling rather than relying solely on sight. Just as the spearhead reached him, he heard a faint sound from the armor on his chest, indicating that although he had evaded most of the attack, the spear had grazed his chest plate. Too swift, he lamented inwardly, realizing he had not even had the chance to wield his heavy axe. Admittedly, this was compounded by his earlier overconfidence. The prospective knights had not even managed to retaliate against him, let alone David, who had clearly been using a longsword. Now that he had switched to a spear, he had not anticipated that David's mastery with the spear would exceed that with the longsword. As he prepared to counterattack with his heavy axe, David's second thrust arrived with alarming speed. This second thrust was delivered at a cunning angle, precisely at the moment he attempted to exert force, rendering his heavy axe ineffective. The only recourse was to retreat. This retreat was slightly more successful than the previous one, a result of him finally taking David seriously. As he stepped back, David matched his pace, taking a step forward to close the distance between them. The spear executed a swift motion, thrusting towards another vulnerable point on the Avis Knight's body. The Avis Knight felt as though he might lose his mind. He had never encountered such a sensation, being pressured and attacked by an unarmored student. In truth, this was merely a practice match, as the Avis Knight was supposed to allow his opponent to make the first move. The problem lay in David's spear mastery, which had reached an astonishing 99, nearly achieving an even higher level of perfection. Any combat proficiency that attains perfection is referred to as mastery. The vast majority of knights, after a lifetime of training, only reach the proficient level. Those who attain mastery are a rare few, with most being at the initial stages of mastery. Achieving a master level is even rarer, far more so than the breakthrough to knight status. Avis, being merely a novice in his mastery, stands in stark contrast to David, who possesses an astonishing 99 proficiency in spear wielding. Fortunately, David is not a knight and is devoid of exoskeletal armor. Had Avis been granted the initiative, David would have already fallen victim to his lethal strike. Chapter 81. Negotiation Retreat, a continual retreat. This has been the repetitive process since the commencement of David's battle with the armored knight. The armored knight occasionally attempted to unleash his heavy axe, yet each time he was compelled to forfeit the attack under the relentless pressure of David's spear. The armored knight had no choice but to increase the distance of his retreat, a maneuver that bordered on cheating, for he relied on the enhancements of his exoskeleton armor to manage such considerable withdrawals against David's onslaught. However, David's thrusts were as persistent as a shadow. Regardless of the shifting steps beneath him, each jab of the spear was impeccably precise, striking at the most excruciating points of the armored knight's defenses. The confines of the arena were limited, forcing the armored knight to navigate in circles, ensuring he did not fall off the stage. The spectacle of the duel captivated the audience, silencing even the upper-level guests who had been previously engaged in jovial conversation. Once the battle concludes, summon David to me. I wish to meet him. Mr. Boone gestured for a staff member, issuing his command. I never anticipated such talent could emerge from a small town like Pelin. Mr. Manson marveled. To master 2 weapons simultaneously to the level of proficiency he has achieved. This is no mere genius. He is a prodigy. Mr. Boone's eyes sparkled with fervor as he spoke. Such a talent would surely be beyond the allure of your 3rd-tier sponsorship contract. Mr. Manson replied solemnly. What does it matter? We can co-sign a 2nd-tier sponsorship contract for him. If possible, I would even consider offering a 1st-tier sponsorship to retain him, Mr. Boone asserted resolutely. I concur. At that moment, Mr. Manson set aside any thoughts of competition with Mr. Boone, having discovered and nurtured such a genius. The benefits they would reap once David matured would be immense. Moreover, he discerned that Mr. Boone did not harbor intentions of monopolizing David's recommendations. This cannot be, Myron exclaimed, observing David, spear in hand, relentlessly forcing the armored knight to retreat. His mouth agape, he muttered in disbelief. He had previously witnessed David's prowess with the warhammer, which had already left him profoundly impressed. David's subsequent demonstrations of marksmanship and swordsmanship had repeatedly astonished him. Yet now, the impact on him was greater than ever, for he faced a true knight clad in exoskeleton armor, an entity that, despite its limitations, was nearly invincible in his understanding. Jim, Daly, and De Quincey were similarly astonished. The mastery of the spear on display was nothing short of formidable. Cease. You have surpassed all challengers. The armored knight finally could not contain himself, unleashing a surge of power through his exoskeleton armor, seizing David's spear and speaking in a low voice. If he did not act now, he would surely suffer disgrace. David's spear, characterized by its singular thrusting technique, offered no alternative maneuvers. It was precisely this simplicity that, should he lose the initiative, would render him entirely reactive. The armored knight mourned for David's future adversaries. Such mastery over the spear would become a nightmare for any opponent. Compelled to halt his spear's advance, David found his energy unspent. The alloy spear emitted a piercing sound as it bent slightly before snapping back into place. He quickly relinquished his grip, the spear trembling in the iron grip of the armored knight. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Armored Knight. David believed the knight had been accommodating him throughout the duel. David did not fully comprehend the implications of his 99 proficiency. In truth, had he revealed this to Galen, Galen would undoubtedly insist he abandon all other weapons and devote himself entirely to the spear. A single step further would elevate him to the status of spearmaster, a knight of such formidable prowess that he would rival the strength of dozens of knights. As he descended from the arena, before he could engage in conversation with the excited Myron and others, a staff member approached David. Mr. Boone, the director of the Titan Consortium and the supervisor of this auction, wishes to meet you. The staff member stated respectfully. David, you should go. Such an opportunity is rare. Jim encouraged with a smile. If you intend to negotiate terms, remember to include De Quincey. He excels in such matters. Myron, seemingly forgetting the rift between them, suggested from the side. I am at your service. De Quincey added in agreement. David nodded with a smile and followed the staff member to the 2nd floor, under the envious gaze of numerous young onlookers. The atmosphere on the 2nd floor was entirely distinct from that of the hall below. Elegant music filled the air, and the cacophony below could scarcely penetrate this space, allowing those above to observe the proceedings below at their leisure. Seated on the 2nd floor were several dozen individuals, all likely in their middle years, exuding an air of exceptional poise that marked them as members of the elite class. The staff member guided David to a table, bowing slightly before departing. David, please take a seat. Mr. Boone gestured to the vacant chair beside him and continued, I am Mr. Boone, and this is my assistant, Mr. Manson. After greeting Mr. Boone and Mr. Manson, David settled into his seat. A server presented a glass of fresh fruit juice, which David gratefully accepted, quenching his thirst with a sip. David, we wish to inquire whether you would be willing to accept sponsorship from the Titan Consortium, Mr. Manson asked directly, his demeanor relaxed. David hesitated. He was indifferent to the modest credits, having pondered this matter previously. In truth, had he not heard of the Titan Consortium's involvement in the design and manufacture of exoskeleton armor and quality weaponry, he would not have considered coming here at all. David, the Titan Consortium is the largest consortium on Rockstar. We possess extensive connections and the capability to independently design exoskeleton armor. Should you choose to accept our sponsorship, you will have the opportunity for a custom-designed exoskeleton armor, and as you progress, you can purchase higher-tier weaponry at discounted rates from the Titan Consortium. Mr. Boone, recognizing David's hesitation, swiftly elucidated the advantages of the Titan Consortium. Mr. Boone, may I inquire what I would receive in return for accepting this sponsorship? And what would be expected of me? David pondered before speaking. Mr. Boone felt a surge of joy. David's question indicated a willingness to consider the proposal. David, you are a prodigy. Based on this, I am prepared to apply for a second-tier sponsorship on your behalf, providing you with 2 million credits annually. Upon your ascension to knighthood, this amount will increase to 5 million credits until you reach the age of 30. Furthermore, you may choose to accept positions that the consortium recommends, leveraging our connections to maximize your benefits, Mr. Boone stated with a smile. He paused momentarily, allowing David to digest his words until David displayed a look of inquiry. Regarding your obligations, first, the consortium will form teams to participate in various competitions. The second-tier sponsorship requires your involvement in major competitions on Rockstar, participating in events that align with your level of skill, including both non-night and night battles. Secondly, the consortium will need to utilize your name for product promotions, of course, with prior notification and your consent. Finally, should you grow in strength, the consortium may invite you to partake in tasks commensurate with your capabilities, though these will occur no more than once every 10 years, Mr. Boone elaborated further. David's brow furrowed. He was acutely aware of his future. With the presence of the Shadow Servant, his path was destined to become increasingly formidable. He was indifferent to other conditions, yet the prospect of undertaking missions for the Titan Consortium once every decade for the rest of his life was undeniably disconcerting. Even with the promise of commensurate compensation, Mr. Boone, I need some time to consider this and discuss it with my family, David replied, choosing not to outright reject the offer, but instead articulating his need for contemplation. No worries. Let us exchange contact information. I shall visit you in Pelin City at the appropriate time, Mr. Boone said with a smile, extending his hand. Chapter 82. Squash David, what did the Titan Consortium say? Myron inquired as he approached David immediately after their meeting. David's recent performance, coupled with the invitation from the Titan Consortium's director, had drawn the attention of many. This is rather dull. Some are still finishing their answers over there. How about we play squash instead? Myron suggested, glancing around. Aside from him, no one else had ventured to the squash area. Although the challenge from the Eve's night had concluded, some individuals who had previously opted out of the quiz were now participating. Myron, you just hit 4 in a row. Watch me defeat you. De Quincey remarked with a hint of challenge. Come on, let us have some fun. Jim interjected, taking David and Daly along without acknowledging the two-spander. The small group of 5 made their way to the transparent 16-sided room, just as the current players were finishing their game. Who was up first? Myron asked, having no chance to play himself, and thus being the most idle. I'll go first, Jim declared, striding towards the transparent room. He faltered on his 10th shot, but his performance was still commendable. David observed that Jim's proficiency with projectile weapons likely contributed to his superior dynamic vision. Next, Daly made 9 shots before missing, while De Quincey managed only 7 misses. Despite De Quincey's poor showing, he cast a disdainful glance at Myron, aggravating him further. David, it's your turn, Jim cheerfully reminded him. Just as David was about to step forward, Myron blocked his path. David, when you strike the ball, make sure not to focus on the rebounding ball. Instead, observe the impact surface in advance. This will enable you to respond more swiftly. Myron earnestly instructed David on how to play squash. David nodded, realizing he hadn't considered this aspect. He had thought it was simply about following the ball, unaware that technique was involved. David, Myron's squash skills aren't exceptional, but he's not wrong. This is common advice given to every beginner when first learning squash. Jim chuckled. Jim, why does your commentary make me feel so uncomfortable? Myron laughed, playfully shoving Jim. As David entered the 16-sided transparent room, holding a racket, he felt a sudden impulse. The shadow attendant, who had been hovering nearby, soared above him, providing a godly perspective of the entire room. He divided his focus, directing a portion of his attention to the shadow attendant while the rest remained on the spherical ball that was about to appear beneath his feet. The ball manifested suddenly, darting toward the transparent wall with a flash of white light. From his vantage point, David could clearly discern the trajectory of the ball. He recognized that the skills he had honed in calculating and analyzing during his sniper training were equally applicable here. Without the influence of wind and with temperature and humidity irrelevant, he only needed to concentrate on the ball's speed and angle, a task simpler than his previous calculations. Additionally, his mastery of the longsword, which he had honed to an impressive 80 proficiency, allowed him to control the racket with precision akin to that of an extension of his arm. The longsword, a lightweight melee weapon, excelled in speed and agility, making it perfectly suited for this scenario. As David perceived a slight increase in the ball's velocity, possibly due to the material of the ball and the transparent wall, he could only speculate, lacking expertise in this area. He felt increasingly as if he were practicing swordplay, with the ball serving as the target. The greatest challenges in squash within the 16-sided room stemmed from two aspects. Firstly, the speed of the ball, which increased with every hit and collision, making each subsequent strike more difficult and testing the player's reflexes. Secondly, the limitation of one's field of vision. While a person could only see what lay before them, the ball could ricochet randomly in a 360-degree arc, occasionally slipping from sight. Indeed, true squash masters can control the ball's landing spot within a short time frame, though they may struggle to maintain accuracy as the ball's speed escalates. David, however, was not yet at that level. He was practicing his swordplay, his gaze elevated, observing the entirety of the transparent room. David's first strike, or rather, every swing of the racket, met the ball, albeit not always at the most optimal contact point, causing the ball to deviate from its anticipated trajectory. Yet with the shadow attendant's godly perspective, he was able to follow up with another strike. 7, 8, 9. Myron began counting aloud once David reached his 7th hit, prompting the others to join in. David sensed that he was struggling to keep pace. The ball had transformed into a mere streak of light through continuous strikes and collisions. He relied on his combat instincts, honed through his 80 proficiency in longsword mastery, as the racket occasionally emitted a sharp whistle from the rapidity of his movements. After several successful hits, he ultimately faltered, having reached his limit as the ball continued to accelerate, rendering failure inevitable. It was no wonder the Titan Consortium emphasized squash. It demanded not only reflexes but also precise control of the racket, keen observation of the ball, and the ability to predict its trajectory. Achieving excellence in squash indicated strong combat instincts, and despite current limitations in strength and speed, great potential remained. "David, do you know how many balls you hit?" Myron exclaimed, embracing David as he exited the room, his voice brimming with excitement. "I didn't keep count," David admitted, having divided his focus, leaving no room for distractions, let alone tallying his hits. 35. "Did you know? It's 35. Myron shouted jubilantly. Squash presented significant challenges, yet it was a prestigious activity among the elite, attracting many participants. Without switching to a larger, slower ball, surpassing 30 hits typically indicated a professional player. David's inaugural attempt yielded an impressive 35 hits, placing him among the ranks of skilled players. Even if David pursues nothing else, he could earn a substantial income playing professional squash, Daly remarked. De Quincey, who had recently basked in the thrill of defeating Myron, found his elation diminished in light of David's achievement. As the group exchanged jovial banter, the quiz continued in the background. David sought a quiet spot, but wherever he went, someone would approach to greet him and exchange contact information. After approximately an hour, all participants had completed the quiz, and the hall buzzed with increased liveliness. "Ladies and gentlemen, the preliminary activities before the auction have concluded. I shall now announce the results," Eves Knight stated, glancing at his identity bracelet. All eyes turned to him, and the hall fell silent. Although categorized as a preliminary activity for the young individuals present, this represented a competition of great significance, far more important than the impending auction. Some gazes, however, were directed at David, as they were aware he had emerged as the undisputed champion in the challenge against Eves Knight. To dominate Eves so thoroughly that he could not even retaliate was a clear testament to David's superiority. As everyone anticipated Eves Knight's announcement, they were taken aback by the astonishment etched across his face. Ahem ahem. Aphas coughed twice to conceal his astonishment, then continued. The champion of the challenge is David from Perlon City. Chapter 83. The reward. After the Eves Knight announced that David was the champion of the challenge, there was a palpable lack of surprise among the onlookers, for David's match against the Eves Knight had captivated everyone's attention. The title of squash champion. Eves Knight paused, then turned to David, Speaking in a low voice, David from Parent City has secured first place with 35 strokes. What? David again. How is that possible? I was right there, witnessing David's squash prowess. I knew it then. The murmurs below began to swirl, for there were only 3 prizes, yet one individual claimed 2. Leaving most in astonishment, their gazes toward David filled with envy. The minimum error for the rapid-fire quiz was 5, and although 2 participants had identical scores, the nature of the rapid-fire format allowed the fastest respondent to earn additional points. Thus, the outcome was that David from Parent City triumphed with 5 errors, completing the quiz in 23 minutes, as Eve's Knight further proclaimed. With a thunderous uproar, the hall erupted, and the audience could no longer maintain their hushed discussions, instead bursting into exclamations and fervent debates. Ladies and gentlemen, although this is merely a pre-auction entertainment activity, the Titan Consortium adheres to principles of fairness and transparency. All results can be verified in your respective identity wristbands, and should you have any queries, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the staff. Eve's Knight amplified his voice through the exoskeleton armor, silencing the clamor. Upon finishing his announcement, he disregarded the hall's noise and strode directly to David's side. David, come with me, Eve's Knight instructed. Of course, Mr. Eves. David understood the summons and wished to escape the throng, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny. He regretted his full commitment. After challenging Eve's Knight, he need not have participated in the other 2 events. His intention in the rapid-fire quiz was not to win, but merely to gauge his grasp of cultural knowledge. As for squash, it was his first attempt. Who would have thought he would excel so remarkably? David signaled to a few friends before following Eve's Knight to the second floor. Once they ascended and the hall's noise was muted, his ears finally found solace. David, who taught you to wield the spear? Eve's Knight inquired casually. Lord Galen. A flicker of surprise crossed Eve's Knight's eyes, and he murmured to himself, before refraining from further questioning David. However, Eve's Knight was skeptical that Galen could impart nearly master-level spear skills. David, preferring to remain reticent, did not elaborate. David, we meet again. I did not anticipate that you would claim first place in all 3 events. Mr. Boone beamed even more broadly upon seeing David. The combination of combat and intellectual talents in one individual was noteworthy, warranting heightened attention. Initially, the consortium aimed to utilize the 3 prizes to motivate young participants in the 3 events, identifying the most exceptional among them. Yet, to David, these rewards seemed somewhat trivial now. David possessed 2 level 2 swords, so the allure of a level 1 weapon exchange voucher diminished considerably. As for the level 3 sponsorship contract, Mr. Boone had just mentioned a level 2 sponsorship contract, rendering the level 3 contract even less appealing. The recommendation qualification held no value for a prodigy like David, especially considering the intel on Galen's connection with him and his father Hans's title of national hero. According to the reports, Hans intended to pass on the national hero title to David, and Hans's singular right to choose a position remained unexercised, a privilege far more advantageous than the Titan Consortium's recommendation. I am merely fortunate, David replied candidly. David, you are far too humble. Mr. Boone shook his head, then continued, regarding the rewards, I would like to hear your thoughts. Mr. Boone, I do not require the other 2 rewards. I only wish to exchange for a level 1 weapon voucher to acquire a level 1 weapon, David hastily declared, fearing he might place Mr. Boone in a difficult position. No, that is not my intention. All 3 prizes are rightfully yours. I understand these rewards may not hold significant value for you, so I wanted to inquire about your opinions. Since you wish to exchange for a level 1 weapon, let us discuss that first. Mr. Boone waved his hand dismissively. I would like to exchange the level 1 weapon voucher for a night sniper rifle, David stated without hesitation, having long contemplated this request. David, do you possess sniper talent? Mr. Boone asked, taken aback. David remained silent, awaiting Mr. Boone's decision. David, the night sniper rifle is highly specialized. It can only be obtained after becoming a sniper knight, and its value far exceeds that of a level 1 weapon, Mr. Boone explained. Clearly troubled, the night sniper rifle, due to its formidable power and the significant physical toll it exacts, is subject to stringent acquisition protocols to prevent accidents and unauthorized distribution of such lethal weaponry. A sniper knight has the best opportunity to acquire a night sniper rifle immediately after passing the sniper knight examination, a chance most do not forfeit, as it represents the primary means through which many sniper knights obtain this weapon. To acquire a night sniper rifle later, or to exchange for a superior variant, One must join the military or a large organization. Even Mr. Boone lacked the authority to gift David a night sniper rifle, as such an act would contravene regulations. Then I shall opt for a level 1 spear, David replied, deeply disappointed. Despite possessing a replica of the Eye of Death and even creating a version within the medium-sized server's virtual environment, he had never encountered it in reality, let alone owned one. David, this oversight is on our part. We did not foresee such a possibility and regret disappointing you, Mr. Boone apologized, then pondered before suggesting, how about this? I can arrange for all 3 rewards to be exchanged for a level 2 spear. Do you agree? David was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a generous offer. The Titan Consortium's vast influence on Rockstar stemmed from its ability to thrive amidst numerous adversaries, largely due to its talent strategy, constantly seeking and investing in talent. As these individuals flourished, they became invaluable allies, especially in times of crisis. Of course, this talent strategy was not unique to the Titan Consortium. Every consortium had similar plans, though their investments varied. Despite the high value of a level 2 spear, Mr. Boone held great faith in David. Given David's displayed potential and comprehensive abilities, along with the likelihood of him one day attaining the national hero title, even as a second-generation national hero, he would undoubtedly wield significant influence, a prospect immensely enticing to the Titan Consortium. I agree. David nodded emphatically, unable to turn down such an offer. Chapter 84. The Elixir of Eternal Youth. Throughout the auction, David found it exceedingly difficult to concentrate. Beside him lay an ancient box containing a second-tier spear, the very reason for his distraction. There was no opportunity to present it in its entirety, nor to assemble it into a complete spear. Most of the items at the auction were beyond his comprehension. He only recognized that each possessed immense value, with even the least valuable fetching hundreds of thousands of credit points, while the most prized items had previously sold for over 100 million credit points. As the auction neared its conclusion, the individuals from Pelin City had yet to acquire any items. This was due not only to the exorbitant prices, but also to the box beside David, which provoked a shared unease among them. Upon learning that a prize had been exchanged for a second-tier spear, their expressions were filled with envy. Unlike the second-tier longsword, the second-tier spear was a heavy weapon, requiring materials that far exceeded those needed for a longsword. Moreover, the number of soldiers wielding spears was significantly greater than those using swords, naturally elevating the spear's value above that of the longsword. Although David was unaware of the precise worth of the second-tier spear, its ranking as the 5th most valuable item in the auction clearly indicated its rarity. With such a treasure nearby, the individuals from Pelin City found it impossible to focus on the auction. The final item of the auction, the last to be presented, was a vial of elixir of eternal youth from the divine realm. The auctioneer, as he opened a box to reveal a slender bottle secured within, addressed the audience. A hush fell over the auction hall, with even breathing seeming to soften. Why is there only half a bottle? How much potency does it retain? Pondered a middle-aged guest regretfully. If it were a full bottle of the elixir of eternal youth, do you think it would come to us? Another participant responded, resigned. Yet, for many attendees, their eyes shimmered with fervent determination, a desire to possess this rare elixir. David, however, felt dizzy as he beheld the vial emitting a milky white glow, identical in appearance to the liquid contained in the 450 test tubes he possessed. The mere presence of this half bottle of the elixir of eternal youth elicited such a reaction from these elites, leading him to surmise the enormous trouble that his 450 bottles might entail. For those unfamiliar with the elixir of eternal youth, allow me to elucidate briefly. The auctioneer was not in haste to commence the bidding. He understood the art of stirring desire. Among the attendees were many young individuals, not the primary bidders. Yet their curiosity regarding the elixir of eternal youth could ignite the purchasing fervor of the serious bidders. The elixir of eternal youth is a mysterious product from the divine realm. Its method of creation unknown, yet its effects are enough to captivate anyone. Many guests were already aware of this, but the mere mention rekindled their fervor. The starting bid was set at 5 million credit points. Without delay, bidders began to raise their offers, and within a minute, the price soared to 20 million credit points. As it reached 20 million, the bids became more measured, increasing in increments of 10,000. How can they bid so aggressively for half a bottle of elixir of eternal youth when its effects remain uncertain? A nearby guest murmured softly, likely one who lacked sufficient credit points, having been eliminated early on. When it concerns longevity, even the slightest possibility compels these elites to abandon their usual prudence. Particularly for the elderly present, wealth is ample. Exchanging riches for life and youth seems a worthy investment. David attempted to calculate the value of his 450 bottles of the elixir of eternal youth, estimating that, based on the current valuation of this half bottle, the contents of his box would be worth 9 billion credit points. The mere thought of such a staggering figure overwhelmed him once more. Yet, reason cautioned him that revealing even a whisper of the existence of the elixir of eternal youth would unleash relentless pursuit upon him. Before grasping the extent of the value of his 450 bottles, he had regarded their worth with great seriousness, but never had he imagined such an astonishing valuation. Considering the loss of such vast wealth by the organization, the consequences were all too clear. They would not take it lightly. Reflecting on trainer Jeremy, a mere leader of a small town who had managed to withstand his attack, David understood that if luck had not favored him, he might have been killed on the spot. With Jeremy gone, any successor sent by the organization would undoubtedly be even more formidable. As David contemplated the activated security system, he realized that peril loomed within Pellant City. Ultimately, the auction concluded with a staggering price of 22,100,000 credit points, and David found no inclination to calculate the additional value of his 450 bottles at this rate. Upon their return, Titan Corporation once again dispatched a hover vehicle to transport them to the air station. However, this time, the hover vehicle was of a higher grade, reflecting Titan Corporation's heightened regard for David. They experienced the exhilarating ascent and descent, soaring through the skies, yet no one broached the subject of the box. Upon arriving in Pellant City and entering the hover vehicle, they could no longer contain their excitement. "David, let us see the second-tier spear," Myron urged eagerly. David smiled and complied, grateful to Myron for affording him the opportunity to acquire the spear. He opened the lengthy box and handed it to Myron. While Pellant City was not devoid of second-tier weapons, even these second-generation individuals had never had the chance to hold one in their hands and examine it closely. "Myron, do not remove the spearhead in the hover vehicle. You might damage it," Jim cautioned as he noticed Myron reaching for the spearhead. Even a military-grade hover vehicle would be no match for a strike from a second-tier spearhead. "David, why didn't you choose a warhammer?" Myron asked, somewhat disheartened as he relinquished his grasp on the spearhead. "Myron, this is David's reward. His choice is his own," De Quincey interjected softly. "With my relationship with David, had he chosen the second-tier warhammer, I could have trained with it, potentially advancing my mastery of the weapon," Myron expressed, filled with longing. David's choice of the spear is indeed wise. Witnessing his battle against the Afu soldiers, he possesses an unparalleled talent for it, Jim remarked with a smile. They all gathered at David's home, and once the 2.5-meter-long spear was assembled, its ethereal blue glow radiated as a cohesive whole, far more awe-inspiring than the lighter second-tier longsword. Though none had trained in spear mastery, they had all tested the second-tier spear in the underground gym, where the iron targets bore numerous puncture marks. Chapter 85. The school. David could no longer recall how long it had been since he last sat in a classroom. Now, he found himself in a spacious and well-lit room. In the days leading up to this moment, he had pondered extensively about how to blend in seamlessly with his peers, devising various strategies to avoid standing out. However, the reality was that he had overthought the situation. From the moment he entered the school, he felt like an invisible presence. He occupied a seat in the second-to-last row, surrounded by classmates who shared a common trait. None of them were utilizing the screens on their desks to review educational materials. Some were engaged in hushed conversations, while others were engrossed in games. In stark contrast, the students seated in the front rows were diligently studying, clearly embodying the archetype of exemplary students. This juxtaposition reminded David of a joke he had encountered in his previous life. The front rows were the zone of scholars, while the back rows served as the VIP leisure area. Henrietta, the teacher, entered the classroom clad in a black women's trench coat. Despite nearing 50 years of age, she retained an undeniable charm. As she stepped inside, the noise from the back row dissipated instantly, revealing her commanding presence among the students. "Class, it brings me joy to see that none of you are absent today," Henrietta remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as she surveyed the orderly array of students. The gravity of her words was not lost on anyone. The tragic loss of nearly 100 young lives during the winter break had cast a long shadow over the school community. Many classes in the senior division had been affected, with students mourning the loss of their peers, fostering a collective sense of gratitude for their own safety. Most of you are working diligently to gain admission to better universities, to escape to larger, safer cities, and to secure a better living environment. This is my hope for you as well. Gaining acceptance into a prestigious university is your sole opportunity to leave Palon City. You still have a semester left. There is ample time for you to strive. Henrietta's tone was noticeably influenced by the recent events, her words resonating with the students. Many among them felt a profound sense of urgency. In smaller cities like Panjshir Star, one was more susceptible to various attacks, and the chance to alter one's fate rested solely on the upcoming college entrance examination. This examination represented the only opportunity for most students to elevate their social standing. Any future endeavors in this regard would prove exceedingly challenging. David heard the collective lamentations from the students in the back rows, their reactions reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Arriving at school at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after an hour of physical training, students had the option to engage in various extracurricular activities. Of course, seniors had the choice to study in school or leave altogether. The academic pressure here was astonishingly lighter than that of David's previous life. He still vividly remembered the harrowing days of rising at 5 in the morning and retiring at 11:30 at night during high school. Each day felt as though every ounce of energy was being extracted, yet youth afforded him the resilience to endure. David casually picked up his electronic pen and surveyed the test questions, discovering them to be remarkably straightforward, devoid of complexity. This simplicity was likely attributed to his proficiency in literature, a realization he had come to during a rapid-fire quiz the previous day. The current test seemed even easier than that, allowing him to answer with greater ease. In 50 minutes, David completed his answers in under 30, believing he had been swift. However, upon glancing around, he noticed that his classmates in the VIP leisure area had largely finished long before him. "David, you really are quite the actor. If I didn't know your true abilities, I'd almost believe you were genuinely concentrating," remarked Alden, a tall classmate seated beside him, chuckling softly as he observed David pausing. It became clear to David that his peers had no intention of taking the test seriously. They were merely going through the motions. Henrietta, glancing toward the back row, shook her head in disappointment. As long as those students did not disrupt the diligent learners in the front, she felt little inclination to intervene. Habitually, her hand swept over the completed test papers, knowing that the school's educational system would automatically grade them once the testing concluded. As she reviewed the dismal results, Henrietta's frustration mounted. Among the papers, the highest score she encountered barely exceeded 40 out of 100. She understood this was a consequence of the current educational approach, as many seniors opted for physical training at the expense of academic subjects. Yet, she recognized that very few would succeed solely through physical prowess. Those who chose the path of physical training while neglecting their studies would invariably find themselves laboring in nearby mines, whereas those who pursued academic subjects at least stood a chance at securing stable employment in the city. Suddenly, she came across a test paper that bore a perfect score of 100. A glance at the clock revealed that only 35 minutes had passed, with 15 minutes remaining in the test. She was acutely aware of how long it typically took to complete all questions, and this particular paper had been finished at least 10 minutes ahead of her estimated time, prompting her to question the situation. Henrietta scrutinized the name on the paper, David Kerr. As time trickled by, when the 50 minutes concluded, all student screens submitted their tests automatically, regardless of completion. After a 15-minute break, Henrietta announced, "I will oversee the next test." Observing the students standing at the back of the classroom, ignoring David, who felt like an invisible specter, the students left the classroom in groups. David, captivated by the novelty of his surroundings, savored his student life. "David, come here for a moment." Henrietta beckoned him. "Yes, Miss Henrietta, how may I assist you?" David approached her desk with a natural demeanor, inquiring. Henrietta regarded this formerly inconspicuous student and felt a significant shift in his presence. Unlike the other students, whether high achievers or those struggling, who displayed tension in her presence, David remained remarkably composed. "David, I have reviewed your literature test, and it is evident that you worked diligently during the winter break. The distractions from the back row may hinder your learning, so for today, you will sit here. Once all test scores are finalized, we will rearrange the seating accordingly." Although Henrietta harbored doubts about David's ability to complete the test independently, she refrained from asking directly, opting instead to place him in her line of sight for closer observation. "Of course, Miss Henrietta." David did not refuse. After all, she was the homeroom teacher. possessing authority over student placements. The seat was located at the front of the classroom, previously occupied by a student who had been ill and had remained vacant since the beginning of the semester. Henrietta intended to reassess seating arrangements based on performance once the semester was underway. As David settled into his new seat, the surrounding exemplary students cast a glance in his direction before returning to their work. Unbeknownst to him, having just completed one exam, he now found himself in the coveted elite learning zone at the very front of the classroom. The students in the front row paid him no heed, but the students in the VIP leisure area regarded him with glances that were no longer indifferent, but rather tinged with a sense of betrayal. David, however, chose to disregard their gazes. He was here to relish his school experience, and as a high school student, he intended to fulfill the responsibilities that came with that role.